So I just want to thank everybody who's given me their time and their ear to listen to me for 2024. And so this video is all the videos I've made in one video here. And the way this was edited, we took out the announcements at the end of the video so that it's a continuous flow and that it's easier to listen to. So I'm going to make the announcements now, and I just want to thank everybody. The book is doing wonderful, and I'm excited to announce that the paperback is out. So I know there are many people who've wanted the paperback. And so if you want to purchase the paperback, it'll be in the description, as well as my one-on-ones if you want to sign up for a one-on-one, or if you want to I do live streams and Q&As as well. So if you want to join, if you want to do all of that, it's in the description. Just check it out. But again, I want to thank everybody who's given me their time for that year. And yeah, hope you enjoy listening. So this is about learning to do what you want in your own mind. I know for me, I was taught that my wants didn't matter, and that my wants just and my desires are really just something I should get rid of because they don't matter. And then Neville tells me they do matter, and there's ways to fulfill them on the inside. And I wondered what the point of that was, but the more I test what he says, the more I see that he's right. That it doesn't matter what we do on the inside. It doesn't matter what we say. Even if we think it doesn't matter, it does matter. If I'm arguing with somebody and I think it feels good and I continue doing it, and then I take a shower and get dressed and go get some groceries and I forget that I did that, that mattered. It mattered enough to me to imagine it. It mattered enough for me to think about it and dwell upon it and feel after it. Have you ever felt after an argument in your mind? You can really make it feel real because it might feel natural to you to do that. But we have to expand our idea of what naturalness is to us. And so William Blake said that I must create a system or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason and I will not compare. My business is to create. It's one of my favorite quotes because he says he has to create a system to live upon, or I'll be basically living the thoughts of other people. I know we do that to a degree, but you can give me a framework in which I can imagine, but don't tell me how I can imagine or how I can shape the image in me. I'm allowed to shape it whichever way I want. But if I only think in terms of what I know, what I think reality is, then I'm only going to imagine within that belief. And so I have to believe on some level that I can be different than what I am now if I wish to change. If I have the desire to change, which some do, some don't, if I do have that desire, then I have to be willing to give up the present ideas of myself. I have to be willing to see that I could be more than what I am, or I could be molded differently. Maybe the idea of being more doesn't make sense, but if you can just see it that you're simply rearranging the same imagination that's in you, that's all you're doing. And so we have to create some system by which we will live. And you can create your own ideas of what you want to be, the purposes you want to have. And if you can't find the desires or the purposes, you're going to have to create them. If you can't figure out what you want, try to create a desire to get you moving, to get you to learning how to imagine this way. But don't reason and don't compare, as Blake says. Because the moment you start comparing, comparison comes from insecurity. And basically, if you're comparing, you're already insecure. Compare, the size of this, the size of that, the height of somebody. You're comparing. You're giving all these. You're giving so much power to the appearances of everything. When it says don't judge off of those. And then he also adds that he won't reason. He doesn't reason his way out of fulfillment. And so by doing those two things, now that's said in a negative, but if you say it in the affirmative, it would be, instead of comparing, I will be secure. Instead of saying I will not compare, say I will be secure. That I will not reason is I will believe. So you can affirm it. You say I must create a system or be enslaved by someone else's. Or you can also say I must create a system to be freed in myself, to be freer than what I am. And I will believe and I will be secure. And my business is to create. And so we have to create things in us if we wish to have a different change in us. And so I'm speaking to the person who wants to have a different experience. I'm speaking to the person who wants to change themselves. And so if that's you, that you have this desire to change, what I would recommend you do is find what you want and then imagine a little bit beyond it. And so you figure out what you want to be. And, Neville asked the question, what would it be like were I the person that I want to be? Were I the man that I want to be? What would it feel like? What would it be like? Now, the thing you want to be might be so far removed from life, you might think that it's impossible. But we're not questioning the possibility of what you want to be. We're questioning, what would it be like? What would it feel like? So you answer those questions. You have to start answering different types of questions, because you're going to ask, well, when will it happen and how long and how will it come about? You're going to ask all these questions, but you got to ask the right questions that will lead you to accepting it. So you ask yourself, what would it feel like were I were that way? Even though it might be impossible, what would it feel like though? And so you imagine being it, and then you imagine a little bit beyond it. And Neville would give a scene that would imply, were he that new way? And so if I go to imagine myself, let's use Las Vegas, for example, I don't imagine myself at the gate or on the airplane. I go to Las Vegas and a little bit beyond it. I'm having a drink at or I'm walking to a show. And I must imply that I'm there. Now, that was my desire, to be in Las Vegas. And so I'd have to create a new desire if I want to change something. And so the ends that we imagine imply changes in us. And that is what we persist in being. And it starts to harden into fact in this world. And so you're going to have to learn to start doing exactly what you want on the inside. It's not about changing what's out there, but changing what's in here. And you can practice that every single night. But eventually you're going to have to really think the things you want to think. You're going to have the things you want to have. It's almost between you and yourself. You're communing with yourself. You're not asking if it's okay to have it. You're not asking if you're not going to anything outside of you to see if it's, if you are allowed to think this way. Just start thinking that way. Don't judge and wonder if I don't think I could do this, or I don't think I'm allowed to imagine it. And you have to expand your idea of reality. You have to expand your idea of what reality could give you. Because if you are feeling it's natural to receive the things you don't want, really question, why are you always thinking what you don't want to think? We have to start with thought. If we're not even thinking the thoughts we want, then what are we actually doing? We're just aimlessly walking around in nightmares. We have to start going towards what we want. Neville would say, don't tell me what you don't want, tell me what you want. And really just think about what he said right there. Because if you start imagining what you don't want, if you get in the habit of doing that, you're never going to get anything. You're going to get what you don't want all the time. And the freedom you get once you get the ball rolling and you start to the snowball starts to build. You start to realize that, okay, if I can imagine that, I'm going to imagine this and I'm going to imagine that. I'm not going to bar myself. I'm going to keep going and keep thinking about what I want to, and keep my eyes off on my desire and not so much on what I don't want to happen. And so many times in these questions of whens and hows, instead of having it, we're really coming out of a fear. We're really saying that we just don't want it to happen this way, or we don't want the timing to be that. But it says it will be sure and it will not be late. So I just trust that it will not be late. Just accept that it will not be late. It will ripen and it will flower, but it won't be late. And so when you ask yourself, what would it be like? What would it feel like were I the person I want to be? You have to expand your idea of reality to include you that way. Because if you think reality is too small for that, if you think reality is not big enough, you're going to live that way. And then you're going to modify every single desire you have. It tells us that all the evil comes from sin. So there's not like this devil running around putting evil into people. Satan in the scriptures just out. And so if we're always missing our marks inside, that's what creates these problems of greeds, of all the seven, the deadly sins, which is just simply feasting on sin. There's different types of sins that we can feast upon, but they come from missing our mark. And so we have to expand your idea. Just accept that there's a reality, that reality is big enough for you to be the thing you want to be. You're included as well. That's why you're here. And once you see that, as Neville said, once you see that causation's mental, the law makes a lot of sense. You start living inwardly from a mental perspective of having things, being things. And you'll start to see how life forms from the inner man's perspective, not just the outer's. The outer's eventually experiences what the inner man's experiencing. And so I have to go all the way back to the origin of my harvest. And these were mental seeds that I planted. They weren't physical ones. And if you're reaping a harvest you don't want to have, it tells us in Scripture what to do. Just keep planting better seeds. You might have to gather. It says gather up the good and the bad, but just keep planting good. So you don't start fearing your harvest. You don't fear your harvest. You're changing it. You're planting new things in your harvest, into your mental garden. And so you just keep on putting new and new seeds in you. Keep planting more. Even if you might have lost your attention or lost your focus on yourself and you became so outwardly focused on wanting to control and change the environment, just go back and keep planting good seeds. And it's an infinite garden. There's infinite soil. And so you have to think in terms, you have to broaden your perspective on the inside and see that reality is bigger than you might be thinking, that you might be accepting. And then you'll see everything almost as a symbol. And so you start fishing on the inside of yourself and you start catching the fish. You start catching the feelings. You catch the feeling that you're looking for. Or you tame the horse and you jump and you ride it. You ride the state. You start to see how it's all mental. And you can mentally start catching the feelings that you want to have. You start to see that things are, in a way, states and feelings on the inside. And so my desire is in me, and it's how I would feel about myself. It's what I would believe about myself. And that is what it tells us that is what creates. That's the unseen. It's created by this, or the seen is created by the unseen. And so I changed the unseen. No longer living life outwardly to inwardly. Because the moment I do that, I become dependent on it, and then I will get frustrated when it's not giving me the thing I want. And then I have to change the relationship within myself, start giving myself what I want. And when you start talking and you start doing and you start hearing the things you want inside, life becomes better. Even if the outside might not be exactly as you might like, it starts to get better. Just simply doing what you want. Give yourself that freedom and expand your idea of reality, that the reality is big enough for you to imagine what you want. Imagine how you want. To no longer live in sin, but in your own righteousness, which is your own fulfillment. So you're self-convincing, you're self-believing, you're self-accepting, you're self-giving, you're self-growing or self-changing. It's just you and yourself. So you commune with yourself, as it says I think it's either Psalms or Proverbs. I think it's Proverbs. Could be wrong though. So you start communing just with yourself. You don't ask yourself, you don't ask if I could believe it. Don't ask me. You start to believe this about yourself. It doesn't matter where you're at. Physically, it doesn't matter. That's easier said than done, but it's true. And so you don't put your security in things anymore. You no longer think that it's your house that keeps you secure. We know that's not the case. And so you would have to start now, because if we don't change the thoughts now, if we don't change how we believe and feel within ourselves, if we don't change our mental environments, they're just going to stay the same. You're just going to keep thinking the same things. So you might as well think new things or create new ideas in you about yourself, because you're just going to remain the same. It's fairly obvious that people remain the same if they don't change how they are on the inside. And so you're not an exception, and neither am I. And so if I have something that I wish to be, I can't keep leaving myself there. I'm just going to always forever wish to be it. And so when you go to imagine being the one you want to be, it might be so, you might think that the one I want to be is freed from this and that might feel impossible, but don't ask yourself if it's possible. Just ask yourself, what would it feel like? Just what would it feel like were I the one that I want to be? Before you think that reality doesn't allow it, simply accept that reality can be that forgiving. Can it really be? It tells us that Christ is the one who forgives. And so reality is Christ. So I feel that I feel that reality is forgiving. And so I start to, regardless of what I think about it, from my view, I ask myself, I just answer the question, what would it feel like were I that? I don't reason. I don't compare myself. My business is to create. And so I think I'll end it there. Thank you for listening. I know that this video, really the message is more of an idea of expansion. I like that word personally because I've always felt so restricted and contracted in life. So the idea of expansion has always been something that I've liked. But thanks for listening. To be a truly good artist, you have to paint without wondering what everyone else would think about the painting. A good speaker speaks. Yes, he speaks to an audience, but at the end of the day, he has to speak from a feeling, a conviction within him without regarding what everyone else might be thinking about what he's saying. And the same is true for imagining. And when you go to imagine, you have to imagine without wondering about the worth that you think you have or don't have, about wondering what someone else how crazy of an idea to believe in. You have to eventually drop it. The same way when you would drop that while you paint, to really be in tune with your painting. It has to just be you and the painting. And there's the same idea applied here with imagining. And so it says to commune with oneself. You says to commune with yourself. That is what we're told in the Proverbs. And so I commune with my own heart. It's it's self-accepting, self-convincing, self-persuading, whatever word you want to use, but it's self done to self. I'm not trying to convince you to believe. I'm trying to convince myself. And so when I go into meditation or when I go to imagine, I let go of trying to change everything outside of me. For all outward change first happens from myself. And so I go to change myself. And you have to ask yourself, how often when you go to imagine, do you actually feel secure? That you leave the world alone, that you don't try to seek security in the world, but you seek it within yourself. And there you'll find it. You'll see that security is a way of being. It's a way of feeling about oneself. And so regardless of what the world happens, there's an apartment building that burned down close to me. And so could you imagine if you put your security in an apartment building? It could burn up tomorrow. And so I don't rely on the security of the appearances. I don't decide whether or not how secure I am with that. I have to let it go. I have to stop judging after the appearances for my own security. I have to feel after it. I feel after things and I find them within me. I don't seek them. I feel after them. Because if you always try to find it in things, everything here will get old. No matter how good you bind your books in leather, you can lose them. Things are not permanent here. We're not permanent here. Our stay isn't permanent here. So, but while I'm here, if I want to live differently, I can't change things. I leave this world exactly as it is. And so you might have people doubting everything or judging you. Just let them judge. You turn the other cheek to the world, and you go within yourself, and you change yourself from a version of you that wasn't secure to now a version of you that is secure. And you base your security on your own I amness. It's your own self, your own sense of self. So you change your sense of self to being secure. And that is what the Bible is describing. When we read the books and we see people being killed and you see wars happening, you think this is insane. This is insanity. But when you see it as a common theme, it has to do with worship, with man, with God, with sin and death. It's always the same themes. And when you see the idolaters will be put to death, or your idols will be smashed, or all your superstitions will be gone, your sins will be made as though they are scarlet, they'll be made as white as snow, and you'll know that I'm the Lord. But that really just says you'll know that I am the I am, that the Lord is the I am. And so you give up all outward worship. You stop worshiping anything on the outside to decide that is the cause of your life. When you give it causation, when you give it that power, you have convinced yourself you're powerless. And so it is my belief that everybody gets pushed to a certain position in life where they have to decide who their Lord is. They have to decide who they're going to worship. And they'll find that these gods that they're praying to don't do anything. Until this day, we're idolaters. We worship statues all the time. We clasp our hands and pray to them. And yet it tells us the Lord doesn't hear us. I will shut my ears off to them. They will pray loudly, but I won't hear them, as it says. And we think that's a cruel God. But if we see that the Lord is my own I amness, that's what listens, that's what creates, then I change my orientation or my idea of God. And I see that God is within me, and He's the fabric of my own being. And that's what I change. And so that the I amness becomes the cause of my life. I don't give it to some billionaire. I don't say some billionaire is causing my life. I don't say it's her, or it's him, or it's them. I don't do that anymore. I let go of the outside and decide that my own I amness is the cause of my life. And that is what I change. And so the things that you notice within your life right now, the things that seem to catch your attention, the interpretations you give it, is all based on your state. It's all based on your conception, your current conception of yourself. And so when you change the conception of yourself, you will notice different things in reality. You will notice that self. And so you see reality as you. And so if you need a change in reality, you don't need to look any further than your own I amness. That is the Lord of Scripture. That is who is telling you that they absolutely detest outside worship, because those gods don't listen. They don't have ears. They're just made of wood. Everything on the outside, people will believe in superstitions and think certain crystals and rocks will do things for them. They think that that is the cause, and tells us that Lord will destroy that superstition. They think that that a certain thing can destroy their life, a certain card, if it's flipped, can give them a certain fate. Or if they cast a certain amount of lots or a certain way of lots, then that's going to decide their fate. All of that superstitious thinking that led you there will be destroyed. And you'll see that there is only one Lord. It's your own I amness. And so Christ is the one that cleans up your temple. And your temple is your mind. And it cleans it from superstitious thinking, from devils and demons. And it gets rid of all these false gods. And then it says that you will no longer say, as it says in Ezekiel, that there's a proverb that says, many days go by, but the visions don't come true. And he says, no longer will you say that. You will say that my words will be fulfilled without delay. And so you see that the idea that things are not happening in your world, that idea will be gone. All these things will be changed. And so if you, to the one who worships, or the true God, which is your own I amness, to that one, your temple will be cleaned, and your imagination becomes a place where words are now fulfilled, where scenes are implied, and superstitions are gone, and idols are destroyed, and all that's left is your own I amness, the Lord. And that's who you will follow. And you'll no longer have to clasp your hands to pray. You'll pray in spirit. Has not said God is spirit, and we must worship Him in spirit? And so that's where I go. I go within myself to worship God. I no longer have to grab a mic and raise my voice hoping that God hears me as a prayer. I pray within myself. I commune with myself. I commune with the Lord, but the Lord is my I am. It's the very core of my being. Can't be anything without first being. And so to test that, start to feel secure regardless of circumstances. Regardless of whatever anything tells you, change your own I amness. Let that be the cause of your life. No longer giving causation to idols and people. And again, if they judge you, let them judge you. You keep turning the other cheek. You simply go towards your own I amness that you want to be. You don't have to be in a special space. You don't have to know anybody. You don't have to know the right people. You don't have to know anything. All you have to know is the Lord. You just have to know your own I amness. That's the Lord. You have to know that's your cause. Anything else is a false god. Anything outside of you is a false god to worship. I used to hear it all the time. People would say, oh, the devil's in my marriage. The devil's this, or this crystal does that. I used to hear this all the time. And I questioned that. Every time I heard it, I questioned. There was some type of scapegoating going on there I didn't like. So your I amness is reality. And that is what you change. You go within yourself and you don't change anything on the outside. You just change yourself. You focus on the change in self, for all outward manifestations come from a change in self. And so you learn to be truly blind to the world, and you become a prophet that sees within himself. You see with your inner eyes. You see fulfillments. You see things that are implied. You hear things that are implied. That is what you keep imagining. You imagine the implication that it already is so. That's what you imagine. You don't go before that. Again, imagine what you want and then go a little bit beyond that. And that is what you imagine. That is what you persist in. That is what you accept. However you want to say it, that is what it is. It's the part that goes right beyond it. The implication. That is what you imagine. And the scene that is clean, or the mind that is cleaned or cleansed, no longer says it's 4 months until harvest. It no longer thinks in those terms. You'll see that I amness is a present thing. It's a present being, and it's the cause of my life. And so if I need to change something, if I'm in desperate need of a change, I have to see that I can't change the gods outside. I don't go to a new god. I don't go to a new religion. I don't bow before something else. I don't think that my Savior is going to be the president or another form of Caesar. I don't pray to Caesar. I go within myself to my own I amness. My own sense of self. That is what I change. That is what's most important to me. That is what I take everywhere. That is what I notice in my life. And so yourself, your mind, is analogous with clay. It's not concrete, so you can always change it. Never feel you're in a permanent state. If you feel like you need freedom from a state, imagine that you have the freedom. You always go to things being fulfilled. That is a cleansed mind. That is freed from superstitions, freed from second causes, freed from devils, freed from ideas and reason that simply tell you, and doubts that tell you that you can't simply be in the I am of that. That is your mark that you keep missing. It's your own I amness. So you start thinking I was. You keep going to I was. Or you keep going to I will be in the not too distant future, 4 months from now. You start thinking in those terms the moment when you start believing in second causes. And so when you read the Bible, and I encourage you that you do, you will see that the Lord is your I amness, that it will destroy everything. It will build you from the ground up. We might have believed in a million devils and gods and created a mess inside of ourselves. You ever believed in a superstition? People will believe that if they knock on wood, they'll get lucky. Instead of feeling after luck, they'll get unlucky. Instead of feeling after luck, they knock on wood so they don't get unlucky. I mean, you have to see the insanity in that. Because when you see superstitions, how insane they are, you'll see that the Lord really is the only thing you need to believe in. Yourself. It doesn't matter where you're at. That's the beautiful thing about it. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter where you're at. You could be drinking a beer. You could be at a bar. You could be alone, and you could be in a country that you don't want to be in. You could be anywhere. It doesn't matter. As Neville said, you could be locked in a dungeon. You imagine the implication of being freed. And so you leave the prison alone, change your conception of no longer being a prisoner. That's what you do. And then the next thing you know, you'll cleanse yourself. You'll bump into a new superstition within you, a new fear, a new idea that you have been believing in. And that will be destroyed. A new prejudice that keeps you from fulfilling something within you. You destroy that. And then all that will be left is the Lord. So I want to explain some of the artwork that I use in my videos because to me they're very touching. To me, they bring me a sense of peace. They really calm me down when I look at them. They feel dreamy. They make me think about life in a calmer way. I think they make me slow down. And there's a lot of symbolism involved. It's surrealism. It's not necessarily realism. It's surreal. And I think the surreal can teach us a lot as to seeing things from more of a symbolic perspective instead of seeing things as just simply hyperrealism. And for artwork, to me, it's beautiful, but I enjoy the more symbolic approach to artwork. And when I see these ladders, they do make me feel about, I remember about Neville's ladder experiment. And I remember the first time I tried it when it worked, and that was very eye-opening for me when I actually remembered I climbed a ladder, and I felt that I actually didn't become aware of that I did that until like 30 minutes after I realized that I actually did climb a ladder. And it happened in such a strange way. I mean, I was asked to climb a ladder. I'm never asked to climb a ladder in my life. That just never happened. So when I was asked to climb a ladder, I'm surprised it didn't register right away when I saw it. But when I look at the ladder in the artworks, I remember that. I remember the first time I did that and it worked. And I've heard it from other people where they bump in, they never paid attention, and the next thing you know, they're climbing a ladder. They never were around ladders and they had to for work, or somebody will ask you to do it. And it's the strangest thing. And you ask them, did they know that they were going to do this? And of course they don't know. They have no idea why they asked you. And it's like when Neville and his wife divorced. She had no idea that, he goes, after everything that happened, who was the one who started it all? He goes, it was the I within me. Because I imagined myself being happily married. But I had to get divorced from the person I was with, so I imagined myself happily married, and then it happened. And he says, but who did it? It wasn't the outer Neville. It was the inner Neville. It was the inner him, which is all of us. And in this painting here, I see these men looking out into the distance, and there's nothing. It's just water. And the painting there, to me, resembles their imagination. And the doors of these buildings resemble states of mind, and they imagine boats being there. It seems like they need to be rescued. I mean, haven't all of us have felt the need to be rescued in times we need a savior? And in this case, they're using their imagination together to imagine boats for their salvation. That's what I see. And it's not the most perfect image. It's not the most detailed, but it's getting the point across. That's what I care about. It gets the point across. It's the idea that nothing in your senses is showing you, but you imagine it anyways. And that's how it seems to reality to work. And the one who does it is the imagination. And it's as Neville said, it's the I within us who did it. And you might see many chairs, or you might see arches. And the chairs, to me, resemble contemplation. And to me, contemplation is a time to relax. It's a time to rest. It's a time to validate oneself. It's a time to allow oneself to imagine something new. It's a time to accept new things. It's a time to, just allow oneself to imagine how they want to be. It's not a stress. It's the opposite. It's really acceptance, and it's fulfillment. It's not wanting and anxiety. It's not hoping. It's more knowing. It's a time to feel that, because when we desire something for so long, it can feel like we can't fall into the state of being fulfilled. The fulfillment feeling, or the fulfillment state, almost seems so foreign to us. We almost don't want it. We're not willing to give up our desire or our wantedness for fulfillment. We want to keep feeling desire because it's what we're used to. And it might feel scary to feel fulfillment, but we have to eventually let go of our desire and trust that it's fulfilled. We have to move into positions of fulfillment, and that's what these chairs give me. And the reason why there's so many of them, especially in this painting here, is that they resemble all of us, that we're all here together imagining. We're all imagining. And there's really not much of a difference between what you imagine and what you do. Try to find the difference. We do what we imagine. We don't always do everything we imagine, but we do what we imagine. and we express what we are, and we are what we imagine ourselves to be. And so these chairs, we're all individually experiencing the room, and this room here is, to me, the world. It represents the entire world that we're in. We're all experiencing it differently through different states of mind. And we are allowed to occupy any of these arches or any of these paintings or realities within us. We're allowed to see ourselves the way we want. We have that freedom, and we have the freedom to choose. And once you know about this, that you have this freedom, it's going to be very hard for you to give it up. I remember there were times where I couldn't really accept that I was causing a lot of things in my life. Like I couldn't really see it from Neville's perspective, but then I kept testing it. And eventually I had to accept that that was the case. That the end result is going to be me being responsible for what states I'm occupying, me being responsible for the things I do within me, because there really is nothing else within me that's doing it. And so I have to become entirely responsible for what I actually am saying to myself. And when we see thoughts as investments and as wishes, as I said in my last video, what kind of self-image am I investing in? It becomes the question. What ideas am I really investing myself into? What am I going to reap in the future? Well, if I start to imagine myself in a way that I dislike, it might not happen tomorrow. But if I continue doing it, I will start to become and take upon that nature. Regardless of what the nature is, I take upon the nature of what I imagine. And this is why I said it's not about worthiness. It's about allowing yourself to be in a different room. It's allowing yourself to be in a different place. And in this image here, the eternal rooms, this idea of, each painting here represents, and I love museums, and that's another reason. A lot of it's as well because of things I personally like. And since I can make the image, I'm going to make it the way I like it. But these paintings represent to me, different realities. All these rooms represent different realities that we can occupy, but it's one big room. And again, you see the chair here, and it's for contemplation. And we can move really if we want to, but we can also stay if we want to. It doesn't have to be this urgent thing. I think at times when I would imagine, I would feel this urgency to get into the wish fulfilled, or make sure I don't feel this, or make sure I don't do that. I'd always imagine what I shouldn't do. I never really imagined what I wanted to do. It took me a long time to imagine what I wanted, but because the freedom felt false to me. It felt too good to be true for me to actually imagine the things I wanted. It felt, the excitement I would feel almost felt like it was a lie. And when I just decided to sit again on that chair and contemplate on the idea of, why don't I just accept it instead of thinking it's a lie, I started to go towards what I wanted. More and more every day I started to chip away at, I just try to carve out a new image of myself. And it could be really hard to accept a new image when you feel that you are the image that you are right now permanently. It can feel like it's an impossible task, but with God, all things are possible. And so I believed that. I believed it was possible for me to be in the state I wanted to be, and it was possible for me to see myself the way I wanted to see myself, regardless of all the facts in the world. I wanted to accept this. I wanted to change myself. I wanted to change my life. And I saw that life can't really be changed through the force of changing other people, but through my own occupancy of states. What rooms am I sleeping in? What ideas am I really dating? What ideas am I spending time with about myself? And you'll see that a lot of your thoughts are going to come from an image that you hold of yourself. And like I said, you might like the image, you might not like the image, but the chair is always open. And that's why I love this. In this case, we see a man sitting here, and there's two chairs in front of him. And to me, these are, different states of mind that he's thinking about. He's not sure which one to choose. And then he has all these hats above him. And to me, these represent other states of mind that he could choose, but, he's not necessarily interested in those. He's interested in these two in front of him. They became chairs for him to think about. And he wants to go up these sets of stairs. And he wants to choose one and walk out the door. That is what he's necessarily doing here. And that's what I see. We've all been in that position where we're not quite sure what state we should be in. And we want to make the right choice within ourselves. And we have to ask ourselves, what is it that I really want to give myself? If I had to give this to another person, would they like it? Would I like it? Neville always used the golden rule. And that's a great way to figure out what you want. It's a great way to feel if you have that if you're in this position where you're not sure what to choose. Neville said to imagine that you made the wisest choice, to feel after that. I would say you'd have to choose one. I think Neville mentioned that too, that it's better to choose something than to choose nothing. Better to be hot or cold than to be lukewarm. Will be spit out, as it says. And I've actually done that in my real life when I drank something that was lukewarm. I hated it. But, we have to make a decision on what we're going to be. We have to decide something. Maybe, as Neville said, maybe it's a mistake, but then you'll learn from it. But you have to choose something. You have to choose a chair that you're going to rest upon. A certain idea. And of course you can change it after, but make a decision on what you actually want to be. How do you want to feel about yourself? You have all these other hats that you could choose from, all these other ideas, but it seems that these two are the ones that interest you. You'd have to make a choice eventually. And then in this image that I think this image is beautiful, but it's a man looking at this wallpaper, and to me the wallpaper represents his imagination. And what I see there is a piano, and our imagination he's practicing the instrument, the great instrument called imagination. You can view it as an instrument. It doesn't have to instruments don't just have to be violins and pianos. You can view your imagination as an instrument. And it's something that it's going to have to take you ever on your phone and you ever try to, for me growing up, I used to love libraries, but I could never read a book. I never had the attention span to read a book. And then when I would go on my phone, very hard for me sometimes to watch something that's slightly boring. Actually, this video might be a little bit boring. But hopefully I kept your attention. But, for me, I always struggled with that. But your imagination, if you care about it, it's going to require your attention just like anything else would. And so you have to learn to start caring about your mind and what's in it. And you'll become more attentive to what you do in it. You'll pay more attention. You become just like an instrument that you're playing. At first, you might not get it. It might bore you at first, but if you keep going to it, you will learn to master it, just like anything else. And again, you see a chair here for contemplation. You see the piano, and it's an instrument. And then you see the man there, and they're behind him. And these are his instruments. These are his contemplation, and he's practicing. And then you see the expression on the wallpaper, and that's what he's imagining. And that's what I see in this image. And the arch is simply an idea that he's contemplating on. And he has a door there to go to somewhere else. He doesn't have to stay in this door or in this room. He can go to somewhere else. I love this image. It's very captivating when you see it from that perspective. And then in this image, the seashells remind me of the pearl of great price, and how the imagination has to be you have to accept that that's the door to a different version of yourself. And you see that this man is looking at a different side of him. And he has to go up a couple of stairs to get there, but he can do it if he has the pearl. And the pearl there is the door. It's the way to get to that side of you. And so the way you want to be, you will become the thing that you imagine yourself to be. And so yourself is really imaginary in the end. Because the root, you see that the pearl's there before the man. So he has to go to the pearl to go up those stairs to get to that man, which is himself. And so we accept that the pearl is the great price. It's the pearl, it's the belief that only by my imagination will I become, not by other things, not by other means. I won't get good just by doing good things. The Pharisees believed that if they just gave their mint, 10 leaves of mint, or if they tithe, you see this till this day, that if we do the good deeds, I'll be seen as good. I will accept that about myself. But it never really works, because it's always dependent upon your deeds. And what happens when you do something that you otherwise find immoral? What do? And then you're going to give up the state. You're going to let it go. But if we can see that our foundation of goodness comes from the pearl, from the great price, it's something I believe about myself, regardless of the outside, I will start to express that. And so I just wanted to touch upon, some of the artwork that I use in my paintings. Hopefully that'll give you a better idea as to what I see in them. And I'm sure you can come up with your own ideas as well. But I really just want them to provide a feeling of peace, understanding, and contemplation, the urge to contemplate upon new ideas, because that's what they do for me. And yeah, thank you for listening. I once heard this question asked to me, but I simply changed it just a bit. And this question, I take it very seriously, and I ask myself this often. And the question is, do you control the dreaming, or does the dreaming control you? And by dreaming, I mean, if I had to give it context, I don't mean visualization. I mean all internal actions that you take on the inside, all internal movement. Does that control you, or are you in control of it? Are you directing it? I can ask people all day long what type of ice creams they'll get. If I asked 100 people, I would get 100 different ice creams. But if I ask them, well, what do you like to imagine? At times, there's just a blank that's drawn. And I suggest you find what you love to imagine. Just the same way what type of ice cream you love. What do you love to think about? And there's no way around it. We are always dreaming all the time. There are certain things I like to draw and certain things I like to paint, but there's also certain things I like to imagine. And we must really ask ourselves that question: is the imagining controlling me? And at times you'll find that it is. And the point of what I'm getting at is that there's going to be times where you forget this law. You'll forget to imagine. You'll forget to utilize this instrument, this tool at your disposal. You'll go through life and a month or two go by and you realize you didn't really imagine the things you wanted to imagine. And Neville has said that we can donate money to somebody, or I can act and imagine them gainfully employed, or them being gainful in their life. And he said, so he equates acting with imagining. So he doesn't equate acting with donating. He equates action with imagining. And so how can I really help out somebody? Neville said that you should act, and acting is to imagine. And when you forget this law and you forget that things are within you, and you try to seek it outwardly and you can't seem to find it. For me, I have a phrase that I use, and I simply remember the words "in here." In here is what I'm seeking. It'll be found in here, inside of myself. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter the nature of the desire. I'll find it inside of myself. And when I actually give it to myself, I will be satisfied. And that's the difference between sin and righteousness. And sin is to miss your mark internally. It's to not really imagine what you wanted to imagine, not really believing in it. We have to see ourselves as the archers of life, and we have certain bullseyes we want to hit. And nobody is satisfied when they miss. Nobody's satisfied when they miss. We only get satisfaction when we actually hit our mark. So when we go inside ourselves, when we go internally, we must hit our marks. And don't be ashamed of your mark. Whatever the mark is, hit it until it satisfies you. You'll know when you're satisfied. That means you hit your mark. You actually imagined. You did it. Well, you did exactly what you wanted to do. You heard the exact words you wanted to hear. You dropped and let go of your nervousness and anxiety, and you actually felt the fulfillment. You allowed yourself to be entertained enough to crowd all other ideas out of your mind, and you actually felt its fulfillment. That's the difference between success and failure within us. And I say that because that's where these things are found, all within us. And so the desire and the fulfillment are both found in me. Now, I can remain in one if I wish. I can imagine one if I wish. But if I'm imagining from desire, I would have to assume that I'm being controlled by my imagining. If I can't stop imagining, but if I don't have my own input, my own hand on it, and I'm simply thinking thoughts that I don't love, I'm thinking thoughts not truly worth thinking. I'm saying words that aren't worth really speaking. I'm seeing images that aren't worth looking at, then I have to gain control again. And the way I do that is by realizing that what I'm also seeking is within me. But once I see that it's all within me, I can move. It's believing that it's outside of me where I get stuck, where I can't seem to find the freedom of this internal bondage that I'm in. And it doesn't matter the internal bondage. It truly doesn't matter. What matters is that you assume that you're free. You assume and believe that you already are free. It's not about figuring anything out. It's about assuming. Neville called it the law of assumption. And I love that word. It's not about whether or not I know it, or I have all the information, or I know the timing, and who's going to speak to who, and how this will unfold. I don't know those things. I'm not told to know those things. I'm told to assume it. I assume that I'm freed. That's what I want to think about. I want to think about the assumptions that imply the fulfillment of my being. And that's the end goal. The end goal is always being. So when I've made a video called Go to the End. The end is being. It's not about gaining some type of object. It's about being the one who has it. Being that way. And that's when you hit your mark. When you actually have the possession of the thing that you want, you have it. And so I invite you, and as Neville invited you, to actually assume that you are in possession of the things that you want. And the things that you want, you don't have to go outside and ask anyone for it. You don't need some authority outside of you to give you the okay. To imagine something. You truly are in charge of your own thinking. Now, you can think thoughts given to you by certain systems in the world, or you can create your own system, as Blake has said. And I would advise for you to create your own system, one in which that enriches you, where you think thoughts worth thinking, speaking words worth saying, seeing images that you truly love to look upon. And you start speaking from fulfillments within you. And I was speaking with a friend recently about this, and we both truly respect how much Neville truly worked on his imagination. I really respect how much time he put into it. And I remember I got so inspired when I read Out of This World, and he said he sat for about 2 hours, always just imagining himself to be different, seeing if he could do it. And that really inspired me, because that's truly all it is. Can we do it? Let me just test to see if I can imagine what I want. Even though I might be in a certain position I dislike, even then, can I test this and see if I can imagine? Can I have control of my imagining again? The times that I have forgotten this law, I injured myself. I imagined and spoke and saw things I really wish I didn't. And I spent time focusing on things that truly didn't give me what I wanted on the inside. And the most natural thing for people to do is to blame some external force for why my dreaming is the way it is. But not in this case. We can't do that. We have to take responsibility for the things I do inside, for how I'm acting. What am I truly doing? If you could see that you're doing something on the inside, you would become curious as to what you're doing. You might not know why you're doing what you're doing, but at least you know you're doing something. If you know you're doing something, you can change it. But if you don't think your imagining matters, because you don't see the immediate effects of it, that the thoughts you think throughout your day and the words you're saying don't have any effect because they just don't materialize instantly, then you truly are mistaken. For everything inside of you is being sown. You will reap a harvest of the things we've spoken. Now, this harvest is not, and it's our fruits of what we've labored after on the inside, what we have imagined. And so if you forget this law, if you forget to imagine lovely things, if you forget to imagine fulfillments, and you find yourself imagining disasters or imagining things that you don't want, remind yourself that the freedom from this type of dreaming is also within you. It's simply a change in direction. You don't need to go outside of oneself to change one's type of imagining, to change oneself. And so I just want to make a short video on the forgetting and the remembering of this type of information, the application and the lack thereof. To remember that even if you do have a setback in the sense that you weren't imagining what you wanted, or you're simply coasting, to not be concerned, but to simply just go right back into it, as if you really want to go into it as if you didn't skip a beat. You want to go right back into imagining your fulfillments. There's no time to waste to shame oneself as to why they were imagining what they were. It's best to just start doing the things you want to do, to start imagining the way you want to imagine. There's no time to waste, because we're always doing something on the inside. So you might as well start doing what you want. Even you might have found yourself doing what you don't want to do, but simply start doing what you want to do. You don't have to do anything other than simply start doing what you want to do. And it feels very wonderful to know that these have helped people in their lives, that they've given the power back to oneself, that they saw that they were the operant power. They were operating this thing called imagination, that they were the power that made this thing spin, made this thing run. Once they see it that way, they can direct it and control it again. And so I just want to ask the question one more time. Are you in control of your imagining, or does your imagining control you? And really be honest about it. So I just wanted to make this video for it to be a reminder that even if you forget to use the law, when you do remember, just simply jump right back into it. Jump right back into it. Imagine it all. Imagine and believe the exact same way you were before you forgot. Do it right the exact same way again. Don't skip a beat. The only time we have is now to do something on the inside, because we're always doing something. So there's really no other time to wait. So I hope you enjoyed this talk. Thank you. I want to reiterate a point that Neville has shared many, many times throughout his years of speaking on this. And it's the idea that there's no one to change but self. I don't think that this could be reiterated enough, because the desire, the illusion to change another, or the strong illusion to change the environment, and it's important to do that at a time. But what you'll find is you're going to carry with you the things that are in you wherever you go. And so if you have things in you that you don't want, you have to carry things with you that you don't want all the time. Doesn't matter where you're at physically. And that's what we're changing when we say no one to change but self. And at times that's going to be frightening, but it's also going to be the most freeing thing you do. Because you're going to see that all your ideas of yourself are rooted, their root cause is in imagination. And within your own imagination, you are allowed to discard certain ideas that you were given of yourself. Because that's all this is. It's just ideas of ourselves that we're thinking. We either fear ideas of ourselves, or we desire ideas of ourselves, but few are actually in the state of being the things they want to be. And that's where we change. We change our being. So our end is our being. As Neville said, there is no action. There's no thinking from without being. So our end is our being. We must become the things we want to be mentally first. And we rest in that idea of ourselves, meaning that we simply occupy that state and we live in it. Like if I was a traveler and I came to you and knocked on your imaginal door and asked you what you're doing, and what are you, and who are you, what would you answer? And I hope that you would come up with an answer that you love, because you're allowed to create it within yourself. And so you truly are the God of your own imagination. And you're given the freedom to do blessings or cursings, as Scripture tells us, to choose life. And as I said in the last video of the old man, that you don't put old wineskins into new wineskins. You don't fix up an old garment fix up a new garment, or an old garment with an old cloth. These are all examples of the same idea, that if you're going to choose a new state, you can't bring your old one with you. You have to choose this new one, which is an idea of yourself. And so there's no one to change but self. And when you go to change yourself, you're going to have to come into contact with ideas that were given to you. about yourself. And you're going to want to disagree with them, and you're going to want to change them. And it might be frightening at first, but just do it anyways, because it's what you want to do. So at a certain point, there reaches this internal point where you have to decide for yourself what you're going to imagine about yourself. How are you going to believe about you? What are you going to believe about you? And live by those beliefs. And the way we internally start to live by the beliefs that we want to believe in is by thinking from these positions. If I could get you to see that it's not about you conjuring up this enormous amount of belief, it's not about that. I'm not telling you to somehow believe and work yourself up into a frenzy to believe. What I'm trying to say is that if imagining creates reality, are you imagining from the positions you want to be in? That's all I have to do. And Neville has said that. He said, all you have to do is imagine that you're doing it. And it's so simple. And what you're going to find, the most challenging thing with this is not its simplicity, it's the practice of the simplicity. It's very difficult. And even Neville said this himself, that he doesn't always have perfect attention on what he's doing within himself. I don't think anybody does. But you have to have enough attention on what you're saying and what you're doing. And what ideas are you thinking from? I know for me, in my life, I always felt like a burden. Since I was a little kid, I always felt like a burden. And it was an idea that I thought about and I accepted and believed in. And I thought from it many, many times, and I felt from it. And it wasn't until I decided within myself to choose to imagine from a new position about myself that I actually changed, where I actually felt a change within me, a shift happened. And these shifts can happen at any moment in time. It's just an internal decision you have to make. And you have to, in a way, be there for yourself and also abandon yourself. It's a little bit of both. You almost have to abandon your old state and accept a new one. But by accepting a new one, you're sort of saving yourself. So we become our own inner saviors. We become our own inner givers. And when you start to become your own inner giver, you start to feel more full inside. You actually feel like your mind is being fed the right nutrients, the right thoughts and feelings. Now, Neville had a dream where he said that he saw a giant pig, and I think he was feeding it like really bad food, I think. And he started to clean up his diet and fed it better things. And the imagination is representing itself here as a pig. And pigs eat anything. And our minds will think anything. It's under our command that the imagination, it just says yes to what I decide to imagine with either good or evil. It just says yes to it. And it conjures up the images and the words to imply things that will either uplift me or demote me. And that's what it means to honor the name of I am. Honor it. It's God's name. And you honor it by deciding and attaching to things that you find lovely to it. And what's lovely is truthful, so you don't have to doubt it. And so it can't be reiterated enough that there is no one to change but self. Once you actually see it, that if you're seeking freedom from, and you want someone to give that to you, if you could just give that to yourself, then your whole world will change. You'll live upon this principle, and you'll practice this principle. But the most challenging thing is to continuously practice it. And the practice is very simple. Change within. Simply change where you're thinking from. Change what you're thinking about yourself. Repent and truly believe in what you're doing, or feel in what you're doing. Feel the truth of it. And trust in it completely. And Neville would always say, I trust implicitly. So he would change himself and he would trust implicitly in what he imagined. And you'll be given the dreams and visions to confirm what you've been doing within yourself. And you just simply persist in that.
And persistence is simply imagining from positions you want to be in. But the challenging part is to continuously do this, because you may find times where you stop paying attention to what you're doing within yourself. And then you find yourself thinking ways about yourself that were from the past, or ideas that you never really wanted to think of yourself. They just creep up on you. So I'm not telling you to be hyper vigilant on your mind, but know that your mind it's important what you're doing in there, and treat it with a level of importance, not out of fear, but out of a power, out of a stance of knowing that what you're doing is important. So you almost imagine something, and it's almost not real until you decide to make it a reality within you. Until you decide to grant it reality, it's not going to be real. It's going to be a lie. Until you really start to believe in it and water it and entertain yourself with it and immerse yourself with it, you start to take upon that nature of that thought. And that's what we mean by changing self. It's not about changing another. You don't need to. Free yourself from that idea. And if someone comes to you and says, I want to have this, that, and the other, and just imagine that they have it. And if you could just take this with you, that no matter who you listen to, no matter what you do in this world, try to practice this one principle: to believe I have what I want. If you can just try your best to practice that in any which way you can, to believe that you have what you are seeking, if you can practice that, your life will change. So I'm going to do a little bit of a different video. I'm just here with my coffee right now and just contemplating on the ideas of no one to change but self. And I want to just elaborate a little bit more on it. And all of this is coming down to this one singular point when it comes to applying the law, which is to change oneself. So I have videos about, not conditioning or using the feeling of I am, which is a present tense feeling, or not thinking in terms of time, or trying to resist the urge to ask the questions of when and how. All of these things are to change yourself in the most effective way. Because the moment you condition yourself and you think you have to have some physical actions, and you condition yourself into thinking that if I don't have these physical actions, then I haven't changed myself, or if I haven't, if I haven't seen the results yet, then I am not changed. That's not what we're doing. We're changing the imaginal man. And Neville, I always give this over and over again, but it's the simplest way of explaining it, which is you imagine yourself on a bench, and you're tied to this bench, or you have chains attached to this bench, so you're locked in, you can't move. And then you imagine yourself running. You want to be free, but you're not. And then instead of imagine yourself like undoing the shackles or finding the key for it, you just imagine yourself running. So the imaginal man in this case that was bound is now running. It's free. They didn't need to do anything other than run. And so that's what we're doing. And we cannot condition ourselves. And I didn't say this in the last video, but so you don't give up on yourself, you change yourself. And to change yourself effectively is you don't condition yourself upon the change. You allow yourself to be completely different without the need to have something satisfied before, which is like a question, or these types of ideas that, well, how do I really know I've changed states? Well, you would know if you're imagining from the state. That's how you know you changed. And that's what all of this is leading to. So if you're not changing yourself, and you're trying to change other people, or you're just trying to manifest objects, which you can manifest objects, but you're going to take yourself with you everywhere. That's your character that you're building in this world. And you can imagine whatever you want, but I would advise you to imagine things that help you live a peaceful and happy life. And the best way I could do that is if you start to give yourself what you want on the inside. You start to live from the positions that you want. Any other thing that you're doing, Neville used to always say, don't tell me what you don't want, tell me what you want. And I'm 100% in the category of somebody who has used their imaginations many, many times to imagine things I don't want. It's very difficult for the individual who has imagined what they don't want for many, many years to make the change and switch to imagining what they do want. And again, I'm not asking you to imagine what you want as far as like some people will sit around all day wondering what they would do if they won the lottery. That's not exactly what I'm talking about. I've seen those people. I'm speaking more from the direction of where are you thinking from? That's thinking about the lottery. But what are you thinking from? What positions do you think from there in your day? I know for me, in my case, I wasn't thinking from positions that really were uplifting at all. In fact, I thought from positions that were low, and then all my thoughts would confirm it. And then naturally, I would behave in the way that I'm thinking and feeling to confirm what I'm doing. And it doesn't even matter if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is. We're prophesying ourselves. We are always praying and prophesying ourselves. So that's what we change. It's the most important thing to us is ourself. And so you learn to let go of, and it's a release when you let go of trying to change people. It's a freedom. You sort of realize that they themselves will have to change themselves as well. Now you can imagine for them, and it's easy to imagine for someone, in my opinion, than it is to imagine for yourself. Because when you imagine for yourself, there could be so much more anxiety involved. But really, again, the anxiety that's there when you go to change yourself it's your belief that it won't work. But it's not about it working. It's about the imaginal man's perspective. If you could just see from the imaginal man's perspective, which it already has worked. If my imagination is what is the cause of my life, I have to change my imagination. And I change it by really accepting the perspective of what my imaginal man sees or what my divine eyes see. I just believe in those. The same way I would believe sort of with my physical eyes. I just kind of look at it. I hear it. I don't do anything other than the basic what I would do here. If I'm in a conversation with someone, I'm just listening to them. I'm not doing anything other than listen. Same is true if I hear a friend in my mind tell me something wonderful about themselves. What sweat is it off my back? I'm the imaginal man. What it doesn't cost me anything. It doesn't take any of my time. People ask me all the time, can you imagine for me? And I just do it. I don't wonder if it's going to work after. I just do it. I do what I'm supposed to do, which is imagine it. And I just imagine hearing it. That's it. And I move on. And people always think it can't be that simple, but there's a story where a lady came to see Neville and she lost all her, I think she lost her piano and all her items on a move, and she wanted it back. And so he sat down for a second, just imagined her having those things back. And he got up and was like, okay, it's done. And she was like, that can't be just it. And he's like, yeah, that's it. It's that simple. And then she ended up getting her piano back. She bumped into the person who stole it. But it's a good example as to what I mean when you imagine for people. It should be quite simple. There shouldn't be much doubt. It should just be that you do it. Just hear it. Just do it. And you just do that every day. And you change the structure of your imagining or the nature of it, which is usually what you're doing is you're imagining desires. You're imagining being in hell inside, which is to be in desires. To feel, or you imagine being stuck inside. Again, it's sort of like you're imagining yourself. If you're stuck inside of a state, you're sort of imagining yourself stuck on that bench that I mentioned in the beginning. that Neville spoke about. It's sort of like you're sort of imagining yourself completely stuck there, and you're not imagining yourself running. It's like you have lost the plot of all of this, that you're the dreamer, that this bench is not independent, that the people inside of you are not. When you have a dream, nobody there is independent. It may appear that way. I recently had a dream where I became conscious in the dream and everything felt just like this world, but it's not. It's not. It's completely dependent on me, the dreamer. Now, it doesn't feel that way in the moment, and that's what I'm trying to say, that's what you want to mimic when you imagine things. You almost want to mimic it in a sense where, although it's rooted in you and it's dependent upon you, you almost experience it as if it's independent. That is what I mean, because that's the most natural order of things here. That's how it feels in the flesh. And so you have a friend tell you something good. You hear it with your ears just the same way you would hear it with your fleshly ears. You're just kind of tuning into something a bit beyond what the senses see. And so can you believe beyond your senses? And it's that simple. But to believe above your senses can be a challenge for those who take everything the senses say and do as fact. And so we start to control our imaginations and let that become our evidence and our fact. And we live upon the truth of our imagination. And truth here is prophesied. It's something that is planted and it grows and it sprouts. And, it's like a cup that we're pouring, and then eventually we have to drink it. That's what we do here. Everything is a symbol for the imagination. And so you look, you go somewhere. I remember my grandmother used to always have all these birds in a cage, and I never understood it. I never understood why you put a bird in a cage. I could never get it. And then I saw, well, that's my mind right there. A mind that conditions themselves to not change, or puts all these conditions in instead of just changing themselves into what they wanted to be. A mind that imagines limitations is a bird in its cage. It's the same thing. It's just a symbol. The you on the inside, you want to imagine fulfillments. It's your desire. It's what you want to do. You want to awake. It's what you want. And we will awake within the body. We don't awake outside of it. This is our bed that we lay and we sleep. And eventually we will awake. Just remember that it's about changing oneself. That's not about changing another. Come back to self on the inside. And you change what you change what your eyes see, your divine eyes. You change what your ears hear. It's something, for me, very peaceful. It's very relaxing. It's very freeing. Sometimes it energizes me and motivates me, and it inspires me. But a lot of the time, it's a very calm feeling. I wouldn't say it's exaggerated. It's usually very subtle, soothing, and calm. And, the same thing happens to me that happened to Neville. Somebody asked him, when you imagine, do you, I noticed that you sort of have, like, your head sort of tilts side to side. Does that mean anything? And Neville was like, no, it means nothing. Don't worry about that. And that happens to me too. I notice that when I'm really sort of immersing myself, as Neville said, you crowd all other ideas out of the mind and you solely focus on your wish fulfilled, you might have some sort of physical response. And for me, I sort of get a subtle smile and my head will sometimes turn. That's just what happens. I wouldn't say for me, it confirms that I feel like I've immersed myself well into the dream. It's felt real enough to me for me to do that, for me to have that reaction. Neville said not to worry about it, but for me, I've noticed that I don't really focus on it. That's what he should have said. Don't focus on getting there. Focus on the wish fulfilled, because that will come from focusing on immersing yourself in the dream. And that's just sort of a confirmation for me within my own self that it's sort of a reaction that happens. You sort of feel the independence of the wonderful dream, and it sort of awakens within you this feeling of freedom and of acceptance. And you feel changed, and you go upon trusting what you did. You trust entirely in what you imagined. and you live entirely upon trust. And when you live upon trust, it's like there's no doubts. You can't doubt. It's a trust. Your trust is an acceptance that you don't know it all, but you're trusting in it completely. I don't know, but I trust in what I've imagined. I saw the end, and I trust in the end. That's what I trust in. Thank you for listening.
So again, I'm having a coffee, and I'm just gonna speak my mind on this topic, and the topic is about taking a chance, because that's what I've noticed. All of this is I haven't found it to work really well if you're trying to control everything. It's really when you go within yourself. It's when you let go of wanting it is when you really have it. It's to believe you have received what you desire, and you will. So what do I have to believe I've received? My desire. So I have to actually not necessarily be in desire and not necessarily be focused on what I will receive, but on what I have received inside. And when I go to meditate, I just notice that when I let go of wanting to control, and I let go of trying to, not necessarily to hold on to it, I have it. When I just let go, I start to have the things I otherwise want. And it's really just about taking the chance to do it. I haven't found this to be something that you force. It's something that you, in a sense, as Neville said, William Blake said, you want to fall into a state. You almost want to fall backwards into it. And this is really similar to what I heard in a dream when Neville told me that it's almost like you want to be a victim to the wonderful wish fulfilled. Like you want to almost be a victim, like you want it to overcome you. Or you want to fall into it. You want to accept it to a degree to where you feel like it almost accepted you. And within all of us, there are certain ideas and thoughts that we wish to have, but as being in an illusion, we think that we can't necessarily accept something in consciousness. Consciousness will sort of birth more consciousness, and you shouldn't go outside of oneself to sort of take a thought. You don't need to necessarily have something physical first. And you can test that on yourself. Do I need the physical thing first to accept that I have it? And it doesn't have to be anything physical. You can take a chance on a self-concept, an idea of yourself. Or you can just take the honest view. What do I honestly want to see about myself? You'll see the when you strip off the labels that you're given and you settle into your own I amness, which is the root of yourself, that you're not your government name, that you're not the race, you're not anything but man. And I mean that by generic man. You're nothing but man. And man's core is I am. And that is the name of God. Which, as I made a short recently, when that would pin you against many other false gods that you've been worshiping. And you have to accept the name and use the name wisely. It's a sort of a duty for man to do while he's here in this world, is to call upon the name in distress, in anxiety. Call upon the name when you need saving. And that's what Jesus Christ means. The name means Jehovah saves, and which means I am saves. And so when I need a savior, I go to the I am. I go to I am, which is my own self. I don't find it outside of me. So I don't, God's in a temple not made by human hands. So he dwells in us and is us. And in a sense, that it is sort of an inner and outer man. Although they're one, you operate it almost as if it's two to make sense of it. And when you go inside yourself, you need to see things as your own. I saw a comment recently that said that the person kept seeing a shadowy figure almost deny them of what they wanted. Every time they went to go take it, they were denied. And I used to have similar thoughts. I used to try to practice doing certain exercises in my mind, and I just couldn't do them. Like I always would fall, or I couldn't seem to walk. I almost had no ability inside. But over time, I was able to develop it and sustain a very vivid thought. But the commenter must see that it's them inside who's denying, that it all comes back to you. And these thoughts, these scenarios are sort of playing out to reveal to you who you think you are. It's always revealing I am. And we've attached certain labels to I am, certain ideas. And what I'm asking you to do is to take a chance on something new. All we have, it appears to me, is chances. You don't necessarily have to be the best or the greatest or the biggest. You don't necessarily have to. It's about taking the chance when it's there. You'll see it when it's there. And the whole point about taking the chance is that you don't know. And you have to accept a level of unknown to this, because as Neville said, he never cared about the when and the how. He imagined as if there was no time. He said, I would imagine as if I have all the time in the world, because I do. He would accept that fact, because that would free you from asking the when and the how. And when you focus on those two, you can't really focus on being the thing you want to be. You can't focus on saturating yourself with the new idea of yourself if you're constantly focused on when you will be it or how you will be it. You must go inward to the world where it already is that way and sort of rest in that world, or fall backwards, as Blake would say. Fall into the world. Or Neville would say he would yield into it. And he said, if you ask the question, well, what if it doesn't work? You haven't really yielded yet. You haven't necessarily taken the chance. That's all this is. It's dreaming up something new and taking a chance on it, immersing yourself into it. You won't pass away. You will survive. If you change yourself, you will survive. It will feel like a part of you has moved and the former feels dead, but you are the I am, which is an awareness that's present. We're told that he's the God of the living, not of the dead. And so you don't have to feel like you're going to die if you change states, even if you've been in a state for a long time. And that's what man is. Man is in states. And God became man, and man is in states. Because God's name's I am. So if you guys were all in front of me right now, and you guys were physical people in front of me, I would say that God became us. Because God's name's I am, and each one of us is I am. So he became us. And we will, in turn, be him, or be God. There's no other but I am. And in our ignorance and at times stupidity, we create many, many false gods to worship who don't do anything for us. It's not about clasping your hands or going to some building. Nothing to do with that at all. He's in a temple not built by human hands. So I don't need to go anywhere other than where I am. As Neville said, you can forget who you are, where you are. I can forget who I am, where I am, what I am, but I can't forget that I am. That is what you want to go back to the root of when you meditate. You want to find the core of yourself. Try to get deeper beyond the labels you were given, the names you were given, and the ideas you were given of yourself. And it does feel like it's a rubber band in a sense. You pull it all the way back to the I am, and then you selectively decide something that you want to attach to it, and you get shot forward again. And it seems like it's sort of like you're breathing. You go in and you come out. And that's really what our minds are in a sense. It's like a womb. And you'll give birth to your own concept. And again, I just want to reiterate that you want to take a chance. Don't see it as something you have to control or know everything about it. It's trusting in the idea that you otherwise don't see physically. I mean, it's nothing, it says that faith is hope, the assurance of things hoped for. The assurance of things hoped for. And hope, we're always hoping. We're always intending. Whenever you go somewhere, you're always expecting something out of the conversation or out of the place or the environment that you're at. You're always hoping for something. But faith, you transform it into faith when you are assured in the things you're hoping for. you feel assured. The thing's unseen. You call something as though it is seen, that's unseen. You believe you have received what you otherwise desire. And it's not something you're going to get perfect right away. And you should never apply that pressure on yourself. Neville himself wasn't perfect in it. It's not about that. It's about testing it. Be a tester of this instead of, again, trying to be the best at it, or being hard on yourself. That's not something you would desire anyways. So treat it, you almost want to be serious about it, but when you practice it lightly. So you want to be serious about your lightly practice to get it right. And I haven't found another way other than taking a chance. You're going to have to see it as you're always taking chances inside. You're always thinking something and taking a chance on it. And to no longer think about something and to now think from it. And the difference between those two is the concept of yourself. One will look to an idea of oneself and it would be lovely to be that. And others will actually start being it. And that's the difference between success and failure. That's the difference between having it or not. It's about doing the thing that you want to do. So you want to just take, for example, exercise. Start exercising in your mind. You just have to do it. What is it that you want to do? And start to do it. You want to paint, but you have no paint. And you want to paint something beautiful. Just start painting something beautiful in your mind. You want to be something, but you otherwise don't have the means. You start to be it. Consciousness doesn't seem, and nor does it appear to me, that it necessarily respects our senses. Doesn't necessarily see it as an obstacle. It almost doesn't even care. And we want to imitate that. Imitate that our minds have the ability to see beyond what's there. And it sort of almost in a way believes it's there. That's why you're seeing it. And you want to imitate that. So you start to believe your own imagination, which is to believe yourself and to trust in yourself that you've changed and moved into the positions you want. And then you find yourself to be your own savior. But you would never claim to be something other than I am. So when you move and save yourself, you would say that God saved me. And that's your very self. And that's a very important point, because I remember reading a story of Neville saying that this woman imagined receiving this bouquet of flowers. And they ended up receiving the flowers. But Neville's point wasn't, at this point, he wasn't necessarily interested too much in manifesting objects or receiving them. But the point was deeper than that, is that you want to thank the being. You can thank the person who gave you the flowers, but you truly want to thank the being within you that even made this event happen. And that's your own I am. That's your creator. So you thank the person, but really in your depths, you thank yourself. It's going to feel like another, but you're going to thank yourself. It's going to be you at the end of the day. And so if you needed something to motivate you, or you needed something you maybe been holding off on a certain idea, you have to see it as a chance. It's not something you're going to perfect. And it's not something you don't need to spend more time on it. What you need to do is you need to start being it beyond what your senses are telling you. You might be in a world full of no's, but you say yes to yourself. You grant yourself what you otherwise, you feel that you've received it. And meditate on that idea. Think about, what does it mean to desire something, and what does it mean to believe I've received it? What do these things actually mean to me? And how would I go about practicing such a thing? It's something I can do. How would I go about it? And in Neville's way, he said you add sensory vividness and you imagine. And I follow that as well. And I've found that, to me, I never really had a problem doing that. It was more about actually taking the chance on it and accepting it. It was something I've always wanted to do, but I was afraid to take the chance. I was waiting for something. I was waiting for something to change other than myself. Waiting for someone else, waiting for some opportunity. I didn't realize that it was me that I was waiting for this whole time, to take a chance on something and believe beyond what I otherwise have always known, or what I was always taught. And when you do that, you're going to have to live a different life, and you have to take a chance on that and accept it, and don't be afraid of it, and know that you will survive it. And you won't doubt it after that. You will stop doubting yourself. So instead of coffee this time, I'm having a beer. And I'm just, again, I'm reflecting on certain things. And I think it's a good idea at times to reflect on the successes you've had with the law, and maybe things you've imagined you've disliked, and reflecting on the thoughts and the ideas that you did overcome within you. You did overcome certain things that you should pay attention to. You should reflect on those successes as well. And I'm thinking about when Neville was told that he would never do anything with his voice when he went to speech school. And, he looks back at that and he said that, it feels like I needed that little push to get me to imagine that way. Because he said he went home after he was told that he would basically not make $1 off his voice. He started to imagine himself speaking and speaking and speaking. And that's something actually I did when I was young. No one ever told me that I wouldn't make money with my voice, but I'd always speak to myself all the time, and just contemplate on ideas, and this piqued my interest later in my life. But I just want to speak about some of the things I've heard in my life, and things that I've had to disentangle the idea that was sort of put on me when I was young. I was told many times that I would amount to nothing, that I was good for nothing. And I was told that I would do nothing with my life. And at first, when I was younger, it was painful. But then as I got older, I kind of just ignored those people. But that's the point. The point I'm trying to make is that Neville had to ignore what the person said. I've also had people tell me something very negative towards me, and then in the same exact voice, singing my praises. So you can definitely change if you change the voices that you're hearing in your life. And you should see it as voices that you're hearing, because that is what you're hearing. And the nature of these voices, they had an impact on me. But I did something. I changed the way I would imagine, which is exactly what Neville did. Is that when you hear something that you otherwise don't agree upon about yourself, change your imagining. Neville started to see himself, speaking, even though he was just told the facts of the life. And that's what the flood is, right? And that's what Neville says, the flood is on. And you're going to hear these no's. You're going to hear doubting voices coming at you. You're going to hear all of this. And when you see that it's sort of already happening within you, that you already are ignoring the doubts, you already are ignoring the words that they feel like they're damning towards you, you ignore them within yourself, and then you just naturally don't pay attention to voices like that in your external. We're dealing with states. And when you see you're dealing with states, it is basically the idea that someone isn't necessarily evil themselves, is that they're in the state of evil or in the state of good, because you can move in between those. So you're not necessarily the state itself, but you're in a state. And we are the spirit, the I am that became man, and to experience man's world. And that's exactly what we're doing. And the consciousness that dwells within us is, in a sense, it obeys us. If I ask it to conjure up an image of evil towards another, it will conjure up that image. It allows me free range to imagine what I wish. But I shouldn't just imagine anything. I should imagine things that are beneficial to me, things that uplift me. And obviously those words that he heard, or the words that I've heard in my life, they didn't necessarily uplift me. And I've had to find my own voice inside that was determined, that was uplifting, that always seemed to know myself. It always seemed to know the right thing to say. And then I realized that that voice was me the entire time. I might have felt that at certain moments in my life that it felt like another voice, something. I couldn't believe that I was that uplifting of myself. I didn't realize I cared that much about myself. But that voice in me was always still. It was always patient. It was always calm. It always knew. It was always knowing. And it's in everybody. And I've seen it in everyone. But it gets ignored. And you listen to the voices that told you no. Or you listen to the voices that have said that you would amount to nothing. And you wonder why they said that. You wonder why they think that. But if you can see that, most likely, you might have been feeling that already inside of you before they said it, and that's why it hurt, then if you haven't conquered that inside of you, it's going to be challenging to conquer it outside of you. And how do you conquer a voice inside? And from studying Neville's work over the years, what I discovered is that it's indifference. You have to become indifferent. I used to fight with myself, inside myself, with these voices that make you feel like you should stop, that you should quit, that maybe they're right. Everyone has had that. And in Neville's point, he would say, forget all of that and assume the wish fulfilled. And I never try to change what Neville said, and I don't try to change what Scripture says. I just try to read it and just kind of take what I can from it. And what I hear from that when he says, forget all that and sort of take the labels off that you were given and assume something about yourself. It's something you have to try for yourself. And when you actually succeed, it becomes, you start to realize that really the only bondage you have is within you. And it was the belief in those voices. And when it comes to indifference, instead of fighting it, when you start to fight with things on the inside, or you start to force the wish fulfilled on yourself, or you try to force things, you're sort of implying that there's powers at play here that are in conflict with one another. But really, there's only one power here, and that's yourself. And so you're really just warring against yourself. And that's just logically what you're doing. Now, that might not necessarily fulfill the emotional side of you, but emotionally, it's an unkind thing to do. It's not necessarily efficient to fight within oneself. That should be obvious. So how do I get myself to not fight these words that otherwise are making me feel like I should stop? I've learned that it's just indifference. It's exactly what you would do if somebody were to say something you feel deeply untrue about you. You wouldn't fight with them. You would simply move on, as if they're a voice in your head. You just completely move on, almost as if you didn't even hear it. And now you're not pretending, and you're not ignoring. You're indifferent, meaning that there is no words that you speak back to yourself, and there are no emotional replies. It's just moving on. And that's really what you're supposed to do when you move through states. So you had a certain idea of yourself for a long time that otherwise makes you feel small, and you want to feel larger. But when you go to feel larger, you feel you don't feel like you're allowed to take that. You have to learn to become indifferent to the smallness in you. It's just an idea, and it doesn't need a reaction. And you can test that. Do I need something physical first to stop this reaction? You'll see you don't. It's all within you. And you can test that, and you should test that. Am I allowed to feel larger than what I am now without anything physical? And you'll see that you can. And you should. And that's what I've gotten out of Neville's work. Now, this isn't the only thing I've gotten. I've had many experiences similar to his. But as far as the practicality of it, it comes down to you willing to be indifferent to the voices you don't want to hear within yourself, parts of you that you want to silence, and you're allowed to do so. And it doesn't matter necessarily what the words are. If you wish to close your ears to it and hear something else, you're allowed to. So really what you're doing is, in a sense, you're learning to let go of your You let go of the labels. You let go of your reactions to the thoughts you don't want. You let go of listening to the voices. You drop it. You let it all go. And you'll find what emerges from that is a tranquility, a strength, a peace, a hope, a faith in yourself that you've always had. But we are given our attention to things that otherwise don't serve us. And Neville has said that many times. He wasn't perfect with his attention either. And he said this in his books, but he tried. And that's all we can ask for out of ourselves, is to try to become disciplined on this law. At times you're going to think things that you don't wish to think. You're going to feel things that you don't wish to feel about yourself, but you just learn to be patient and be disciplined and consistent on thinking of the ways you want to think about yourself. And when you start to test it and see that you don't necessarily need a physical thing in front of you first, then you can do it anywhere. Anywhere. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be drinking a beer. You could be anywhere and imagine yourself free. And you can just treat it like a test. Can I see myself free from this thing that I otherwise feel in bondage to, this thing that I have felt always in bondage to? Can I feel that I can imagine beyond what people have told me I am? Can I supersede their judgment? And so you get told that you're not going to do anything with your voice. You get told you're not going to become anything in life. You're not going to do anything in life. Although you might have heard it, you don't have to believe it. And you won't. You're going to eventually see yourself in a high light, in a noble light, something that actually makes you feel motivated in yourself, something that you feel committed to. And that is what faith is. It's loyalty to the unseen state. Loyalty. And that's true loyalty to oneself. Because in this life, you're going to change. You're going to have to change. How you change and what you change into, you're either going to be a part of someone else's plan or you create your own. You either become what other people have told you or you decide for yourself what you're going to start imagining about yourself. And so if pressures come on and you're being pressed to change, you change in the way that benefits you, that motivates you, and you stay loyal to that. And loyalty is a true letting go of what you were and truly committing yourself to something new, the same way you would do it in any other, just the same way we commit to things in this world. It's something you fully believe in. It's something you hold. And even though doubting words come, you stay loyal to it. Even when you're told no, you stay loyal to it. And that's what Brazen Impudence is all about. And maybe that's what I should call this video. And that is what it's about, is really, when it comes down to it, physical obstacles are not necessarily that big of an issue. It's the words that you've been told. It's the words you believe in. And what words do you believe in? Do you believe your imagination when you see yourself beaming, when you see yourself radiant, when you see yourself in the ways that you wish? Do you believe in it? Do you believe your own imagination, or do you doubt it? And do you believe in these silly ideas that you're taught about yourself, or these gods who don't reply? You know, this is a God that we're speaking about that actually shows you yourself, that you hear yourself. There's action being done. There's activity being done. It's not dead. It's active. It's always working. But you have the ability to direct in the routes in which it goes down. And you, as Neville said, forget all of it. Forget all of that and assume your wish fulfilled. And I love his confidence in that, where, you know, I remember the story where he wanted to be with his son, and he said he imagined touching the back of his son's head in just a very simple scene, which implied that he had his son. And he said the family was speaking ill of him, and he just ignored it and decided to assume what he had anyways. And that's what a lot of us have had to do. We have to ignore what otherwise was said and believe our imagination to be a power which supersedes the doubting words of other people. And it's something we have to remain disciplined in. So that's what this video was simply about. I just wanted to speak on the idea of being in a life of, being in the flood of facts in which you're taught and told who you are. And you need to learn to teach yourself and learn to speak new words that you wish, fulfill your own desire there where I'm sure you want to speak. You have a desire to speak new words to yourself, and you should fulfill that. And you don't need to, wait for anything. You can start right now and change your own imagining. But as of right now, I feel completed in speaking. I think I'm going to be done. But thank you for listening. Someone recently asked me how many times does Neville appear in my dreams, and it's not very often, but last night his voice appeared in my dream. And this dream was it felt like a normal dream where for some reason I was in college. I haven't been in college in years, but in the depths of me, I'm in college. In the depths of me, I'm playing sports in college. I'm talking to people. I'm angry. I'm upset at losing. I'm also happy and excited to play. I'm basically living a very normal life. And then I was all of a sudden shot out of this dream. And then I'm looking at what appeared to be the universe, and I'm seeing sort of just little specks of, light. And then Neville's voice came upon the dream and it said, "This is a world of darkness." And then it's like inside the dream, I realized I was dreaming all of that life. And it was just a very, very normal life. And this really is just like the movie Vanilla Sky, where, the main character, David, is, he's works for a magazine company. He's living a lavish lifestyle, and he's, he kind of has some tragedies in it. He also has his own successes in it, and it all feels incredibly real. And then one day he realizes that he's in a dream. It's just a dream. And he wakes up from it. And what appeared so normal and, even lavish, or even the tragedy, it was all a dream. And that's the same thing that happened to me in this dream, where in the moment when I was living the life, it was just like any other day. But then all of a sudden you're shot out and you see reality from a different angle. You see the dream from a different angle. And this angle wakes you up in a sense. And you no longer can see reality the exact same way anymore. Where while you're living it, it doesn't feel like you're in a dream until you see it from a different angle. And then I wanted to see what Neville said about this. And I stumbled upon this quote that really encapsulated the dream that I had. And he said, "So you and I agreed to dream and to dream in concert. And this is our dream, a world of darkness, a world that is a nightmare. But in the end, you're untouched by the dream and you will awaken. When you come back, they are waiting for you and you are untouched, unsoiled by the dream, but enriched by it and glorified by it because you experienced that travel in darkness." And he always speaks about how this will be an enriching experience. And there's been many times where I've had dreams where, things happen in the dream that although it was just a dream, I did feel enriched by it. I felt like I gained wisdom from it. I felt like I gained an understanding either about myself or reality itself. Even though it was a dream, there was much to learn from it, and I gained much from it. And many times people will try to say that life, this reality is like a simulation, or they'll say it's like you're an avatar, like in a video game. But I always find those analogies to fall short. I think the closest thing is that reality is like a dream. A dream can mimic reality to such an intense degree, because that's really what it feels like. It can feel like a dream. But while you're in it, if the dream feels independent, you don't necessarily feel like you're dreaming. It feels like it's happening to you. Even if you were to fall asleep tonight and in the depths you dreamt a dream where you're living life like I did, and it feels independent, if you told me I was dreaming, I wouldn't believe you in it. It would feel like, no, I'm in college. How could I be dreaming up a college? How could I be dreaming up an experience? How could I be dreaming up sports? How could I be dreaming up anything? And when Neville took me out of it and sort of tilted reality, or I really just saw it from a different angle, I'm looking at the same exact reality. just from a different angle. It's the same dream. And it really was dark. This world can be very dark. And we're dreaming this really dark world, and we truly are the light in it. And then he continues to say, you will find that in this book, The Candle of Vision, where he begins quoting two passages, one from Proverbs and one from Job. He said, the spirit of man is the candle of the Lord. And when his candles shine upon my head, by its light I walk through darkness. And then he says, your imagination is the light of the world. And this goes together with the thread of the other dream, where I had the dream where I saw the light inside of me. And it's in everybody, because that is the core of ourselves. We're the core of imagination. We're the center of it. And this light that Neville was very interested in, he was looking at himself, which I would also claim I was looking at myself. So we're one. Everyone, in a sense, is one, individualized. And even though in Vanilla Sky he goes through tragedies, in the end he's actually untouched by the dream. And in this dream, we can have dreams of nightmares. We can dream horrors while we're here. And I would advise everyone to not dream horrors, because it's a misuse, in my opinion, of imagination. I think it's a total misuse of it. While you're here in this dream of ours, in this world of darkness, imagine things that you love. Try to fill your mind with things that you love. Contemplate on the things that are really in the depths of you. And that's what these dreams are. I might be sleeping in this plane of existence, but in the depths of me, I'm awakening to the idea that I'm just dreaming. And even the good things were just a dream, and the bad things were a dream. But the dreamer don't go away. The dream is showing me, the dreamer, something. But the dreamer doesn't go away. The dream might fade away, but I don't fade away. I remain. But I remain feeling enriched by the experience, untouched by the experience. And Neville's correct. That is what's happening. And he didn't say that to scare me. It's what he said. It's educative darkness. And it was to educate me, to inform me, to contemplate on. I noticed I woke up and I felt like I had to think about this a lot more. And I've always knew this to a degree. And I've actually seen it in other dreams. But this was just the most recent one. And it seemed like a message that has, been said to me more than once now. So I should probably pay attention to it. Because at times this world can feel dark. It can feel, we see many using the imagination to dream up horrors. It can feel dark. But we have to keep our focus on the light, which is our imagination, which is actually what we must live by. We must live by vision and not by our own physical sight. So we live really dreaming. If you follow this work, then you will have to decide one day to live upon your dream, to live upon the imagination, to feast upon it, for it to be your daily bread. So even despite of the horrors of the world, despite the nightmare, you keep imagining that you have the good, that you have the things that you otherwise need while you're here. And by the looks of it, it looks like we will awake, and we're not here forever. And I wasn't stuck forever living in that dream where I was in college doing this, that, and the other. It wasn't a forever thing. It was really, I was being educated. So even though there might be dreams of wars here, and there might be dreams of envy, you simply keep going about your own business and you imagine the things that you otherwise want to imagine. You don't need some external permission or some external, really anything, to change your imagining, to change the dream, to change the dreaming within you. And the moment you change the dreaming, the moment you start to contemplate on these things, you will start to have these dreams. I haven't met anybody who doesn't start to contemplate. You don't have to, here's what I mean by contemplate. I don't mean you try to figure it out. I really don't mean that. I don't mean that you try to understand it with force, or you try to logically make your way through it, or you try to use your intelligence to figure it out. These things are revealed, but I've noticed that they seem to come quicker if you just think about them. Feel them What is it? What do you feel when you hear that life's a dream? That it's educative darkness. That we in concert dreamed a dream of darkness, a nightmare together. What does that feel like? Now I'm speaking to more of your depths. Your physical, on this physical plane, things of the depths will feel like blasphemy. When I tell you that you're dreaming, it feels like a blasphemy to the outer man. It can't be. But to the depths of us, we feel that it's true. And that's who I'm addressing in all my videos. I'm trying to address the deeper one within you, the one who is dreaming, the one who is imagining, the one who's putting themselves in the positions they want to be in on the inside, the one who is, and as I said, you could be aimlessly scrolling on your phone, but you might be imagining something entirely different from your phone. What are you doing? I'm asking you, the inside, what are you doing when I address you? What are you saying? You're doing something and you're saying something, and it matters to you. It's important enough for you to imagine it. So all my videos, I'm addressing the dreamer, inside man. And I remember I read a comment recently where someone said they saw me and Neville trying to wake them up inside. They had a dream and they saw me and Neville trying to wake them up. But they were kind of awake, but they couldn't open their eyes. Maybe it wasn't time for them yet, but it was close. It's coming close for them. And I've noticed that the more you contemplate on this stuff, you do appear in people's dreams, trying to wake them up as well. Because we're one being. In the depths, we are one being. On this realm, on this plane that Blake says we take upon human display, human form, we appear as many. But in the depths, we're all dreamers. In the depths, we're one dreamer. And for some, just like this world, if you go on vacation with a group of people, some people wake up later, other people wake up early. Some don't, pay attention to what they're doing. They start to open up the curtains, and some people get mad and they want to stay sleeping. So we all awake at different times. Our time we will awake though, but our timing can be different for each of us. But regardless, if you've heard this, think about what is being said here. And don't see it as just like Edward's saying that this is something that has been revealed to me as well. It's something I have to think about. I spent a lot of time trying to understand the dreamer, and that's what we need to get to. We need to get to. You can think of the meaning of a dream and the contents the contents inside the dream, but try to work your way back to the who of everything, the cause of the dream. So if I had a nightmare, let's say I have a nightmare tonight, I can try to figure out the nightmare, figure out this thing, but really what I'm being revealed is that I'm dreaming a nightmare. I go back to the I. I cause the nightmares. The dreamer causes them. It's the dreamer who has the power to cause the nightmare. And so when I wake up and go throughout my day, I think about the dream that I had. I think about the dreamer of that dream. I think about that there is no dream without a dreamer. There is no nightmare without the one dreaming the nightmare. And then I go throughout my day and I start to see myself imagining this, that, and the other. And then I might find myself imagining all these things. And later that night, I have a dream about all the things I imagined in the day. And so the things I dream in the day are the things I might dream at night. And realizing the who, I can go throughout the next day and learn from that and realize that I have the power to change the dream, to change what I'm doing inside myself. At any moment in time, I can discard the senses. I can just stop them for a moment, enter myself and change the dream. Patiently. I can be as patient as I want. I can be as forceful as I want. I'd recommend being patient to change the dream, change what you're doing, change what the dreamer's doing. So don't try to, it's really not about anything on this plane. On this plane, you might feel unworthy. What I mean by this plane, I mean the physical plane. You might feel unworthy of dreaming something new or dreaming a new state of mind. But on a higher plane, that is already done. On this other body that I have, it seems to supersede organ perception, and I can go beyond it and see myself the way I would like to be. Neville said, walk around as if things are the way you would like them to be. Start to live life from that angle of reality. You've been living it from one angle, from the inside. Now move to a different angle. This isn't about anything on the outside, so you don't need to think you're unworthy, or you have to work something out outside of yourself before you can work it out within yourself. So that's the message for this, is that we're all dreaming, as Neville said, in concert. We're dreaming this whole thing together.
And you can change the dream. Change it by simply daring to assume that you are now what reason is going to tell you, that you're not it now, and it's difficult to imagine that you ever will be it. Forget that. All things are possible to God, and you found who He is. He is your own wonderful human imagination. That's God. So assume it, and then let it happen in your world. I'll give you a little secret. People say, I work so hard at it. Imagination will do little that we seek from compulsion. It will do little, if anything, until we have imagined the wish fulfilled. He does not move under compulsion. We have to imagine the wish fulfilled for imagination to take action. So when people will tell you, but I work so hard at it, well, that's why you're failing. If you really believe that all things are possible to God, and God is your own wonderful human imagination, and His ways are higher than your mortal level, well then, what are you interfering with that state for? Assume the end, and don't work it at all. You'll be moving under compulsion to manifest if you simply assume it and let it be. What do you do after someone is pregnant? You just let it be. And if you don't, if you interfere with it, you're going to perform a certain miscarriage. But the same thing is true of a mental miscarriage. You simply assume that you are and go about your business. And when you least expect it, you feel the evidence of it coming into your world. And then you can speak with the authority of experience. Now let us go into the silence.
I made a tweet recently that I wanted to share and speak about it. And it said that if you could see that the person you are now is going to be the person you are tomorrow, you would change yourself now. Because I want to speak from my own experience. Waiting for something to happen, waiting for a change to happen, nothing happens. All you get every day is the state you're in now. You're waiting for tomorrow for yourself to be different when you could change yourself now. But every single day, you're just greeted with the same state. You really wish it would be different, and you can't understand why it's not different. But when you see it's yourself that needs to be different, you would release who you are now and change yourself to that different. Waiting for someone to come give it to you, it's not going to happen. Waiting for something to come give you the state that you're looking for won't happen. And everyone wants that, but it won't happen. What happens is that you have to take these things. You have to appropriate these things. They're yours for the taking. And I spent a lot of time justifying why I'm not in the state I want to be in, why I'm not appropriating it. I would come up with some reason as to why I can't be it, or why I can't imagine it. And I spent a lot of time, and I wasted time. I spent a lot of time being afraid of taking certain states, taking certain opportunities inside me. I spent a lot of time fearing what could go wrong if I took this good state, believe it or not. I used to always think that. What could go wrong if I took this good thing? And so I wouldn't take the good thing. I'd always look and find the wrong in the good. And now I didn't realize I was creating it at the time. I didn't realize that I was the author of these fears and of this wrongness. So I couldn't ever really believe in the good that I wanted to believe in within me. I always struggled to accept it. And so I waited. I waited for things to be different, and I waited, and I waited. And then another day would pass, and I'd be greeted with the same state. I'd be greeted with the same reflection, because life's a living mirror. And I'd be greeted with the same state that I'm in right now. No one could tell me. I mean, I wanted to be different more than anybody. I hungered for it, as Neville said. I really hungered for this. But I just waited. I couldn't see that it was within me. The change I'm looking for was within me. I was looking for a change of circumstance first, before I did anything internal. I wanted the external to be different first before I changed the internal, which is completely opposite to what's being taught here. Completely opposite to the practice I should be practicing. But I waited. So learn from my mistake. Don't wait. Don't wait for a change to happen. Be, it sounds cliche, but you want to be the change now. I laugh because these are things that, you read them when you're walking in the mall or something on someone's like little purse, and you think, oh, that's so stupid. But then it kind of makes sense. It makes sense when you apply it. There's all these little quotes around that you take for granted. You think they're stupid, but then when you think about them, they make sense. Something as simple as, there's no better time than to change than now. Now, you think about that for a month. You'll see it's true. You'll see that if you don't take the opportunity, somebody else will take it. If you don't take the state, then it just kind of remains unoccupied within you. It just remains there. It's just kind of dead. It hasn't been resurrected in you. It hasn't been given life, because that's what you are. You give life to thoughts. You give reality to them. And so throughout the day, we're granting reality to these imaginal acts, and they may not be things we otherwise want. And we're waiting for something to give us a different imaginal act, truly, if you think about it. We're waiting for a physical change to give us an internal one. Not realizing that we're in complete control of what we do internally. It doesn't feel that way at first because you're not aware that you have control. So it doesn't feel that way. It's what you're aware of. So what are you aware of having? What are you aware of being? It's awareness, as the book is called, The Power of Your Awareness by Neville. It's your awareness that decides what is being given life to. So don't wait to give your awareness to something you want. It's a beautiful thing when you see it. It's a hurtful thing when you don't. And that's exactly what it says in Scripture about wisdom. Wisdom is something that he who doesn't love me injures himself. And it's true. And this power, your imagination, is also a wisdom. And the wisdom is really not to reason with it. Can you imagine it? Can you go beyond the state you've always known and see yourself in a state you want to be in? Don't be scared. You can do it. You've already done it, truly. And when you see that you already have done it, all the anxieties start to come down. You start to become more relaxed. You come back to being stable and still, as it says, to be still and know that I'm God. You come back to relax. You remembered. But when you forget, you become nervous. You start to imagine out of compulsion. But it doesn't work too well. You wait anxiously for something to happen. Instead of acting within, you wait for some action to happen. And so we have to live from a principle that it's within first, then without. And always try your best to remain in that principle, in the remembrance of that principle, because when you fall into the illusion, you get tricked into thinking it's outside first and then it's inside. You risk waiting. You risk just waiting. And you might think, well, I can't do anything physically. But don't wait. Put it this way, if I was a prisoner, if I was in prison for something, I wouldn't wait till I was freed on the sentence. As Neville says, don't wait for the sentence. You free yourself now. You walk outside of those bars. But just because me and you might not be in prison physically, prison or freedom, these are mental states. You can be imprisoned to anything within you. It doesn't matter what it is. You can feel completely imprisoned to it. Feel like you have to follow and obey any assumption. You don't have to. You're allowed to be free. You're allowed to untie the knot that you've tied yourself in. So freedom is a mental state. It's not just a physical one. And when you see these things are mental states, the appropriation, the taking of them becomes obvious. Because if you don't take them, you just remain as you are. So if you've been listening to me for a while and you've read my work for a long time, you know I don't typically do how-to videos, like really short and concise how-to videos. I'm going to today, though. And what you should do with this is just experiment with it. I'm not going to bring in my own ideas as to what I think about reality and the idea of this being a dream or the idea of God or anything like that. I'm just going to keep this very short and concise. And when it comes to changing your reality, you must first start with changing your imagining successfully. And when it comes to changing our imagining successfully, there are two main components I think are necessary for it to be successful. But first, what you want to do is you want to get relaxed. You want to become calm. You want to become more grounded. You want to become still. And the way you do this that I found is that you learn, so it's a practice, you learn to let go of the senses. You learn to let go of whom it concerns outside of you. You let go of really everything, the circumstance. You let it completely fall to the wayside. You completely become relaxed. Because the more relaxed you become, the easier it is to imagine these things that you desire. There's no force or effort going to be required of you. So relax. The least amount of effort yields the most amount of results inside. So get your body calmed and relaxed. Second is that there's two main components to imagining your desire. The first component is that the imaginal act, and by imaginal act, I mean either a conversation or a scene. It has to imply that a change has already happened, either in you or your world. It has to imply this. This is absolutely necessary. A good example of this is when Neville gave the idea of, let's say you want an apartment. Every single night, you don't imagine how you're going to acquire this apartment or the means to acquire it. You sleep there every night. You fall asleep in the bed in the apartment mentally, because that's what you would do every single day if you lived there, right? So you want to mimic what you would do here in this outer world and mimic it inside. So that's the first component. It must imply a change about you or your world. The second thing is that the imaginal act must feel as a present fact to you. It must feel like it's happening in the here and now, not something that's going to happen in the off-distant future while you're imagining it. The reason for that is that these two components remove the when and the how. You're not wondering when you're going to acquire this apartment or when you're going to acquire this thing. You already have it. And you are also not going to wonder how it's going to happen because, again, you already have it. It's a present fact that has already happened. So you're experiencing it as a present fact that has already happened. So you go from what you desire, go a little bit beyond it, and that is what you imagine. That is what you persist in. That is the imaginal act you persist in. It could be short and simple. As long as it implies something, as long as you feel it in the present moment as a present fact, not in the off too distant future, you feel it in the here and now. You bring what otherwise a dream that feels far away and you bring it near to you. That is what we're doing. Now, this, when you feel it as a present fact, it might elicit an emotional response from you. You might be relieved. You might feel happy. You might feel at peace. You might feel joy. You might not feel much, but regardless, if these two main components are there, I think that those are the two necessary ingredients to changing your world, which changes yourself, really. It changes your imagining successfully. You're not wishing for it to happen. You're not thinking about it. You're thinking from it, and it already has happened. You're experiencing what has already happened. You're participating and experiencing the imaginal act as a present fact. That is what you're doing. Then in the course of the day, if you happen to think about this again, just enjoy it. Don't worry about it. Just think about it if it pops up again. If not, just do your daily responsibilities. If you happen to have a doubt in the day, just bring yourself gently right back to it. And then trust in what you have done. Trust in the internal action you have made. Trust is the antidote to doubt and fear. So if you start to feel afraid, you start to feel nervous again, just bring yourself back to trusting in what you have done. You have successfully imagined. You've set it in motion. And really trust that you have. You've set this thing in motion. The cogs will be turning in reality. And events in a bridge will unfold to lead you to what has already happened. So you walk in your own confidence in what you have done internally. And you sustain it by trusting your imagination. You trust that your imagination has the way it means to achieve what you've imagined. As I said, I'm going to keep this short. I'm going to finish this off soon. And just take this and experiment with it. Have fun with it and play with it. and enjoy it. Enjoy what you're imagining. Truly enjoy it. Embrace it. Feel it. Just remember when you test this out, treat it as an experiment, because that's what Neville says, is that it's an experiment, or faith is an experiment that turns into an experience. Enjoy. There was this quote that I've read recently from Neville that I've read before, and I've read many similar, but this one just really has been on my mind, and I've been replaying it and reciting it over and over again, just because I can't get my mind off of it. And I want to explain my ideas from this quote. And the quote is this: your imagination puts you in touch with states of consciousness far grander than reason can interpret. So we must first start with seeing ourselves as imagination. So when I talk to you or I address you on my videos, I'm speaking to the imaginal self. I'm speaking to you as if you're imagination housed in a body. So the flesh, I see it as cloth. It's like a garment you're wearing. It's something you're housed in. And you are us, the imagination that's housed in this body, finds itself in states. And it can move into states. It can be in other states. And these states find itself expressing through us with emotion. It finds us as two people. No two people interpret life the same way. And our interpretations of life, our ideas of ourselves, all of this is unique to us. Now, we can live upon that, what we were given from childhood. We can live upon what we were given, teenagehood and adulthood, whatever it is. The ideas we learn shape us and how we want to accept them. But we don't have to remain in the past. So if you find yourself in the past, you, the imaginal self, you keep placing yourself in the past. That's why you keep seeing it in the mind. And so when you feel like you can't be freed from your past, it's because you are inside placing yourself there. You feel stuck in it. So you're in a state from the past, and you feel you can't leave the past, so you keep seeing the past. So the dreams that we have inside of ourselves are reflecting the people in it, the situation, just like a dream is reflecting different aspects of the dreamer. And so life is, so our inner life is like a living mirror. And it mirrors back to us in a living way ourselves, the dreamer. But us let me address it as imagination. Us as imagination will find ourselves in this world in states of consciousness. We will find ourselves in states inside of ourselves. But the imagination can puts us in touch, as Neville said, with states of consciousness far grander than reason can interpret. So the first two things, when you imagine yourself in a new state of mind, Neville said it like it's like a new pair of shoes. You have to break them in for it to feel comfortable. But the first two things that doubt it are your senses and your reason. Those are the first two things that doubt your imaginal state that you want to accept. Whether it's reason or whether whichever one wins. I don't know. It could be you could doubt it instantly because you don't think you are capable. Because whatever it is about yourself. Or you can doubt it because you just don't think the circumstances allow such a thing to come into being. So you doubt what can come into being from yourself. And so you don't believe in it. So you listen to reason, you listen to your doubt, you listen to the questions that come up. And so you never really believe the state that you found yourself in. It feels like a dream. It feels like a fantasy. But you, the imaginal self, it's not really a fantasy. If you see from the perspective of the imaginal self, it's true. You're in a different state of mind. You're in a different dream. You can put it that way. But us being the dreamer, when we dream something new that feels uncomfortable, where you're actually getting respect, where you actually have the things you otherwise think you don't have, where you place yourself. In my last video, or the one that says, don't wait to change, someone wrote that they had a dream where they were waiting for the cashier to come to check them out, but nobody came, and they just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. They realized they dreamt up a dream of waiting, and so waiting is a dream. All this is a dream, really, and it's a dream. It's a large dream, and we dream within this dream. But the dreams we dream within this dream feel real to us, even though they are actually dreams. Once you see that, then you can switch over from dreaming nightmares all the time to dreaming beautiful daydreams, where you can immerse yourself in it, where you actually believe in them. And by belief, I mean that you experience them. Like right now, I don't doubt that I'm in front of a mic. I don't doubt it. I don't really have to really believe in it. And no one's convincing me. Now I can persuade myself to add the tones of reality to the imaginal act to make me believe in it. But I also, for me, what I do is I just tone down and tune the reasoning down to a level that I can't really hear it anymore. I try not to listen to the doubts. I resist the urge to doubt. I resist the urge to reason, as I have an urge at times. I want to feel something that clearly my senses instantly, but I don't have a problem removing the senses. I've never had an issue with that. It's always the reason that gets me. The reason is what draws me right back into believing that the state that I just came in contact with within myself, I can't sustain it. I can't have it. I can't be it. So the reason is always what pulls me back. And that's the only power that's truly effective inside one's own self, is doubt, that can stop you from imagining yourself the way you would like to be. It's doubt. In imagination, it's doubt. Now, the world can people who just judge by the senses, of course they're not going to see what you imagined. Of course they're not going to believe in it. They're judging by senses. And so what we judge by, we're enslaved by. And they're judging by the senses, so they're going to come up to you and tell you that you're crazy for ever imagining something beyond the senses. Beyond your lashes, as I once read. That it's truly to me, a tragedy that somebody would not imagine beyond their senses. Because they have an imagination. And they can see themselves in a new light, and to only believe in what you see, to me, it's limiting. Because I can't deny, if it comes down to what I see, if I just add a perception to myself, instead of feeling like I must be bound to one perception, which is my organ perception, if I add another perception and call it my inner perception, and I see from that perception, then I come into contact with states of mind that I otherwise can't see physically, but I can see mentally. And what does that mean to me? Well, if I can start to make it real, I notice I have an internal shift within me. Something starts to change. I put on a new pair of boots mentally in my head. I have a pair of boots that I've paid for that were handmade, and they had a leather sole, and they were horrible when you first wore them. But now I put them on after 2 years of wearing them, and they're great. I love them. And the leather has shaped to my foot. And that's really what imagination is like. It's like a pot. It's like a clay. It's like a leather boot. It's all of this is just symbolizing what it can do, what it's like. And so the moral of this is to imagine oneself beyond your senses. Allow yourself the freedom to do it for once. You've been bound by them your whole life. You might as well try. You're not going to go crazy. You think you're going to go crazy, but you're not going to. You will see that those states of consciousness that you want to entertain and immerse yourself with will make you feel almost sane. It'll calm you down. It will feel more confident in yourself. You'll walk in that confidence. And as I once said, I have many plants in my room, but I don't check them every 10 minutes to see if they've grown. They would look the same to me over and over again. So I don't keep checking the outside. And then one day you walk into your room and you just notice that the cactus grew. You don't pay attention to it for a little while, and then next thing you know, it grew. Same is true with this reality. I'm not saying that don't pay attention. I'm saying don't let the anxiety of having to check upon it over and over again get to you. Know that it will work. And when you start to utilize your imagination, when you start to imagine and start to become successful with your imagination, with changing yourself, you can start to trust your imagination more. And then you will live upon that trust. And you won't put your God won't be in something outside of yourself. You won't value things beyond your own imagination, because you'll know that that's where things stem from. You'll see it as the maker of things. And you'll trust in it completely. And you'll see that the thing you've been looking for has been within you all along. You just thought it was outside. And so you seek that church and that place and that person. And you seeked all these things. You bowed to this and bowed to that to hopefully find it. To have, the worthiness or whatever it is that you wanted for so long, but it's always been within you. You didn't have to go outside yourself. So when you keep testing the imagination, keep testing your own imagination, and then eventually you'll trust it. You'll trust it completely. So take what I said, take what Neville said, and just meditate upon it. Really contemplate on what's being said here. See if you found something freeing about it, and why was it freeing? Who did it free? You'll see it's yourself from within. That's who it freed. So for this meditation, I want the goal to be to release the external, to let the senses go and let the doubt flee. And I want you to move from a state of trying to get into a state of actually having and feeling that you have. And so first I want you to get comfortable. You're going to want to be relaxed. You don't really need your body. You don't need to exert effort. And just repeat a phrase. Say, I'm going to let go of the external, and I'm just going to be here now. I'm going to let the outside be the way it is, and I'm just going to be here now. And let yourself naturally become grounded. And now that we've let go of the outside, I want you to think about the security, the safety, the freedom, the power, the joy, the relief, the rest that you want. And now I want you gently to assume that you have these things. And right away when you do that, you might have reason, you might have doubt appear. Just let them stay. Now I want you to assume you have those things again, and this time, allow yourself to not listen to the doubt and to the reason, and allow yourself for once to go beyond it and to imagine beyond it and to accept things beyond what your reason accepts, what your doubt says. And I want you to trust that you have these things, that they've always been within you. Whatever comes up, just let it be. Allow your body to be free. Allow it to be relaxed. Allow it to be open. We're not trying to control anything. We don't need to. We're just accepting we have things. And what you'll notice is every time you let go of reason, you let go of your own doubt, you start to gain the energy that you've been misusing it on. All the energy that you've been using to block yourself comes back to you. And you will see there's nobody else within us that is doubting. And let's do it again. Think about the safety, the security, the freedom, the relief, the joy, the stillness that you want. And let's again assume that we have these things even more than we did before. And your reason might stop you again. It might block you from receiving even more than what you first gave yourself. But let go of the doubt. Let go of the reason. We don't need it right now. And once again, we'll see that it is ourselves that limits our own freedom, our own security, our own relief, our own joy, that we've always had the power to grant it to ourselves, to provide ourselves with our own peace. And so let's do that one more time. We're going to let go of the world. We're going to let the senses be. And I want you to think about peace, stillness, freedom, power, safety, security, joy, relief, all these wonderful things. And I want you to believe and assume and trust in your heart that you have these things now. And if reason comes, if doubt comes, you don't need that right now. You can let it go. This is about having the things that we want, not about doubting them or reasoning with them. It's about acceptance. And so again, we see that it is ourselves that limits these things within us. If we learn to let go of reason, to let go of doubt, to let go of the external, and we replace it with the internal, and with trust in our own imagination. And so I hope this meditation helped you become more grounded, taught you how to release the external, and how to let go of doubt and reason. And instead you trust in your own imagination. And so let us keep this tradition alive, and let us go into the silence. In many of my videos, I use the word imagination, and I speak about going to the end. Very Neville verbiage. And I'm going to continue it, but I'm going to change it a bit. Instead of saying imagination, I'm going to use the word awareness. I think that this change in words can result in a clarity given to you, and that you'll be able to practice this from a little bit of a different angle that actually allows a bit more freedom, in my opinion, because trying to imagine perfectly is stressful. So let's just change the verbiage a bit, and hopefully we can gain some motivation to actually practice this. And as you know, Neville has a book called The Power of Your Awareness, which is a fantastic book to read. It's pretty short, and it covers a lot of topics. So I'd recommend you read it. But my interpretation of that is this, that my awareness, it has a name. And the name of my awareness is I am. Now, I am to me at one point was like an affirmation. It was like a string of words. It was like a claim almost. Just like a claim, like a statement that I'm saying, I'm this, I'm that. But what I found is that I am is not that. You think at first it's that, but it's not. And so what the first start of all of this is an investigation, a thorough investigation, a questioning on the I am. Like, what is it? And really question it. What is the I am in me? And who am I being? And at first, the definition I came with was, I am is a present tense feeling of being. And I think that's a good definition, but I don't think it fully covers what I'm trying to say either. It's an awareness of what I am right now. It's an awareness of being something right now. I'm always being something. Whether I'm not in the state I want to be in, or whether I'm in the state I don't want to be in, I'm being something. I can't not be. I'm always doing something, and in order to do something, I must be something. So all action has a source, and the source is my awareness of being. So if I want to change my actions, if I want to change myself, I go to the cause, and I go all the way back. I find the label that what I've given myself, what I've conceived myself to be, and I go back to the conceiver, or the I am. That's my power. So I am isn't just a string of words. It's a creative force in my life. It's a creative power. So you can think it's silly you can dismiss this idea, but you can't stop being aware of being something. And that creates in your life. That starts to shape your life. Now, in this world of ours, I can be manipulated into being something. I can be totally unaware and be convinced of being something I otherwise don't agree with or consent to, something I don't actually want to be. But once I gain knowledge, once I do an investigation on I am, I can change it. But really it starts with that question, and it's an honest question, is what am I being right now? What am I aware of being right now? And when you answer this question, there's no shame. There's no guilt. There's none of that. It's just, we're just trying to uncover this power. We're just trying to investigate it. That's all we're doing. And what you'll find is that you might be aware of being something that you otherwise don't want to be aware of being. You might find yourself, well, I'm aware of being afraid of this thing. I'm aware of being worried about this thing. I'm not in the awareness that I want to be in. I feel stuck in this awareness. But really, awareness is not something you can be stuck in. And it's not something you can lose either. So you might have been in, let's say you were in a wonderful state in the past, but then you found yourself, and this has happened to me many times, where you lose yourself. You lose this principle. You stop practicing it. In my case, I forgot that I was a student of this as well, not just a teacher. And when you discover that you've lost it, you'll find yourself in certain states of being that you never really wanted to be in. And then your life started to create from that. But just because you left a good state of mind or an awareness of being that you once were, you're aware of being brilliant, of being beautiful, of being lovely, of being powerful. You're aware of this at one point. Then you forgot. You can always go back. You can't lose these things. States of being are inside of us. It's just like a snake that sheds its skin. It's just like that. The snake stays the same, but the skin changes. So the conscious being, what that conscious being is aware of being, might change. The state might change, but the conscious being remains the same. And so my I am isn't an affirmation. It's not a string of words. It's what am I aware of being? Right now, I can change what I'm aware of being right now. I don't need anything external. And in fact, you shouldn't need anything external. You don't need to do anything on the outside to change what I'm aware of being. I can be aware of being what others have called me and live my life according to that. Because again, I have to act from my being. But once I become aware that I can change it, I can become aware that I can go beyond what I have heard about myself, go beyond what I was told about myself, what my senses have revealed to me, what has a world of mine that I'm in that is really just a responding world, what this responding world has given me. I can go inside myself and change who I'm aware of being. Now, it doesn't require anything or qualification or anything like that. It just requires, can you become aware of being something else? I have a post called Why Creation is Finished might be the most important lesson of all, or something like that. And the point I'm trying to make there is that you have to see that these states of being, these change in awarenesses is yourself. So when you want to change yourself and to become aware of something being new or something being different, it's not so much that you're creating it. It's more that it's already there. You're just moving your awareness to that area inside of you. So you might be aware of being, let's just take, for example, you're unknown in the world. You feel completely unknown. And you don't have to be famous, but you want to be a little bit known. You start to become aware of being known. You start to feel after it or become aware of it. And I say aware over feel because at times trying to feel yourself to be something can be quite difficult. That's why I don't love that definition I gave in the past. It was sufficient for that time, but you really want to see it as an awareness. And the way you get there is you have to ask yourself objectively, what am I aware of being right now? And you'll claim that you're unknown. You'll see that you're unknown. You'll see that you're in a state of awareness of being unknown. I'm aware of being unknown. Then you can move when you see that and just start to become aware of being known. You don't need anything other than your awareness. So your change in awareness is the creative power. It's not by making people know you. It's not by forcing anybody to know you. It's by changing your awareness. That is the cause of your wealth, your health, your success in your life. That's why Neville says your faith is your fortune. But your faith in what? Your faith in I am. It's your faith in your own awareness. So you go off of faith and trust that you're known. Even if the world doesn't say. And when you persistence is persisting in the I am of things. And in this case, I think the reason why I use that definition, that the present tense feeling of being, was because of the idea of persistence. Because when you persist, you do want to persist in feeling that you are that now, or becoming aware that you're this now. And when you see that it's an awareness, you'll see that, as I said, you're not really creating these states. They're more recognitions and realizations about yourself. You're more realizing this about yourself. You're not really creating it. It's already there inside of you. You're just recognizing it now. That the state, you can't really have the state of unknown and without the state of being known inside of you. Now I can, to the degree I believe which one I am, to that degree I experience it. So hopefully I can raise myself up and really truly believe. By belief, I mean become aware of being something greater. You don't have to force anything. You just start to become aware of being more than what you think you are right now. You keep raising yourself. So not through force on the outside, but through the raising of yourself that you change your life. But what am I changing? Well, I'm changing the creative force in my life, which is my I am, my awareness of being right now. And when you hold on to it, you'll see that when you hold on to it, that even when you try to let it go, maybe you fall out of the state that you want to be in. You fall out of being aware of what you want to be. You fall out of, for whatever reason, you'll see that you can't stop being aware of something. So even though you might have wanted to leave a certain awareness of yourself into a better awareness of yourself, something more lovely, and you fall out, you're just going to go back to becoming aware of what you just wanted to leave. So we can't stop being aware. It's not really a choice. What I'm aware of is the choice. What am I aware of being? That's the choice. And again, be objective about it. Meaning, don't judge yourself or shame yourself for what you're aware of being. Don't do that. There's just no time for that. The time is now to change what you're aware of being, and it's always that. And you acted according to your awareness. And everyone, there's not one person here who has always saw themselves and honored the name I am. Everyone has dishonored it at one point. Well, it's not a name. It's not. I don't just say I'm wealthy, I'm kind, I'm beautiful. That's not really honoring the name. It's actually being that. Regardless of whatever the outside says, regardless of it, you assume brilliance. You assume that you're at the top. You just assume it. You assume that you're bright. You assume that you're intelligent. Don't dishonor the name. And now, assuming it, means that you become aware of being these things. And then you'll see all the misspent energy that you gave to all these different conceptions comes right back to you. You become energized, motivated. You act off of this, because again, you're going to act from something, from some idea. Now you're going to act from these new ideas. So that's really what it means to persist. And what you'll find is that when you start to persist in becoming aware of something new about yourself, you become aware of being something different. That new state of awareness will start to reflect in your life. You'll go to your bookshelves, you'll just read something and it will reflect what you're aware of being. The people around you might change, or by change, I mean like literally there might be different people that come into your life that reflect this new state of awareness. And you'll see that the creative power in me is not forcing things on the outside to change. It's changing what I'm aware of being. That results in a change in my life. Because it results in a change of myself. And so to change oneself is to change what I'm aware of being. So I'm keeping the message the same. It's the same message. I'm just trying to change the verbiage a bit. And I actually enjoy this verbiage a bit more. But hopefully that brought some clarity to this. And it allows you to see this from a different angle. That again, hopefully you can apply it in your life and apply it to yourself. So I'm going to continue the message speaking about awareness, but I'm going to take a different approach to Neville's work. Because if you go to the 5 lessons, what he tells you to do is he says, have a desire and then create a scene that implies that the desire is fulfilled. And then he says to bring that desire or bring that scene to the here and now. Now, I agree with that message. I do. I honestly do. However, I think it misses the point still. And the point that is missed is that the entire focus becomes on the desire or the scene or making sure it's implied or making sure the scene's perfect enough or making sure you're desiring the right thing. And there's so many things that could go wrong when you do it that way. Although I think it works, and I think I get the point of what he's doing, but it loses the self, in my opinion. You completely lose the sense of self because you're so focused on your desire. You're so focused on whether or not you perfectly imagined, or if you looped it enough times, or you're so focused on everything but yourself, and it takes away from you. But then at the same time, he'll say that you should do the I am meditation and say I am and repeat that and feel that. And what he's trying to get you to do there is to become formless, as he says, or become labelless. You have no more labels on you. You just are. You're formless. You're just being. And I think taking that approach is better. And then imagining the scene versus focusing on your desire and then the scene and then the implication and all of that. I find it to be better to come back to the sense of self and then imagining. And by sense of self, I mean your awareness of being. I'm not speaking about a state of mind yet. I'm not speaking about a state. I'm just speaking about being aware. Being aware that you're the awareness behind all the assumptions of yourself that you believe in right now. And then what happens is that when you come back to your sense of self, you find a stillness, a peace. You'll find that 15 minutes, you'll find yourself being very patient, and time almost slows down. It's so slow all of a sudden. You don't feel rushed. 15 minutes feels like an hour. Everything becomes calm and slow. And what you're doing is you're finding yourself again, because you are stillness, you are peace. And the reason why you don't have that all the time is because you're not focusing on the right tense of yourself. You're focusing on a future tense of yourself or a past tense of yourself. And that is what Neville's doing in the 5 lessons. He's trying to take a future tense and make it a present tense. But I think what gets lost in the translation of things is your sense of self. I really do. I think it gets lost completely because you become so focused on everything but yourself. And that's what needs to be changed. And yourself is what you are aware of being. That's your I amness. That is I am. And so let's give an example. Let's give more of a practical way of what I'm trying to say. We're told to honor this name. Now, as I've been speaking, you know I don't believe that the name I am is a string of words. It's not something you just repeat with, it's not a title you say with your tongue and lips and your voice. It's not that. It's not an English name. It's an awareness of being, and I have to honor that. So honoring this name, or I should say the name of God, and God we can just say we can just define it as the creative power. This creative power's name is I am, which is my awareness of being. So to honor this name, to truly honor it, is to honor my awareness. My awareness of being what? Whatever I desire to be, to honor it, I must actually be it. Not just say I'm it and then feel the complete opposite inside. I must start actually to cultivate a belief that I already am the thing that I want to be. I'm not desiring it anymore. I am it. That's how I truly honor this name. It is the greatest discipline in the world to honor the name of I am. It's not something you just do once. It's truly the greatest discipline. And I am is present tense. It's not I will be or I was. It's the I in the present tense. So you have to find the right tense, and to keep the tense is the greatest discipline. Because to keep the tense, while external circumstances are unfavorable or unfortunate, is a challenge. It's the greatest challenge of all. But if I keep focusing on myself, I'll see that myself is not found in the future. And it's not found in the past. It's found in the right now. It's found in the present. So myself is present. So if I have a hard time focusing on the present, it's because I'm not focusing on myself. It always comes back to self first. And then there's all these labels. And then there's all these ideas of yourself that you start to act out and act from, because you can't act unless you first are. You can't actually do any actions without being. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. So you have to be first before we act, before we be something. And to come back to self, you can do what Neville said, which is repeat I am, and feel yourself to be present, or feel yourself to be formless, which is there's no labels on this state of mind. There's no more stress. There's no more fear. There's not something you have to do externally. It's just being. So we should find being first before we try to change these states. So that's my approach. And if you read the 5 lessons, you wouldn't really get that approach. Although I firmly believe Neville was saying this in his own way. He was saying to bring the future tense to the here and now. But again, what happens is that you lose sight of yourself when you do that. It's very easy to, I should say. At least it was easy for me. I became so focused. on wondering if I was doing everything right, if I was doing things correctly. And then what I found is that when you come back to your sense of self in the present, that's where you actually find yourself. You'll see that this is actually what you've been looking for all along. You've been looking to just be. Now, from this point, you can start imagining yourself being something else, but you first need to find yourself being. At least this is how it works for me. And this is how it's worked successfully for me. And it is a discipline. I need to stress that. It's not simple. It wasn't simple for me. Now, the practice shouldn't be stressful. It's actually the opposite. There's actually no effort to it because you're just being. And whatever bubbles up, which will be peace, it will be stillness. You'll see it's going to be your own stillness. You're going to see yourself as stillness itself. You'll start to see that you already are these things. And it's not about the state itself. It's about you being the state. So don't lose yourself in trying to conjure up this idea and then lose yourself in the idea of how could I ever be it? Or it would be lovely to be that. It's like, yeah, it would be. So start feeling the loveliness of being it. All these things are appropriations of awareness. It's all about honoring this awareness. If I start to despise my awareness and I start to become aware, or I start to attach things to this name of awareness that I dislike, then my inner life, my life just in general will be unfavorable to me. And the way to change that is not about, because what tends to happen is that people imagine future circumstances. They go to the future inside themselves. And then they anxiously, out of anxiety, create a future that is terrible. And then they internally consent and agree to this, that this is going to be my future. And then they come back to the present. And then they try to do everything to stop that from happening, to stop what they just agreed would be their future from happening. They don't see it self done to self. They're trying to stop their own self-created fate. So we always are prophesying upon ourselves. But we'll find by creating all these anxious futures, we don't actually change ourselves. We're not actually changing anything about us because our self is found in the present. The name is I am. It's a present tense of yourself, not a past tense or a future tense. So it doesn't hold the future fears against me. This name, to honor it, it doesn't tell me that I have to have the perfect rearrangement of senses, or meaning the perfect life. It doesn't tell me I have to have the perfect past, or I have to have the perfect future. All it asks of me is to rearrange the awareness. It's asking me to rearrange him, or rearrange the I am. It's just asking me to honor it. All the conditions I place upon it are things I'm doing to myself, but there are no conditions. It's unconditional awareness. And a way to practice this is when you go to sleep at night, fall asleep being totally aware of what you want to be. Or just fall asleep feeling present. You'll find yourself to be the stillness you're seeking. It's not found in anything outside of you. And I should know, because I feel like I've gone outside of myself to find it many, many times, and I always was disappointed. Always. And so this name isn't a string of words. I once said it's like I can't live like Satan himself and then just say I'm kind and then everything's fine. That's not how it works. I have to actually be kind if that's what I want to be. I have to become aware of being it. And it doesn't hold anything against me. Nothing is held against me. So don't ever feel that you're unworthy of some awareness of being. You can't be. But it is the greatest discipline in the world. It's difficult at times to keep the tense. I know Neville has spoken about that And when I forgot the lecture, but he spoke about how man struggles to keep the tense of himself. And that tense is a present tense being. And you'll find yourself naturally being more patient. You'll find yourself not imagining it in the future. Because you are so centered and present in yourself, when you imagine the scene, it will just feel like there'll be no resistance to it. And you planted a seed for yourself, and then you plant another seed, you plant another seed. And you just do it. So you start imagining from a present state of being, but now you dictate as well what you're imagining. You don't let somebody else, because you have to imagine. So you don't let somebody else imagine for you. No one can eat food for you. No one can imagine for you. So you start to cultivate a new relationship within yourself. A new relationship with desire. You stop putting in the future sense. You stop trying to find yourself in the future. And nothing feels more true to the individual than their own sense of awareness. Nothing feels more true. So when you walk this life, and you walk around in this world of states, this world of awareness of states, the challenge will be when you're in a circumstance that's unfavorable and something knocks you out of the tense, something knocks you out of being the thing you want to be. Can you remain loyal to yourself? That's the question. Faith is loyalty to the desired self. It's loyalty. It's loyalty to the awareness of being. It's a loyalty to the I am. Can I be completely committed and loyal to this new idea of myself? And you'll find yourself to be the one, you are your own commitment. It's all going to come back to self. You are your own forgiveness. You are your own compassion. You are your own freedom. And also you are the bondage. Now, I might not be aware that I'm in bondage to something, but one day I feel it. I feel the pressures. I feel like I need to be freed from this. It's like a egg that I'm becoming too big for. I have to hatch. So you push. You have to push yourself out. There might be resistance that comes that you eventually have to push yourself out. But the way we do it is through our awareness of being. So if I was put in any kind of, you can say any kind of mental prison, if I was put in a physical prison, I would walk around feeling free. But you don't need to be in a physical prison to feel in bondage to anything. Bondage is a mental state. Freedom is a mental state. So I start to be free in whatever world I think I'm in bondage to, the financial world, any world. But I never become free hoping to get freedom one day. I have to actually be free to have it. And then I will no longer desire it. And nothing will stop this expression of awareness, this externalization of awareness. Nothing will stop it. It's the power. It's the power that shapes me. It's the power that shapes my life. Because I make myself out of my own awareness. And changing my awareness is not conditioned upon time or space. Awareness is freed from that. So I don't need the space around me to be a certain way, the circumstance, in a sense, or the time for it to be the right time. It's always available to me to change my own awareness of being. And a great way to practice this is at nighttime, in my opinion. I think when you fall asleep, being the person you want to be, being the you want to be, you start to wake up that way. It carries on the next day and the next day. And you start to fall asleep just being the way you want to be. You'll find yourself, you're going to start to take upon the nature of what you're imagining or what you're aware of being. And so when you're seeking for peace or you're seeking for some type of gain, you have to see yourself as the gain, that you're the peace that you're seeking. It's your awareness, but that's also you. It's just the awareness before the state of mind that you've consented to being. So drop the conception if you don't like it. You don't have to be it. Even if the people around you are the thing and you feel like by you being something new, you will surpass what they are, or you will change. If you change yourself, or you know your life will change and that feels frightening, come back to self. you'll find there's no fear in yourself. And when you live from this position, life starts to form from this sense of self that is not found in the future, where it's just anxious. It's found in this sense of peace will start to create in your life, because it's already being created in you. And then the lovely things you imagine just will feel even lovelier. You'll accept them just so naturally. It will feel like the here and now because you feel like the here and now. So that's my approach. It's a little bit different than Neville's work, but I actually don't think it is. I think it just wasn't said that way. But I'm saying it this way. This is what I've learned from his work. This is how I would approach it. Is don't get caught up in trying to, in the vain repetitions or always trying to affirm something all the time. Your affirmation is being aware of it, being aware of being it. That's your affirmation. It's in the awareness. It's not by your works, but by this spirit, the spirit of I am. And so I don't want to make this one too long, but I will speak more on this. But I think at least first get this understanding down. And then I'll speak more about, I know everyone wants like a step-by-step, but I think that you need understanding first. Because Neville did give a step-by-step in the 5 lessons, but I still needed to know this before. This would have helped me. It would have helped me a lot from a lot of mistakes. But I've learned from them. And I didn't find myself in the future. I didn't find myself in the future tense. It just created nothing but anxiety within me. Found myself in the present. And so, but again, it's a discipline. Try it even in unfavorable circumstances. That's why I think going to sleep is a good time to practice being aware of being, but you really could do it any time. Being present, being aware of just being. You can do this anytime. I guess what I'm trying to say is I keep my videos a little bit on point, while here I want to be a little bit more free, engage a bit more, answer some questions, because I understand there's questions. I had a lot of questions when I first started, and I still have questions. But here's what I've learned about questioning, is that I used to ask questions and try to search them up and try to find them. I don't quite do that anymore. So what I've done now is I've changed my attitude towards questioning. I have questioned, not when I question within me. I'll go say, well, what does this mean about me? Or what does this mean? And I don't answer it. I just don't try to answer it. I just let it be a question in my mind. And then I just move on in the day. And I just noticed that in the course of the week, that question will be answered. It's like it, and I've noticed it happens in such a way that it's like lovely. It's calming. It's peaceful. It's very natural. Unlike me trying to figure it all out and I'm stressing myself out, I've just noticed that I'll go through certain events and experiences that will sort of answer the question that I'm curious about. And I'll ask like a simple, sometimes it happens right away. I'll just listen. I'll just ask the question and then I'll kind of hear like my own response. But other times it feels like I have a conversation with somebody and then I'll hear the same, like, here's something that happens. So like if I imagine myself a certain way, what will happen is that somebody in my life tends to speak to me and they kind of reveal to me the way I should, like, that I'm going to start becoming this thing. They sort of tell me something to do, or they tell me something to think. And then later on, I'll hear someone else say the exact same thing, almost identical. And that's how I know I'm sort of changing in a way, or I know that what I'm doing within me is starting to reflect. It happens pretty quick, but if you just pay attention, it's there. But I don't try to look for it anymore. I don't try to search for answers anymore. I have noticed that the answers are within me, and at times the answer doesn't come instantly. But if you kind of just walk through life, it starts to unfold, and then the question starts to get answered. So I treat life like it is. It's like a voyage for me. If you've noticed, I don't have a lot of, I guess if you read the series, there's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. But I haven't found life to be lived that way. life is lived a little bit more, I like to be a little bit more free than be restricted to just simply a step-by-step routine. I understand it's necessary to a degree, but I would say this, learn some of the meditations I have on there and try to imagine, and then throughout your day though, play with it, experiment with it. Once you kind of get the idea down that you're supposed to imagine this or imagine that, or I'm going to imagine myself feeling to be this, experiment with it as well. Don't just don't be so structured to where you kind of lose the freedom in it. Learn to be free in this world. Time is a little bit short. And one thing I've learned is that when you're in an undesirable state and you're wanting to be freed from it, you actually don't get freed from it until you change it. The passage of time or waiting for tomorrow, it doesn't really work. You shouldn't depend on circumstances to change yourself. It's a mistake I've made. It's a mistake many people have made. Learn from my mistakes. Don't wait for a circumstance to unfold before you change yourself, because what happens is that you're always going to be greeted with your state. So they produce after their own kinds. So there's no one going to come and save you and give you a state that you want. You have to take it. I was just listening to a song the other day, and it said that chances are not given; you have to take them. And that encapsulates the feeling I'm trying to say, is that there's no virtue in suffering. There's no virtue in these bad states of mind that you are in. There's nothing that's going to be given to you that's better. You're just greeted with another day in that state. We're in the realm of days, and each day is a state we're going to live in. Now, we decide whether or not we're going to move or not, but waiting and expecting change before you do it within yourself is really a waste of time. And there's really no more time to waste. The best time to do something is right now. The best time to ignore the senses, to not wait for a circumstance, to actually change the way you see yourself is right now. It's a freedom that I haven't found anywhere else. But waiting for it to happen isn't enough. It's not enough to simply hope for somebody to come give it to you. And it's harsh at first. You hear that, and everyone wants it. I'm no stranger to that feeling either. I've wanted it. I wish something would just come and save it, save us. And I felt that for a long time, but I realized it's not going to happen. It just hit me one day when I realized that there is nothing virtuous in being in the states I don't want to be in. There's no outside deity watching me, tallying up all my all my suffering is going to grant me a reward after. There's none of that. And I had to accept it. And when I saw that, I was able to actually go inward and save myself from the things I'm wanting to be saved from. Now, me and you might have different things we want to be saved from, but me and you waiting isn't going to necessarily fulfill that. It's a harsh blow. It is. It hurts when you realize it. It hurts to realize that the state of mind you're in really was the main source of your suffering. The way you saw yourself, the way you think of yourself, the way you interact with yourself, the way you speak to yourself, all of this internal activity is dependent on how you see yourself. Either you see yourself a certain way through the eyes of others, or you see yourself the way you want to see yourself. It's up to you. But I would recommend you don't pay attention to how people see you. I would recommend you start to focus on what you want to cultivate it within. Treat it as you are cultivating an image of yourself. And you're going to make yourself into the image. The more you contemplate on it, the more you're going to become like it. And so to bring it back to the point of compulsion, it's not about imaginative compulsion. Don't be afraid. If you find yourself in a panic inside, don't be scared. Just learn to come back and be gentle and imagine yourself the way you would want to be. Now, at first you might feel like it's not doing anything, but realize it's a state of mind that you're in. Many times people think that what they are in right now is permanent. They think that the state of mind they're in is who they are. And so they remain that way. They say, this is just who I am. You hear it all the time. This is just who I am. This is how I am. But it's not. Deep down we know it's not. It's an excuse. There's no virtue in poverty. It's not, it's to say this is just how you are is silly. To say you're just a certain way. Now, I understand there's personality involved, but to act like we can't mold ourselves or shape ourselves when we really are our own potters, to me is not understanding that you're in a world of states, that you and I are in this world, and these are states being expressed. These are states of mind being expressed. Now, the difference is that most people are completely unaware of what they're doing within themselves, completely unaware that they're thinking thoughts. It blew my mind when I realized that this is the case. After you speak to a lot of people, you realize that people don't actually know what they're thinking. They're completely unaware of what they're doing. They don't understand they're on a certain train of thought. They're walking some path. They might not even know where they're going. But if you're listening to this, now this is the problem with listening to this. The issue that comes is that now you have to be responsible for what you do. Now you can ignore the message and ignore it, but if you're here right now, I mean, and you're obviously somewhat invested in it if you're listening to this, right? Because this isn't going to be shared on the channel. You're obviously somewhat invested in this. And I think it's a wise investment because it's not something you permanently need. You just need to start getting the ball rolling on what you want to start thinking about yourself. Now that's the key, is yourself. That's the secret, is you. Because you're always going to find yourself in this world. And that sounds scary. You're always going to find yourself in your thoughts. So if you have fearful thoughts, right? They're there to reveal something about you. Maybe you're powerless. Maybe you feel powerless. So you have these thoughts of powerlessness. But they're not actually inherent to you. You're just in a state of mind. But if my thoughts become fearful, and I'm just walking around imagining nightmares all the time instead of beautiful daydreams, and I'm just imagining nightmares all the time and believing in these nightmares and giving them all my energy, I'm going to be depleted. But if my thoughts are fearful and they're coming from a certain idea of myself, then really what I'm afraid of, what you're scared of, is your own conception of yourself. That's actually what you're scared of. You're scared of what you think of yourself. And it's a fearful thing. It's a fearful thing to think you're not enough. It's a very scary conception of oneself, but it's not true. And what you'll find is that there really is that fear is self-created falsehoods in your own imagination. It's not really inherent to you because you're the creator of it. That's why. You're the creator. Now, you might have been taught to think a certain way about yourself, but you still had to believe it. You still had to think it. In order for it to gain any traction in your mind, you had to believe it. Now, obviously, if you're a child and you were taught to think a certain way of yourself that you didn't like, you didn't have much of a choice. Children believe. I know I believed things. I just believed them without question. Now I'm a little bit more discerning, but I still believe. I'm not just a skeptic. I believe, though. I believe in something good about myself. And I invite you to do the same. But again, don't be compulsive. Don't be scared. You don't need to be afraid. And I think most of you aren't afraid. I think what I've learned is that people mistake their beliefs with what they're afraid of. They are afraid and then they think they believe it because it's a fear. But a lot of times people don't believe in their fears. They're just afraid of them. And once they learn that they don't have to give so much attention and reaction to fear inside of them, it starts to lessen and lessen and lessen. They start to become relaxed and still. And then it allows them to be in a space where they can actually move towards something. It's very hard to change states when you're constantly scared of the state you're in. Don't fear the state you're in. Just move from it. And you have that ability. It's not going to be found in something outside of you. You know, so don't wait for something outside of you to change it. It's such a, when it hits me, it's such a freeing feeling. It's so wonderful because it feels like this is what I've been looking for. Because I spent a lot of time in my life looking for a feeling and I never found it in what I was doing. I never found any kind of happiness in the things I was doing. I tried, and I'm very good at seeing perspectives. So I tried to see certain types of perspectives and I tried to like certain things that I just didn't. And I spent a lot of time trying to like stuff I didn't like. I spent a lot of time imagining things I never wanted to imagine. But because I thought I couldn't be naive or I couldn't be this or I had to be this, I would imagine them. When I was like, this isn't what I love to imagine though. This isn't really what I want. And so I lost myself. I lost all myself in imagining nightmares. Completely abandoned who I am to all these nightmares. Because I actually love to imagine lovely things. I love to imagine for the sake. Imagination was something I've always kind of secretly been drawn to this type of work, if I'm honest with myself. Even though in my life I might have done other things, even when I was a child, I was interested in imagination. I've always been fascinated with my imagination. The fact that I could imagine something other than what I'm seeing was always something quite magical to me. But I never really indulged in it. And if I did indulge in it, it was always a nightmare. And so I'm very familiar with all the mistakes I made. I actually started from a very, very bad place when I met Neville's teachings. And if we're quite honest, I don't think a lot of people come to these teachings unless maybe things are not so good inside. The home you live in isn't necessarily good. But you can move out. You can pack your bags and leave. You don't have to remain in the position that you're in. And when you see that you already are the thing you were looking for because you're the inner man, when you see it, it's very hard to unsee it. I don't think you can unsee it, actually. And it's hard to live your life off this principle. There's a few times in my life where I wanted to not know this. I wanted to be ignorant of what I was doing inside because I didn't like what I was doing inside. So I wish I would be jealous of people who are ignorant of their own imaginations. It's just like the movie Matrix when they say ignorance is bliss. And I really believed it. I really believed ignorance was bliss. And I was jealous of the birds. I was like, I hate that they can just fly away and I can't. But I just couldn't see that I had the power to change what I was doing inside. I just couldn't see it for a long time. And then one day it just clicked within me. I kept reading Neville's work, trying to understand it. And then one day it just clicked. And I realized, and you know what happened? The moment it clicks, you know what happens? All the energy, all of it that you used to imagine, that you misspent using to imagine nightmares, to dream nightmares, it returns to you. You feel energized again. You feel like you can't believe you've been in that position for so long. That you dreamed up, that it's hard for us to admit that we dream nightmares. It's difficult, but if you can accept this kind of objective view of yourself, don't be judgmental on yourself. Don't harm yourself. Just kind of observe yourself. That's the way I would say. I was observing what I was doing, and I realized I'm not dreaming things I love. I'm really not. I'm actually dreaming things I'm afraid of happening. I'm dreaming up things, imagining that they have happened. And I was scared of everything. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was terrified of everything. I still work on my fears, but with each fear you overcome, it feels like all the energy comes back and you become powerful again. You just misspent it. That's all it is. A nightmare is misspent energy. It's misspent imaginal activity. That's what it is. And when you see it, when you see you're the dreamer, when you see the one thinking the thought, energy starts to return to you. And you start to not, and you have to allow yourself to not be bound anymore. Because in a lot of ways, there is a lot of unreasonability and irrationality in your nightmares. People want to be rational all the time, but a lot of the time their fears are completely irrational. They're actually practicing it. They're just misusing it. And that's what I always tell people who come to me. When I've had these one-on-ones, people who come to me and they're very afraid. I've noticed they're very strong believers. They seem to really believe in things. And I don't see it as a fault. I don't try to see fault in people. I don't like to see faults in them. But I notice that people who are afraid have the ability to believe in a way that they just don't see they're misusing their own belief. They're just putting their entire energy into a version of themselves that they don't really want to be. They just haven't realized that they have the ability to move into what they do want to be. They feel like they're stuck. And there's nothing worse than being stuck in a nightmare. There's nothing worse. So it's been a little while since I made a video. And the reason for that is that I like to speak when I feel inspired to speak. And so for the meantime, I've just been contemplating on this idea. And I had a certain story pop up, a memory that I forgot about. And when you start to go down the path of imagining, creating reality, or imagination is the core of reality, you start to see life more symbolically. And then you look back at your past and you start to see symbolism in the past. Well, at one point it was just a memory, and then you see how it applies to imagination. And in my case, when I was about 14 years old, there was this rule that was placed in the school that we weren't allowed to wear shorts until I think either it was May or June. May or June. And at the time it was April. And everybody was complaining about it. It was a new principal that came in, and they were very authoritative, and they wanted to set up rules that we had to follow. And one of the random rules that they made was no shorts until we'll say May. Well, it was April, and it was a really hot day, this one particular day. And I felt the rule to be really stupid. I didn't understand the point of the rule, and I hate following rules for the sake of following them. I want to understand why. And I couldn't wrap my head around why. And it was a hot day, and so I decided that day to wear shorts. And I went to school, and someone told on me. And I had to go to the principal's office. And at the time we had a head principal and a vice principal. And the head principal walks past me with his coffee in his hand, and he gives me an up down and shakes his head. And then the vice principal, who was really into I think it was jujitsu. I can't remember which one it was, but he was really into one of those martial arts. And he actually shoved his forearm to my neck and shoved me against the wall. And they asked me why did I wear shorts? Obviously, I can't respond because his forearm is towards my neck. It's like pushing against my neck. And then he releases it, asks me again, why did you wear shorts? And all I could reply was that, well, it's April and it's warm. And that was enough they suspended me. But it was an in-school suspension. So I had to sit in a room in the quiet, which actually was quite nice. I had to sit in a room in the quiet. And, the only thing that was the downfall was I missed all my classes, but it didn't really matter. But I was in the quiet in my own thoughts. And I just sat there thinking about this rule. And there was, a detention, teacher, I guess you want to say, someone looking over the kids in detention that I was in. And he asked me, why did you come in to detention? Like, what did you do? And I said, well, I wore shorts. And he just gave me like the most confused look, like, why would that be enough to send you? And I just didn't have an answer. I said, I don't know. That's just the rule. I guess I broke the rule. Now, I give this story because I'm not sure why I was thinking about it. It's been so long since that story's happened. And I realized that I was trying to break these outside rules. And I was trying to sort of bend and maybe, circumvent. Maybe I can get away with, breaking the rule. And it was so external. But what I didn't realize at the time was that I was actually really trying to break the internal rules that I created within myself. Because how many, no shorts until May rules that I set up in my mind? I made a video called "Consciousness it's like a mental outfit," and that can be applied here, right? Is that how many times, if we look at states of consciousness as certain articles of clothing that we wear, there's certain rules I've set up that I'm not allowed to be in certain states of consciousness. That I'm not allowed to wear that. There's a rule that I've placed, some condition. It has to be May, or it has to be some time period, or I have to have a certain amount of money before, or I have to have a certain amount of intelligence, or I have to be this or that enough before I can imagine having such a thing. And I set up all these external rules, or really the internal rules, that these conditions that I place upon myself that I actually want to break. I want to stop thinking that I'm not allowed to wear a certain state of consciousness. And yet, I was fighting the outside. I was fighting shadows. Nothing really happened, right? I mean, the moment it's not like I changed myself. I just wore shorts. It's not like I did much. But what I was trying to do is that I look back and that was a symbol. And I don't think I should have broke those rules. I think I should have just followed them. But I didn't at the time. And that really just stemmed from me not wanting to follow, like I said, the rules that I made inside myself. There's so many states of consciousness I wanted to wear, but I told myself I wasn't, it was too big, or it was too big enough. You ever like go to like a thrift store or something, and you see like clothes you think it's going to fit, but you think it's going to be too big. You never really know. Well, that's how it is. You should try it on before you say no. That's what I would say. And so I don't regret fully that I wore shorts that day. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But I regret that I tried to disrupt the rules that this principal set up. Now, I don't think they should have choked me out. But regardless, it was really the internal rules. And so I have to ask myself, how many of these rules have I set up within myself? You'd have to ask yourself that. How many conditions have you placed? It could be such a silly condition, and yet we've placed it upon ourselves. I need to have an X amount of this, or I need to wait until then to wear this state of consciousness that is already within me. It's already something that is inside of me that I'm waiting to occupy. And Neville said that is the biggest failure amongst his students, was the failure to occupy a state. And a lot of people think about what they want. They think about it all day long. But few actually live from the idea. They sleep in the idea. They wake up in the idea. They walk in the idea. They think in the idea of being it already. It's being it already. You don't try to be good. You feel that you already are good, and that's how you become it. And so we move inside ourselves by the assumption of already being it, certainly not by rules, and not through the efforts on the outside. And so I see that story as a symbol. And so I'm not telling anybody to break any rules, but I am sort of suggesting that you should see the rules and conditions you've set up within yourself that you should probably break. You should probably stop thinking you're not allowed to have a certain state. You're not allowed to wear it because some person at one point told you you're not allowed to. I was told many times I wasn't allowed to be a certain thing. Even if I wanted it, I was told no all the time. And that no, when you get told no, that's what happened to Neville in the army, is that he was told no when he wanted to leave. And no matter how many pleas he made, no matter how many times he mentioned his wife and his kid and he needed to take care of, he was told no. So all the pleas I made in my life that I wanted to be something, I was told no. Well, you don't go to somebody else to give you permission. You go within yourself. You break the idea of no. You don't let that no be inside. That's what brazen impudence means. You don't let it be a no. You don't have to outwardly do what I did. You don't have to wear the shorts. But I would say wear the mental shorts. Wear them, even though you're told you're not allowed to. The senses will always say you shouldn't or you can't. But do it anyways. And you'll see you already are the thing that you want to be. And as Neville said, the only reason why you don't see is you refuse to believe it, that you already are it. It's the only reason why you don't see it. And so you're told, no, there's no way you could ever be such a thing. Well, you assume that you already are that thing. You just assume it within yourself. Let everyone say what they want to say. Let the rules be there. So that would be my advice, is that to myself, if I had to go back and give myself some advice, I would say leave it alone. You don't have to do that. Just you start to appropriate within yourself what you want to be. It's not about the shorts. It's not about breaking the rules on the outside. It's not about that. It didn't do me anything, right? It got me suspended. It's not like did me any good. So what was I really trying to do? Well, I was expressing outwardly what I really wanted to do inwardly. I wanted to break those rules within me. And I had many, many rules and conditions in place that didn't allow me to occupy the positions I wanted to be in. It was always some little reserve in the back of my mind that stopped me from occupying it. Some what if it doesn't work? Or what if you don't have enough? Or how are you going to get that? It was always some little doubt that I reserved just in case. And that's the rule I wanted to break. I wanted to let go of my doubt. But I thought I had to hold on to it. I thought I had to reason with myself. It had to be logical. I had to figure it out before I could actually accept it and assume it. And so I never became it. I found myself just going in circles, in logical circles. I just found myself going in circles. I never really moved. And the times I did move is when I I removed all of those questions. I stopped asking myself, what if? I just did it. And what did I do? I started to just do what I wanted to do in the flesh in my imagination. That's what I did. What is it that I want to do in the flesh? What is it I want to feel in the flesh? I would feel it. What is it that I want to do in the flesh? I would do it. It didn't matter what it was at a certain point. I stopped caring about it. What do I want to do? I would do it. And that's what Neville says. You just have to imagine that you are doing it. Don't imagine trying to do it. Imagine that you are doing it. Let's go back to the ladder experiment. You don't imagine trying to get a ladder in your mind. You imagine climbing it. So I don't care what it is. You just start doing it. And you become persistent on doing it. It just becomes a part of your nature when the more and more you do it, because we create ourselves out of our own imagination. And so take what you will from that story. It's just an interesting story to see it as a symbol, a parable. Although that actually happened, it symbolizes something for me. I saw what I was trying to do. I just didn't do it. I didn't do it internally. I was doing it externally. But I would advise you to do it internally. I don't care what rules you've set up. Try to break them by just assuming you already are the thing. Don't let a condition be in the way that stops you from actually occupying it. And so I'm going to end it here on this video. I just want to give a short story, a parable, to make you think about breaking certain rules that you might have created in your own mind that stops you from occupying certain states that you want to be in. I want to do a reading on something I found a few years ago that honestly relates with what we've been talking about as far as Neville's work goes. And it says it's from Awakening Osiris, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, translated by Norman D. Ellis, 1988. And it's called Becoming the Child. So I'm going to read it. And it starts like this. In sea foam, in swirlings and imaginings, I am fish, tadpole, crocodile. I am an urge, an idea, a portent of impossible dreams. I lie between heaven and earth, between goodness and evil, patience and explosion. I am innocent and rosy as dawn. I sleep with my finger in my mouth, the cord of life curled beside my ear. Like a child in its mother's belly, I am with you but not among you. I know no ending, for I have no beginning. I've always been here. I am a child in the silence of things, ready to wake at any moment. I am possibility. What I hate is ignorance, smallness of imagination, the eye that sees no farther than its own lashes. All things are possible. When we speak in anger, anger will be our truth. When we speak in love and live by love, truth in love will be our comfort. Who you are is limited only by who you think you are. I am the word before its utterance. I am thought and desire. I am a child in the throat of God. Things are possible, joy and sorrow, men and women, children. Someday I'll imagine myself a different man, build bone and make flesh around him. I am with you, but a moment for an eternity. I am the name of everything. I've dreamed the nightmare 100 times. That old revulsion of bone and flesh, waking in sweat in a headlong rush toward the world, into the cool certainty of fires that burn in sudden stars, the heat in the body. That I am precludes my never having been. What I know was given to me to say. There is more. There are words that exist only in the mind of heaven, a bright knowing, a clear moment of being. When you know it, you know yourself well enough. You will not speak. I am a child resting in love and the pleasure of clouds. I read the book of the river. I hold the magic of stones and trees. I find God in my fingers and the wings of birds. I am my delight, creator of my destiny. It is not vanity. There are those who live in the boundaries of guilt and fear, the limits of imagination. They believe limitation is the world. You cannot change them. There is work of your own to do. You will never reach the end of your own becoming, the madness of creation, the joy of existence. Dance in the moment, reach down and pull up a song, spin and chant and forget the sorrow that we are flesh on bone. I return to the rhythm of water, to the dark song I was in my mother's belly. We were gods then and we knew it. We are gods now, dancing in whirling darkness, spitting flame like stars in the night. In the womb before the world began, I was a child among other gods, and children who were, or may be, or might have been. There in the dark, when we could not see each other's faces, we agreed with one mind to be born, to separate, to forget the pact that we have made, that we might learn the secrets of our fraternity. We agreed to know sorrow in exchange for joy, to know death in exchange for life. We were the dark seeds of possibility whispering. Then one by one we entered alone. We walked on our legs, and as we had said, we passed in well-lit streets without recognizing each other. Yet we were gods sheathed in flesh, the multitude of a single spirit. Gods live even in darkness, in the world above your heads, in the crevices of rocks, in the open palms of strangers. I am a child, the seed of everything, the rhythm of flowers, the old story that lingers. Among cattle and fruit sellers I am air. I am love hidden in the shy maiden's gown. I am the name of things. I am the dream changing before your eyes. I am my body, a house for blood and breath. I am a man of earth and a god in heaven. While I travel the deserts in frail form, while I grow old and weep and die, I live always as a child inside the body of truth, a blue egg that rocks in the storm but never breaks. I sleep in peace in my mother's lap, a child mesmerized by sunlight on the river. My soul is swallowed up by God. Out of chaos came light, out of the will came life. So I hope you enjoyed that reading. I found it to be very poetic, and I think it correlates greatly with this type of work. And I want to talk about that in the future. Maybe I'll make another video on this, but I just wanted to make this a reading. So I hope you enjoyed that. And again, thank you guys for listening. So now that I've made this, this playlist of daily lecture reading and my own just take on these things, I've gotten a lot of questions. The one consistent question I keep getting is what does it mean to yield? And can I explain a little bit more about yielding? And that comes from The Art of Dying, that lecture. That's one of my favorite lectures. I highly recommend reading it just because it really satisfied me in my doubt, because I couldn't let go of my own doubt. I was afraid to let go of it. And I think what I needed was to know that somebody else had the exact same doubt, which is, what if it doesn't work? What if because I had no problem really giving myself to this imaginal act. I had no problem imagining it. In fact, having a pretty vivid imagination myself, it can actually be very terrible because I can imagine all the wrong things and they actually feel very real to me and they feel awful. But I can also imagine wonderful things and they actually do feel wonderful, but I could never give myself to them. I always felt this resistance within me to actually yield and give myself to this what is only a dream, a wonderful dream, if that. But I always had this reserve in the back of my mind, which was, I don't have a problem letting go and giving myself to it. I'm just afraid it doesn't work if I do. And every time I've ever let go of that feeling, that doubt, and just gave myself to it, it worked every single time. It didn't fail me. The times I failed was when I kept listening to that doubt. And so that doubt that you feel, it's really the price that you have to pay to yield. And so yielding really is paying the price. And the price is your worry and your doubt. That's the yielding. And so no matter what question comes up, what reason comes up, what doubt comes up, do you want it? If you want it, then you have to give this up to be it. Because we receive what we are, not necessarily what we want, but we can become what we want if we're willing to give up what we've been told about ourselves. Let's say it's something on the outside told you, and yet you believed it. Or you tell yourself certain things. If you know yourself one way and you want to be different, you will remain what you know. If you want to be different, you have to know yourself to be different. And so that's why Neville says we don't get what we want, we get what we are. If you can understand that, then you will become different. You will stop wanting, and you'll start to become the thing you want to be. And that involves a level of yielding. And it's really always the answer, what I've learned from practicing it. Every time I go to imagine either for someone or for myself, there's always that little resistance that I have to let go of. It's always there. And then the moment I gently yield, it gets easier and easier. Next thing you know, it becomes smoother in the inside. The yielding is really the oil that makes it smooth again. It makes you imagine smoothly. And so the best way I can describe yielding, it's just like what William Blake said. It's like you're falling backwards. Like just the same way when you fall backwards, you let go. You realize there's nothing you can do to move your arms as much as you want, move your legs. You're falling backwards. There's nothing, you can't grab onto anything. You're letting go completely. It's just the same way you fall asleep at night. You can't fall asleep unless you let go. Anyone who's had insomnia knows this. Anyone who has difficulty sleeping knows that you're not letting go. You can't. Your mind's racing. You're constantly thinking thoughts. But all of a sudden you get so tired, you let go, and the next thing you know, you fall asleep. You never really remember exactly when, but you fall asleep and then you wake up hours later. And maybe you went on some journey within yourself. On the depths of yourself, you found yourself in a dream doing this, that, and the other. But then you come back here, and that dream might have changed you. It might have shown you something. But regardless, you don't remember exactly when you fell asleep. You yield, you surrender is another way of saying you surrender to it. Surrender yourself to being different. You can come up with a million reasons all the time, and you can create one by the day. Every day you can create a reason as to why you can't be in a certain state. Even though you want it, you can create reasons. I created thousands of reasons why I couldn't. Every day I created a reason. It was either something from my past, something in the future can go wrong. It was what someone else said. I had to obey the words of other people because I thought I had to. And it just, no matter how many times I heard Neville say, what does it matter what they think if it works? What does it matter? It's like it didn't penetrate my mind enough. It still mattered. And then all of a sudden you yield, and then you start to become that. And next thing you know, people will still talk and say the same things, and it doesn't matter because you start you start to create yourself out of your own imagination. So if man creates himself out of his own imagination, then I have to, and I receive what I know, then I have to become something different. I have to actually become it inside myself. I can't just want it all the time. I have to actually start being it. And then little by little, this imaginal self of yours starts to push itself out into the world. And next thing you know, people have to greet it. And then you realize it doesn't really matter what they say. What matters is what I'm imagining. It's not what others say creates reality. It's imagining creates reality. And what am I imagining? God's name is not he is or she is. It's I am. And the moment you start to go, well, they said this. And so therefore, well, that's not your God. They is not your God. It's I am. What am I doing inside? I'm doing something. I'm believing in the words of other people. I'm believing in my reason. Even though I can see within myself that it's already done, I can see within myself that I already am, I'm going to look towards my reason and believe my reason because my reason feels true. But really, can I persuade myself? Just like Isaac and Jacob, can I persuade myself to where what I desire feels true to me? And it's no longer a desire. It gets transformed into a fulfillment. And I accept this fulfillment. I yield to it. Even though my reason tells me this, even though all the words have told me this, even though I've told myself something for many years, can I let go of it? That's another word of saying yield is letting go. And maybe there just needs to be different words that should be added to yield. Yield it made sense to me when I heard it. Once I heard you yield to it, it's like, you know what it feels like? It almost feels like an explosion, as Neville says. It's like you're about to let go and believe this, and yet you feel, at times I notice my heart would race. You feel a deep fear. You feel doubts coming. You feel like all of this attack is happening, and all these reasons start coming. And then you really feel like it's about to explode. The moment you yield, you let go, it's like you've accepted it. And all of a sudden, all of that washes away. It's like it didn't even matter. That's what it feels. It always feels like it's building up, it's building up, it's building up. All this doubt's building up. And next thing you know, you accept it and it just explodes. And there's no more doubt. There's no more. All it's replaced with is relief and peace and composure. And you know it. You know yourself to be different now. You moved some state. You can't deny it. You can go back if you want, but you can't deny you've moved. That's another thing I couldn't do, is that when I would move into a certain state of mind that I wanted to be in, I couldn't deny it. I would doubt it, but I couldn't deny that I moved inside. And when I realized I can't deny I moved, that's when I realized that yielding is the answer. Because I always moved when I yield, when I let go, or surrender. These are just the same synonyms. It's the same thing that I'm saying. It's always this climax, it feels like. It leads to this climax of letting go, of yielding. And he says, so you play your last card and you say to yourself, well, what if it doesn't work? You let that go. You don't even answer it. You yield. The answer is in your yielding. If you're looking for an answer, that's the answer. It's not going to be found in trying to answer a what if. You won't know. That's another thing. You have to accept you don't know when or how. You yield. It really is that old saying of, you jump and then the net will appear. I mean, that's essentially how it always feels like, for me at least. It always feels like that. I always think I can't, or it can't. But I see that it did, and then I believe it did, and it always comes from me letting the I can'ts go. It always works that way. And it really hasn't worked a different way. And so someone comes to you, they start telling you something, and that is unfortunate, and you want to imagine something fortunate for them, and you think, I don't see how this could happen, but I yield to it. I let go. I yield to the unseen. I just give myself to it, and it requires of me, it's always the price to pay, is my reason, my doubts, my worries are always the price I have to pay to get there, and I never regret it. I've never regretted yielding. And so that's what I mean by yielding. That's what I mean. What does it mean to yield to the wish fulfilled? That's how I took it from his lectures. And this is my ideas. Now you might have a different way of saying it and a different way of approaching it, but this is just what I learned from Neville's. And this is what I've learned from my own practice. It's a lot easier. It gets easier. It's just in the beginning when you're starting, it feels like, when the pressures are on and you feel it's urgent and it feels like a very climactic moment where you have to accept, Neville has a lecture called Impotence. You have to accept impotence. You can't do anything. All you can do is accept this. If you accept that, you will accept it. If you realize that you can't turn, you want to turn to somebody. You want to run to someone and have them fix all your problems. You want this, but you realize you can't go anywhere. You can't escape your own imagining. All I can do is direct it. All I can do is change it. All I can do is imagine myself differently. When you do that, you will do it. When you see there's no other option, God's name is not he is or she is, it's I am. When you see that, you won't go to another. You will yield to that. You will change. So that's what I mean by it. I wanted to answer that question because I find it important because it doesn't matter what it is in front of you. And that can be difficult to accept, but the circumstance doesn't matter. Can you, before you sleep tonight, can you yield into something different? Regardless of everything, can you do it? And you'll see that you can. Will you do it is another question. You can do it, but will you do this? Will you give up your worry right now? And you can do it for a moment. It doesn't have to be perfect. Neville, when he said he imagined himself out of the army, it wasn't like a perfect image. He yielded to it though, the best he could. So can you do it the best you can? Can you let go and yield and no longer, and give up the question of what if it doesn't work? Can you let that go? Because that was a big worry of mine. I was like, yeah, I can believe this, but what if me believing it, nothing happens? That was always a fear of mine. And every time I've ever let that go, it always seemed to work. So that's my answer on this. I'm obviously going to speak more about this because to me, this is one of the most important parts of what Neville has spoken when it comes to imagining. I find the yielding part to be And that's why he put a chapter in his book called Impotence, and it's Empower of Your Awareness. I would recommend you read it because it's basically describing this. He could have called it yielding, but it's really the same idea. I'm going to speak about a quote that Neville would often say, and I want to give my take on it and really my own experience from it after, talking to so many people now. So he quotes Yeats. He says, "We should never be certain that it was not some woman treading in the winepress who began the subtle change in the minds of men, or in men's minds." And the other day I was listening to the song called The Underdog by Spoon. And there's this certain lyric where he speaks about how we sort of ignore the water boy. We pay no regard to the water boy, which is like who pays attention to the water boy. The water boy is just getting water for the players, where everyone's paying attention to the players. But as Yeats said, we cannot be certain it's some woman treading in the winepress that began the subtle change. And it reminded me of when Neville said that he was a elevator operator, and how he worked for JCPenney, and that's not necessarily a high up position. He's a very low position in that. And yeah, I would you would never think that the elevator operator who's standing next to you is going to one day touch a lot of people's lives. And you would never think that. But you can't be so certain that they're not imagining that. Just because the people who probably stand next to him are above him in society, we pay no regard to him, but it doesn't mean we know what they're imagining. After meeting with people over the years and speaking with people over the years, I wouldn't say I was always proven right, but I saw that there's always more to people than the expression that they're giving. Meaning that you don't know what someone is imagining. You could be at the top of someone's game, and they're imagining their own demise, afraid of having it all, and then they sabotage it. Or you could be the water boy, nothing at all, being the lowest at the totem pole, and yet you're imagining greatness. And so you can't be so sure that it wasn't some woman treading in the winepress. You can't be so sure it wasn't some water boy imagining greatness that created subtle change in the minds of men. And I remember that the story always hit me because I see myself in that story. And I see many people in that story that I've met where they count themselves out because others counted themselves out. But you can't count yourself out because you don't know what someone's doing on the inside. You think that the person has it all. You do. In your mind, you look and they must have it all. And you don't really know what they're imagining. You have no idea what they're doing and the vessels they're shaping on the inside, how they're shaping their imagination. You're not aware of that. Though you might see the expression for now, but you don't know what they're planning and what they will reap. You don't know what the water boy's planting and what he'll reap. Maybe the water boy imagines greatness in his mind. And then all of a sudden it starts to work out and play in his world. So I guess this message was just, don't count yourself out. Because there is no real such thing as counting oneself out based on the opinions and the level in which you are in the totem pole. It doesn't matter where you start. Not in imagination, because it's just states of being. It doesn't matter what state of being you started in. You move into a different state of being, one that you want to be in. And then you start a change in your life. And the next thing you know, you meet people that happen to be in the nature of what you're imagining. That's how this works. You'll meet people. That's how it works. Either you will take upon the responsibility, or someone else will come in your life and help you with that responsibility. But you'll take upon the responsibility to become that thing. It just will happen. That's just how this works. Whether you think it's stupid or not, it doesn't really matter. You might think it's stupid that the water boy can imagine greatness, or that the elevator operator can imagine themselves speaking in front of people, and people will listen. Or the little boy who has nothing and is bored out of their mind and decides to imagine speaking, and people listen. You don't know what someone's doing on the inside. They might present themselves one way to you. The appearances might show one thing, but in the depths they're showing something completely different. And I want to stress that People can be at the top of their game and be imagining their own demise. It goes both ways. You can imagine destruction of your career, the destruction of the things that you actually value. You can imagine that. You can also imagine them flourishing as well. It's up to us. We are the ones who are responsible for what we do in imagination. And it doesn't matter who's doing it. Imagination doesn't look and says, well, it's an elevator operator. I don't think I should take their imaginal acts into consideration. It doesn't say that. So someone scoffs at you. Someone looks at you like you're beneath them. So what? So what if someone who has a higher ranking in society looks down upon you? It doesn't really matter. Not in imagination. There's no qualification to imagine. We should never be certain that it was not some woman treading in the winepress who began the subtle change in men's minds. I love that quote. It really shows you that don't count anybody out, especially not yourself. You start sowing something new inside your own imagination tonight. Doesn't matter where you start. Don't allow where you started to be really where you end. It sounds cliche, but remember, we have to go to the end on the inside. You don't look to the appearances and say, well, I don't have, and therefore I can't go to that end in me. Go to the end. It's about being imaginative, not about starting in like the perfect position. It's not about having the high up position in a corporation. Then those imaginal acts will get seen by God. It doesn't really matter. If the water boy or the elevator operator wants to imagine greatness, it will be given to them because they're imagining it for themselves. But if they just listen to what everyone says about them, they listen to the scoffs, they listen to the dismissals, the disregarding, the ignoring, they pay attention to that behavior and they let that behavior dictate their own imagination, then they will remain as they are. And unfortunately, that happens for many people. But when you become aware that you have some control, some authority over your own imagination, you will start to take ownership over what you do. And you won't just allow anything to grow inside of it. You won't allow, even if you do start to imagine things you don't want, you won't just allow it to stay. You'll break it. You'll stop it. You'll move in a different direction. Maybe it's a habit. It doesn't really matter. But you'll stop it. And you'll go down the path you want to go down. We can never be certain who it is. So don't count yourself out. And this is, Yeats is a brilliant poet. I wouldn't consider him, he's a very intelligent man. And yet he said it could be the woman treading the winepress. Could be the water boy, the elevator operator, changing their own imagination. And you don't know it. And so because we don't know it, we count him out and we say, well, what good thing could he do? There's no power. He has no connections. He's behind in life. There's no social background. He has no family name. There is nothing about him that is worthy to be looked at. But you don't have to take that within yourself and then start to treat yourself that way in imagination. It doesn't really matter what anyone says. It never has. It's just that we believe it does, and then we let that dictate our minds. There's nothing more interesting, nothing more mystical than the human imagination. Because it can take someone at the lowest and bring them to the top. And that's what the story of Joseph's about. I'm sure everyone knows the story of Joseph. His brothers sold him into slavery. And then he became right hand of Pharaoh. He started from the bottom, and because he could interpret dreams. He was the dreamer. He was the dreamer who dreamed his way to the top. That's how he arrived. And everyone here is a dreamer, whether we want to think it or not. Some dream small things. Some dream demise. Some dream dirty things. Some dream things clean. But everyone's dreaming something. Just don't let your position, your physical position, dictate your mental one. If you can do that, you will move into the direction of your what you're doing mentally. But if you keep it the same way, don't expect much movement. And you don't need anyone's permission. You don't need society's permission. So I just wanted to sort of give, let me just quote it one more time. We should never be certain that it is not some woman treading in the winepress who began the subtle change in men's minds. So about 2 years ago, I wrote a series, and it was about 23 chapters, and it's on Reddit if you want to read it. But I never finished the audio for that, and I'm going to finish it. I think I'm only on part 5, but I just felt the urge to start another series as far as writing it goes. And then I figured I should probably start the audio now. That way I don't have to do it later. But I'm not going to read what I wrote word for word. I'm just going to bounce because I think that'd be really redundant. If you can read it yourself if you want. But to just bounce off of the ideas that I wrote, I want to give more context and a different perspective as far, from speaking it. And for the first part of this, I call it Change Self, which I've talked extensively about. And I want to just look at the same idea, which is about changing yourself and not changing the world, and simply taking it from a different angle again. And because the scriptures tell us that it's about repentance, and repentance is a radical change of mind. And something that I struggled with for a long time was that I felt that there were certain states within me that I did want. I did want to feel a certain way about myself. I did. But I would come up across a feeling of resistance that I felt almost unworthy of it. And I didn't see that the point is not to figure out my worthiness of a state. It's about changing. It's not necessarily about feeling or any kind of questions. It's like, do I want to change? If I want to change, then I can change. It's really not about anything else. To give light or focus upon whether or not you're worthy, it's to miss the whole point. The point is to change. Can you change yourself? Do you have a desire to change yourself? Then you can do it. All you need is, the desire is all you need. You don't need to be worthy. You don't need to be anything other than simply having the desire within yourself to be in a different position inside yourself, to feel different about yourself. Because Neville said that imagining creates reality. Well, the question for me that comes up after that is, well, then how am I imagining myself? It's a question we should all ask ourselves is, how do we imagine ourselves? Do we imagine ourselves as somebody who has incredible loss? Do we imagine ourselves as being defeated? Do we imagine ourselves in states of despair, desperation? How do we imagine ourselves? Because the way we imagine ourselves is directly, intrinsically tied to the life we're going to live. And it's a great question to ask yourself is, how am I imagining myself? Because if imagining creates reality, and I'm with myself in reality, then I'm going to have to change that. So I don't try to change reality, I try to change myself. And I start off the part with a quote where it says, nothing to change but self. And that's what Neville said. And I kind of ask you to try to disprove that. Because what you're going to find is if you try to change others, you might run into so many people you're going to try to change, and you're going to realize it's not going to ever be enough. Like, how many people have to change around you for you to feel satisfied? For you to be in the state you want to be in, how many people have to change? And how do they have to change? And do you honestly control them? Or do you control yourself? Is it about changing them, or is it about changing you? Is God's name He is and she is, or is it I am? And where do I find I am? If I were to change, if God's reality and God's name is I am, where do I find I am? Where do I find reality? I find it within myself. And so changing other people is going to, in the end, become futile. You only need to change yourself. It's about leaving, even somebody, the most annoying person in the world, just leave them the way they are. Just leave it all alone and see if you can change yourself. Can you feel freed from whatever bondage can you allow yourself the ability to put no conditions upon your change in self? That you don't have to reach a certain level of worthiness or achieve a level of good deeds? Or can you give yourself the freedom to not have any outer actions necessary in order for you to change a state? Can you simply see that the state is mental that you're in, and that's where you need to move mentally? That you don't need to do anything on the outside yet. You just start to leave the outside alone and leave your actions alone and allow yourself to be in a state of mind that you want to be in. Because without the desire to change, you won't move. So you need that desire to be different. You want to be different. You want to see the world. You want to see yourself differently. You want to finally imagine yourself the way you want to be. That is what we're changing, is how am I imagining myself? And then Neville was asked a question. Basically, the question was basically asking him, How do you distinguish this between wishful thinking or like daydreaming? And then Neville said that everything starts off with a wish. It's a wishful thought. And then he quotes Shakespeare and he says, we've been taught from the primal state that that which is was wished until it were. And so everything begins with a wish and we assume it to be true. And then it starts to express itself in our world through us. But what I took from that was that he said everything starts as a wishful thought. So when we have thought inside of ourselves in a wishful position, a wishful state, we want to transfigure it or transform it into fulfillment. You don't want to leave things as a wish. And then you have to ask yourself, what am I wishing upon myself inside of myself? What if thoughts are in a sense wishes, what am I wishing upon myself and another? What am I actually giving myself? What am I allowing? What am I allowing within me? Is it something that because these thoughts are investments, they're seeds that we're planting. And so we see that reaping and sowing is something that is done within ourselves. So we experience the evidence of the implied fulfillment already within us. That is we in a sense are trying to experience the harvest first. We see that the harvest is ripe within us first before we actually see the harvest on the outside. So we don't allow the world to put us in a state. We put ourselves into the state. It says to commune with yourself. And so there's no one else to commune with when you lie down in your bed tonight and you go to imagine for yourself. You are the one who's going to put yourself in the state you want to be in. And there's no one else resisting that but you. And when you see that freedom, that it's you who puts yourself in fearful states, it's you who puts yourself in undesirable positions within you, then you can give yourself the freedom to change. Because if you don't, you're going to blame it on a devil. You're going to blame it on some second cause. You're going to think there's something else that's putting me here. And I don't try to get you to believe in your imagination to box you in. I'm trying to free your imagination from second causes. I'm trying to free it from fears that are self-inflicted. And the way we do that is by changing ourselves. We change how we imagine ourselves. Because when I was young, I realized very early on that changing people or moving into different locations, entering different buildings, moving furniture doesn't necessarily change really much within me. A change within oneself is a choice. It's a decision that we make. And it's a decision we can make at any time. It could be 5 minutes now. Let's say you went down a path inside of yourself that was horrible, but you don't have to feel that you're stuck, that you can't change. The answer will always be change. So when you start to feel scared within yourself and you see that you're self-scaring, remember this. Don't be afraid and don't shame, but change. Because we can be ashamed of what we've imagined. We can feel afraid of what we've imagined. But instead, change it. You can always have that option. Without that option, you're going to feel stuck. Do you have a desire to change what you just imagined from? Do you have a desire to walk a different path within you? If you have that desire, you can do it. I really do believe you can do this. This isn't just for the special type of people in the world. Anybody can change how they imagine themselves. And so don't think that because maybe you feel that you have sinned in the past and therefore you can't enter a new state, or you can't leave a horrible state, because everybody's sinned. Nobody enters a state because they're perfect. Everybody who's in a state of mind entered it sinfully in a sense. Nobody's perfect here, so you don't have to feel like you have to reach a level of outside perfection in order to be in the state you want to be in. Like I said, you can be anywhere. And you are allowed that freedom. You allow yourself that freedom. Don't think that you have to be somewhere specifically physically in order to be mentally where you want to be. Because then you're conditioning your mind again. You're conditioning yourself. And we don't want to condition self with change. We want change to be freely given to us, by us, through us, and in us. And then I took a quote from the lecture called As He Is, So Are We in 1969. Neville explained how this guy who would go to his lectures told him one day that one of his favorite things to do is, he loves it more than going to a Broadway show, is to like the first 10 minutes when he's like shaving his face, he basically brings up the president to his mind and just like rips him to shreds. And he says he loves to do it. It just gives him a lot of pleasure. And then Neville pointed out that we're basically allowed to do whatever we want inside of ourselves. We're allowed to bring people to our minds and destroy them. We're allowed to do that as much as we want. But you will find that it's more important to change oneself, to change the I am of oneself, than it will be to rip someone else to shreds. Although you can do it, and we are in a world of blessings and cursings, choose life, choose blessings within you. You do have the option, but it'd be wise for you to choose a blessing upon yourself and another. It doesn't cost anything, and you don't have to have conditions placed upon it, so you don't have to feel that it's a big work. And that reminded me of the scripture that said that we must take the log out of our own eye before we take the speck out of our brother's. And so when we try to change our brothers or the people on the outside, when we try to change them, we're just moving specks around in our life. The real log is ourself. That is the log that we must change, is us. And the reason for that is because the man who is ripping the president to shreds, he wants the president to be different. He wants the president to be his savior. He wants the president to allow him to be in the state he wants to be in. He wants the president to satisfy him. But that's not God's name. God's name is not the president. I am. And it's I am what we must change. And so if you feel in bondage from somebody, you don't try to change them. You change yourself as being freed from that bondage. You free yourself from it. Even if tomorrow the headlines tell you that you're still in bondage, you keep freeing yourself. You feel freed. It's really not about you're not allowing yourself and your imagination to bow to senses. You're allowing yourself to, regardless of what the article says, regardless of what he or she has said, you sustain the I amness of what you want to be. You sustain the way you're imagining yourself to be. That's what you sustain. And so belief and faith in the I am, it's a knowing. Faith is a knowing. So instead of, again, waiting for the world to put you in a state, put yourself in the state. Because if you don't do that, you're going to wait for the world to be different. You're always going to wait for a change in your life, but you're desiring a change, but you're not seeing that the desire for change is really a change in self. That's what you want to change. You want to change you. You are the most important thing to your life. You can't deny it. You can't even disprove that. You are the most important thing to your life, and that is what you must change. And so to reiterate, it's not about shaming oneself or fearing oneself or blaming oneself. It's about changing oneself. And that's what Abdullah was trying to teach Neville, because I'm sure Abdullah knew what it's like when you discover that you've been occupying certain positions within you that you have seen, you deemed unlovely. And it's hard to feel noble. It's hard to feel things when you have imagined such horrific things. It can be hard to feel oneself to be good when you've imagined bad, in a sense. But it's not about gaining your worthiness. It's about changing. Do you want to be good? Then change to being good. Don't worry about whether or not you're worthy of goodness. It's a state within you. It's not really asking if you're worthy. It's asking if you can change. And it's asking yourself, do you want to be different? Do you want that? Honestly, do you want to be different? If you do, then you can put yourself in that. It might be uncomfortable, but make yourself uncomfortable by being in the new state of mind. Eventually, it'll become comfortable. It's a little awkward when you first go over someone's house that you've never been to. It can feel uncomfortable. The more you go there, the more it feels, the couches become second nature to sit on. But at first, you ever try to go into someone's refrigerator when you're in? I hate doing that. It's uncomfortable, but eventually it becomes comfortable. And so you enter a new door within yourself, a new state, and it feels a little bit awkward. You just continue in it. If that's what you want to be, if that's where you want to be, don't look to a savior on the outside to put you there. Don't wait for the president to do it. Put yourself in that position internally, because that is the job of the inner man. You let him do his part. And so that's what I have for now in this first part. I am going to continue doing this. And if you're interested in reading the actual work, just go to Reddit. It'll be in the description. And I have about 3 parts right now. I'm not sure how long this one's going to be. I didn't know how long the other one was going to be. It was about 23 chapters. That's what came from it. And then I felt kind of finished with it. And I had the desire to write another one. And I enjoy doing them. So I'm not sure. Maybe it'll be another 20. Who knows? Maybe it'll be 40. Maybe it'll be 10. I don't know what it's going to be. But I'm just going to let it develop on its own. But again, I want to reiterate the point of the first part, which is it's about change. It's not about worthiness. It's about the desire to be different and allowing yourself to not have conditions to be different. Don't condition self. Allow self to be different. Allow self to change. And when you do that, you'll see that there's a freedom within you that you might have not known was there. But once you discover it, it's going to be hard to go back. You're going to want to utilize this freedom over and over and over again. So you don't try to change other people. You will naturally always go to yourself if you need something within yourself. So I want to continue the series. We're on part 2, Do Not Be Afraid. And I speak about how your mind is like a temple. And when you have isms and idols and false gods and reasons and devils and fears inside your temple, it's going to feel dirty. It's going to feel like you need to wash it. Everyone washes their hands. You don't just take one shower for your life and then you're done. You have to shower yourself every day, hopefully. And when it comes to your mind, you want to clean your mind. You want to cleanse your mind from these blockages because they don't really belong there. And as I've said, you have to overcome the mountains that are in front of you, and you have to overcome the reason that is in you. For these things are going to feel like blockages when you go to change your state of awareness. You don't need any physical thing on the outside to change your state of awareness. But when you come into this knowledge from Neville's work, you're given a sense of a power, and it can feel almost frightening to use it. You can almost feel afraid to change. But you should actually be more afraid. If you must be afraid of something, you should actually be afraid of staying exactly where you're at. For you, what you sow is what you reap. And so you're going to keep, it's actually the failure to change your state of awareness is what you should be afraid of. You should never be afraid of changing. You should never be afraid of expanding one's awareness. There's nothing to fear to expand your awareness to the forgiveness of your sin or the change in your awareness or the change in your state of mind. If it's something you need to let go of, you should never be afraid of letting go if that's what you want. You should never feel afraid to actually imagine what you want to imagine. It's not about your reason that you have to satisfy. You don't have to satisfy reason. You have to satisfy yourself. And that is exactly what we're doing. We're changing self. We're changing our own I amness, our own state of awareness about ourselves. And that's what you fear as well. When you fear something's going to happen to you, you're actually afraid of the concept you're going to have to believe about yourself. If you fear rejection, you actually fear being unwanted. It's not about the rejection. The rejection there is more of a catalyst to fulfill the feeling of I'm unwanted. You don't have to be afraid of being wanted. You don't have to be afraid of taking that. It's a state that is in you. It's an awareness that all you have to do is expand yourself to it. You don't have to be deserving of it. It's not about deserving. We can have so many reasons as to why we get annoyed that somebody got what they wanted. We can put our own judgment on it. But what we're doing is that when we judge someone for what they got and we don't think that they deserved it, we're actually doing that to ourselves. That's why we have that judgment. We actually do that to ourselves. So when you imagine for yourself, instead of trying to imagine for someone you don't like, start with yourself. So you would take your ego out of it when you go to imagine for yourself. It's not about whether you're deserving or undeserving. It's not about that. It's about a change of awareness. And you never have to be afraid to change. Never let anyone convince you to be afraid to change your awareness. If you want to see yourself as brilliant, don't let anyone fear you into not expanding your awareness to that. But if you are going to see yourself new, you have to not be afraid of giving up the present conception of yourself. Don't be afraid to let it go. You don't need it to survive. You can survive just as easily with the new perception or the new conception of yourself. So when you start with imagining with yourself without the ego there, without your judgment upon yourself, your judgment doesn't really matter. This is about exercising the imagination. This is about if you want to personify him or personify the imagination, make it into a him if you want to. And it's about exercising him, the one within you. It's not about judging people. It's about, regardless of your judgment, you imagine success for yourself and for them and see if it works. We're trying to go beyond our judgment of the world. We're here to exercise him. But we have to let him play his part. When I go to a dinner party, I don't try to make people uncomfortable. I have a role to play at the dinner party. I play that role. And the same is true for the inner man. You let him play his role, and his role is to see beyond the senses. It's to feel the fulfillment or experience the fulfillment. You let him play his role. And so you let him be the state that you want to be in. You experience it within because he's able to, or you're able to. It's really just you. So the inner man will play his part as the outer man plays his own part. And if you could see that it's these isms, it's these conditions that you're placing, this reason, these are all conditions that are actually making you afraid. It's when you let go of them, you don't become afraid anymore because you're allowed to be in the state you want to be in. Once you free yourself, Once you free your imagination from having to bow to senses only, you can actually start to feel yourself and be the state you want to be in. You don't have to wait anymore. You don't have to wait for someone to change first. You don't have to wait for the greedy people to become selfless. You don't have to wait for the mean to be kind. You don't have to wait for the evil to overcome. You don't have to wait for anything. You start with yourself now. Without judgment, you change. And so if you want security, you don't fear having it. You don't place a physical condition upon it. You simply start to feel yourself to be secure. That is your new state of mind. That's you expanded your awareness to security. Maybe you only have known insecurity. Maybe your awareness has only known insecurity and fear. But you expand yourself beyond it. You go beyond what you're comfortable with. And you can make yourself uncomfortable with something good. And when you do it in love, you're doing it in truth. So you never have to doubt it. Whatever you do in love towards yourself, you never have to doubt it because it's done in truth, because they're coupled together. And so this is a process of changing. It's a process of changing one's way of imagining. And so instead of shaming yourself, instead of fearing, you change. Change will always be your answer, no matter what it is. No matter what comes your way, change. Remember that answer. If you want to free yourself from certain bondage that is within you, you don't wait for someone to do it. You change yourself into the freed version of yourself. And as Neville said, do not be afraid to keep on growing, but you'll be willing at any moment in time to let it go, because you're going to let it go anyways. And what he means is that eventually we're going to pass through this plane of existence called the world of death. So eventually we're going to let go of all of this anyways. But you start now to let go of the things that you feel aren't serving you within. You start within. Don't worry about the outside. As it says, like, your body's a temple, and people get so concerned as what they put into their bodies from the outside. But that's not really the important part. The Bible is all about God, your relationship with God. And so the temple, it's really what's more important is whose temple is it? It says your body is the temple of the living God. Be more concerned with that second part. Whose temple is it? It's the temple of the living God. Try to understand what that means and practice that. Put it to the test, see if it's true. Don't just take my word for it. Start to imagine yourself differently and see if it's true. See if it starts to come about in your world. See if your change in awareness, if that is all it takes to actually change your life. See if that's true. And then you'll see that you don't need to go to anyone else on the outside to change your awareness. You don't need to even wait. You don't need to change someone first. You don't need to do anything other than change or expand your awareness. And so if you have people in your world that you feel are doubting, you let them doubt. Let them have what they want, and you have what you want. If they say that they don't see it or they call you crazy, it doesn't really matter if it works. If it continues to work in your life, it doesn't really matter what anyone says. And so instead of becoming afraid of this power, test it. And we are testing our own I amness. And our own I amness is our own awareness of being. That is what we change. We see if that's the Lord of our life. We see if that is actually our God. Because if you don't see it that way, then you're going to serve something else on the outside of you. And it's never going to be enough. And when you see that it's your own awareness that becomes the Lord of your life, you won't be afraid of the senses so bad. You'll see more of a symbolic message with your world. You will see that your life is telling you something about your awareness. And if you don't know what's happening in your life, then you must be unaware of what's happening within you. Become aware of what you're doing on the inside. That's what you need to concern yourself more. It's not about what you heard years ago or what was said. It's what you're saying to yourself now. It's what you're imagining. It's not what you have imagined, but what you're imagining now. Change what you're imagining now. Change what you're imagining within the present. Change what you're aware of being now. Don't wait until tomorrow. Don't think that I'll change myself in a week from now. You don't need to wait for the senses to catch up with you. You don't need to wait for the senses to be different for you to be different. And if you're afraid, you can just see this in the sense of forgiveness. That's what this is. A change of awareness is forgiveness of sin. That's what you're doing. You're forgiving yourself the moment you move into a better position within yourself, what you conceive of better. And remember, this is what you want, not what the world tells you to want. You really have to sit down and ask yourself what it could be something small, but you just ask yourself what you want, truly what you want. And it'll be effortless to accept it. Once you figure out what you want, when you try to just put yourself within like what you think you should want, what you think you should have, might be a struggle to accept it. But once you really figure out what you desire, it becomes effortless. It becomes natural to just feel that you have it, and then you will. And so when you can take the message that whatsoever you desire, believe you have it, and you will. Many times people will ask me, well, what do I do after I believe it? I'm like, I just tell them to slow down and first believe you have it, and then you'll know what to do. If you can arouse yourself to feel that you have it, it will feel natural. Until that naturalness is achieved, there's going to be a conflict within you. But you're the victor of it if you allow yourself to let it go. And if you fear what will happen next, you will never take that leap of faith within yourself to accept something new about yourself. And so you have to let the fear go. You have to transcend the fear. You have to transcend what is within you. Whatever is blocking you from accepting whatever fear it is, you have to transcend it because there's no one else to do it but yourself. No one else can actually overcome the fears that you have within you. These are your fears. These are your problems. As Neville says, you look at your fears right in the eye and you overcome them. You find its imaginal solution. And then you accept that. And so never be afraid. If fear is your problem, you don't have to be afraid. Never be afraid to assume something about yourself. Don't be afraid of what will happen next. You just focus on having it. Whatsoever you desire, believe you have it and you will. Focus on that part, the believing you have it. Try to understand and figure out how you do that. That is the important part. The you will have it comes after. But first you have to believe you have it. But for me, in my case, I was afraid to actually have it. I was afraid of change until I saw that I should be more afraid of remaining the same. Once I saw that, it was very easy for me to let it go and to dive into the pools within me that I wanted to be in. It wasn't so scary after all to move. And once you start to move in the ways you want to move, you start to see that it's not about your judgment. It wasn't about deserving. It wasn't about your fear. It's not necessarily about you. It's about giving. You can say it's about forgiving, but it's about giving yourself what you want and living from this new way of imagining, which is an act of giving constantly. Like I said, you don't take one shower for your life. You don't just eat one piece of bread and you're full for the rest of your life. It's a daily bread. It's a daily prayer. It's a daily acceptance. It's a daily change. Paul has said, I die daily. He dies daily to himself, within himself, daily. It's something you do and something you live. And you live from this way, and the way is from within to without. And when you live from this way, it causes a conflict within because it goes against your senses. It goes against what you were taught about yourself. But you're the victor. You will be the victor of this. All it takes is your willingness to accept the new state of yourself. Willing to accept yourself. That is all it's going to take. And so don't ever be afraid, and don't let anyone ever scare you into moving within yourself. I don't care what the outside is showing you. You do not have to be afraid to obtain something within. You don't have to be afraid of letting something go. You're always allowed to move, and you allow to the degree you move within is up to you. You're allowed to move as much as you want. You're allowed to be as free as you want. There's no true restriction. I can't find one. I couldn't find one. I couldn't find a limit to forgiveness within myself. And the same will be true for you. You won't find the limit. So don't look for it. Just keep forgiving. You don't have to be afraid either. Because in the end, there's only love. And there's no fear in love. Perfect love will cast out all fears. And as I said, it's always coupled with truth. And so you never have to fear that you're lying to yourself if you do it in love. There is just no lie there. And then you'll see that the lie is in fear. You'll always see that your fears are a lie. And they only became true because you believed in them. So this is part 3 of the second series called Barbados is Imaginary. Now, what I probably should have called this was Participate in the Imaginary. Because that's exactly what we're doing. We're partaking and participating in our imaginary acts that Neville says are real. They're factual. And that's where we start. And when he told his students to climb the ladder, what he was saying was, if you listen to the verbiage very carefully, he says, take your imaginary hand, your imaginary right hand, very specific, and place it on the imaginary ladder. Take your imaginary left foot and place it on the ladder. And you do the imaginal activity of climbing it. And you partake in this imaginary act. And then this imaginary act becomes a fact in the world. And so we start from the premise that it's all imaginary, and we partake in the imaginary. And so that the thing that we want, the conception that you want, the money that you want, the congratulatory handshake, the promotion, the hearing of the good news, the forgiveness, the freedom, all of it is imaginary. It's within you. It's something that you are allowed to partake in, or you're allowed to have. Regardless of whether if you take your ego out of it, you start wondering if you're deserving of it, just take yourself out of that. Take that out of it. Don't bring what's outside inside. Don't mix the ingredients. Keep it all imaginary. Keep it all imaginary. And you'll see that your freedom is imaginary. You don't have to feel deserving of it. It's just imaginary. You're allowed to have whatever you want and partake in the imaginary. You're allowed to participate in this world that is made of all imagination, which is inside of you. And when you see it as all imagination, you won't feel that something's off limits. There's no off limits here in this world. And so I remember when I went to go test this out, when I got inspired by the ladder experiment years ago. And I was in Las Vegas at the time, and I wanted to participate in an imaginal act of winning in the roulette table on a specific number. I didn't really care about the amount. I wanted to specifically win on a specific number. And so what I did was I went within myself, and I made a duplicate, an imaginary duplicate of what I wanted to do in the flesh. I found it's a duplicate. Neville said it like this. He said, what you can do in the flesh, you can duplicate in fancy, which is the same way of saying there's an imaginary duplicate of what you want to do or what you want to have. And so what I did was I made the MGM Grand imaginary. I placed my imaginary right hand. I meant my imaginary left hand on the imaginary leather pad on the imaginary roulette table. And I saw the imaginary dealer place the imaginary ball, and then he spun it, and it landed on the imaginary number 23. And I saw his imaginary hand, place the imaginary glass topper on top of the number 23 on top of the imaginary table. And I won in imagination. My winning was imaginary. And I participated in this imaginal act. I made it real by participating in it. And I made myself there imaginary. It was all imaginary. And I didn't say to myself, well, money was hard to get, or that I usually lose at these things, or that I'll try my hardest to believe that it's real. I didn't do any of that. I just partook in the imaginary act. That's all I did. I didn't question my worthiness. I didn't wonder if it was real or not. I simply made myself imaginary, and I partook in the imaginary. And so when Neville wanted to leave the army, he went within himself and he slept next to his imaginary wife on their imaginary separate beds. As at the time, that's what they did. And he said he was like making breakfast, his imaginary breakfast. It was all imaginary. He just simply partook. He took his imaginary body and started partaking in the imaginal activities within himself, regardless of the outside. And that is what we do. We simply partake in it. That's the best way of putting it. When Abdullah told him to go to Barbados, you want to go to Barbados, he said, see the imaginary sand. Put your imaginary feet in the imaginary sand. See the palm trees, the imaginary palm trees. You start seeing imagination. You start partaking in imagination. You start having imagination. You start to actually have it, and that you will. And what they believed is that what you see is what you have in imagination. And so you don't have to question it. It's something you partake in. You partake in the having. You partake in the feast, which is to actually experience your imaginal activity. You don't wonder, you don't feel unworthy of the ladder. The ladder just appears in front of you. I didn't feel unworthy of the casino. The casino is just there. Its imaginary duplicate is within me. And so if I want something, it doesn't really matter what it is. If I want it, I make an imaginary duplicate of it, and I have it in imagination. I partake in that. It really doesn't matter what it is. If you want to wear a certain brand of clothing, just find its imaginary duplicate, make it in imagination, and wear it. If you want to be a new state of mind, be it. You can find its imaginary duplicate within you. And you don't have to feel that it has to First something has to happen on the outside first in order to have it. You first do it within oneself. You don't have to find a ladder on the outside. You just climb it within you. You don't have to find the money on the outside. You just start having it within you. And so you and the thing that you want are not far away from each other. It's within you. And so even though it might feel far away, it isn't. That's an illusion. So if you want something in this world, you don't feel that it's far away from you. You place it in your hands. You feel it. You hold it. You hear it. You partake in it. You make Barbados imaginary. If you want to be in Barbados, you want to physically be somewhere, make it imaginary. You partake in that. And I like the word partake because it's you're actually participating. The same way you would do in the flesh here, you mimic it in spirit. You mimic it in imagination. That is what we're doing. That's the premise of all of this in regards to practicing the law. Now, the promise is a bit different. The promise is an awakening that happens within the individual. But we start from repentance, and repentance is a radical change of mind. And so if I see something physically, if my senses are interpreting something physical, but I want to be somewhere different, I don't have to wait. I radically change my attitude. And you'll see that it doesn't matter what the appearances have shown or what they're showing. You start from the premise that it's imaginary. And so if you feel that you've been in bondage in something for a long time, you don't have to wait to be freed. You start freeing yourself. It's a self-freedom, a self-pardoning. You pardon yourself. It's all imaginary. And so you never have to feel unworthy for anything ever again. It's something you can let go of. Start from the premise that it's imaginary and partake in the imaginary. Even yourself. You make yourself imaginary. Neville was in the army. Yes, his physical body was there. Yes, he was physically there, but he made himself imaginary. He believed that he was the one who was imaginary instead of believing the one that he was physical. And he partook, and he made breakfast, and he spoke imaginary words with his imaginary wife. But to him, it wasn't just imaginary, because he made himself imaginary. It became real. So you might hear that first and say, well, there's an imaginary duplicate of what you want. It might sound silly. You might not see the point, but if you test it out, really try to see if it's true or not. Is there an imaginary duplicate of the thing that I want? Maybe I lost something in the world. Can I find it back in my imaginary hand? Can I take my imaginary right hand and place that item that I lost? So say that I want something. Can I stop wanting it and partake in the having of it? It's something you can practice daily. And you don't do anything other than what you would do in the flesh. So if you were to hear good news in the flesh, and that would be the implication of it being you being successful in some area in your life, that's all you do in the imagination. You just hear it. You just listen. That's all you do. You don't do anything more. If you do anything more, then you're trying to perfect the thought. You're trying to make everything perfect. And it's not really about making it perfect. It's simply hearing it or seeing it or holding it or feeling it or partaking in it. That's all you're doing. You're just simply mimicking what you do in the flesh. You're just mimicking that in the spirit. And you're making it feel natural because the flesh feels natural to us. So then you mimic the flesh and the spirit. And that's how these two become one. And then that's what manifests is when it becomes natural. And so you don't, maybe at first it might feel uncomfortable to have a new mental clothing, but you must see that if you want to change your mental outfit, or if you want to change your mental attitude, it's because you have outgrown the mental outfit you're wearing right now. It's too tight now. The clothing doesn't fit. The mental clothing is too tight. You've outgrown it. It's time to put on a new outfit. So if you have the urge within you to change, but you're struggling to change, then you're not seeing that you're holding yourself back. Because it's you who wants to change. It's you who's telling yourself that it's time to put on a different outfit, but you're resisting it. So resistance is self-resistance. It's self-resisting the acceptance of a new state within you, a new idea that you want to believe about yourself. But remember, it's imaginary. You don't have to wait upon the senses to do anything. You don't have to wait for the outside to change, for the imaginary to change. So Neville didn't see Barbados physically. No, he didn't. But he saw it in imagination. He brought what was there. So we take what's so far removed from us and we bring it to our present moment right now. We take what's over there and we make it here. We take what we want and we make it that we have it. So what we want becomes fulfilled. That is what we're doing. I'm going to say that again. We take what is there and we make it here. So Barbados is over there. It's far away from me, but I make it here right now. And so I see palm trees. If I was there, I would see palm trees. And so I make Barbados imaginary, and that's why I labeled it that. But really, it's about partaking in the imaginary. He partook in this world of imagination where there's a duplicate of what he wants. He wanted to be in Barbados. And so you'll see that everything has a duplicate. Even the people within your world have their duplicate within you. So when you dream, you'll see people that, in your life that are in your dreams. There's an imaginary duplicate of them, and there's an imaginary duplicate of you. But start partaking in this world. Start having things in this world. Caesar's coin is in this world. It was made from this world. So you don't have to, and this world is infinite. So don't feel like you're taking something from it. It's infinite. It's just here to partake. There's an infinite amount of ladders. There's an infinite amount of yous in it. There's an infinite amount. So don't feel that you're depleting anything. Don't feel that at all. Don't feel that you are depleting anything. Don't feel that you're taking too much, is what I'm saying, within yourself. If you want something within yourself, have it. And if you want more of it, have it. Keep fulfilling. And when you see that it's all imaginary, that's the action that we take, is we make what's there here. That is the action that Abdullah told Neville. Then you don't have to. No, Abdullah didn't tell him, well, you're going to have to find a way to get a ticket, and maybe you can go pick up a job to make the money. He didn't say anything like that. He told him to make Barbados imaginary. Make it there. Bring it here now. And Neville thought that was a little bit crazy, but he did it. He tried it. That's all I'm saying. Just try it. I tried it with the casino. Thought it was a fun idea. And make it fun. Just try it. Make everything imaginary, what you want, and partake in it. Exactly what I did. And you'll be surprised how it comes about. You'll be nudged. Somebody will bring you. Somebody will take you by the hand if they have to. But it will be fulfilled because you fulfilled it within yourself. You partook in something imaginary. Now you have to partake it in the flesh, because these two are not separate but one. So you don't ask how it's going to be done. You partake in it being done, in the doneness, if you will. You don't ask when. You take when and you make it now. You take the how and you experience it. So you don't have to ask the how anymore. That's what we do. That is hitting your mark. So you hit the mark in imagination. The mark is imaginary. That's what you hit. And so you don't wait to be something. You don't wait for others to change. You don't need them to. You don't need a helper on the outside. You don't need any helper to do this. You don't need anyone on the outside to see something, be different, or have some type of awakening or a different interest. You don't need to do that. You just simply start partaking in the imaginary. You start now. You don't keep waiting. You don't wait for the world to change for you to change. You don't need it to. Once you see you don't need it to, then you can be freed from that idea. That you don't need the senses to be different. You can just start being different now. And then you'll see that you've freed yourself from the senses in that regard. And so your imagination becomes freed from the senses, freed from having to obey them. And so Neville, what Abdullah really taught him was to be freed from the senses. As that your senses are telling you that you don't have the money, that you can't do it, you can't go to Barbados. Well, be there. Your senses are telling you that you can't have the forgiveness that you want, the freedom that you want, the worthiness that you want. Well, then have it. Your senses are telling you can't have this be fulfilled, that you can't have this, that, and the other. Well, then have it. Make it imaginary. Make yourself imaginary. Partake in it. And that's what we do. And so that's the part 3. Now, if this is still unclear to you, I do offer one-on-ones. If you want to do that, you can contact me in the email description. There'll be an automated message, but I try to make this clear, as clear as I can. And I know that sometimes the verbiage can be a little bit confusing, but if you slow it down and if you actually practice it, you'll see what I'm saying. And so when you go into meditation tonight, practice making things imaginary. Even if it doesn't make sense, just try it. And you'll see what I mean. Take your imaginary body and partake in the imaginal acts. Have the thing that you want. And you'll see that you do. And when then you start living your life from that area, you no longer wait for senses. You no longer respond to them and react to them the same way. And so also, if you want to read it, I have it on Reddit. Just go to the description as well. Just click on the Reddit link and you'll see I'm about to write another part. I'm about to write part 5 soon. I'm going to make part 4 video soon. But I put some Neville quotes in the write-up that I didn't say here. So if you want to read those, I think they're very important reads. I think that they add to this. And like, for example, right here it says, don't ignore it. Put something in its place and become self-persuaded that the imaginal act is real, that it's factual. So that's what we're doing. And so we see that the imaginary and the flesh are not two, but one. So this is part 4 of the series so far, and it's called image making. And I called it image making because that's exactly what we're doing. We're making images. We're not concerned, and as scary as this might sound, we're not concerned with the morals of things. We're not concerned with the when and the how. We're not necessarily concerned with the things outward to man. We're not concerned with the rules of the world. We're concerned with image making, which is really an art of transfiguration, which is to transfigure the images within us. You don't discard your imagination, you transfigure it. If you hate what you're imagining, if you dream nightmares, you don't discard the imagination itself, you just transfigure the images that you're making. And so it really is an inner work that you're doing here. And I view this as a school. If you're listening to this, we're in a school of image making. That's really what Neville was teaching us. And it's a school that we have to practice. We have to practice every single day, rearranging the images. It's really like a puzzle piece. And this is what the Bible calls repentance, but I just call it image making because I think image making makes it a lot less. I guess when I think of the word repentance, I think of a lot of religious connotation and conditions placed upon it that I grew up with. So when I think of image making, it really is a less of a stress. And so you have images you dislike. You simply are rearranging images. Don't be concerned so much with whether or not the images are perfect. They're perfect to you. And so it's a question you ask yourself. And so instead of following morals, what man thinks is right and wrong, and instead of following the whens and the hows, we follow, or we try to imagine or make images in terms of redemption and beauty and goodness. What you find is loving, what you find is beautiful, what you find is redemptive to you, that is the images you start making within yourself and redemptive to other people. Neville always spoke about imagining good for another, that one is gainfully employed when they're unemployed. You don't tell them to make a resume, you imagine them gainfully employed. You don't see them struggling. You can walk away from the conversation and say to yourself, well, that person's going to struggle. We're in a difficult this, we're in a difficult that. They're not going to make it. There's no jobs available for this or that. You imagine them regardless. You imagine them gainfully employed. And you hold true to that new image of them. You let them die to what they once were, and you imagine them as they are now. And that is what is called forgiveness. Forgiveness is not saying I will forgive myself so I can learn better, to make better choices in my life. Although you can say that's a part of it. This is not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about making a new image regardless of what the outside is showing. That is what I'm trying to get across. It's a bit, in my opinion, beyond simply self-help. I'm trying to stir up within you a more spiritual approach to this practice, which would be to go beyond anything that is on the outside. Anything. I don't care if you were fired from your job today. You go beyond it and you still imagine yourself the way you want to be. You go beyond what anything of the senses are showing, because that's the ultimate test of imagination, is can you imagine beyond what your senses dictate? If you can, then your imagination now has superseded the senses. And can you live upon that idea? Can you live upon the idea that the imagination has the power to execute, that the imagination is the source of all expression? If you can accept that, then you can go, you'll make that your foundation. And if you don't make it your foundation, then you'll, as Neville said, you'll go astray and you'll make a man or a god your foundation. Something on the outside, you'll make that the foundation of the power of expression. And so I made an experiment, a very simple experiment. It's so simple, but if you do it, you'll see what I mean about making images. It's really nothing more than making the image and simply entering the image and experiencing it. It's very, very simple. And so just right now, if you were to, it doesn't matter, I don't really care where you are physically, but if you were to imagine yourself on an island or a beach, and you put yourself there, you might not necessarily feel anything. That's not stirring up within you the reality of this beach. Until you start to think more about it, maybe you need to put a certain drink in your hand, or you need to be with somebody, or you need to hear something that implies that you're there, or you need to feel that your stresses are gone because you're at this beach or that you're on a vacation. It doesn't really matter what it is, but whatever it is, as soon as you add layers to it, there's a certain threshold where you finally accept or you naturally feel yourself into the image. And that is what we're trying to do. I'm not concerned with what the image is. The nature of the image doesn't really concern me. If you want to imagine yourself greater than what you are or much greater, I don't really care about that. But can you add certain layers to it to make it reality? Can you make the image feel real to you? Now, how you do that is up to you. It doesn't, for some people, it doesn't have to have much. It seems like Neville was able to imagine having AIDA tickets and he saw it in his hand, and there you go, he had the tickets. For some people, it's a little bit more than that. I know for me, I tend to be a little bit scattered brain at times, so I need to put my attention a little bit more. I need to add more layers to it. And so you add these tones of reality, or I just call them these layers, or these ideas that go upon the image that make it real to you, that imply the image is real. That is what you're doing. And it doesn't really matter what the image is again. So don't be concerned whether it's right or wrong. Think in terms of beauty. Does it redeem you in some way? Is it beautiful? Does it feel good to you? Does it feel like goodness? Does it feel like loving? Does it feel great to imagine something so much greater than what you've been imagining? Can you make it real to you? Because if you have a very fearful thought, you're going to feel the fear right away. It's going to feel real to you right away. But if you change it and made it wonderful or beautiful, it doesn't necessarily feel real yet. It might feel kind of dull. But it's not until you add another layer to it, until you add maybe you add an idea, as I said, that the idea of stress being removed from you, or that the relief that it's done, or that you're experiencing the doneness, or that it's already so, it's not something you're making. Once you add those layers to it, then the image becomes real to you. It becomes satisfying. And that's what I'm wanting you to do. I want you to satisfy yourself without the help of another person, without the help of any man on the outside. You satisfy yourself, and I don't care what it is. And don't be ashamed of what it is that you need your thirst to be quenched from. I'm talking about an inner thirst. If there's a certain question you really need answer to, feel that you have the answer. Just accept that you have it. Whatever it is, accept that you have it. And if that's not enough, then see that you have it. Imagine it or hear it. Do what you need to do to make it a reality to you that you have it. And so I'm asking you to start to live from the premise that imagining creates reality. You might have imagined something lovely and it hasn't formed yet. It doesn't form the next day, but don't be concerned. You just keep creating good images, keep creating redemptive images, beautiful images. Redeem the people around you within yourself. You might not see it happen. You might not see the fruits of what you've been doing of your labor the next day, but you just continue to live off the premise every day that imagining creates reality. And then you'll start to see the fruits of what you're doing within yourself. And really the word images, I'm saying, is really just thoughts. Like we can be undisciplined and create images of shame and images of doubt, things that imply things I dislike about myself, within myself. I can create these types of images. I have the freedom to. But I also have the freedom to create something that uplifts me, something that uplifts another. I can transfigure my imagination to something that is something I love to live in. And when your imagination becomes something of a nightmare, it feels like you can't live in there. It doesn't feel like home anymore. And then what happens is that you live in an imagination guarded, and it's filled with rules and ideas that you have to follow that you don't want to follow. Your freedom is stripped from you. Your freedom to create, your freedom to imagine, your freedom to believe is stripped from you. And so you're afraid to actually believe in a new image. But don't try to believe in it. I guess I would say just enter it. Try to enter the image and just experience it. If you're struggling with believing in something that seems impossible, try to experience the impossible. That's what I would say. Experience it. So wake up tomorrow morning, and while you make your coffee, hear something wonderful that you heard from a friend. I do this all the time. I just hear something wonderful that they've told me. And I just hear it. I don't care if it's possible or it's going to happen or anything like that. I just hear it. Because I already know I live from the premise that imagining creates reality. I live from this premise. I used to live from the idea that the senses, everything outside of me is just happening to me. And I really felt like a victim. And I lived that way. And I decided to switch. I decided to just rearrange the order of things, and I flipped it. And I truly believed in the idea that imagining creates reality. And I tried to live from that as much as I could. To the best of my ability, I tried to live from that. And at times, I would falter and I would imagine things I dislike, and I would experience things I dislike because I've experienced things I disliked within me. Once I saw that the first act of manifestation is within oneself, that it's really just the thought, I was able to see that what I'm imagining is what I'm manifesting within myself. And so I don't need to change the outward expression. I don't need to do that. That's really just a shadow of what's happening within me. And so you'll feel a certain way, and then someone comes and reflects that. I've had it happen to me too many times now to doubt it. And so now I just live off of this premise. And so I create images. I stopped thinking about what was right and wrong because I couldn't figure it out. I would wonder if this image is good or if it's bad, or if it's good for me or good for another, or if I'm doing this or doing that, if that's going to harm some. I just stopped thinking about it, and I started to just immerse myself in the images I wanted to experience. And that's all I'm asking you to do. And do this daily. It's something you live upon. It's not something you just do once and it's over. It's something you will always have to create images no matter what. Tomorrow morning, you will create images. And when you go to sleep tonight before bed, you'll create images. You're always creating images no matter what. Now, you might create the same images over and over again. And you might have a Groundhog Day effect within yourself, but change it. You have the power to change it. You have the power to change the images that you dislike within yourself. And where do you honestly live other than within yourself? And you might say you live in a certain country, but no matter where you go, you live within yourself. So you might as well start now to change where you live. Where do you dwell, as Neville says, psychologically? What are you making your environment like? What is your inner environment? What are the words you're speaking in within yourself? Because that's describing the inner environment you live in, that the inner reality that you are living in, and the words you're speaking, you are telling yourself of the environment that you're in. And so if you live within hatred, you are telling yourself you're living in a reality that you do hate within yourself. And that's okay. I've done it. But if you don't like the word changing it, you can think of it expanding. You can expand. The invitation to expand one's reality within themselves is always available to oneself. And so if you dislike the inner reality you're living in, it's important. You can change that. You can expand it to something different. You really don't have to ask anyone's permission. You don't have to ask anything on the outside. You don't have to ask anything on the outside of you. You simply decide within you to live in a different reality, and you make new images in the nature that you want or in the light that you want. What do you honestly want to reflect in your life? And you start there. And you live upon what you want, not what you don't want. You stop making images you don't want to happen. You start making images that you do want to happen. And so then you live upon this idea that one day it's imaginary, the next day it's reality. And I don't always mean that literally, that sometimes you might imagine something that won't happen the next day. I don't mean that, but you live upon this idea as though it's true. That what I imagine today will happen tomorrow. That it will become my reality. I believe that. I believe the imagination will become reality. It's something that I've tested. It's something that I believe, and I've seen in other people's lives that they've tested it and it worked for them. And so if you go on Reddit, you can read this, I guess you want to call it an article, a post. It's a bit different than what I've said here. So you can gain more from the writing as well than just listening to this. But again, I want you to see this as image making. You just have to make new images. I wouldn't be concerned anymore with wondering if you're a good person or you're a bad person, or if you can or you can't. Just start making new images that you find redemptive, beautiful, and lovely to yourself. And if you don't know those things, then just ask yourself what you think it is. You'll find the answer. And so don't be afraid of any images that you otherwise are creating that you feel frighten you. You're the creator of it. And you're allowed to allow yourself to create new images that you do like. And don't think that they're impossible. If you have a hard time thinking they're impossible, then experience them. Enter them and experience them. And experience the impossibility. That's what I would say. Okay, take care. Okay, and this is part 5 of the series. And this is one that I didn't write down yet, so I'm speaking first because this is very important to me. And to be honest, at times when I write something that I wrote like a year ago, I wrote a couple of months ago, I don't feel that same type of spirit. So it can be kind of boring to make a video on it or make a talk on it. So for this one, I'm going to speak first and then I'm going to write it because I feel like that would be a little bit better for me. I think you'll get more out of it as well. So Neville spoke a lot about the mental diet in the beginning of his, I guess you want to say his career in this. And I found the mental diet to be important. I found it to be important, but there were certain things about it that I didn't like because I didn't find that my thinking was that difficult to change. I found my thinking to be very easy to change. It was very simple. I was able to just conjure up a new thought if I really wanted to. I think most people have the ability as well to just conjure up a new thought, but that doesn't necessarily change much. I have found that trying to change my thoughts didn't really work as much as I wanted it to. And what I found was that what I changed it to was called the feeling diet because I found feeling to be, I've noticed that I was more prone to feeling certain ways about myself consistently that would cause me to think certain things about myself consistently. And I noticed that when I would change how I would feel towards myself or feel about myself, then my thoughts in a natural way would change. And so I almost saw my thoughts as like a follower of my feelings. And I found that the feelings to be more important, that I should diet my feelings if I were to diet something. And I found that the way I feel towards myself to have much more of a profound effect on how I interact in my life and how I interact with people and how I interact with myself. And that would shape. I also noticed that if I changed how I would feel, I would notice new opportunities that would be in the same nature of the feeling that I'm going after would arise in my life. And so I noticed that the feeling about myself, and I say that about myself because I noticed the feeling about myself was very important versus just a general feeling about X, Y, and Z. I noticed the feeling about self to be very, very crucial to one's life. And Neville said it later in his life. I noticed that he changed. He didn't talk much about the mental diet as much. He spoke about it differently. And then he said this. He said, a change in feeling is a change in destiny. And I found that to be more in the lines of what I discovered on my own from studying his work, was that I tried the mental diet and I didn't find it to be as effective as I did the feeling diet. And when he said a change in feeling is a change in destiny, he linked these two together, that one's feeling is connected to one's destiny. Now, I would say that it's a change in feeling about self is a change in destiny. And I think Neville would totally agree with that as well, because that's what he spoke about. He said it simply there, but to add to it, I would say it's a change in feeling of self is a change in one's destiny. Because you need an agent of expression. We are the agents of expression. And what we express comes from us, and we express ourselves. And so we have to change what we feel towards ourselves to have a different expression. And that's why I stress so much about leaving people alone. You don't, as much as you might be bothered by somebody, and trust me, I know, it's not about changing them. It really is about changing you. If you need to be freed from someone, you free yourself from within. You start to feel freed from them. It's not them who's keeping you in that inner bondage. And I said this in a shorts video. I said that man fears metal bars more than mental ones. And we are living in mental bars. We have mental prisons that we're in. And these are feelings. We feel imprisoned. We feel trapped. We feel stuck. And so we are. And what I'm asking you to do is, can you feel after peace and security and freedom and excellence and beauty and greatness? And I'm not trying to just simply flatter you. I'm saying, can you actually feel after that? It's in you. Greatness is not outside of oneself. It's within oneself. It comes from oneself. And so we live in a regressive universe. We live in a world where it's an effect than a cause. And so life has greatness because it's in us. We see it because it's in us first. And so don't think you ever lose greatness. It's in you. You can't lose it. You might forget it. You might forget it and then you forget expressing it, but it's in you. Now, if you can feel beyond your reason, then your feeling has been freed from reason. If you can feel beyond your senses, then your feeling has been freed from the senses. Now, that might sound scary if you actually pursue it full force, if you decide to go at it and decide to feel beyond your senses, you will feel like you might go mad. But you won't go mad. In fact, you'll start to feel normal because you'll feel after peace naturally, because you will naturally want what's loving, what's good, what's excellent. And it might not be found in the senses, but you'll find it in yourself. And the more you feel after that, the more you'll express that. And there was something that Neville said. He spoke a lot about empathy. And he said, people don't need sympathy. Sympathy doesn't do anything. We must take action. And taking action is to imagine, suppose someone came to you and said that they lost something in their life, and they feel that they can't get it back. You don't write them a sad letter or a text. In our time would be a sad text. You take action. You see them fulfilled in whatever it is they need fulfillment in. That's taking action instead of just giving sympathy. And so he had a different language for empathy, or a different definition for empathy. And empathy also, he said that how many times do we actually feel good when someone does good in life? If someone wins the lottery, we will condemn them. We will say, well, they smoke cigarettes, or they drink alcohol, or they're an alcoholic, or they are X, Y, and Z. Therefore, they shouldn't win the lottery. They don't deserve it. They're a Catholic. They're whatever. They're something, and therefore they can't have it. And then we lose out on something when we do that. What we lose out on is that feeling that we could have felt for them. We could have felt the excitement that they felt for winning. I just put myself in their shoes. And then that feeling grows within you. And so when someone tells me good news about themselves, I feel it deeply. I feel it as if I was the one who had that happen to me. And I accept it. And that feeling becomes familiar. It starts to grow. And I change my diet and what I feed myself with my feelings. We have more control than we think we do. Now, we might feel like a victim to our feelings, and a lot of the times we're afraid of our feelings. You might even be afraid of the thing that's happening. Some people aren't even afraid of losing their jobs. They're afraid of the feelings they're going to feel if they do lose their job. And so they're afraid of feelings. But you're the one who gets to decide what you want to feel within, if you give yourself that permission, if you give yourself that power. Feel after power if you don't have it. Whatever it is that you think you don't have, feel after it and you'll see that you do. I don't care what it is. I don't care what time of the day it is. I don't care if it's before bedtime or it's right when you wake up. If you feel after something, you will have it. And that will change the course of the direction of your life, especially if you persist in it. If you persist in a new feeling, imagine one person who felt ungreat their whole life, felt unlistened to, decided to feel listened to, decided to feel great, decided to feel brilliant, decided to do something about it within themselves for a year. They decided to. Now, I'm not saying do this just for a year. You're going to have to do this for the rest of your life because you're going to feel regardless for the rest of your life. You're going to have to feel towards yourself in some way in your life. So you might as well start now to decide to feel after something better than what you're feeling. And I found that the feeling diet, I haven't heard many speak about it as much as I would have liked. I've heard of mental diets, but the feeling diet seemed to be, and I, to be honest, I don't quite like that term. It's a little bit gimmicky, but it makes sense. You want to change the way you feel. Feast upon new ideas, right? Feast upon new feelings. I found the ideas to not be so impactful to me. Maybe one day they will be, but I found feelings to be far more impactful to one's life. I've seen it in people where they're down on their luck and then they decide to feel different, and it's like their back springs up and they're confident again, and they're capable again. They simply believed in the loss. They let something on the outside decide that they don't have something anymore. But it's not true. Your capability doesn't go away. You feel after capability. Feel after it, and you'll find it. What you seek, you will find. And so if I live off of that idea, that premise, then I don't have to feel like I'll never find it. All I have to do is seek for it and I'll find it. Whatever door I knock upon within myself, it will be opened. And so I never have to feel that things are closed within me. Again, you never have to feel that greatness is gone. It doesn't matter about the appearances in this case. We're changing the feelings. And as I said, if you feel beyond your reason, then you freed yourself. You freed your feeling from your reason. You freed the feeling from your senses. And that's what I'm asking you to do. That's what Neville asked me to do. And all of us, he invites us to do this, to go beyond what we know, what we're familiar with in our feelings. And it might seem scary to die to oneself, but you'll see that as William Blake said, it's the greatest thing. Death is the greatest thing to us. We get to actually die to what we have felt our whole lives about ourselves and feel after something new for the rest of our lives if we want to. We decide the time frame on how long we want to feel something. And you can test this. And so tonight, to give you something practical, I tend to feel after peace, something I didn't have much in my life. And so it was something I really wanted. I realized I didn't have to wait for it. And so what I decided to do was feel peaceful. And I feel it as deep as I can. And I realized that it goes away if I allow it to. If I decide to disrupt it, it's me doing it, not peace. Peace is always there. It's always remaining. It's always infinite. And so when you change your feeling, never feel, I used to feel this. I used to feel like I was depleting or I was taking peace, but it's an infinite power. It's infinite. It gives infinite peace. There's not a limit on the peace you can have. There's not a limit on the bliss you could have. There's not a limit here. And so never feel that you're depleting something. Never feel like you're taking too much, I should say. You don't have to be humble about it. You take as much as you want. You set the limitations within you. It's your own inner world. Your inner world's shaped differently than mine. And we might have shaped it through being born into certain conversations and being born into certain environments that taught us how to speak and taught us how to feel. And therefore we stuck with it because it's familiar. But I invite you to change it. Change how you feel about yourself. Don't just do it one time. And you'll see the effects that it'll have on your life because you'll see the effects that it has within you. And then you'll find that the old way of feeling, the old way of thinking will feel foreign to you one day. You'll wonder how in the world you've lived your whole life feeling a certain way about yourself that was so detrimental to you, that didn't service you. And so you'll find that your inner world through this feeling diet, you'll find that you were your own adversary, but you're also your own redeemer. You're the one that you've been waiting for, in a sense. You're the one that you've been waiting. You're the savior that you've been hoping for because you know what you need salvation from. No Caesar knows that. Only you do. And so that's the part 5 of this called Feeling Diet. And I hope that at least invited you to try it, to try to expand your inner reality, to feel after something new. But this is what I've learned from Neville over the years. And I listened to a lot of his later stuff because I find it to be more about feeling. It is simply about changing a thought. And he invited me to change about what I feel about myself. And I decided to try it. And I found that to be way more effective than anything else. And so thank you for listening. I know this will help you. If you try it, you will help yourself with it. Okay, take care. So I know it's been a while since I made a video, but in this one, it's going to be about self-trust and why I think, to me, Neville speaks about trust in pretty much every single lecture and almost every book. And it's about trusting this being within us. And something I've noticed on these one-on-ones, a lot of people don't have trust in them. They don't trust their imaginations. But they do, and they don't realize that. They always trust it when it's fearful, and they never trust in what they imagine that they love. They never trust in the reality. In every single dream that is within us, there is a pearl of reality that you should seek after and find. You should feel after this dream to be real. Find the reality within the dream, and it will become a reality. And so you and I are the granters of realities. But when it comes to fears, we sort of blindly believe them. And so in a sense, we are practicing our faith. So when you imagine, I once heard it said that fear is the misuse of imagination. And I find that to be a very accurate view of it. It's a misuse of this power. And so when you're fearing inside, you're misusing it. You're trusting in fear when you imagine. And if you can see imagining as trusting in a sense, because it is, but it's the acknowledgement of your faith that, in my opinion, is what seems to create in your life. And so when you start to believe and have faith in the things you imagine, what starts to happen is you start to create a life based upon what you're imagining. And so your life becomes made up from your own faith. And you live in a world based on your own personal faith. And so what I hope for you is you trust and you hope in what you love. Because we're told by all things, he created all things, that our imagination has created all things, and it finds pleasure and it creates in when we have trust in it. And Neville speaks extensively on trust and trusting this inner being, that you must trust him. Neville says, I trust him implicitly. I completely yield and give my entire trust to what I've imagined. He says, I ask myself, is it done? And then I answer and I say yes. And then I trust entirely in that yes. Entirely. And he says, even if there's mountains in front of you and doubtful words coming at you, can you remain still in your firm foundation in what you have trusted, in what you have imagined? And then when you do that, and you see that the world has been created on faith, you won't doubt your faith anymore, and you won't misuse it. So I think that many people don't even doubt. I think some doubt, but I think many people simply misuse their power. They misuse it by imagining what they fear. And to imagine what you fear is to imagine yourself. It implies something about you. And so your whole world inside of yourself is implying something about you. It's implying that you're either powerless, that you're imagining yourself to be weak. Does it not say in the scripture, let the weak say, I am strong? What am I changing there? The state. And you have to separate the state versus the I am, which is you. The self and the state have to be separated, or else you're going to conform and attach yourself to certain states that you do not want to. You're going to think you are certain things that you don't want to be. You're going to think they're permanent, but they're not permanent. Neville said, if you don't like the state you're in, move to another. And so this is about being. It's not about trying to get something. That has to be reiterated over. It's not about trying to get something. It's about changing oneself. It's about being. When Neville says no one to change but self, that means you change your being. What are you being? That's what you change. The I am will always stay the same. The self stays the same. What the self is occupied in, the house in which it dwells or where it lives, changes, but the self stays the same. This has to be acknowledged, and it has to be thought about for think about this for at least a few months and understand what's being said. That there's a difference between the self and the state in which the self occupies. What are you occupying? And be honest with yourself. What do you think about yourself? What states are you think? You might dislike the states you think about, but you think you have to stay. But you don't have to. It's simply a choice that you make inside. You learn to say no. Nobody just dates anybody. At least you shouldn't. But nobody dates just anybody. You shouldn't just think any thought. You shouldn't just conform to anything you think. It's a choice of conformity. It's a willingness to trust in what you've imagined. So who are you trusting in when you trust? Because you have to trust in a who. And what you trust in is your dream, your imaginal self. You trust in your imaginal self to make it a reality. And that is what you're doing all the time. Because we can't get around imagining. We imagine more than we eat food. And look how much we eat food. And look how much we need food. And yet we imagine more. Imagining is more intertwined with us than eating food. It's so embedded in our lives. And it matters what we speak inside. And it's not to scare anyone. It means that it's being listened to. You're listening to it. You ever had someone speak to you, but you don't really want to pay attention to them, so you kind of just zone them out? Well, we do that to ourselves and we zone ourselves out, but we're always speaking. We're always assuming some type of feeling about ourselves. We're always assuming something. If you look within, you will see that you are thinking something right now about yourself. And I'm asking you to change that. That's what Neville's asking, to change that being. So don't think about getting something. Think about being something. What do you wish to be? And you believe in that imaginal self. You find the reality within it, and you believe in that reality. You make it a reality inside. And that's really how things are created in our world. It's through our faith in them. Now, Neville has said it time and time again when he said that, you can imagine good, bad, and indifferent. And so maybe throughout your day, you're imagining things that are indifferent, and that's fine. But you should acknowledge what you're doing inside so that you can change it. And don't think that you are powerless to a certain thought. Never mistake the thought as being more powerful than you. It's just the thought. You are the thinker. The dream might appear as a nightmare, and it might feel like a nightmare. But it's nothing to the dreamer. Without the dreamer, the nightmare doesn't exist. And when you live on trust, you will find yourself to be far more at peace, and you will find yourself actually living life instead of being afraid of what thought you're going to think next or being afraid of what you're going to say next. You have to get control of your tongue, get control of your eyes, focus them on what you want to see the vision you want, and really ask yourself, what do I want to see? And visualize it and actually see it. What do I want to feel? Actually feel it. You start to do and decide inside. And then you'll realize that it was you all along inside, deciding all these things, giving everything a narrative. You're the one who's writing the script. And you have to take your power back because it doesn't disappear just because you don't acknowledge it. It exists. It's just not simply being used. And many of us know the law, but we don't use it consciously. We know everything about it, and I'm guilty of this, but you don't apply it. And all I can say is that every time I've applied it, it's like ecstasy. It always feels so wonderful to actually apply the law. It's when I'm not applying it, when I'm thinking in circles or going back to the past, or when I'm fearing my future, that I'm not applying it. But once I start to apply it, I go back to myself. Always remember this, there is no one to change but self. And you trust in the change that you've made. You can trust in it completely. You trust into moving a new state, and you embrace it. Neville said the word yield. He would yield into it. He would fall backwards. He would say, I would fall right backwards, right into the state. And I love that idea. It's not about necessarily feeling worthy of it. It's you just fall into it. You fall in love with it. You embrace it. I like the word you trust in it. You trust in it completely. You trust it. And you trust that this is who you are. Because you're trusting in something right now. You're assuming something. And I don't wish for you to assume something you don't want to assume about yourself. I don't wish for you to be in a state you don't want to be in. I wish for you to be in the states you love. I wish for you to imagine the things you love. If you needed permission, you have the permission to imagine what you love. Don't think about the impossibility of what you love. Just imagine what you love. Don't think about the time of it. Just imagine it. Don't think about its possibility. Just imagine it. Because is it not what Neville said, that imagining creates reality? Well, if I believe in that, then it's not my technique. It's not my affirmations that made it so. It's my imagination that made it so. My imagination is the power. And you and I are the operant powers to make our dreams a reality inside of us. And we start within. And I ask myself while I go within is, what do I think of me? Not what do they think of me? What do I think of me? And do I like what I think of me? Do I like what I feel inside? What am I trusting in? What am I putting my faith in? What do I believe in? It says that whatsoever you desire, believe you have it and you will. Well, then for me, my question becomes, what do I believe I have? What do I trust that I have? But I think what Neville said is, to me, no one to change but self is something you can think about for the rest of your life. It's something you can contemplate on. Is it true? Well, the only way we would know is if we tested it. But what I'm trying to get you to do is to not be afraid to change yourself. I've noticed a lot of my motivation for speaking is to affirm and reassure you that you don't have to be afraid to change into something that you want to. Even if you've been in a state for a very long time, you have to see it as a state. Because if you don't see it as a state, you'll see it as yourself, and then you won't be able to change it. If you see it as a state, you can move into a different one. As Neville said, it's like a city that you're passing through. The city doesn't disappear, but you can go back to it if you want, but you can move into a different city. You might even move from a state that you once loved, and that's fine. You might desire to be something different, feel something different about yourself. Well, don't leave yourself in want, and don't leave yourself in desire. Fulfill it. And as Neville said, ask yourself, is it done? And you reply with yes, and you trust in it entirely. And you might think that you're trusting in a God to do it, but then eventually you'll see you're just trusting in yourself. That's all you're doing. You're just simply trusting in yourself. And it will be so obvious when you see it. And you will see how we're trusting in so many false gods in this world. And we have been wrapped into so many mental prisons. But you will find yourself to be your own savior and your own freedom that you've been seeking. You will find yourself to be your own granter, in a sense. You grant the things you wish inside. You won't look for another. You won't seek outside for another person to do it for you. And as Neville says, if you remain faithful to it, trusting in your own imaginal act as though it were a fact, it will externalize within your world. Now, you trust in it as though your imaginal act was a fact. So listen carefully to what's being said, that you trust in your own imaginal act as though it were a fact. So you make the imaginal act a fact. That's what we're doing inside. But we do it within first, because things come from within to without. So we make things real, realities within us first, for them to be that way outside of us. And so it always starts within. If you need something, I urge you to go inside and have it, because that's where it starts. You trust in what you have entirely. Neville said, I might not have a nickel, and he didn't at one point. He said, but in imagination I had much. And you trust in what you have. You trust in having much. You trust in your own abundance. You have to do it within first, because this life, it appears to me, and I had an experience that I'm going to share in the future that proved to me that it actually is within first to without. Because this life is first lived within, and then it externalizes. So I don't think that things just are happening. They have been imagined at one point. It has to come from within. This life is affected by what we are doing inside of ourselves. And it happens first within. If you can understand that and accept it, and you'll see the truth in it, then you won't seek outside, and you'll begin to actually give yourself, you will actually start to give yourself what you've been seeking after, and you will no longer seek after it. You will have it. Neville said that the loveless never find love. Only the loving find love, and they never have to seek for it. I think someone else said that, but Neville just said it so many times where I started to think he said it. But only the loving find love. And they never have to seek for it. And so if you feel that you are loved, you never have to seek for it. Only the loving find love, not the loveless, not the ones that don't have. Only the ones that do have find it. And so what I'm trying to get you to do is see that causation is internal, and that what you trust in the internal, you have made it real to you, and that is what you experience in your life. With that understanding and that acceptance of it, you will naturally start to rearrange the structure of your mind. You will start to live somewhere differently. And I mean live, I don't mean visit. You will actually persist in what you love, and you will start to feel after it as though you have it. And you will. I know this will help you, because it's going to build your true faith. And your true faith is within yourself. It's for yourself. And you're having faith in what you've imagined. And you'll see there's nothing else to believe in. There's nothing else to do but trust. I don't know how long this video is going to be. I'm just simply speaking off the cuff here about my ideas and thoughts regarding this stuff. But when it comes to the old state, I'm told that a man who puts his hand on a plow and looks back is not fit for the kingdom of God. So we have to look forward. If you just take that, try to think about that for a year and think about what is being said there. A man who puts his hand on the plow and looks back is not fit for the kingdom. He's not fit for it. I have to become fit. How do I become fit? I don't look back. And so when I go to change my state and I find myself in a new state and there's an old state that seems to be annoying or bugging me and he seems to keep coming back and I keep looking back, if I look back at it, see the old state, either it's a decision you have to make and you can come up with analogies as to what you want the old state to be so you don't return to it. It could be whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you have to not return to it. You can come up with any analogy. You can say that the old state is like a stench. It's like a smell that you can't, it's a horrifying smell that you can't take anymore. You can't smell it anymore. It's a food you cannot taste. It's so bad. And there's so many analogies you can take. But at the end of the day, you have to not look back. You have to decide where you're going to live in your own imagination. You will have to make that decision one day as to what you are going to be inside. What are you appropriating? What are you having? And you are solely the one who decides this. You bear the entire responsibility as to what you imagine. See, as I one time said this in a video, but our minds are like a recording. It's like a recorder, and it records the words that we speak, and we can repeat the words of people that we have once admired. But at a certain point, we have to speak our own words. We have to become genuine and become real. Just like the story of Pinocchio, the imaginal man becomes real and he starts to imagine realities instead of dreams. He starts to hear fulfillments instead of desires. He no longer is in a world where it's filled with sirens speaking his desires. He lives in a world where he's actually experiencing it. And so when I speak, I'm speaking to you, the inner man. I'm speaking to you as someone who has the capability and the power and is the operant power to actually grant reality, the grantor of reality to the dreams within you. And so this old state, this old man it's like a stench. That's what it should become. It's a state of mind that you once didn't know how bad it tasted. An idea of yourself that you didn't know how destructive it was. Maybe you were unaware. Maybe you didn't know. Have you ever been around someone who just doesn't know what's good? They eat just horrible foods, but they've never really tried anything good. And you go, oh, well, they just don't know. They just don't know. They're ignorant of it. Well, that's how we can be with states. That we can be in a state for so long we don't even realize that it's damaging, that it really doesn't taste that good. There's no salt on it. It's not really good. But the thoughts you think from it are horrible. There's no garlic in it. There's no ingredient in it that makes you really go, oh, you want to share this with somebody. And they'll try to share it with you. And you just say, no, I'm not eating that. It's not something I want. And it's as simple as that. If we could just apply and use human metaphors to apply to consciousness, we can see it's the same thing. If we can just humanize it and make it human, we can figure out that states are no different than food, that thoughts are no different than food. And it's like, what am I eating? Not necessarily what am I thinking. Let's just use the word eating for a second. What am I eating? You and I know that we both want to eat good food. Nobody wants to eat food that's not nutritious, that doesn't taste good. Something that's good for us. We want to think thoughts. And if it takes you time to really contemplate on what is a good thought for me, well, what fulfills you? What frees you up on the inside? What actually makes you feel that you've changed? That's what you think about. And you can do it at any moment in time. Because 5 minutes from now, you're going to think thoughts. Tomorrow, you will think thoughts. 30 years from now, you're going to think thoughts. And the thoughts that you have are your investments. It's your life force. If you lived in a world where you thought horrible things of yourself, could you really say you're alive? Your heart's beating, but are you truly alive? You're not. And if you want to become alive, you want to stop living in the story of Pinocchio, if you want to actually become real and no longer a puppet, letting someone else decide what you think, letting something else decide, some other system that's opposing its view upon you, and you decide, without fear and confusion, you decide what you want to imagine. You come from a standpoint of love, because what happens is we start off thinking of good and evil. And then what Neville says is that eventually you move from the tree of good and evil and you feast upon truth and error. But truth is always coupled with love. And so I hear something in my mind. I ask myself, is it loving? Does it make me feel love? Is it anything loving at all in it? And if it's not, then it's not truthful. It's an error. I hear a friend tell me bad news. That's an error. I don't think of it as it's evil. It's an error that needs truth to be fixed. It's a lie. And so we're fixing reality, but we do it from the inside out. And we start within. But if we put our hands on a plow, if you decide I want to change, you don't look back. It's an actual decision. You're not fit. And if you feel like you keep looking back, then keep exercising until you become fit, until you no longer look back. For some of us, I'd say for most of us, it's going to be a freedom beyond belief. It's a freedom to not have to look back to what I once was. It's a freedom to move on and decide that I can actually make a conscious decision and no longer a unconscious reaction within myself. And I can decide what I want to dream about and what I want to imagine. And so the old state has to become like a stench, some horrible smell that you can't even face. You have to look away. It has to become something that you eventually just no longer desire. You just don't want it anymore. You feel too full on it. You ate it for too long. It's like eating cake every day. You can't do it. It's enough. You have enough at a certain point. At least you should have enough. And some of us become indulgent, and we indulge in a state that we don't necessarily like, but we think we have to. We're stuck in a mindset that thinks that it can't be free. And so when you're stuck in a state of mind, you're not actually stuck. What you're stuck in is not thinking that you have freedom. What do you have? I'm asking you, the one inside of you, the thinker, not this outside person made of flesh. I'm speaking to you, the thinker. What do you have? Neville asked the question, where do you live psychologically? Just ask yourself that question and be calm and patient on the answer. Where do you live? What are you saying? What are you doing? You're doing something. I can't see it, but you're doing something. What are you doing? You don't have to answer to me. You answer to yourself. What am I believing in? What am I afraid of on the inside? And then you face the fear. You face it by substituting it with a new state. We are resolving things inside of ourselves. We're not running away from it. We can't run away. You think you can run away. Many people think they can run away if they just rearrange the structure of this world. If you can just see that moving to one country to another country is simply the rearrangement of furniture, you would realize that the problem is within you. You don't have to leave anywhere. You could do it right now. You can rearrange the structure of your imagination and believe in that rearrangement, and you would now live in that world. And so for those who are stuck on the old man, you have to grant yourself the permission that you have within you, that you're simply denying yourself of, that you have the freedom to not be in bondage to it anymore. Whatever it is, I don't care. It's imaginal in its substance. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's an addiction. It's imaginal. You have the freedom if you want to be freed from it. We are all looking for the Savior called Christ. That's what Scripture calls. That's what Neville called it. It's called Christ. But it's a saving force that we're looking for. Everyone is, and they think it's going to be in their prime ministers and their presidents and all these powerful people in the world. They think that's the Savior. It's not the Savior. And it's not in the person next to you. They could pass away tomorrow. It's not the Savior. The Savior is within us. It's our own self. But it appears as two here. It appears as if there's two. But as Neville said, what you do is, if it appears that way, then you speak that way. You say, is it done? And you hear a response that says, yes, it's done. And then you trust in that. It's only you, but you speak as if it's almost two. You say, is my desire fulfilled? And they say, yes. You say, yes. And you trust in it completely trust in it. And you don't look back. Don't look back to the old man who was in desire. Don't look back to the old man who was in disbelief. Don't look back to the old man who thought he was stuck. Don't look back to the old man who didn't believe in the dream. Don't go back to the old man who was in doubt. That's the old man. The one that to not be in abundance on the inside is to doubt it. You're doubting abundance. Remove yourself from the state of doubting abundance and believe in it. And you remain believing in it. That's the old man that you no longer look back to, and then you become fit for the kingdom, for your own kingdom. And the kingdom of God is the imagination. That's how we become fit in this world. That's how we repent. The mystery of life is imagination in the flesh. That's what Scripture is all about. And it coins that the imagination is God. And so it's in us, and it becomes flesh. And that's exactly what we've done. That's for another video. But just think about what I said, or think about the Scripture, that if I look back, I'm not fit, so I must become fit. I must learn to not look back to myself as a doubter and see myself as a believer. And I think everyone is a believer. I think everyone truly at some point in their life has been pushed to believe in something that wasn't there. Pushed to believe in something that their eyes simply didn't behold. To speak words that would appear as a lie on the outside, but feel like truth on the inside. To believe in it. So I'm going to end this now. So if you feel like you need more understanding, I do offer one-on-ones. Just email me and you'll get all the details on it. But take what I said seriously. Take what Neville said seriously about the idea of imagining creating reality. Take all of this seriously. And I don't mean don't have fun with it. But if you're going to have fun with it, seriously have fun with it. Be serious about it. Really believe in what you're dreaming of. And just see it unfold in your world. It will unfold. It has to unfold. The imagination became flesh. It clothes itself in this world. That is what happens. It's not really up to my decision on it. So, take care. Sometimes I don't post these on Reddit because they're just videos, but for this one, I'm going to make it a part of the series, which includes a writing as well, which you can read on Reddit. But I just was inspired again to speak on. I'm trying to continue the train of thought through these videos where I don't want to let go of everything I said. I just want to take apart one thing I said from that video and then kind of expand upon it and then do the same thing with this one. But what I said yesterday, the last video, was that you might have a feeling of like, what if this doesn't work inside of you when you imagine? And Neville once said that if you have that, you haven't yet yielded into it. And so, I just want to go through some of the nagging thoughts or feelings that you might have when you imagine, and they could be such as feeling like, well, this hasn't happened yet, or what if it doesn't work, or what if what I'm doing is not enough, or what if this is a lie, but how can this happen, or when will it work? What if I imagine and nothing happens? Or you're afraid to actually let go and imagine it? Or what if others reject the change I have within me? And these thoughts and feelings are the ones that need to sort of be suspended completely, because this is a principle of faith. And faith is the assurance of things unseen, the assurance. And so that requires to have the assurance that you truly want. It requires you to suspend the reasoning. And so we really haven't yielded yet if we're questioning yet. That's Neville's point. You haven't necessarily let go and imagined it or realized it inside of you if you're questioning it. And to truly have faith, it requires the acceptance of the unknown, where these questions won't be answered. And I've seen this when the individual suspends the reasoning and they accept something about themselves that they otherwise want. Maybe they've never been confident in their life, but they accept confidence, some type of power within them, and they don't question it. And they will sustain it longer. And I've noticed that they will it will work for them. It's worked for me and other people. And it works because when you stop questioning your change and you stop doubting it, that's when you actually do change. And when you actually change, that's when you begin to live a different life inside of you. Because when you're questioning, you're sort of holding a reserve inside of you. You haven't yet let go of it all and accepted that you've changed or accept something new. Neville would say it time and time again. He would say that he's not a rational person. And I've had to learn to accept that I'm not either. I'm not rational. I have had to come to terms with the fact that I'm good at dreaming. It's something I've always been good at. It's something I really love to do. I've always been imaginative, and it's something that otherwise the world has called me crazy for. But I've had to accept this. I've had to take the words of others, being called stupid for being a dreamer. But it's just something I've always been good at. It's something that's always fulfilled me more than anything. And I could just be shaving my face, and I could have a thought or an idea that I want of myself. And when the moment I accept it without question, I completely trust it, I get this lovely, powerful energy inside of me that really does cause me to act in certain ways, in different ways, that lead me down that path of what I've changed within me. And it was Neville that also said that dreams are not realized just by the rich, but by the imaginative. Nothing stands between man and the fulfillment of his dreams but the facts, and the facts are creations of imagining. If man changes the imagining, he will change the facts. But far too often what happens is that people get focused on changing the facts. They put their entire energy and attention on facts instead of their imagining. Instead of changing their imagining, instead of going to the root, they focus on the fruit of it all. They must change it at its root cause, and as we're taught, is that the root cause is our imagining. Now, that's something you can wrestle with all you want, that you can wrestle, and this might be a wrestle of our entire lives, is that we have to realize that there is only one God, and God's name is I Am. And that will pin you against all these other gods, and that is a wrestle you're going to have to fight with. Can you really accept that? Can you really accept that the causation may be mental? Can you test it? Well, how would I go about testing it? Well, I wouldn't try to change facts. I wouldn't try to change behaviors yet. I would try to change my imagining. I would try to change what otherwise is the root of my actions, the root cause of my actions. I would try to change what I'm doing inside, what I'm hearing and seeing, who I'm being inside. That's what I would change. And so it's not just the rich, but the imaginative who realize dreams. And we must see dreams are realized internally first. If it truly is, if you could live your life as within, so without, that is a principle you can live upon, and you should test that. We're looking for a circle of people who are imaginative. We're not just interested in the people who are obsessed with equations or those who just want to be seen as wise in the world's eyes. I'm not really looking for that. We're looking for people who see beyond the circumstance and imagine their desire being realized. So when someone comes up to you and says, I want a home, I wish I had a home, we don't just nod our head with sympathy. But we see them in a house. We actually see them. We change. And because the imaginative person must act, and the way we act is through imagination. We act when we actually see their dream realized. We don't question it. We don't think, oh, well, they're stupid, or, oh, you know what? Well, they weren't, they did this one thing in their past, or, we don't do that. It's not about being rational. This is about practicing a principle of faith, and faith is the assurance of things unseen. It doesn't involve our own personal judgments. It's something you're going to have to let go when you practice this principle. If you really want to effectively practice this upon yourself, you let go of the judgments you've hold of yourself, and that's where you start. It might be difficult to imagine someone who is in passing saying they wish they had a home, and you imagine them with a home. But if you do it for yourself, it'll be much easier to do it for them as well. And so you might want to think when they tell you that, well, how, you might feel inside of you, how could they get a home? Or how could I have what I need? But that is when you must suspend that type of reasoning. I'm not interested in being rational. It's something I accepted a long time ago. It's something that has kept me stuck for a long time, is trying to be rational. I thought that was the way. And then I realized I wasn't changing by being rational. I was certainly not. I was taking baby steps, sure, but I wasn't skipping. I wasn't joyful. It wasn't until I let go of the rationality of it all and the reasoning of it all where I was able to make an effective change within me. And like I said, you could do this while you shave. You could do this any time right now. You could do this. Imagine for someone. Don't worry if it's going to happen, or try not to put your judgment on that person, and just see them exactly how they want to be seen. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in how intelligent you are, but how imaginative you are. Being intelligent is good, but I find that being imaginative, it releases something within me. It allows me total freedom that I can't get anywhere else. And it happens all within the individual. And so accepting that you might be a dreamer, accepting that you enjoy to imagine, you enjoy seeing beyond people's circumstances, it's a wonderful thing to accept this. But it comes with, the cost of the gods you've worshipped. But you gain so much by letting go of all of this stuff. You gain so much by having to let go of the hand of rationality. The rational mind's always going to question it. It's always going to question. You're always going to question it. But when you suspend it and realize that you're practicing a principle, it's much easier to just live upon that principle. And so the next time you find yourself sort of going down that route of questioning, remember that you haven't yet yielded. You haven't truly let go yet. You haven't fell into the state. You haven't necessarily changed. If we could see that we change states not through intellect or rationality or reason, we change states by faith, then you would let go of everything else and go to faith. If you see that that's how we move inside. You place yourself, you are in one psychological space within you, and then you want to move somewhere else, but really to only move for it to be truly effective is you have to trust it. You have to trust it completely. I mean, completely trust it. You'll want to ask questions, but trust it instead. That's how we effectively move inside. And it's when you first get a glimpse of it, you see how much freedom that is. It'll be much easier. It might lessen, the freedom might lessen, but you'll find your internal actions will be much more smooth. You will find yourself imagining with less doubts, with less questions, and you'll live a more fulfilling life that way. You'll create new experiences within you, and these experiences start to express, but be more focused on creating the experiences within you. Because remember what Neville said, that if man changes his imagining, he changes the facts. So I have to change the imagining. I shouldn't really be focused on the facts. I should be focused on what I'm doing inside of myself and where I am inside myself and what am I putting my faith into inside myself. What am I believing about myself? I might be shaving my face externally, yes, but what am I doing internally? That's really the question that matters. Because in this world, I'm completely living on faith, and I'm pouring it into something. I'm drinking some cup. I'm eating some food. What am I eating? What am I drinking? And I will have to drink these states to the last drop. So what I need to be focused on really, what am I doing? Don't worry if you really want to change. Don't be scared to do it. Just do it. Whatever it is you want to do externally in the flesh, start to do it internally in the spirit. That is the way we change. So we don't leave people in want. We don't leave yourself in want. You go beyond what your reason tells you. Supersede your reason. So when I apply this principle, I'm not rational. I don't take pride in being rational personally. I've never took pride in being rational. I find it quite boring. I take much pride in being a dreamer. I take much pride in being imaginative. It completely ignites an energy within me that I have to pour out and speak about it. And I must say, if you get some sort of energy and you get some unquestionable, inspired action, undoubting action, take it. You'll find that you'll create opportunities that way. And it all stemmed from your imagining, from the change of your imagining. At one moment, you were imagining yourself to be low, and in the next, you put yourself somewhere and you believed in it enough to change. Now, to the degree you believe in it, that's how much you change. But I found that you can really believe in something if you suspend all the reasoning and rationality. You really can believe in it. And the use of this, scripture calls it a talent. The use of your imagination is how well you use it, is how much you've changed. The more wisely you use it. And I found that wisdom is not what I was taught. Wisdom is to practice faith, to have assurance in the things unseen. And so I'm finished on this one. So if you want to read this, just go to Reddit. You'll be able to find it there. You'll get something else out of reading it. You kind of can contemplate on it more instead of just listening. There's a benefit to it. So as I've said, I'm going to take some of the lectures that I read and the notes I've taken from them and just share them with you. I'm going to make a playlist as well so you guys can have all of these. I might do these. I'm going to try to do these daily, and so that you guys can just always have some type of, your minds could be put on this idea of imagining created reality. And so this one's called Our Real Beliefs Are What We Live By. And this is from 1963. And he goes into detail on what he means by belief. And what he means is that he's equating it with knowing. And he gives a graphic example of this. And he says that if you were to fall off a building, a tall building, you know that when you hit that concrete, it'll be crippling to you, maybe even fatal. You just know this. You don't have to experience it first to know it. You don't have to have the fleshly experience to know you shouldn't do that. You know that when you put your hand on a stove that's hot, it's going to hurt. You just know that. You don't have to do it to know it. And that's how he's equating this. And then he says, then he goes into, I'm not going to go into the scripture too much and his ideas on, really his mystical experiences, because I'm going to talk about it from this level, from this human level, if you will, and not so much from this mystical inner level that he's experiencing these mystical things from. Because I don't think I understand why he's doing it, but just for clarity's sake, I'm going to speak just mainly about this idea of imagining creating reality from this lecture. And also, while I was reading this lecture, I noticed that this lecture is actually a little bit different than another lecture that he made, which has a very similar title. And I'm going to share something from that lecture as well that I once heard him say. But this one particularly, he didn't say this. This one, he's more focused on the idea of living by the belief that imagining creates reality. And how if you actually believed in this idea, if you actually believed in it, you wouldn't worry. And he says, let me quote him. He says, "Do I really believe that imagining creates reality? If I do, I couldn't worry. For worry is to only conjure what I fear in this world. For worry is an imaginal act. I couldn't possibly be concerned about anything if I really believed that imagining creates reality." So if I really believe this statement, and he goes into the idea that many people will give lip service to this statement, imagining creates reality, they'll just say it, but they don't actually live by it. They don't actually believe it, because if they did, they wouldn't worry. Because then he says worry is almost like a lack of faith. It discloses your lack of faith. He says if I am in worry, am I not imagining? So if I feel that things are getting worse and worse and worse, do I really believe in that moment that imagining creates reality? Can I imagine my way out of this situation? Can I imagine something and know it the exact same way if I were to fall out of a tall building, I would be injured? The same way I know that, do I know that what I would imagine is come true? It will come to pass. That's faith, is knowing it. And in the other lecture that I once heard him say, which has a very similar title, he gives this idea that when you imagine something, you imagine a friend telling you good news to your invisible ears. Do you actually believe that has taken place? He's like, you might say to yourself, well, I only imagined it. It didn't really take place. Not really. And he says, I hope that one day you actually believe it took place, that you actually feel that it took place, that you know that it took place. Now that's the difference he's trying to get us to. It's to not just discard or discount what you've imagined and say, well, it's just imagination. It doesn't really mean anything. When it means everything. If you believe in it, it means everything. And so this idea of imagined created reality, if we go back in scripture, it's the same idea as the whatsoever you desire, believe you have received it and you will. And these are words from eternal life. And so although they might be difficult for me to understand, I have to return to them one day. And the words that I'm being told is that whatsoever you desire, believe you have it and you will. Now that means whatsoever. That doesn't mean I have to, only the good. Whatsoever, good or bad, it doesn't really matter. If I believe I have it, I will. Now, how I respond to this, or I should say in our modern way of saying that, we would say imagining creates reality. I can imagine good or bad. It's the same thing. But how I respond to that statement, imagine creates reality, anyone here who's listening to this can respond with the negative and say, well, that's just silly. That's stupid. That's not true. And then they go living their life that way. And other people will believe in it and they will test this and they will prove it to themselves that it is true. They will believe in that statement. They'll believe they have received something that they otherwise haven't yet experienced in this world. And by that, it will come to pass. So I'm going to quote Neville again. He says, if you worry, it's a habit. You are disclosing a lack of faith in the claim that imagining creates reality. How could you actually worry about anything in this world and still believe that whatever you imagine will come to pass? For whatever you ask in prayer, believe you have received it, and you will. If you actually believe that, really believe it, and not just give lip service to it, you could then not worry. You couldn't. For worry is simply a confession of your lack of faith in the claim that imagining creates reality. And so when I start to worry before bedtime and I start thinking about all the issues that I'm otherwise experiencing, giving an example, then I'm not actually trusting in that imagining creates. I don't trust the statement. I don't actually trust that statement. Not really. If I trusted that statement, naturally I would find myself imagining what I do want, because all worry is, and all fear of imagining is imagining what we otherwise don't want to happen. And so all day long, we're sort of telling ourselves what we don't want to experience. I don't want this. I don't want that. I don't want that. It's like, I once likened it to going to the mall. And if I were to take you on a shopping spree in the mall, and every time we saw something, you just said, I don't want that. And then we walked through this entire mall, and all you ever said was, I don't want this. I don't want that. We would leave with nothing. We would leave with nothing. There'd be nothing in our bags because you didn't want anything. You're telling me all the things you don't want in the store. That's the same thing. Is when you go within yourself, are you just simply imagining what you don't want to happen? Now, if you believe imagining creates reality, if you actually believe in that, you will find, the moment you actually trust that statement to be true, you will naturally find yourself. First, you'll discover a power within you. And then from that standpoint of having this new power, you will then imagine in the directions that you want naturally. You will start to go, well, what do I want to imagine? Now, I can think about what I want, but go beyond that. Do I believe I've received these things? Do I believe I have them? Whatsoever I desire. Now we're in desire. I'm figuring out what I want. But it says, believe you have received it. Now, these are words from a different plane of existence, if you will, from a higher plane of existence being brought down to us. And we're being told that whatsoever you desire, believe you have it and you will. Now, I can reject that statement, or I can try to live by that statement. And the only way I can believe I have something is within myself. So I have to find some inner conviction that I have the thing I otherwise desire, or I am the thing I otherwise desire. I have to find a way to believe in that. The same way I know that if I were to fall off a building, a tall building, it will hurt when I land on the concrete. I don't have to do it. I just know it. That is the same type of knowing that I must have when I imagine something. It must be intense to a degree. It must be intense enough to where it turns into a knowing, where I'm not really in worry. I'm not really in doubt about it. I know it will come to pass. The same way I know that the pain will come to pass if I fall. And so if I really believed in that statement, then I wouldn't just give lip service to it. Many people will say, many religious people will quote that scripture. But do they actually believe in it? That whatsoever I desire, believe I have it and I will. Do they actually believe it? Do they trust in that statement to the point of actually living by it? Not just saying it, but actually living by this idea. So if I imagine something for myself or for another, do I make a distinction between the two? Do I say, well, it didn't really happen, so I'm not going to believe in it? Or while I'm imagining it, do I actually trust entirely that what I'm imagining is happening? And then knowing that by doing that, it will come to pass. Knowing that it will come to pass, it will come to pass. Do I believe that? Some people do. And then I've seen it in other people's lives, personally, who believe in that statement. And they live upon it. And they imagine things from a different angle. From a better angle. Something that provides more comforts in the world. And I've seen it work for them. Seen it work for myself. But just because it works one time, you might go back and we'll say, well, it doesn't really, you are free to go back. As Neville said, all the people in the Law and the Promise who have created these success stories, they are free to go back to believing that it would have just happened anyway, or it's just a coincidence, or it's not true that imagining creates reality. You're allowed to discard it after. But I would advise you not to discard it, to keep testing it. Especially when in times of trouble. In times of trouble, although it might be difficult, believe in that statement. And before you go to sleep, you'll find yourself imagining exactly into the positions you want to be in. You won't ask yourself, you won't give yourself, as I said in the last video, some rule. You don't need some rule. Imagining creates reality. Do I believe in that statement? Then I don't need a rule to first follow before I do it. I don't need to do something on the outside yet. I don't have to do anything in the flesh before I believe in something. And every time I've seen somebody believe in that statement and practice it, and while they practice it, they believe in what they've imagined, it doesn't fail them. It always somehow comes to pass. A series of events unfold, a little bit of time happens, and the next thing you know, they're in the position they imagined. And it always feels like it would have happened anyway. But it wouldn't have. You could have imagined something else. You could have gone down a different mental path. And yet you chose in that moment to go down this mental path and believe in it. And then you will realize that you live your life based on your own faith and your imagination and what you're imagining. As I said, we create ourselves out of our own imagination. And so when I imagine myself one way, I go across a bridge and what do I find at the end of that bridge? My imagined self. So I always am bumping into my imagined self. Well, I have the option to change that imagined self. I have the option to mold it to my liking in this moment right now. And so if I want to change something, I'd have to change myself right now to bump into myself in the future. And so I'm always bumping into my imagined self. And I believe that statement. And if I really believed that statement, then I wouldn't waste time. If I really believe that whatever I desire, I believe I have it and I will, I would believe I have it. That's how I would practice it. Regardless of what my senses say, regardless of what I've heard in the past, I will believe I have it. Whatsoever I desire. I won't put a limit on it. I will leave the world alone, leave it alone with all its senses and all its doubts and all its facts, and I will believe that I have it. Because that's what I'm told to do. Only if I believe in that statement, I'll do it. And so that's really the gist of this lecture. I'll go into the scriptures and all of that in a different time, but just to bring some clarity on this level, that's what you should do. Believe in what you're imagining. Believe you have it, and it will come to pass. Actually believe that statement. And to the degree you believe it, to the degree you will practice it. And when you really believe it, you will really practice it. And you'll find yourself imagining things that you've always wanted. You almost always knew that you should imagine this way. It will feel natural to imagine good. It will feel natural to imagine good for yourself. And at times when we worry and we fear inside of ourselves, it's because we don't think there's another way. We don't actually believe that statement that whatever I desire, I believe I have and I will. We don't actually believe that statement. We don't believe that I can otherwise have what I desire. And so we're stuck fearing. We're stuck feeling, imagining what we don't want to happen. And I would advise you, don't even go further than just imagine what you do want to happen. Imagine it happening inside of you. Go within yourself and actually imagine it happening. Imagine you are doing it, whatever it is you desire. And that's where you start. So this lecture comes from 1963, and it's called Esau, Jacob, and Israel. And for clarity's sake, we're going to focus on Esau and Jacob, which are really two personifications of certain perceptions that we hold, or types of awarenesses that we have. They're personified in the story, but really they're not people, like you and I are people. And you can read countless interpretations of this story. There are many that you can read, and they all, in my opinion, fail miserably at missing the mark of what it really means. And I think Neville, in my opinion, he understands the story better than anyone I've ever read before. And so if you don't know the story, let me just go over it briefly. It's a very simple story, but it's an eternal story, meaning it's always happening within us. But it's simply personified as a story. And so the story goes like this. It's a woman named Rebecca and a man named Isaac. Isaac is blind, but they have two children. She gives birth to two children. And they're two sons that are given birth to. And they're born at the same time. But the first son's name is Esau, that's born first. It's born with red hair. The second son that comes after him is called Jacob, and he's smooth skinned. But Jacob was holding on to the heel of Esau, so they're connected. But Esau comes first. The reason why that's important is because since he's the firstborn, he's given the birthright. He's given the inheritance, the blessing. Well, Rebecca didn't like that because Rebecca loved Jacob more than Esau, and Rebecca wanted Jacob to have the blessing. And as time passed, the father was going to pass away. He set up an agreement with Esau he told him, go hunting and go gather some food for me. And when you come back, I'll give you your blessing. Rebecca overheard this agreement and decided to devise a plan for Jacob to get that blessing. And what she decided to do, since he was smooth-skinned, she was going to put hair over his skin to appear like Esau. But Isaac is blind, remember. And so she tells Jacob, go in there and go talk to your father and get the blessing. And so he walks into the room and Isaac asks, is that you, Esau? And he says, yes, it's me. He said, well, you sound like Jacob, but come here, let me feel you. And then he feels I guess in the sense it would be fake hair. He feels the hair on him. He says, you sound like Jacob, but you feel like Esau. And so he basically was deceived and thought that, okay, well, it must be Esau. So he goes, fine, I'll give you the blessing. He gives it to him, and then Esau comes in and realizes that he wasn't given the blessing. It was given to Jacob, but Jacob and Rebekah deceived Isaac. And Isaac basically says, I already gave the blessing away. There's nothing I can do about it. It's a done deal. And so that's the story. Now, if you read it on its surface level, you're going to think it's not true and it's silly. But it's actually practical. And it's a story that exists within us. We are Rebecca. We are Isaac. We are the blind Isaac. We are Jacob and Esau. Now, Neville goes into the story or into the interpretation by basically claiming that you and I are familiar already with Esau. We already know who Esau is. Esau is the outer man. He describes it as Esau being the outer man and Jacob being the inner man. Now, Esau is what everyone is. Everyone is aware of Esau. So if someone judges solely after the senses, they're Esau. If they worship false gods on the outside, they're Esau. They are in the state of Esau. They are being Esau, essentially. Scripturally, they're being Esau. They only solely focus on the outside. That's Esau. And so when I'm talking to people or someone is deep entrenched in desire, I'm speaking to Esau, essentially. Like, I understand I'm speaking to a person, and I understand they have their own personality and their own ideas, but essentially I'm speaking to Esau. And Neville is asking us to practice or use Jacob. And that's the goal, is to gather practice of Jacob. So not many people, everyone might be aware of Esau, but not many people are aware of Jacob. Now, Jacob is the inner man, the one who goes beyond our senses and our reason and can sort of mimic the outside within us. You ever have a dream that feels so real? Well, why does it feel real? Because it mimicked the flesh. It mimicked the outside. It mimicked the hair, in a sense. It feels real. And so when we close our eyes, we become blind just like Isaac to our worlds. We send Esau hunting. We send him our awareness of our outside away from us. And we deceive ourselves into being who we want to be. It's really like a fooling. Like Neville even said in the lecture, like, well, how well can I fool myself into being what I want to be? And as Blake said, a fool who persists in his folly becomes wise. And so how can I fool myself? How much can I fool myself into being what I want to be? That's practicing Jacob. And he gives an example. And one of the examples he gives is that there was a man who was an engineer, and he wanted to work at a different company. And this company was going to pay him, I think at the time, $20,000 more. Now, at the time, that was a lot of money. In our time, that's not a lot of money. But in his time, that was a lot of money. And Neville told him, well, why don't do you know where you would want to work? What building? He says, yeah, I do know. He goes, okay, do you know like the room? He says, yes, I know exactly what floor I would work on. He goes, okay, so then why don't you imagine yourself simply taking your hat off and putting it on the hat rack, taking your jacket off and putting it on the coat rack, and sit at your desk and just simply do that and just make it natural. He really emphasized the idea of making it natural. So although it might feel at times like you might feel elated that you have what you want, when you persist in it, it starts to feel natural that you have this. It's very important that we reach a level of naturalness because we experience life naturally. And that would be using Jacob to mimic Esau, to mimic the outside. That's essentially what's happening here. And the man did that. And he ended up receiving that job. Now Neville said, could he have asked for more money? He goes, I think so. I think he could have. But he wanted 20 more thousand. That's what he got. And he imagined just having it. That's all he would do, right? If he actually had it, what would he do? He goes, I would. So the guy imagined himself on the elevator. He imagined himself walking off the elevator. He imagined himself just taking his hat off. Very simple stuff that you otherwise would normally do if you had the thing. That's Jacob. And then he ended up passing away 5 years later. And Neville said, yeah, but he discovered Jacob and he practiced Jacob. Now, that's really Neville's point, is that he's trying to get you to discover who Jacob is. And again, it's who am I really worshiping here? Is it Esau or Jacob? What am I really bowing down to? Am I bowing down to what I've imagined, which would be Jacob, or am I bowing down to Esau? Now, it's good to personify these things because it brings a level of clarity. I understand in our time we sort of say things like 3D and 4D. I don't tend to use those terms because I love the illustration of it all. I love the personification of things. It makes more sense to me when I see it that way. When I sort of add a human element to it, a personhood to it. And then I represent those characters to myself, and I see how it's a drama that's actually unfolding within us, within all of us. We're always, in a sense, battling in between these two things. And it says that in Rebecca's womb, these two were sort of fighting each other. Now that's us. We're Rebecca. Within ourselves, we sort of fight with these two perceptions. One is outside and one is inside. But Jacob, again, is a deceiver. It's self-persuasion, not other persuasion. I'm persuading myself that I am what I want to be. I'm persuading myself only. I'm Isaac. I'm not persuading something outside of me. I'm not trying to convince them outside. I'm convincing myself. That is what we're doing. And so although you might know the existence of Esau, as we all do, we've become aware now of a different existence called Jacob, a different being, if you will, called Jacob. And when you decide to believe in what you've imagined, you're exercising Jacob. And you live upon it. You speak within yourself from the premise that it is so. You don't have to do anything to make it so. You imagine as if it is so. If imagining creates reality, it'd be wise for me to imagine from the premise of fulfilled desire, not from a premise of hoping my desire will be fulfilled. I speak as if it already is within myself. And I do that I do that to deceive myself, to convince myself, to persuade myself. And I say that because you'll find many people trying to persuade the outside, trying to manipulate it so they can actually convince themselves of something within. That's Esau. Esau's always focused on the outside, always the external. Esau says there's 4 months until harvest. Esau says no shorts until May. That's what Esau says. And I just say good luck to Esau. I try to remove Esau from my mind. Good luck to him. I'm not going to worship that anymore. I'm not going to follow that. Who am I serving? Am I serving Esau? Am I serving Jacob? Am I serving my imagination and following it? Or am I obeying the orders of Esau and telling me that I'm not this or I'm not that, or I must have this first? What rule am I following on the outside that I think I have to follow, that clearly Jacob doesn't have to follow it? I can just deceive myself, persuade myself. Jacob goes beyond Esau. Jacob goes beyond and it says that eventually the younger will serve the older. And so in this case, Esau was the older. Jacob was the younger, and the older was going to serve the younger. So if this is happening within me, eventually my imagination or my Jacob within me will be served. The external will eventually start to serve my internal. And then he goes on again to explain that horrific looking being inside of him that was all of his combined thoughts of violence, of evil. This is Neville speaking, that he said that there's a being within him that was the personification of everything that he thought that was unlovely. And then he also saw a noble being that was every thought that he thought in a loving way. That was a combined personification of everything that he thought that was good and noble. And he addressed it by showing compassion to, he called it Esau, which was this hairy looking being. And then it disappeared. He gained all his energy back from it. Now, I've had my experience differently with that being, but the way I addressed it was a bit differently. And so I recently had an experience where I didn't see this hairy figure. I saw almost a spider-like figure with a human head on it, and it was horrid. And I could tell it was all the things I could actually feel from it. This is the embodiment of all the things I think that aren't lovely. Like, I could just tell by looking at it. And I tried to speak to it within myself. I told it to go away. I told it, you're not welcome here. And nothing, it didn't matter. Like, no matter what I said to it, it didn't matter. And then I had this sudden urge to stare right at it. I stared right at it. And I said, I'm not going to be afraid of it anymore. And then I enlarged myself. And the moment I enlarged myself, that's when it disappeared. And I gained all my energy back. So I went a different route. I didn't show it compassion, but I enlarged myself. That was the way I needed to do it. So it's a bit different, but take what you will from that. The next time you sort of find yourself terrified on the inside, enlarge yourself, and it will make that whatever thought you're having, whatever being that is scaring you, it will become so tiny in comparison. And then it goes away. And so no matter how many times I pled with it, or I was pleading with it, just please go away, please go. It didn't matter. It was there. And I didn't show it compassion, but I did enlarge myself. And that's what made it disappear. And I haven't felt the same since. You feel rejuvenated, as Neville says. You realize that all the times you're worrying and you're fearing and you're creating something out of envy and hatred, it takes all the energy from you. You don't realize it while you're doing it. You're indulging in it. You don't realize it, but you're feeding this monstrous thing within you. But the moment you stop fearing it, you stop feeding it. You stop fearing things within you. You start, whatever you're afraid of, you face it completely. You look right at it and you don't feel afraid of it. You refuse to be scared of things within you. And that's how you conquer your fears within. That's how you do it. It's not, you don't have to go on stage to overcome a fear. You don't have to fall out of a plane to overcome a fear. You don't have to do any of that. The fear is within you. It's something you face. You face it dead on as I did, and you enlarge yourself. You stop feeling so tiny in front of it. And so I'm actually going to end it here on this video. The reason why I don't speak about Israel is just Jacob. As I said, it's basically the physical man, and then it's the psychological man, and it's the spiritual man. And these three, eventually Esau is gone, and then it's left is Jacob. And then Jacob goes after God's own heart and gets transformed into Israel, which is the spiritual man. But I don't want to get into that right now. I just wanted to give us, just kind of talk about this lecture. It's a personification of certain perceptions that we hold. Now, you can have an inner perception that goes beyond your reason. You do have this. That's Jacob. Now, exercise him. Try to put him to the test. If he is skilled at rearranging things, put him to the test. If he's a deceiver, then let him deceive me into being what I want to be. And let's see if I become it. A fool who persists in his folly becomes wise, as Blake said, so let me persist in my folly. Let the world think it's foolish, but I'm going to envision myself. I see myself inside myself, already the thing I want to be. Do I believe that? Am I persuaded enough? I'm not persuaded, then let me keep persuading myself. Let me find a way to put hair on it and make it feel real to me. What can I do inside of me that feels real? That convinces me that I already am that thing. For some reason, enlarging myself, that's what made the fears kind of dwindle within me. And so it was not necessarily an enemy. It was just revealing to me myself. So I wouldn't go to claim that being was an enemy. I didn't feel that. I did feel like it was a part of me. And it was a part of me that I've neglected. And it was actually a part of me I was scared of. I was really afraid of this part of me that I didn't know what to do with it. And I've thought that with forcing words upon it and trying to force it out, it was going to work. And I didn't want to look at it. I became frightened. And this happened before bedtime. And instead of becoming frightened, I decided to look right at it. Looked right at it. And I enlarged myself. And it just dwindled. It just went away. And all the energy that was in that thing came back to me. But it was almost like it was cleansed. That's what I would say. It felt like a clean energy back. And I was able to now use this energy to create something different. And so don't go around thinking that you don't have this thing within you. This story is within all of us. That monstrous being is, in a sense, an eternal being that is within every single person. It's the embodiment of all that we think that is violent, unlovely, things that we know aren't good, that we've indulged in. It all goes somewhere, and it personifies itself or embodies itself in a being. But don't be afraid of it. It's not its fault, as Neville said. It's what we've given birth to within us. It's not its fault. And so that's why Neville showed compassion to it. He saw it as it was birthed from him, because we're Rebecca, remember? Don't think of it as anything physical. It's all happening within the individual at all times. I don't care where you're at in life. You just be at a restaurant eating food. You're practicing in this story, in this eternal drama. While you're eating the food, you're imagining something. You're deceiving yourself in some way about something. And a lot of the times it's just a story that you're telling yourself. Whether you think that story is true or not is up to you. You don't have to think it's true. You can change the narrative. You can change the script. You are the director, the actor, and the writer within yourself. There can't be another within you. But that's all this is. All these things is the embodiment. That's all Jacob is. It's just the personification of the inner perspective. Perception, if you will. That goes beyond your reason. And clothes itself to appear like reality. And that convinces you that it's real. And you will, if you practice it enough, you will be able to touch things within yourself. It will feel physically real. And you have to ask yourself at that point that my imagination has the ability to mimic reality to a 1-to-1 degree. It makes you question everything about reality. But before you go there, just start testing Jacob. Start testing this being within yourself. And trust that it has the ways and means to execute it. That's what it's good at. It's really not calling you to do it. That's why Neville took all responsibility off himself. He says it's not up to me to do it. All I'm asked is to imagine it. And so like that engineer, he imagined himself simply taking his coat and putting it on the coat rack. Simply working there. That's what he wanted. Now you might not want that. whatever it is you do want, start to just do it naturally inside. Every day, just do it naturally. Fall asleep naturally doing that thing. And you'll find yourself naturally doing it in this world, and it will feel like it would have happened anyway. Neville says if you start to go down that path, that thinking that everything's a coincidence and that things just would have happened anyways, then you're going to stop exercising Jacob. You're going to stop doing it because you've fallen victim to this idea that everything's just so random. It's just a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence, not after this. And so if I have things that are happening within me that are happening outside of me that I'm totally unaware of or why it's happening, then I must be unaware of what I'm doing within myself. And I have noticed at times I am unaware of what I'm doing within myself. I'm totally there are certain thoughts, thought patterns, certain paths that I go down in my mind that are so normal. They're not good for me, but they're so normal that I don't realize I'm even doing it until I realize I'm doing it. And the moment I realize I'm doing it, now I'm given a choice. A new path opens up and it's telling me, do you want to go down this path or do you want to go that path? It's really just a trail in the woods. Which one am I going to take? That's essentially what's happening every time I become aware of something. A new path is formed and you decide to walk down it. You're always walking within yourself. Where are you walking? I don't know. That's something you'd have to answer within you. But I noticed that I was walking and I was walking aimlessly at times. I didn't even know where I was going inside myself. I was completely lost in my own thought, completely lost in the world of imagination. I didn't know where to go. But the reason why I didn't know where to go is because I thought I couldn't have anything. When I started to see I could have things in my own imagination, when I realized I have ownership inside this place, then it became kind of obvious what I should imagine. But it wasn't until then I was sort of lost. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what to imagine. I didn't know how to imagine. And after reading Neville's work and practicing, I've learned all those things. And so there's not really an excuse for me anymore. When I find myself in trouble inside, or I find myself in trouble on the outside, I have to ask myself, what am I imagining? What am I doing? That's why Blake opened up his poem and said, the poem of Jerusalem, "O powerful human words, what have I said?" He's asking himself, what did he say in the past? Because he doesn't remember. And I don't remember at times what I have imagined. And like I said, I don't even know sometimes while I'm even doing it, I won't be totally aware of what I'm doing. But it's learning to tame this imagination, learning to take, I don't like to use the word control, because control comes from fear. But you should see it as when you go to imagine, instead of trying to control your mind or control your imagination, learn to guide it. Just like a horse, you learn to guide it. Let it go, but guide. That's what I would recommend. So this lecture is called Counting the Costs by Neville in 1963. And there's a question that's given in scripture, and it says, which of you desiring to build a tower does not first sit down and count the cost, whether you have enough to complete it? And this idea is that when the imagination, if you don't like the word God, when God became man, as Neville says, imagination took upon the flesh, or imagination became man, that man may become all imagination. That when the imagination did that, it counted the cost of what it took to become us, for us to take upon human form. And it's a frightening cost, but God became us. The imagination became us. He's not pretending. I am, in a sense, is not pretending to be you. You feel it within yourself. This is who you are. And when you say, I am Edward, I'm not joking. I'm not making a humorous joke about it. I'm being serious. And so the I am believes itself fully. It counted the cost when it became it. But it also laid out a blueprint. You don't build a house without a blueprint. And the blueprint will bring us back to itself. But when it brings us back to itself, it makes man divine. So the imagination becomes in the flesh or becomes man, and man becomes all imagination. But the same way it does that, it's the same way it sort of abandoned itself to become man, is what we must do on this level to move into a state that we want to be in. And so, if I want to be something, I have to count the cost. I have to abandon myself to what I want to be. And what's the cost in this case? Now, Neville gives us what the cost is. He asks a series of questions. He says, do I have the necessary persistency, the necessary faithfulness, the necessary power that in spite of all things contrary, I will persist? Do I have these virtues? That's the cost. That's the price you have to pay to become something new. And he goes on, he's like, in spite of tomorrow and everything denies it, do I have the persistency? Have I the faithfulness? And by faithfulness, I mean loyalty to the unseen reality. So here it is unseen, but to me it is real. He says, can I remain loyal to this unseen reality? That's the price we must pay. And you do have these virtues. You have them. You don't need money. It says, you have the divine coin. You have the price to pay. You do. And the coin is your faithfulness. Can you remain faithful? And by faithfulness, he means loyalty. Can you remain loyal to this unseen reality? It's unseen by everyone's mortal eyes. It's unseen by the mortal eye, by the organ eye. But you, through this perception of Jacob, you see that it's done. You see it. Within you, it's real. Now, can you remain loyal to that idea of yourself? And if you do, you will become it. That's what William Blake says, does assuming a thing is, there's a firm persuasion that a thing is so, make it so. And Isaiah replied and said, in the days of imagination, that was true. The imagination can move mountains. And so I must have a firm persuasion. I must be firm in my persuasion of what I want to be. That a thing already is so. Does assuming that a thing already is so make it so? That's the question. And you contemplate on that idea. What if I were to believe that I already am the thing I want to be? Do I become it? If I believe I am that, will I become it? And do I have the necessary persistency of faithfulness in that? Can I remain loyal? That's what it means. Can I remain loyal to the fulfilled inner me? And that's the coin that you must use. That's the price you must pay. Can I abandon what I am and to become what I want to be? And so this lecture is basically hinting, or it's getting to the point that causation is mental. And again, that's another investigation. Is causation mental? And he goes on, and he gives this example of this woman. She wanted her husband to be a judge, and he wanted that. And she says, well, why don't you address him as the judge? And he says that his brother wanted to be a doctor. Neville's brother wanted to be a doctor, and his wife would address him as the doctor all the time before he was that. And she did the same thing. And I personally think that she could have just addressed him this way and within her imagination. I don't think she had to verbalize it, but she verbalized it. But she goes, always address him as the judge, and he will become that. And he did. She remained faithful to her assumption of him. And he started to take upon it. And he said he wanted to be this and started to form in his world. So although in the world it's not there, in the physical he's not the judge, but in the mental he is. And that's what we commit to. We commit to the unseen reality that he's the judge. And that's what you must do for yourself. You don't give up on yourself. You rearrange yourself. And then he goes on to say about how don't think you're selfish for wanting more within yourself. He goes, you say that's selfish, forget it. It's all part of your own imagination anyways. So if you can imagine yourself earning X amount of dollars and you are persistent and you believe it and sleep as though it's true, in a way you do not know, and no one could devise the means by which it will become a fact, it will become a fact. And so that's the price. The price is to be persistent, to remain loyal to the idea that you already are making that you already are the thing. Can you remain loyal to that? Or do you go back to what you once were? Do you disbelieve it eventually? Can you persist in spite of tomorrow? Tomorrow might show the contrary. Tomorrow might show the denial. But can you be persistent in spite of that? Can you trust fully in your imagination implicitly? Can you let go of the denial? Can you let go of tomorrow, what it shows, and be persistent now to yourself? Because that's really who you're persisting in. And so to give up on the mental you is to give up on yourself. And so all loyalty to the realm unseen is loyalty to oneself. Because that's where you'll find yourself the way you want to be. Just remain loyal to it. Be committed to yourself, the imaginal you. And that's who you start to become. We start to become our imaginal selves, what we're imagining ourselves as. Now there are good states and there are bad states for us. But choose the good, because you can. You have the choice and the option to. You might as well just take it because it's within you. And don't feel selfish. Don't try to work out as to wonder, should I or should I not? Is it okay? Just do it if that's what you want to do. If that's what you want to be, start to be that. If it's something wonderful and you're not used to being wonderful, don't worry about it. Just start to imagine yourself wonderful. For there's no other way to become something in imagination other than to assume you already are that thing. So the method to become something is the same. The nature of what you become can change. But don't ever feel like you're not allowed to be a certain nature. Don't ever feel too small to be something larger than what you are. It's just a state. You have to always remember that you are not the state, but the being behind the state. Because the moment you start to think of yourself as the state itself, and you don't like the state you're in, you'll shame yourself. And there's no need for that. You're not even the thing that you don't want to be. You're the being behind it that attaches itself to states. And then he goes on to say that the state that I often return to is the state that I'm in. That's the state I've committed to. Just like a name, if you were to change your name, it would take a few times before you would actually turn and respond when someone says your new name. It's the same idea. So at first you don't feel like it's you, but then over time it starts to become your nature. If you're persistent, if you believe, you have to believe that you already are that thing consistently. That's what you must do. And then he goes on to say something quite funny and interesting. I'm not sure what the question was. It says inaudible, so you can't see the question. But the first thing he answers is, "No, my dear, I never consider the cost of what I want." And so while he imagines, he's not putting the condition of cost. He's not putting the conditions of what he lacks and what he otherwise needs first to have the thing he wants to imagine. He doesn't consider it. You don't have to consider the physical cost of something. The cost is the divine coin, which is, do I have the faithfulness? Can I remain faithful to this dream? And that is how we fashion our worlds. We fashion it through faith. Whether we like it or not, we're always having faith in something within ourselves. You can't really escape imagination. You can't escape your own imagination. So you're always going to imagine regardless. And you can really only have faith in what you imagine. So you're always going to have faith in your imagination, but what you have faith in inside of yourself is up to you. But you have the choice to choose something wonderful, to choose something good for yourself and for another. In that case, she saw her husband as a judge. He wanted that. He might have been unsure about how he was going to be it, or he might have had some doubts, but she was persistent in seeing him that way, and he became that way. Even though in spite of tomorrow, he's not the judge, he still saw him the judge. Now that's the price. That's the cost that we must pay here. But really, it's not a bad thing. Because you do have these virtues. Neville asked, do I have these virtues? You do. You have these virtues. And the virtues are something that simply need to be exercised. I have a video called Imagination, My Instrument. This is like a piano. You have to learn how to play it. And you learn how to play imagination by assuming you are the thing consistently. That's how you play this game inside. But it's really self done to self. So a lack of commitment is a lack of commitment. A lack of loyalty is a lack of loyalty to oneself. Always remember that. Because then you won't give up on yourself. You won't just quit. And then he goes on to say how imagination obeys us. If I ask of my imagination to shape me into a beautiful image, it will do it. If I ask it to shape me into an evil image, it will do it. Or if I ask it to conjure up an image of hatefulness or of loveliness, it just does it. It doesn't ask me for qualifications or for anything on the outside. It doesn't ask me of anything. It just does it. And so if I want, I don't have to feel that I'm unworthy of something. If I want to imagine myself lovelier, the imagination just does it. And what's called upon me, the price I must pay to buy that dream, is my faithfulness to it, my loyalty to it, to the unseen. That is what I believe in. So the first lecture that I discussed was called Our Real Beliefs Are What We Live By. That if imagining creates reality, I will actively live upon this premise. And then I spoke about the drama between Esau and Jacob, and how this drama is taking place every single day while we roam this earthly realm. And that these are two perceptions that were personified, these two perceptions that we hold in our consciousness, that we must become persuaded by the inner perception, by Jacob, that goes beyond our reason and our senses. And then we spoke about counting the cost, which is really a self-investigation, asking yourself, do I have the necessary faithfulness to remain faithful and loyal to this unseen reality? In spite of tomorrow, in spite of the senses, do I have the necessary faithfulness? Can I remain loyal to what is unseen? And then today we're going to speak about the pearl of great price. And this too comes from 1963. And this starts off with a scripture. It says, "The kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls, who finding one pearl of great value, went and sold all that he had and bought it." Now you and I are that merchant. It's not speaking about anybody else but you and me, of the person in this reality. It's speaking about us. We must sell all what we have and buy this pearl. And this reminds me of the scripture where Christ is speaking to the rich man. The rich man tells him, I'm following everything. I do all the commandments correctly. What more can I do? And he says, well, sell all that you possess and come and follow me. And that was too much of a price to pay, so he put his head down and walked away. Now that's also us. We are the rich man and we are the merchant. And we hold on to many, many beliefs, many rules, many ideas, many conditions that we place. We believe in other causes outside of our imagination. And this is too much of a price to pay for many people. The idea that our imagination creates reality is just too much. And we're told this pearl is personified and says, by him all things are made. That's too much of a price to pay. To think about that my imagination creates all things, and that there is nothing outside of my imagination. There's no God outside. It's too much of a price to pay. But then Neville goes on to list certain things that you must give up. He goes, if you believe in authority, you've got to sell it. Do you believe in numerology, in teacup leaves, in astrology? You have to sell these things. If you believe in some God outside of you, you have to sell it. Or if you think the way to God is to be a vegetarian, or you think it's to eat meat, or you think it's to smoke or not smoke, or drink or not drink, then you think these are the way to God, you have the wrong Christ. It's wrong. And it says that I am the way. Do I really believe that my own I amness, my awareness is the way? The way to what? It says the way to everything in this world, especially to the Father. Do I believe that? Or do I think I have to do some outside thing to get there? See, when you start to believe that you have to do outside things to get there, you are in Babylon. You are in the land of confusion, where everyone's speaking a different language. They give you everyone has a different diet. Everyone has a different way to prayer. Everyone has a different way to worship. Everyone has a different God. You are in the land of confusion. But when you come back to this pearl, it says that he who is not with me is against me. He who does not gather with me scatters. And so you're scattered if you think that, if you believe in something on the outside, there's always going to be a new thing to scapegoat on the outside as well. And this is actually what Neville goes into. He says that he actually as well believed in astrology, and he actually taught it at one point. And he said that he used to hold on to this little booklet that had his horoscope, and he used to use this to justify his failures. If he ever felt like he failed or something didn't come about, he got to blame a certain planet. He got to blame for the moon, things of that nature. You find, and he said that Blake said that self-justification is the voice of hell. Always justifying our failures. That is the voice of hell. Always finding some scapegoat as to why am I not the thing I want to be? Well, it must be this, or it must be the moon. It must be not in God's will. We blame it on something on the outside. Now, for me, I never believed in astrology or numerology. I never really dove into that. But what I had to give up was a belief in an outside God. And for me, it wasn't that expensive, I guess. I didn't mind giving it up because I really firmly believed that there was a God watching me on the outside, judging my every move and sort of patting my head when I did something good and giving me some type of punishment if I sinned or did something bad. And I really believed this. And I had to sell that. That was something I had to sell. Another thing you have to sell is thinking that because of where you were born or the circumstances in which you were born into, you think that because of that, I can't use this pearl, I can't buy this pearl, or I can't be what I want to be. You have to sell that. You have to sell that belief. It's not about that. You have to give up everything that you otherwise think is in the way and believe fully in your imagination. Believe in this pearl. I thought that at certain points that I shouldn't drink this or I shouldn't eat that at times. And sometimes I resisted and other times I followed, and I thought that those were the way to God. I really did. And I'm not saying that you don't have to sell your stocks. He's not telling you to sell your stocks. He's not telling you to eat meat. He's not telling you to do that. He's saying that that's not the way to God. That's what he's saying. That belief that you think you have to in order to get to God, that's what you must sell. You don't have to do anything on the outside. It's all done within. This drama, this rich man, this merchant is all done within ourselves. Do I believe in myself? Do I believe that my imagination that is within me will create the thing I'm imagining? If it's true that I don't have to look for some man outside of me to follow. I don't have to look to some savior on the outside, some person who's going to lead me. No, I just go to my imagination. And it says that test yourselves and see. And Paul calls Christ Jesus a power. He says, test yourselves and see that this power is within you. And Neville gives you the test. He says, how do I test this? Well, I start to imagine from the premise of fulfilled desire. And so you might have a friend, and without his consent, imagine him wealthier. Imagine him doing better. He doesn't have to physically be here. You can imagine him right now being, as Neville said, gainfully employed, having more than what he has. And that's how you address him inside your mind. That's how you address yourself inside your mind. And if it starts to work in performance, and it doesn't matter what people say, it's just, he actually tells you to experiment with it. Right? The hypothesis is, does imagining create reality? And you test it. You test this claim. See if it's true. And when you find it, you have to now have the question, I have to sell what I possess. And he goes into this story about how this woman was an astrologer and how this man came to come see her. And she read this fortune. She goes, oh, you're gonna have this really good fortune based on your chart. And he goes, if it comes true, I will give you $100. And she's like, well, why don't you just give me the $100 now, because it will come true. And he's like, no, I'm gonna wait until it comes true and then I'll give it to you. And Neville was like, well, what's the problem? She's like addressing him as if it's an issue. He's like, well, what's the issue with that? And then she goes, well, I kind of got distracted, and the book that I was using had his chart, the wind blew it and it flipped over to a different page. And I read him the chart of somebody who wasn't even born yet, like 10 years ahead of time. It wasn't even born yet. And he goes, but did you believe in it? And she said, yeah, I did. And he goes, okay, then forget it. And then the fortune actually came true for the man. He goes, but she couldn't give up astrology because her income depended on it. So her little income depended on this, so she couldn't give up astrology and buy the pearl. She couldn't see it was her own imagination that her belief in what she imagined is what caused the fortune. But she held that reserve, that it's still in the stars that caused that. It's somewhere in the sky. It's some rotation of the planets that caused this fortune to come about. And so the price was too much for her, so she couldn't buy it. And like I said, it took Neville a while to buy it because he said he used to hold on to horoscopes in his back pocket to justify all his failures. He eventually gave it up. I think he obviously didn't have his income dependent on it, but I think that I'm not sure why he held on to it. I think because he probably taught it at one point. He probably was really deep into it, so he had a hard time letting it go. But he had to sell it. It was a price. It's an expensive price to pay. It's not. You don't buy this pearl with money. You don't need money. It's all done within yourself. For the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls, who, finding one pearl of great value, went and sold everything he had and bought it. That's you. That's me. Will I continue to believe in certain diets? Will I continue to believe in certain ideas outside of my imagination? Then I haven't bought it yet. To me, it's too expensive. That's how I would feel. But eventually I gave up this God on the outside. And I followed this God on the outside. I really believed in him for most of my life, if not. I mean, I was taught to believe in that way. That's how I was raised. I was raised to believe in a God outside, and then you put oil on your head, and then you pray a certain way, and you take this rosary, and then you do like all these outside things. You put this, you eat this type of cracker, and you drink this type of wine, and that's what I was taught. All these outside things that I had to give up. That's not the way. It says, I am the way. My awareness is the way. My imagination, if you will, is the way. And it's not found outside of me. It's within me. It's within you. But do you believe in it? Do you believe that if you remain loyal to what is unseen, that it will become seen? Because that's what we're told how things create. Do you believe that? Or is there a little reserve that no, it doesn't, that's not how things work? Or do you believe in something in the sky, or some stars, or cards? Do you believe in the flipping of cards to tell you your future? Or in a psychic? Do you believe in a psychic to tell you your future? Or do you feel like your future is found in your palm? These are all things that we would have to give up to buy this pearl. It's a pearl of great price. It's not cheap. But we're told that if that rich man were to sell, when Christ says, sell everything you possess and then come and follow me, he says, but if you do that, if you sell all your possessions, you will have great riches in heaven. Well, he didn't want those riches in heaven. He didn't want that. He didn't believe in it. But if we do sell these ideas that we believe in, you will find that this pearl is what you're looking after. It's what you actually want. I don't think people actually want to believe in these outside things that have control over their life, because we're looking for the cause. And the cause is not found in the sky. I mean, Shakespeare said it. He said it as well, not in the stars, but in ourselves. Do I believe that? Can I let go of outside things? Especially in times of trouble, can I believe in my own imagination? Can I believe in Jacob, as we talked about? And so this parable just leaves us with a choice. It's a choice whether or not we will do it. To the degree we believe in our imagination, that degree we will live by it. But we're actually asked to sell everything. And it can be a difficult choice, but it's something that I feel like I've always wanted to do anyways. I don't really like to believe in things outside. I don't even think I enjoy it. I don't think I really like to believe in the God outside. I didn't really like doing I never understood why I have to eat this bread and why I have to drink this wine on the outside. I didn't realize that. I didn't understand why I had to do all these hours and months committing myself to a certain religion. I didn't feel like that was the way to God. It made no sense to me. And so for me, it wasn't that heavy of a price. But I believed in other things. I believed in other justifications for failure. I believed in other reasons why things weren't the way why I wasn't the way I wanted to be. It was because of this person. It's because of that person. It's because of something outside of me. I didn't believe that this power really could transform me. I believed that something was holding me back, and it was outside of me. And that's the reason. So I had to give that up. That's when the price became great. But for Neville, it was astrology. It was these stars that he believed in. I don't know what it is for you, but you have to ask yourself, do I actually believe my imagination will I sell everything that I believe in to believe in this? Do I actually believe in it? Will I pay the price? So that's a question for all of us. So we just got done talking about the Pearl of Great Price. This one's actually from 1959. This one's called The Art of Dying. This was one of my favorite lectures for a long time. I still think when it comes to the law, I find it to be great because he touches on the feeling of doubt. And many times if you read Neville, he's very big on daring to assume. And he kind of just doesn't really care about doubt. And as somebody who was very doubt-ridden, I felt like I needed some addressing on it. And I feel like this lecture addressed the feeling that I had. And so he starts the lecture out by saying that Paul in Scripture says that he dies daily. And Blake said that death is the best thing in life. There is nothing in life like death, but people take such a long time in dying. At least their neighbors never see them rise from the grave. And obviously these people aren't talking about physical death. They're talking about the death and resurrection inside of oneself, inside the imagination. That's what they're addressing. And so you are something inside of yourself. Can you die to it? Can you cease to be it and be something else? You'll see how it's actually an act of forgiveness. Because if you are something you dislike, the fact that you can die to it and it actually cease to be inside of you and you become something else, it's freedom. It's actually freedom. There's no little reserve. There's no, well, what if I still am that thing? No, you completely it ceases to be. And I'll quote him. He says, "So I see my dream, and I must learn to die to what I am in order to live to what I want to be." And he kind of hints at what he means by, sort of letting go and dying to what you are. He goes, "I do not wait for signs to appear. It is when I'm most aware of my restrictions and feel the pressures. Then I must learn to die. I must learn to let go of what my senses dictate and go mad, quote unquote, and yield to what is only a dream." And I remember reading that, and it just, it really hit me, because when he says, "I don't wait for signs to appear, and it is when I'm most aware of my restrictions and the pressures, that is when I change. That's when I die to what I am, and I resurrect to what I want to be." And I remember that hit me, because when you're going through life and you feel these restrictions, you feel the pressures coming upon you, you almost feel like you don't know who to turn to or where to turn to. You don't really know what to do. And he says, "You must let go of what my senses dictate and yield to what is only a dream." And yielding is a sense of surrender. So you really want to let go of what is happening outside. And really, when you see the dream inside of you, you want to yield into it. There's going to be some resistance within you that's going to wonder, well, what if it doesn't work? And he speaks about that. He says, if you feel within yourself, well, what if it doesn't work? What if I yield and nothing happens? He goes, that is when you have to completely let go and give yourself to this dream. And then he goes on to say, "If I could yield myself to a dream and it would not become flesh, it would be complete tyranny over this wonderful concept of life, but it cannot fail you if you yield." So life would be terrible if our dreams could not become flesh, but they can. And he says that, and this is where he talks about the doubt. He says, what if you imagine and you tell yourself, what if I play this, my last card, and it doesn't work? He goes, then you have not yielded. You have not nailed yourself to this idea. And so it's that feeling of, I always had that in the back of my mind. Well, what if I imagine this? What if I go all out and believe in myself to be that, and nothing happens? And he's saying, then you haven't yielded. There shouldn't be any more questions when you yield. When you really give yourself to this dream, then you will become it. It won't fail you. You will actually become the thing if you give yourself to it. If you die to what you are, and you resurrect and attach yourself to what you want to be, you will become that thing. You have to. And so there must be complete abandonment to what I am, to what I want to be. I have to let go of what I've always been, what I've always known myself as, what I've been called my whole life. I have to let go of it entirely. Abandon that once was a reality to me. Die to it and resurrect a new reality by changing myself. He says, but man is afraid. He does not dare to abandon himself, so he never dies. And Blake would say he would just go mad. He called it madness. He would just completely let go of what his senses dictate and believe in what he wanted to be. And anytime I've made progress in my life the way I wanted to, I always was slightly afraid to let go, but I didn't really die. I always felt like afraid to give up what I am. But anytime I actually abandoned myself to what I wanted to be, I left myself into a dream within myself. It never failed me. But I never let go of that fear. It was always there. And even though it might have worked at times, I still had this little, what if it doesn't work this time? It was always there. But it's the same method. It is letting go of what you are to what you want to be. Can I let go of this? Can I die to it? Or am I going to remain afraid? Am I going to remain scared to be it? Am I going to remain in the insecurity that I am in? Or am I willing to give it up for security? Even though it's a dream, am I willing to give it up for a dream? And then he says, I try to catch the feeling that would be mine if I were the man I wanted to be. But that involves death. He goes, but if I'm not in love with what I am tied to, I must yield to something more lovely and make it real. So it's a constant, you become something, and then you are that thing for a while, and then you want to outgrow it. You might outgrow the clothes as you would outgrow clothes. And you have to yield into a new article of consciousness, a new state of consciousness. You outgrew the one you're in. And many times people who come and talk to me, they don't realize that they're actually in a state of consciousness that they've outgrown a long time ago, but they think that they have to keep wearing it. And I tell them, you wouldn't be talking to me this way unless you actually within you wanted to leave this state. But again, man's afraid, scared of changing their state of mind. because it involves them to yield to something new, because it's always going to be that way. You're always going to feel this slight fear of changing because you're used to being what you are. But then you have this other conflict within you that you know you've outgrown it. It's uncomfortable. The pants and shirts are too tight now. I've outgrown this, and yet I still wear it because it's the shirt I've always worn. It's the state of consciousness that I know myself as. Well, know yourself as something new. Can you know yourself as something new? And if you can imagine yourself, if you can conceive of yourself as something new, can you abandon what you are now for it? And if you can't, then make it lovelier. Make it something more lovely. And so we abandon ourselves to dreams as if they were true. That is what we do. We abandon ourselves to the unseen realities within us. We see them, but it's just unseen by mortal eye. But if we don't yield, if we don't become the thing, that conception of yourself that you have it remains there. It doesn't disappear. It just remains an unoccupied state. Unless we yield to it, it just remains unoccupied. And then he goes on to claim that this is forgiveness. This is a sense of forgiveness. And that's I remember when I first read this, the first couple of paragraphs, I felt that feeling of like, oh yeah, this is a sense of forgiveness. Because it is. When you completely die to what you are and you change yourself, it's forgiveness in the true sense of the form. And again, the feeling of the pressures, the feeling of in times of trouble. And I know that I've been there. And it's when those times where you feel those pressures coming upon you, when you feel like you need something to work, that is when you yield to it. I don't leave myself in that desperate, intense feeling of, I need this to work. I yield to it already working. Even though everything feels on the outside, it looks like it's not. In spite of that, do I have the necessary faithfulness to remain loyal to it, as we said in Counting the Cost? You see how this all ties together. Will I buy this pearl? Will I buy the dream? And the cost of this dream is for me to yield to it. And, he says, don't think you are greedy because you are demanding for things to change. He always speaks about that. Don't feel selfish. Don't feel greedy. Don't feel guilty for changing yourself. No matter what it is, you yield to it. Always remember the yielding part. It's the thing that has saved me many times. Whenever you've wondered how or when, and you become frightened, or you feel the pressures and you feel like you can't overcome these pressures, that's when you yield. That's the moment you yield to it. And it's always going to be a yielding. And I will say this forever because I just know it to be true. Because I've seen it work for me and I've seen it work for other people. You have all these questions and you have all these reasons as to why not. All these doubts, but can you yield? Can you let go? And when you yield to it, you create it. You have to remember that. When I yield to it, I will create it. There's no reserves. No, well, I'm playing my last card. What if it doesn't work? None of that. That all goes away the moment you yield. And some people are afraid. They can't yield because they're afraid of many reasons. They're afraid of letting go of their doubt. They're afraid of going mad. They're afraid of falling into a state of insanity. They're afraid of it not working. All these reasons. And so they never yield to it. They see it within them, but it's like when I was a kid, I got in trouble in detention, and I had to stand and watch everybody play at recess, and I had to stand there and watch. I wasn't allowed to play. It was right in front of me, but I just wasn't allowed to touch those monkey bars in a sense. And so it was distant, but it was right there. And that's how it feels when you don't yield, when you don't let go. It feels like you look at the dream within you and it just remains and you observe it. But you observe it as if you're an outsider, not a participant. You're not participating in it. And when you start to participate, in order to truly participate in the dreams within you, to become those things, you have to yield. And that's what he equates dying is the same as yielding. No more questions. You just let go entirely. Can I let go of what I am? Really let go. Even if it doesn't make sense to me, can I let go and become the thing I want to be? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. But again, I'm going to end this one here. And this one's called The Art of Dying by Neville in 1959. I'll put I don't know. I'll look for the the link for this one, because he has another one called The Art of Dying, but I think that one's in 1964. So he has two of them, but I like this one from 1915. This is my favorite one. But I would recommend you read it, get more of an understanding. These are just my, my thoughts on it. But again, thank you guys for listening. So this lecture comes from 1963 as well, and it's called The Holy One. And I want to emphasize that the stories in these scriptures, or when you hear words like Egypt or Caesar, you do not think of a place or a person, but it really is a real place and a real person, but it's also an idea. So, for example, Neville gives the story where he was sent to the army, and he didn't want to go. But he was drafted, and they told him that, I think at the time he was making a few thousand a month, and then he was told he was going to go down to about $50 a week. He goes, they were going to give me clothes, they're going to give me food. He's like, well, I had all those things, and yet I'm getting less now, and I'm taken away from my family. And no matter how many times he tried to plead to leave, he was told no. Now, what Neville does is that he takes this idea of the pressures and the times of trouble that he's in, and he sees it as a place of Egypt. And so no matter how many times he pleads with Pharaoh to release him, to set him free, he is told no. And as we're told, that the Pharaoh's heart is hardened. But you can think of Pharaoh as well as Caesar, as Caesar's telling him no. No matter how many times he pleads and says, I have a family, I have kids, I need to get out of this place, he's told no. And he's denied. And there's nothing that can soften the heart of this Pharaoh, of this Caesar on the outside. And so he has to find a way out. And the only way he can find is through God. Now, in this case, he goes to I am, what he is, his awareness. Is that the real God? Is that his savior? That's what he's testing in this case. And so the scriptures or these stories really become alive to us. They become actual realities that we're in when we pray to this God. When we make I am be our God, we'll find ourselves in Egypt. We'll find ourselves having to go to it when we're in Egypt, when we have to leave certain spaces that have provided pressures and troubles. And really, Neville, when he speaks about the law, about using it, he always speaks about it in ways of using it to cushion and comfort yourself in this world. He always says it can cushion the blows of life. And well, in this case, there's a blow. He was drafted, he doesn't want to go, that's a blow. And now he has to cushion himself. So you think of this story as these people are in bondage to Pharaoh, and there's this Pharaoh that has them trapped and they can't leave, and you think that that was just some story in the past, and yet it's taking place now. It's actually happening right now. The moment you are in a spot in this world where you can't leave, where you feel like you need to be freed, and yet you're not free, and you're being told no, you are in Egypt. I don't care what it is. It doesn't have to be the army. It doesn't have to be somebody high up in government authority telling you. It could be anybody around you, anything that's holding you captive, anything that you feel like you need to be free from. You're in Egypt now. Now, while you're in Egypt, the way out is through God. That's the way. Now, the way is this God's name. He tells you his name, and it's I am. And he says, use me. So it's also a power. And Neville said that he didn't, after he was told no, it's not like he wrote the president now and wrote them a letter to plead with them. He went, no, I went straight to I am. That's what I went to. And he imagined himself in New York, back at home, where he wanted to be. He didn't reason with himself. It's like when you fall asleep, right? If you were to fall asleep right now, you would eventually let go. You would lose your sense of time. You would lose your sense of reason. You would lose your sense of doubt. You would lose your sense of the senses. And you fall asleep into a dream. Every single night you lose these things. Well, he lost those things when he imagined himself in New York. Reason told him that he's not going to be there. Reason told him that he's never going to leave Egypt. Reason told him that he's in bondage to this. Reason told him that Pharaoh's heart is hardened, that he can't leave, and he needs his permission. He said, forget that. I don't need the outside's permission. I don't need Pharaoh's permission. I'm going to imagine myself freed from this spot. I'm going to go to God. And when I imagine myself in New York, I will lose my sense of time, just like I would in a dream. I will lose my sense of doubt. I will lose the senses. I will discard them all. I'll discard Egypt and find myself in the land I want to be in. Then he goes on to say, he says, but if you identify yourself with the garment that you wear and think I am limited, and you look at the world just as you see it, then you will remain in Egypt. The purpose is to completely get out of Egypt until the moment in time comes when you really get out by a series of fantastical, mystical experiences that could ever be conceived. So he speaks about Egypt can be a spot where we feel pressures and we're being told no. And then there's really this whole world, this realm that we're in is also a form of Egypt that we eventually will leave as well. And we do it by this God. But let's bring it back to this level. On this level, he needs to leave Egypt, which is the army in this case, which he's identified as the army. He's identified this Egypt as the army. And that's why we talked about the pearl of great price. He says, you believe in authority, you have to sell it. So in this case, he's not going to some other authority figure to plead with them, to give them whatever he wants, which is his yes. He goes to himself to give him the okay to leave. So, but he doesn't really even ask himself for permission. He just imagines himself in New York. He places himself exactly where he wanted to be, regardless of the external circumstances. And that's exactly what you should do. So you should now be thinking about, what is my Egypt? I don't have the same Egypt as Neville. Again, this Egypt is not a physical place. It's an idea where there's a pharaoh that in the land that has held me captive. Something outside has held me captive and it's not letting me be free. Who do I turn to at that point? Do I turn to another person? This is the pearl of great price. I can't turn to somebody else. So I turn to within myself. I stop identifying myself with just this garment. I stop saying I'm limited. And I imagine myself freed. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what the shape of your environment is. In this case, his was the war. Yours could be something else. It's Egypt. And you leave through this God. He frees you. And it's your own awareness, your own I am. Can you believe that? So you start to assume your own freedom. You start to feel yourself to be freed, regardless of anyone's permission, regardless of any authority's permission. You do that, and then you become it. And then you will go across a bridge that will lead you to that. And he says that after he imagined himself in New York, he had a few dreams that sort of showed him that he will be freed, because he freed himself. He said for 9 days he was in the training camp, and he said he just felt great because he knew he was going to leave. He just knew it was going to work. And so that you can take that same approach in your life, that even though he still is for a few days still there, and he has to do all the physical training, he knows he's going to leave. He still feels that he's going to leave. And you'll see people who also are involved in the same Egypt, and you'll see them clasp their hands. You'll see them pray to something outside of themselves. You see them bow to something external to them. And that's what happened in Scripture. People spoke to God as if it was a thing outside of them in the sky, but it's not. And so when you're in times of trouble, you're in a situation that you feel has been told no to you, don't take that no as the final answer. You go to God now, and you imagine yourself freed. And you have to become what you behold yourself as. You have to. And if you see yourself as freed, you will become that. And so don't believe just because some authority figure in your life or some authority says, no, you're not allowed, therefore that's the final answer. You cannot take that as the final answer. You have to go to yourself within, and you'll see that you already are freed. And you believe in that. And when you believe in that, you come out of it. Don't forget who got you out of it. Don't forget who freed you out of Egypt, as so many of us do. Don't forget it. You went to yourself, you went within yourself, and you found yourself freed. And then you became it. And you replicate that over and over and over again. You find yourself in another Egypt, another spot that's telling you you're not allowed to be. You be it anyways. You don't need anyone's permission. Again, and how do I practically do this? Well, it's just like tonight, you're going to fall asleep. Right before you fall asleep, you lose your sense of the things that are so precious to you, which is your time, your senses, your reason, you lose your sense of these things, and then you find yourself in a dream. Next thing you know, you're in a different plane, a different realm of existence, living life, doing the things you would otherwise do here, there. And you lost these things while you dreamt up a new dream. The same thing happens here. When you imagine yourself freed, you don't ask, you lose your sense of, don't worry about when, don't worry about how. Lose yourself in that freedom. Become that freedom. And I've always given this example. If you were to fall asleep tonight and you became conscious inside a dream, you realized you were dreaming in the dream, and I asked you, you heard my voice and I said, change this dream right now. How would you go about doing it? You wouldn't plead with some authority figure to do it. You wouldn't change the people around you. You, the dreamer, would dream something new. That's what you would do. You would just change yourself. You wouldn't focus on getting permission from somebody within the dream. That'd be ridiculous. And the same is true here. You find yourself in Egypt, you find yourself in a nightmare, you wake up from it. You wake up as something you want to be. You change it by awakening within you the state that is otherwise dormant. And in this case, his freedom needed to be aroused. So he woke it up within him and found himself in New York. And then he became that, because we bump into our imagined selves in this world. And when you see it as this, you'll see it as you are exchanging what's within you for Egypt, for this outside bondage. And it gives a more structured and, I think, clear view of what we're doing here. For this is taking place right now. This isn't a story that took place in the past. It's taking place when you find yourself in bondage in this world. And then you can use God's name to cushion and comfort yourself while you're here. And the name is I Am, and there is no other name. You'll never outgrow I Am. You'll never outgrow this name. You will outgrow many gods. You'll go through many, many gods while you're here, but you will never outgrow this one, ever. And so you go to it, and you believe in it. So you imagine yourself freed. You believe in this God. You believe you are that thing, and then that you become it. So you appropriate the state of consciousness that you want to otherwise produce the result that you need in your life. You need freedom, you become free. That's how you do it. And he did. He ended up leaving Egypt. He left as Egypt and he was approved. He was disapproved first, and then he ended up getting approved after he imagined himself free and had a dream that showed him he will be free. And he did. And you can take this same story and replicate it in your life. It doesn't have to be a draft. It doesn't have to be a war. We're all in wars. We're all in some type of battle within our lives. Yet few actually go to this God and imagine the victory within that God. And I'm going to quote him here. He says, I didn't go berserk in the interval of waiting. I waited patiently, and I knew it was done. He said it didn't matter at all what was going to happen on the outside. It did not matter to him. It made no difference. In his mind, it was already done. It was a done thing. And you can take that same approach to your life. So I'm going to end it here on this one. I hope this gave you some clarity on this God that we're using and that we're believing in to get us out of the pressures and troubles that we could be in, that we find ourselves in this world. Thank you for listening. So this lecture is called Wonder Working Power of Attachment from 1963. But for me, I'm going to call it Levels of Vision because I think it makes more sense to call it that. And just for the sake of like YouTube's title, there's not many characters I have, so I don't want to put a long title. But if you want to look this up, it's called Wonder Working Power of Attachment from 1963. So he goes into these different levels of vision that William Blake says. And he talks about single vision, twofold vision, threefold, and fourfold. Now, I have my own experiences with these visions. We all do, really. And Neville gives one of his experiences, but we're going to talk about single vision first. So single vision is basically observing things as they are. So you look at a tree. He gives this example. Neville gives an example of looking at a tree and it's just a tree. You look at a man, it's just a man. You look at a rock and it's just a rock. It's nothing more than what it is. You see the world just kind of as it is. A stomach is just a stomach. There's no meaning behind it. There's no understanding behind it. It just is what it is. That is single vision. And then there's double vision, which is seeing things as a symbol. So you look at so he gives an example of looking at a fire. You kind of see a fire, you light it up. it sort of dances around, and then eventually it withers and it goes and turns into ash. And what you could see from that is your life. You can see how that resembles your life, like how a candle resembles your life. William Blake gives an example of this in his poem called The Fly, and how he likens a fly to a man, and how sort of a fly, you sort of swipe your hand at a fly to kill it, and he basically says eventually, a man comes and he dances and sings, and eventually a blind hand shall brush his wing. And so he likens a fly to a man. He sees it all as the same thing. And that's double vision. So double vision is also another example of double vision. Is it's seen like a person who only wants to do things out of their own personal and selfish gain. Instead of seeing just a person, you would see a sort of a flea. You would see a parasite. That's double vision. Seeing things as what they symbolize. It doesn't matter if the person is the greatest dictator, the most powerful dictator in the world. It doesn't matter if they're highest in office. It doesn't matter where they're at in the world, how much money they have. If they're doing things just for their own selfish gain, then that's a parasite. That's a blood-sucking insect. That's how God sees them inside. Because God doesn't judge after appearances. God doesn't look to your money and think that you're better than somebody. That's not how it works. It really comes down to your intention. And your intention sort of will shape your symbol of what you are. And so they're a flea. And William Blake actually would draw people that way as well. He drew a flea. If you look it up, he has a painting on called The Flea, and it's a man. It's in the shape of a man. That's how he saw people. And we're basically Blake kind of strongly warns against being in single vision all the time. He basically likens it to sleep. In the poem, he actually calls it Newton's sleep. And so he was very big on you always be in twofold. Always see things as symbols. Always see it as something relating to your life, rather than just seeing things as they are. Just like, don't look at a tree and just see a tree, essentially. And then he talks about third vision. Now, third vision is what you and I are doing when we imagine. When we're taking double vision, which is seeing things as symbols, and we are states, if you will, seeing things as states and woven them together to make some type of conversation or some type of image or scene that implies what we otherwise want. That is third vision. And third vision, Neville speaks about how he's created many things from third vision. Sort of a third vision is you're threading together states to imply fulfillments of yourself. That's all we're really doing. You're taking these, otherwise what you're seeing from double vision, these symbols, and putting it together to imply something about you within. And Neville says, I created many things from third vision. Now, I don't want to get too into it, because I think at this point we all kind of know what third vision is. You can eavesdrop. You wove together certain states that resemble what you otherwise would. Like you take a friend and make them see you the way you want to see you. You put them in that state, put yourself in a state, and then you can listen to them tell you. You can eavesdrop on the conversation, hearing them tell you that you are who you want to be. That is, you're putting together states to imply something about you. Really, that's all this is. It's all states. You see yourself as a state. You see yourself as a symbol. You see them as a symbol. They represent they represent you, telling you who you want to be. It could be out of jealousy or out of praise. It's all symbols, and you interplay these images, these symbols, and you make an image out of it, and that image implies something about you. That is third vision. Now, you can create out of third vision. You don't need to create out of fourth vision, but fourth vision, that's really what I want to talk about here. Fourth vision is, Neville says it's the difference between being blind and seeing. It is completely different than third. See, third vision is like you can imagine something. You can paint something wonderful inside of yourself. And it could be rather blurry. It can be like, Neville talked about this when he left the army. He was back at home in New York when he was in the army. He said the image wasn't like perfect. It was shadowy. It was dark. But he tried his best to sort of make it real to him. So you don't really need to make it perfect. But fourthfold vision is when it is basically identical, if not more real than this reality. That's fourthfold vision. That is the... I'm not sure if there's a way to get there every time. I'm not sure if there's a method. It sort of has, whenever I've entered fourthfold vision, it just came upon me. It was never something I did. but you don't know that you're dreaming, essentially. Or I should say, you know that you're dreaming, but you can't tell if it's not real. It looks just as real as this world, but yet you know you're dreaming. You know you're imagining this. That's the difference. And he gives an example how he found himself at sleep at night, and he woke up in a dream, but where he was at, he was in a he was at his house. He was awake at his house. He knew he was sleeping, but he was completely awake. And then eventually it transferred over into this beautiful building where it seemed like almost like a hotel. And he said from this, he bumped into two people at the hotel, and it was a woman and her daughter. And he told them, like, ladies, this is a dream. And they looked startled, like they ran away from him. And as one would do if some man came up to you and said, like, hey, this is a dream, you would probably feel startled. And I have my own experience with that. I kind of want to share just my experience now with it. There's been many times where I've became conscious inside a dream, but the difference when it starts to feel real to you is when you touch it, when you actually physically touch things in your dream, is when it starts to feel strange. Because even Neville said that he saw a painting in this fourthfold vision, and he said he thought when he touched it, his hands were going to go through it, but it didn't. It was physically real, solid. It was just as solid as this world. And I remember I had my own experience with that, where I fell asleep and then I woke up and I was in a different country. I was in Cuba, and I was vacationing there with my family. And I remember I walked up to, I realized in this moment, I said, I'm dreaming. I was in front of a door, and I just was aware. I just knew I was sleeping back at home, and this is a dream. And I walked through, the door just sort of opened, and it was already open. So I walked through, and I see my parents, and they're packing their bags like we're leaving. Like the trip was over. And I walked up to my mom, and I told her, I was like, hey, this is a dream. I'm dreaming. I'm sleeping right now back at home. This is a dream right now. And they wouldn't look at me. Like they didn't have much of a reaction, but they didn't know what to say to me. And so I thought to myself, I'm going to touch her shoulders and sort of shake her to tell her this is a dream. And I remember when I thought to myself, my hands are going to go through her if I touch her shoulders because it's a dream. This isn't real. And the moment I touched her shoulders, like I felt like as you would when you would touch someone's shoulders, it felt real. It was just as solid as this world. And I remember it shocked me. It really, truly shocked me inside when I saw that it's just as physically real as here. I felt the flesh inside of myself just like that. And that was the moment it triggered for me that this is more real than I thought. And although it appears like a dream, I almost couldn't tell. Like, put it this way, if I passed away in my bed back at home, there would be no difference. It's like I didn't skip a beat. I just found myself in a different world where I'm just experiencing this. So there's and Neville explains that. He says that he, when he was in his dream, after he told the ladies that, this is a dream, he wanted to get back at home because he realized he has responsibilities back at home. Because before he entered it, he told himself, I'm going to explore this place. Even though there might be consequences, I'm going to explore. Regardless of consequences, I will explore this dream. And he went in and explored it. But then at a certain point, he got stuck there. And he started to feel that he was worried because he has his family back at home that he has to take care of. And he goes, I have unfinished business. I have to get back. And he tried to get himself to wake up by telling himself, wake up, but he wouldn't. So what he ended up doing was applying the same method that he applied to sort of imagine, which is he imagined himself back at home. He imagined a pillow behind his head. He imagined himself being next to his wife. He imagined his child there. He imagined himself back in reality. Because he said if he stayed there, then in this world, his body would just have been dead, and they're going to cut it up and say that, he died from this and that. But he really was just in another place. He just found himself in a different world. And that's exactly what I felt too. I felt like if I passed away, for me, it would make no difference. I wouldn't skip a beat. And yet for the people here, it would be devastating for people in this world. And yet for me, I wouldn't have even noticed. And that's what fourthfold vision is. It's it being so real that you can't differentiate the difference. And I remember I also had this fourthfold vision come upon me when I was not even dreaming, like asleep. I was imagining being in this house, and I remember I did it for a month. I wanted to see what would happen if I imagined myself somewhere for a month, just placing myself there and just sort of participating in the dream. And then one day I actually found myself, almost like I went through like a small tunnel, and then I found myself in that house inside of this is all happening within me. And I was in front of the sink, and I was, touching the water coming from the faucet. And I remember in that moment, I was there, and it terrified me. I got really, really scared because I wasn't expecting, because, when you imagine something, it's kind of shadowy. It's a little bit dark. You kind of are trying to see the image. You're trying to see it, but you're not really there. But this time I was really there. And that time, I guess I got scared because I didn't know how it happened. I didn't know what I did. And it's the reality of it all just frightened me. And then my fear kicked me out of it. I noticed that if I remained relaxed and calm, I would have been there. I would have stayed longer. But because I got really, really terrified, for some reason that kicked me out of the dream and put me back into my body. So I don't know if you have to be sleeping, but there are many people in this world who have these types of dreams where you talk to the people in the dream. You tell them that you're dreaming and they don't believe you, or they do believe, or they think you've gone mad in the dream. And yet you know back at home you're sleeping. You know this is a dream. That's exactly what will happen here in this world. You will know it's a dream. It's just as real. It feels real. The consequences in the dream feel real. People are startled the same way they would be startled here. You try to shake them. They won't listen to you. To them, it makes no sense that it's a dream. And yet you're the dreamer of all of this. I dreamt up of Cuba. I was there. I dreamt of my family. I was there. I was the dreamer of it all. And I knew I was dreaming. I was awake inside the dream. Yet no one believed me. But you could never tell me otherwise. You could never convince me that I wasn't dreaming. I knew with certainty that I was dreaming. Now, you don't need fourth-fold vision to create things in your life. You don't need that. Second-fold vision, again, is a way of seeing life, and then you use that to create a sort of, to weave together images to create a scene or to create sort of a conversation, or you use that for third-fold vision to create in your life. Now, Neville said you don't need fourth-fold. Fourth-fold, to me, it was never something. Now, maybe imagining the same thing over and over for a month is what caused it, but I can't say. It seems like it just sort of comes upon me. So like you are literally awake inside of a dream, and yeah, it feels just as real. I mean, then you know that the flesh, that this physical realm, there's nothing more close to this life than a dream, and it's your imagination can mimic it so well. If anything, we're told that it creates it. And I like the idea of it calling it vision, because it's not saying that you're seeing untrue things. It's just a level of vision that you're looking through. So when you go within yourself and you eavesdrop, as I said, on hearing things about yourself, don't think it's not happening. Don't think it's not real. You're in a certain vision that you're seeing beyond this realm, and you're overhearing what you otherwise are, you don't hear here with your physical ears, but don't think it's not real. You're sort of penetrating a different realm where that is real, and you're experiencing it. So you're finding things within you in a sense, instead of feeling like you're creating it from scratch. Either way, I guess it doesn't matter, but I always like the idea that it's a type of vision that you're looking through, instead of making it all up in a sense. Like you're actually tapping into something that's already there. And from there, you believe in it. You believe in it in its existence. That's what faith is. Faith is going within yourself, seeing what is unseen, seeing it, and believing in it. That's really all it is. And then the unseen becomes seen. And so that's all you need for third-fold vision. If you just want to create in your life, you take states, you weave them together, and there you go. You got yourself a dream, and participate in it. But fourth-fold vision is really what I found special in this, because I love that Blake actually gives it a label, because there's no words to describe how it feels to be awake in a dream and how to touch things in a dream. It just, now for me, I didn't feel that. No, like it looks like for Neville, he got kind of stuck there. Now, I didn't get stuck. What happened to me was the moment I realized I was dreaming, after I touched my mom's shoulders in the dream, I told her, hey, this is a dream. I was shot out of my sort of that dream. I was shot out of it, and I found myself in a black void. It was a completely black void. And I was aware, but there was nothing but just darkness. And I had a huge excitement come upon me, and I felt a strong urge to create. Like I knew it was time for me to create, and it was this big excitement and big urge to do it. I wasn't scared being in the void. I was actually really excited to create something. So take what you will from that, but there are many people who have these experiences that they share them too, and they say that I told this person I was dreaming, and they looked at me like I was crazy in the dream, but I knew it. That is fourthfold vision. But on this level, it seems like all you really need is threefold to create in your life, and it really tells you to stay away from single vision, to see things as they are. Single vision is hearing bad news and just accepting it. That all the world knows single vision. Not many know. Some know double vision, which is seeing things as symbols, but few actually believe in their threefold vision. Few actually believe that, but you're invited to believe it. You're invited to believe in the unseen. So I'm going to end that one here. That's just what I took away from this. There's more to it. I want to leave it on the levels of vision. I find them important. I find them to contemplate on that. If you've ever had an experience for yourself and what does it mean to you that you found yourself awake in a dream? What are the implications of this? And it's all happening within the individual. It's all self-evidence. You don't need someone to tell. I don't need anyone to tell me that I was dreaming. I don't need anything on the outside to tell me that I was dreaming. I knew it. That is all the evidence I needed, was that I knew I was dreaming. I knew I could wake myself up and I would find myself back on my bed. So thank you for listening, guys. I do appreciate it. I know these topics are interesting. They're different. And so I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me. So sometimes when I make these videos and I go through my own thoughts on these lectures, after I'm done, I'll kind of remember certain parts that I want to talk about that I didn't. And that happened with this one. There's a different part in the lecture that I said in the first video that I realized that it actually inspired me to, this is a few years ago, to imagine the way, I guess I should say, the way I am doing now. So when he found himself in a dream, he said to himself, I'm going to explore it. Regardless of the consequences, I'm going to explore. And I remember that really inspired me to believe in myself, because I realized that I had a big fear of consequences when I would sort of imagine even good for myself, when I would imagine lovely things, or find myself imagining things that I otherwise thought were not going to happen in my world. I said, regardless of the consequences, I'm going to believe in this, because it's some future idea of what could go wrong if I thought something good about me always came up. So just seeing him say that to himself and exploring the dream, that's how I felt about. I applied it sort of on a lower level. He applied that in his fourth-fold vision. So I applied that in a third-fold vision, that regardless of consequences, I will believe in whatever it is I want to believe about myself. I will believe in my own success. I will believe within myself. We all have it within us, but few of us believe in these things. And I was one of those people, and I said to myself, I'm scared. I'm scared to believe. I'm scared to believe beyond what I've always known. And I said, regardless of the consequences, I will believe in this. I will imagine this. I will explore my imagination, and I will, whatever good I find in it, I will believe in it. And that's when things started to change as well in my life. And it all happened naturally and organically. It's not like something overnight happened. It was just sort of conversations started to come about. People started entering in, and then things started happening that were just sort of going down the nature of what I was imagining. But it really started to take upon reality in my world when I said, regardless of consequences, I will imagine. Regardless of my own fear of what could happen, I will yield and let go and believe in this dream. I will do it. And you can see how all of this ties together. Really, you can see how the art of dying ties in with threefold vision, right? Which is really letting go of what you otherwise have thought about yourself and imagined something new, that's threefold vision. You're weaving together certain states that, imply, as I said, something about you, and they interplay with each other. And that was a big blockage within me that I couldn't seem to ever pass it up. It seemed like the only way that I could overcome this fear of consequence was to just do it. It seemed like no matter how much reasoning I did, how I knew as well within me to not be afraid, I still couldn't let it go. And I just had to yield. That was the only thing I could do, was yield into it. Regardless of consequences, I'm going to yield and believe this. It's not about asking myself anymore, well, what if it doesn't work? I don't ask myself that anymore. I just let it go. I let go entirely and believe in it. And then, in the lecture, he also goes on to talk about this person who they did imagine, and it worked for them. But later on in life, things got difficult, and they sort of found themselves again in a spot where it felt like they lost their faith. And he tells them, do you remember when you did this and it worked? Do you remember when you did that and it worked? And they remembered. And he goes, it's the same thing. Don't think it's different. And I get messages like that often too. And it's like, there are people who tell me, I've had it work for this and this and this, but this other area, I can't seem to get it to work. And it might be that there's not this yielding, this letting go of in that area. There's this fear of consequence, this fear of it not working, or this fear of change. But regardless, I will explore it. I will explore this side of me this state in me that I otherwise, once felt that I couldn't have. And so once I let go of the questionings, once I let go of the idea of consequences within me, I was able to actually obtain these things within myself. And so if you Neville gives so many examples. So if you want an item, just imagine yourself having it. Don't think about the cost. Just imagine yourself having it. Practice imagination. And Neville said that. You saw how it weaves together. He said, I never thought about the cost of things. I sort of just imagine I have it. And so if you want a certain freedom, just imagine you have it. You want a certain skill set, imagine you have it. And you'll start to see it will come about in such a natural way. But it will always kind of lead down the path you're imagining. Don't ever ask yourself how. You're never going to figure that out. Just practice third vision. Practice seeing it and hearing it and eavesdropping and having it. Because the how and the when are for this world, on this level here, on this earthly realm. That's this level. In imagination, it already is that way. You already have it. You just have to believe in that. And really, just notice it. Really, that's what I mean by believe. Be loyal to it. Be committed to a new idea. Regardless of consequences, be committed to it. Explore within yourself. Don't become afraid. I love exploring within my own imagination. You'll find many wonderful things, and you might find scary things, but explore it. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared of anything within you. You don't have to be. Even if at first you feel afraid, know that you'll overcome it. Face it, and you'll overcome it. Solve it. You'll see that it might be a desire that you've been having. It might be something you want to let go of. Learn to let go of it. If you really want to let go of something, let go of it. You'll see yourself as the one that you've been waiting for. And so really what I'm trying to get is that you don't have to be so strict when you read. You don't have to read Neville and think, well, he did this in his fourthfold vision, or, he explored. You can take bits and pieces and see how it applies really to when you imagine. And I realized you could apply that same method of really not caring about the consequences and just imagine the good anyways. And I applied it to myself in that way. And that's really what changed a lot for me, was that switch of regardless of consequences, I will imagine, I will believe in it, I will accept it, I will no longer question it, I will let go of my questioning. Even though I don't exactly quite know what will come about, I will do it anyways. And that's how you create in your life. It seems to always kind of push you towards this edge, and you have to take the leap and believe in it. It's always going to be that way. You always find yourself in a certain spot and you go, I want to outgrow this area. I want to leave this certain land within me. I want to jump in this pool. It's all metaphors, right? That's second vision. And then you actually believe in it, and you realize that you changed yourself. That's third vision. You believe in something that's unseen. So you take these symbols, as he said, you take these symbols of second vision, the leaping into the testing the waters, exploring without consequence. All of that's just symbols. And then you believe in it, and it changes something about you. That's third vision, believing in the unseen. Now, again, fourth vision, he explains how that's the difference between being blind. Single vision and fourth vision is like the difference between being blind and being able to see. I mean, they're completely different. One's just sees the surface level. The other one is like an entirely different plane of existence. But really, all you really need is second and third when you go to apply it. And so I just wanted to make a second part for this because I found that important. I was going for a walk and I just remembered, I was like, I should probably add that in there, because that was the moment when I read this lecture that really opened me up in the practice of this, not necessarily the understanding of it. The practice of it was that regardless of consequences, I will imagine, I will believe in it. Regardless of what I know, regardless of my logic, regardless of my knowledge level, I will believe in this. So this lecture is from 1964, and it's called In a Vision of the Night. Now, if you read these lectures by yourself, you will know that I don't speak much on the redemption part of what Neville is speaking about, as far as being redeemed in Christ and his ideas of it and his experiences of it. And there's a reason why I don't. I'm sort of waiting for the right lecture to talk about it, because certain lectures he speaks about it more clearly than others. But in this one, I still think we should speak more about what we spoke about as far as third vision goes. Now, this one he speaks about how, when you have a dream, sometimes you can be its servant and other times you can be its master. And when we fall asleep at night, we sort of feel taken like a victim to the dream, and we become a passenger, sort of watching it kind of happen. And other times we become awake inside of it. And in the moment you become awake inside of a dream is when you start to control it. You start to change it. You start to modify it. And he's basically asking us to you can start modifying it now, and then you will become awake. You'll start to see that there's a big connection between what's happening within one person and what's happening outside of them. And for this lecture, I'm going to have to read, because I don't want to just shorten it and modify it with my own way of speaking, because I want to read what's there. So he says, "Let me share with you now a story by a man that is respected." He goes on to say that this man is Carl Jung. He says Carl Jung is one of the great giants of the mind. If you name three, you cannot omit the name of Jung in any list of these three names when it comes to understanding the workings of the human mind. I'm assuming the other name would be William James. But he said, this is what Carl Jung said. He said, "One night I lay awake thinking of a sudden death of a friend whose funeral took place yesterday. I was deeply concerned, and suddenly I felt that he was in the room. It seemed to me he was standing at the foot of the bed, not as an apparition. Rather, it seemed like an inner vision of him. And then, as I felt his presence there, and saw him inwardly, as it were, because of my work I had to do something about it. And so I explained to myself that it was fantasy. But then I said to myself, suppose it's not fantasy. You have no proof that it is, and that it is not fantasy, so why not give him the benefit of the doubt and credit him with reality? No sooner had I made the decision to credit him with reality, he turned and walked towards the door. I was watching him walk towards the door, and then he beckoned me to follow him. And so in my imagination I followed him, and he led me through a garden onto a road, which led me to his home, several hundred yards away. When we got to his house, he led me into his study. Then he went forward, stood on a stool, and reached up and pointed to a volume, a second book of a set of 5. They were all bound in red. But he pointed to the second one on the second shelf from the top. He was standing on a stool, and as he pointed the second book, all bound in red, then the vision came to an end, and I remained pondering on this strange experience. It was so strange and exciting to me that the next morning I thought I must investigate, so I walked up to my neighbor's home and asked the widow whether she would allow me to go into the library and look something up, and she willingly granted. I got into the library, and there under the shelves is a stool, the very stool I saw in my vision. I stood on the stool to reach the second shelf, and there were 5 books bound in red, translation from the novels by Emily Zola. I picked the second one out and read its title, and its title was On Death. The Legacy of Death was the title. Now, he said the contents of the book didn't mean much to him, but it was the title that was most significant. And so Neville goes on to now say that basically the main part that he found out of this story that was important was that he credited it with reality. That he took what was otherwise in his imagination, didn't think of it a fancy, and credited it with reality. And then it started to take upon reality. And I've shared that in other videos, is that I don't try to add so many tones of reality to my imaginal acts. I try to believe in them first, and then they start to become more and more real to me. I start to accept them first. Just like what Carl Jung did, is that he accepted, he credited it with reality. And then it started to take upon the form of reality. It wasn't just a fantasy. You can dismiss things in your mind and say, oh, it's just a fantasy. It's not going to ever happen. It's not real. But when you start to accept these things as reality, they start to take upon reality. That's how this works. And then he goes on to say, he goes, how can you brush this off? He's talking about Carl Jung's experience. How could he brush this off as coincidence? Like, how can you do that? You can't brush. Coincidence has no explanatory power. You'll find that word used so much in common talk. People would just mention coincidences as if it just means nothing. A strange incident happened, yet it means absolutely nothing. And don't look any further. That's the feeling I get from when we say coincidence. There's too many coincidences in my life for me to continue thinking about coincidence that way. You know, I noticed a lot of people I've talked to about this, they have moments in their past where they realize about these coincidences that there was something within them that they felt something strange about it, yet they didn't investigate it further. And that's really all this is. So you can say Carl Jung just investigated this imaginal act further, this vision further. Just like Neville when he said, I will explore this regardless of consequences. I will explore it. And same goes for you when you go to imagine for yourself. Regardless of this is, you're going to credit with reality. You're going to give it the reality that you otherwise want to give this dream. You're going to stop making it a fantasy, stop making it a dream. And really what it had to do with his death, right? And, you know, Neville goes on to quote scripture. He says, I'm the God of the living and not of the dead. And Neville's so confident that we will all survive this world of death, this realm of death that we're in. And we will survive it. But then I'm gonna read him now, because I'm gonna read Neville, because he goes on, you know, step by step basically to speak on this, and I don't want to change it. So he says, now it brings me to this: you sit down to change your world, and you want something better than what you have, and so you begin to conjure a certain scene that would imply the fulfillment of your dream. You begin to conjure it. The average person cannot control their mind long enough to go from A to B. If, for instance, I assume that I am what reason denies, and what my senses deny, and at the very moment of my assumption, I think of all the debts and what people know of to be me, I take it off. That doesn't fit. It's like a tight shoe. It doesn't quite fit me. And so I take off that assumption. If I could only put on the assumption. Now, what's the next step? I assume that I am who I want to be. If it were true, my friends would know it. I wouldn't hide it from them. In fact, it should be so obvious it were true. They should see it. And the next step, the B step, would be to bring into my mind's eye and let them see me as they would see me were it true. Now, what's the next step? Well, C. He's basically listing A, B, or C. And then he said, C is the third step. He says, could they keep the secret? No. They would have to discuss it with friends. I would eavesdrop and listen to their discussion of the good fortune that has befall me. And so I would listen. Have you heard the good news? One would say to the other, you know what has happened to him? Who would have thought that he could ever get that? And I just listen. And then they tell a story. I'm conjuring up the whole thing. I know I am. But I can endow it with reality and not say it's a fantasy. Or can I endow it with reality? Can I credit it with reality and not say it's a fantasy? It's not an apparition. But because not a person is before me, not a thing is before me, that is not an apparition. So I would say it's a fantasy, sheer fantasy, all conjured up by imagination. But if I could say what Carl Jung said and give it now the benefit of the doubt and credit with reality, the minute I credit with reality, I'm believing. Whatsoever you ask in faith, believe you have received and you will. And so I want to stop there for a second. Again, he's explaining what one needs to do when you imagine. I've heard it differently in my own dreams, actually, where you want to almost feel like you almost want to feel like you almost want to let go of the feeling that I'm only imagining this. You want to let go of that while you're imagining. You don't want to keep that feeling there. You want to take that off. My issue was never that I couldn't think of it or imagine it. It's that some part of me was always, I always felt this feeling of, well, I'm only imagining this. The only way to let that go was I just stopped listening to it. And the moment I stopped listening to it and accepted the imaginal act, that's when it became real to me. And then you sort of just let it happen to you. That's what I've noticed, that you almost want to set the whole thing up and then it happened to you. Meaning that you aren't in control of it anymore. You set the whole thing up and then you sort of just like press the play button and it starts to just go. That's how I have always seen it. But I'm going to continue in reading this. He says, so man, if he can only control his imagination between A and B, he doesn't have to go to C, just from A to B. Take the first step. You assume the end. The end is where you begin. My end is my beginning. So I assume the end. I am the man I want to be. Were it true, I would be known by my friends first. So I bring them to my mind's eye and they see me. I let them see me. If I want to talk with them, accept their congratulations and not duck, but really hold my head up high and proud of what has happened to me, I accept the congratulations. Then I turn from what is the third step and let them talk between themselves. I'm listening to all of it, and I'm making it all real to me. And then I go into my wonderful state that is true. I begin to make plans of things that I would going to do now. And then in this simple little drama, I now credit it with reality. I give it reality. And then I see and test God. Come and test me. And then he quotes scripture. He says, come and test me and see that I will not open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing so great that you haven't had room on earth to receive it. So come and test me, test the Lord and see. And he says, I give it all the tones of reality. I try to give it all the tones of reality, all the sensory vividness that I can muster. And whenever I do it, it works. Again, for me, I think the tones of reality, I've never really had an issue with seeing clearly in my mind. I just didn't believe in it. I didn't trust it. It's like when someone's telling you something and you just feel, I don't trust this person. That's what I would do with myself. I didn't realize I was doing it to myself for a long time. But I realized that the way to trust it is to let go and yield. That's the way to trust it. So you set the whole thing up and you give yourself entirely to it. You almost hand yourself over to it. You let go and just give it and credit it with reality. Now, he's just strictly speaking in this case of changing one's world or changing oneself. But in Carl Jung's case, you can do the same thing. I've done it with myself, where I've imagined I found myself in certain scenarios and scenes within me, certain situations that I credited with reality. That led me to, it's almost like you're exploring your own imagination. You're letting it happen in a sense, just letting it sort of develop before you. You don't try to change it. You just let it happen. But if you want to change it, if you want to modify certain things, you can take this approach that Neville gives, and you can start there. Start with people around you. You don't have, I don't even think it has to be people you know sometimes. I just like to over listen. I just hear words at times. I just hear a conversation. It'll be all black in my mind, and yet I'll just hear something and I'll just accept it. Other times I will see it. I will visualize it. But I've noticed that it's more about believing in its reality that makes it a reality than it is about becoming perfect for the details. Those don't matter as much than it is about crediting it reality. But I found this lecture interesting. I haven't gotten into the redemption parts of it yet, where he speaks about Christ, and I want to, but for this one, I found it interesting that he brought up Carl Jung and spoke about how, he didn't consider himself crazy for crediting it with reality. He didn't call himself mad. And at first, I was never going to call myself crazy for believing in an imaginal act within me, but I was afraid to, because I didn't know the consequences. That's what I was scared. I never considered myself to go mad. So it's interesting how other people explored their imaginations and decided to credit it with reality, even though really nothing told them to do it. They just did it on their own accord. And you can apply that same belief to yourself in your own life. But I'm going to end this one here. I found it interesting. Like I said, I want to speak also as well on his ideas of redemption and Neville's mystical experiences. I find them interesting as well, and I've had my own that I want to parallel with his. So it's a little early where I'm at, so I might speak a lot slower because I just woke up. But this lecture came to my mind, and it's from 1969. It's called The Game of Life. Now, I have two versions that, for some reason, do have different words to them. And in one lecture, I think there's an important point. In the other lecture, I think there's an important point. So I'm going to try to go over both of them. But they're roughly almost identical, but just a few things here and there are different. And I might make this into a two-part. I'm not sure. It depends on how long it goes. But he starts off this idea of the game of life and how, in a sense, God or the imagination is the referee. And the game, he gives you a few rules. He takes it from Scripture. And one of the rules is that, whatsoever you desire, believe you have it and you will. And that's one of the rules you should play by. And really, he says the people who lose this game are people who are unaware of these rules. And he also gives another rule. He takes it from Ecclesiastes. And if you haven't read Ecclesiastes, I would recommend you read it because it goes into the idea of life ultimately is meaningless without this act of salvation or redemption. But the rule in Ecclesiastes that he gives is, even in your thought, do not curse the king, nor in your bedchamber curse the rich, for a bird will carry your voice, or some winged creature will tell the matter. And he goes on, I'm going to go on what he means by that rule in a second. But the other rule that he gives from Ecclesiastes is this, which is, cast your bread upon waters, for you shall have it after many days. Now, the cast your bread upon waters, in one lecture I have, he speaks about how this has nothing to do with, like, some people think that scripture has to do with being good in the world and trying to be a good person. Well, although you can do that, that's not really what it's speaking about. In this other lecture that I was reading, he says that it's really not about that. It's about just doing it. You just cast your bread upon waters. And it's more about simply imagining it, because he goes into how the bread is a metaphor for devouring, for consuming, and water is a euphemism for semen. And it's really just means a psychological act. But he's not saying that it's about being good. It's about just doing it. Just imagine it. And really what he means by that is being passionate about what you're imagining, become intense about it. And when you read these lectures, remember, a lot of this has nothing to do with the physical reality. It really views it as a shadow, that it's first done in imagination. That is what a lot of these lectures and scriptures are speaking about. So when it says don't curse the king, it doesn't mean like don't speak a cursed word upon the king. It has to do with really more of an attitude of mind within yourself. Because he goes on to say that really the kings and rich people are seen as what people envy the most in this world. But really these are symbols. Doesn't mean a literal king. It just means somebody who has more authority than you, or somebody who has, somebody doesn't have to be a billionaire for you to be jealous of them. It could be them having a nicer home or some being in a better neighborhood. It's all relative, right? But in a sense, somebody you're jealous of their authority or power over you, that's a king in your world. That's all it means. Or somebody who has something a little bit more than you. I've seen this before. You see people compete with neighbors will compete this way. Somebody will buy a nice car and the other one will buy a nice car, and then they just try to buy all these toys to compete with each other. That is sort of, in a sense, scripture's kind of against that idea. You shouldn't be worried about what another person's doing. It should be more about, instead of cursing somebody around you who you think has more than you, assume that you have it. Assume that you are in the state you want to be in. And then in one of the lectures, I'll just say lecture 1, he says this. He goes, let me put it this way. The game of life is won by those who compare their thoughts and feelings within what appears on the outside. And the game is lost by those who do not recognize this law. Being consumed by anger, they see no change in their world. But if they were to change their mood, their circumstances would change. And then they would recognize the law behind their world. Then he goes on to how in his own personal life, Neville's, he said that when he was back in New York, because at this time he was in Los Angeles, he would walk around the streets, and at that time he would bump into a lot of his friends, because New York's kind of more of a smaller space than Los Angeles, and he would actively avoid people who would come to him with depressing stories. He says he just knew people who were constantly giving him sort of a story of where something wrong is happening constantly. And he said he just didn't want to be sort of surrounded or around it anymore. And so he would actively try to avoid them. And he goes, they just can't see a connection between how they are and how their world is. And so they stay the same. Now that can be challenging to hear when you otherwise are in that mood. but I understand it. You want to spend some time thinking about what is happening within me and also what's happening outside of me. And is there a link there? And if I were to change what's within me, does it actually reflect on the outside of me? And Neville says, the people might think this is stupid. He's like, you might think this whole game is stupid, and it might be stupid, but like that's the game. I never thought of it as stupid, to be honest. I never thought that. It actually made a lot of sense to me that the connection would be as within, so without first. That always made sense to me. I just had no direction nor way of changing my inner world. I didn't know how to do that. But I always had that in the back of my mind, that what I'm doing within me matters. I always knew that. But just knowing it, as I said in the first video, you can know imagining creates reality. You can know this and give lip service to it, but it doesn't mean you're actually practicing it. And he speaks about this in this lecture, that this is, a friend said this to me. He goes, that this is like the simplest thing, but the most difficult thing to practice, because it's so simple. What is happening within me is also happening without. And being sort of in discipline about what you're doing inside of yourself can be a challenge. But he says it just takes some time to get used to it. He speaks about how we're playing this game morning, noon, and night, and you can be in a strong habit of sort of what we've talked about, thinking things that otherwise aren't fulfillments, thinking of sort of complaining about why we don't have what we want. He says that, this doesn't really work if you are in a constant state of complaining about how you don't have enough of this or enough of that. And it can be difficult to be around people too, as well, who always are complaining. I mean, even as well for me, speaking for my own, just self-reflecting, I was difficult to be around when I was constantly complaining. And complaining never got me anywhere. It just didn't, not inside of myself. The only ways I've ever moved inside is what we do is what we assume. We assume we already are the thing inside. That's how we move. That's the only way to play the game effectively, that I've noticed. To be actually a good player on this field is to really imagine from the state. What did he say? He said, it doesn't work under compulsion. It works under fulfillment. When you have imagined the wish fulfilled, that's when imagination starts to work in your life, not under compulsion. So you can become scared and try to imagine with all your might, but it doesn't seem to work that way. It seems to work when you imagine the wish fulfilled. When you go to the end, that's where you begin. And that's where things start to unfold. And he goes on to say, you can imagine something, and then a few seconds, just because it hasn't proven itself in performance yet, you can just let go of it and forget it. He goes, you don't really hold on to it or sustain it because it just hasn't appeared yet in your world. And that's probably one of the most common things you see here. So it requires a sense of patience, it requires a sense of patience and persistence, right? Because you are imagining something, and although it hasn't appeared yet, you remain loyal to what you've imagined, what you've experienced inside. You remain loyal to that. And although the days go by, you persist in your loyalty. You don't give up on it just because it hasn't appeared yet. And loyalty to the unseen is what makes things become seen. And so it's better to play the game instead of complain about the game. It's a challenging game. It is, but it's also one that's really rewarding. He goes on to say that, you can discipline your mind. He goes, if you want to imagine a chair. He goes, just sit on the chair and try to feel the chair. Try to feel that you're sitting on the chair and view the world from that chair. He goes, if you start to see life in imagination, while you're in imagination, on that level from that chair, you must be there. Remember what he said? He goes, imagination's my real self. So where I am in imagination is where I am, and this is a shadow. And so he goes, and then he just says this, but I almost think of it as a quote. He said, a way of living. He goes, if I would go on a boat in my imagination, then on a boat I must become. So I always view that as one day it's imaginary, the next day it's reality. I don't mean that in the most literal 24-hour sense. I mean that as a way of living, that although it's imaginary now, it will appear in the flesh in this world. If I were to go on a boat I must become. So I've always seen that as that to me sort of wraps this game of life in a more of a poetic way, of more of a beautiful way of seeing it. So if you imagine yourself somewhere, you trust that you are there. You have to be, if your imagination is your real self. You're not split from it. That's Jacob. Remember, you're practicing Jacob. You're not split from that. These are different visions that you have. It all ties together when you see this that way. So welcome back for part 2. This is The Game of Life from 1963 by Neville. And then he does give a warning, as I explained before, with the habit of complaining. He goes, there's a positive and a negative side of this game. You could be in the habits of feeling sorry for yourself and constant complaining, or cursing your kings and rich people in your world. You could be in that habit. And Lord knows I've been in that habit for a long time. And it could take some time to break that habit. But really the breaking, I've always seen habit as a habit of acceptance. What am I accepting? So I start to habitually accept new things. That's how I've always seen habit. So again, all the work that I've ever noticed from Neville's teachings is that it's actually always a more freeing approach. That's how I've always seen this, is that when you actually start to practice it, it's always more and more freeing. The only real discipline is when he speaks about those areas where you want to add sensory vividness, or you want to imagine yourself right into the act, or you want to participate and have intensity. Those are more disciplines, but it should always free you. It should always be something freeing. It should always be something moving. It should always be not stagnation, but moving in inner movement to the positions you want to be in that actually free you. That is what I've always seen. And then he goes on to speak about the story of he goes on to say, like, when you imagine these things and they start to happen in your world, you internally thank the being within you that presented you in this case, this woman imagined flowers, not just any, a huge bouquet of roses. And she ended up just receiving, she wanted to try it out, and she tried it on a small scale, and she received these roses, and she thanked the being within her. Neville told her, thank the being within that presented you the roses, because it's sort of like although you can thank the person for doing it, of course, you also want to thank the being within you, because that's really the one who did it all. And so there's no other to go to but the one within you. And he goes on to say how this being cannot be mocked. Remember, as I said in the beginning of this video, it's the referee of life. Your imagination knows what you're thinking. You know what you're thinking. You know what you're imagining. It records it, in a sense. But don't be afraid. Just change it. Never be afraid of this game. Even if you're playing it wrong, even if you've been a pretty bad player, you can learn to get better. You just need more practice. And it's really just remaining loyal to what you've imagined. And he goes on to say there's a certain moment that you might realize in your life where you are applying this law to the same goal with somebody else. He goes, don't worry about that. Just keep remaining loyal to what you've imagined. So it's really the game. The game feels stupid, right? It feels almost stupid because you're like, I have to just, regardless of what someone else wants, I'm going to keep remaining faithful to what I want, even if it's a similar goal. Sort of he goes, imagine that they have it too. You won't be robbed. Don't feel you'll be robbed if you practice this law. Just continue casting your bread upon waters. Let go of cursing people. You don't need to complain about the things that they have, and you don't need to continue doing that if you want to be an effective player. And for some time in my world, although Neville says we're always playing no matter what, and we are, I always felt I was just a bench warmer. I always felt I just sat at the benches and watched other people play this life. I always felt that other people were just either better than me at playing it, but not even just that. I felt like I didn't have almost that I wasn't allowed to play. I had to sit back and watch other people live life and play life, and I was just on the sidelines, just watching, just an observer. And I was okay with it at one point, but then I didn't like it anymore. I wanted to play, and the way to play is to actually assume you are the thing you want to be. That's how you do it. That's the game. Assume you are and let it sort of appear in your world. And assume that they are and let it appear in their world. So complaining is not enough. I must actually replace my complaining with what I want to have. I must change my mental activity inside, my imaginal activity. And then he goes on to say that, like, every time he's caught the mood of what he wanted, it seems to work for him. He says, I just ask myself this question, what would the feeling be like were it true? He says, well, you toy with that idea, you play with it for a while, and then all of a sudden the mood takes upon you. You keep that mood, just stay in that mood. So really, it's an investigation. What would it feel like? Were it true? Again, were it true? Now, we're not trying to make things true by this question. We're asking ourselves, we're communing with ourselves. If you see a lot of the recent artwork in these videos, you'll see two people communion with each other, and there's an egg. Well, the egg for me just represents consciousness. But it's really a communion within oneself. They're both the same person. That's how I've always seen it. So you almost want to commune with yourself and ask yourself the feeling, or the question, what would the feeling be like were it true? And you just toy with it. Just entertain yourself with the idea. It shouldn't be a stressor. Well, what if it was? What would it be like? Wouldn't it be nice? How would it be nice? What does that mean? What does it mean for it to be nice? Well, I wouldn't have this pressure anymore. Remember when Neville says, when the pressures become upon you, it's the moment I become most aware of my pressures. That's when I die. That's when I yield. And I yield, as he says, with these questions. I yield to the what is only a dream by asking myself, what would it feel like were it true? So we're trying to make the dream be true. We're changing the dream into a reality within ourselves. He goes, and really you get that through play. You play with it. You toy with it. He says that he literally says you play with it for a while, and then all of a sudden the mood takes upon you. He says you keep that mood. Just stay in that mood. He promises you if you stay in that mood, it'll start to take upon, because life comes from consciousness. So if you move in consciousness, it must move in your reality. But if you stay in the same mood, stay in the same position, as I've done in the past, you stay in the complaining spot, and you have all the reasons to complain. You know your reasons are correct, but it doesn't get you what you want. You must move. Ask yourself, what would it be like were it true? Already true. What if you already were the thing? And then all of a sudden you moved. You might think that's stupid. Well, that denies my senses. That denies my reason. This is a dumb game. But just, we have to play it. We're all playing it anyways. I wouldn't be concerned as how stupid the game is. I would try to become a good player for yourself. And the game is against self. It's not against another. That's why it says don't curse the rich. Don't forget that. Make yourself the way you want to be. You'll start to become that idea. Because we make ourselves out of our own imagination. If I'm on a boat, then a boat I shall become. If I'm on a boat in my imagination is what I mean. Do you believe it? Do you live by that? Or are we giving lip service to this idea? Are we just saying imagination creates reality because it feels good to say it? Or are we actually believing it? And if we believe it, we will live upon it. We will do a good job at it. And really feel that. Feel that you really feel that you'll do a good job at this game. That you'll be a good player for yourself. And another way of saying the game is to change self, not the world. Leave the world alone and change self. It's another way of saying the game. It's really all he's saying. And I like that he says that just do it. He goes, just do it. Don't question it. Just change. Don't do it. Don't worry about it. Just do it. And keep that mood and stay in that mood. And that mood is always, for me, it's always a very freeing mood. It's always a mood that, see, it's interesting because Neville says you must be intense about it. You must have passion. And although I think that that's correct, I've noticed just from my own practice, every time I've ever asked myself the question, what would the feeling be like were it true? It always washes over me a deep sense of relief, a deep sense of the pressures being gone, a deep sense of change, a freedom, a deep sense of stillness, stability, composure. It always seems to bring that mood within me, and I keep that mood. That's the mood I keep. But if that's what he means by passion, then I guess I have that same passion. But I've always felt intensity and passion meant more like the word suggests, intensity and passion. For me, this is more like calming and peaceful. Although it's an intense piece, it is intense. I've never been like fired up about it. It's always sort of soothed me, if anything. And he speaks a lot about relief as well. So I don't know exactly the word intensity and what we mean in the context of it, but just from my own experience, just because there are many people, we're all very similar, right? We're people. We might have a very similar idea. Is when you ask yourself, what if something were true that is otherwise causing you many, many pressures? You would feel relief. You would feel freedom. You would feel composure. You feel composed. You wouldn't feel out of control. You would feel in control. And so I'm going to end that one here. And I suggest you read this, this lecture. I'll put it in the description. I'm going to try to put sometimes the lectures aren't in the, online, the ones that I read. Sometimes they're in books. But what I'll try to do is post them on archive.org. I made an account there. And then from there, you'll be able to download it and read it there. You can download it as a PDF for yourself. So I'm going to try to do that for every single lecture. That way you have it as well for you to read and do your own reading and see what you find out of these lectures that you take away. I just try to take away simple points from them that just struck me. But there's a lot of mystical works involved that are woven in that I want to talk about in the future as well. So this lecture is from 1968, and it's called "There Is No Fiction." I think this lecture is, I would claim it's pretty famous. I think a lot of people know this lecture. I would recommend you study it as well. It's in the description if you want to read it. But he starts off this lecture by actually defining fiction. He says, fiction is defined, and I think he's quoting probably the dictionary. It says, an imaginary construction, fabrication, as opposed to the truth or reality. So it's a fabrication. It opposes truth and reality, which is what you should not do, as we're told constantly. You should not do this. But then he goes on to say, but the distinction between what is real and what is imaginary is one that cannot fully be maintained, for all existing things are in a sensible sense imaginary. That's his claim. And then he goes on and gives a scripture from chapter 11 from Mark, and he speaks about how they passed this fig tree, and then Christ curses the fig tree. And then he goes on to say how that imaginary act had no support in any fact, and yet it was cursed the following day. So the imaginary proved itself in performance the following day. So it sort of gives this idea that there might be a time interval in between. But he's basically saying that he's really big on this lecture about imagining without any supports in any facts. That's what he's really big on. And he goes on to say, prayer is adjusting oneself to the feeling of the wish fulfilled. That's our task. And I find that the word adjusting to be the most important. And I hope you caught that as well. The word adjusting oneself to the feeling. We're adjusting ourselves. That's a beautiful way of saying it. So you're not forcing yourself. Adjust yourself to feel that wish fulfilled. Feel that you already have that which you desire. Adjust yourself to that. You might not be used to it, but adjust it. Your imagination or inside of yourself. You may have always rearranged your imagination in such a way that always convinced you that you couldn't be, see, feel, whatever it is you desire. You always held some restriction, you always put yourself in some bondage, but adjust yourself to the feeling of, that's what he says prayer is. Prayer is adjusting oneself to the feeling of the wish fulfilled. So before you sleep tonight, try to adjust yourself. And he says, so I orient myself towards the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and then I accept that invisible state as reality. I go on my way paying no attention to it and no occasion to repeat it. I did it, and therefore I'm not surprised when it comes to pass. So he actually states in this case that Neville, a lot of the time, I had a question come up. They said, Neville sometimes says to repeat it over and over and over again, and other times he says he doesn't repeat it at all. And someone asked him this question. This was a question asked him. Actually, they asked him that exact question, just almost word for word. And he said, well, if I've ever said to repeat it, it's because other people have sent me their success stories and they repeated it. He says, but I don't repeat it. I don't do that personally. So for him, he was okay with it being sort of, as he said, I adjust myself to the wish fulfilled, and then I accept that invisible state as reality, and I go on my way of paying no attention to it, no occasion to repeat it. I did it, and therefore I'm not surprised when it comes to pass. That's how he prayed. And for a lot of the people in his book, The Law and the Promise, they were repeating it over and over and over again every night. So I think you can do either or. I actually prefer to do it the way Neville does it, personally, my own way. I have no real interest in repeating it over and over again. I do what he says. I accept the invisible state, or I say unseen. I don't say invisible, but it means the same thing. The unseen state is reality. I accept what is within me, otherwise unseen by my mortal eyes. I accept that as reality, and that is true. I go on my way believing that. I accept it. I accept that I've changed. I accept that I am that. I trust it. Another way of saying accept is I trust it. I trust that state as reality. That invisible state is reality. And then he says, we're trying to learn how to pray. So some people pray differently. But really the cause comes down to your acceptance within yourself. The imaginal act is what he's saying. The reason why he says that is because he's trying to get you to see that you don't need any outside adjustments or outside facts to conform to your imaginal act. The imaginal act's enough. It's enough to produce a change in your world. And so then he kind of sums it up here. I'm going to quote it. He says, "So the whole vast world's an imaginal world. For if my assumption, not based upon any external evidence to support it, can produce evidence in the world to support it, well, then I must conclude, if the imaginal act produces external evidence to support it, then this world in which I live must be essentially imaginal. How else could you conclude?" He goes, "So if I dare to assume at what the moment my reason denies, what my senses deny, and walk faithful in my assumption, believing in the reality of my unseen state, and it produces a corresponding effect in my world, well, then the outer world that seems so solidly real is anything other than imaginal." And so that's his claim. That's his conclusion. And he goes on to quote Blake. He says, "Man is all imagination and God is man, exists in us and we in him." Again, he's going back to the idea that your imaginal self is your real self. So what you are in imagination is what you will become in this world. It's what you are. Another way of saying is that, what I think I become, right? That's another way of saying it. But in this case, we're using, instead of think, what I am inside. A lot of the time, people ask, what should I do? What should I do? And Neville actually gives you an answer. He says, a lot of people come to me and they ask me, what should they do? How should they assume? When really they should be asking is, what am I? What am I being? That's really the question, because what I am is what I'm always going to bump into in my world, because we always bump into our imaginal selves, because man creates himself out of his own imagination. And then he goes on to say how, he says, you cannot feed the mind of man knowing that all things are imaginal and not produce it. All day long as I turn it on, a child sees it, and then the child thinks that this is the way of life. And right there, he's speaking actually about the news. He's saying that you can't feed millions upon millions of people violence on these televisions and not expect people to have that be produced in their life. I mean, that cannot be more relevant than today. And then and this was in 1968, so you can kind of contrast it with our time, and our time has much more media in our day than his day. But you cannot expect to put things in the mind of people and it not produce after its own kind. It has to. And it goes on to say, he says, you cannot entertain the thoughts of grandeur or the thoughts of being a martyr and not become it. So it's really our choice. It's our choice whether or not we want to take upon. These are just states. You have to see it again. You have to see this as states. If you see this anything as more states, then if you don't see it as the imagination in you has fallen into states, and you take it as you are that state, and you can't get out of it, then you will feel stuck inside. But you have to see it as the imagination enters the flesh and falls into or finds itself into states. And if you do catch yourself and you fell into a state you don't want to be in, you can get yourself out of it. Even if it feels like quicksand, even if it feels like you're sinking into and you can't get yourself out of it, you can. You can get out of a state if you find yourself in it that you don't like. Remember, I have a video called No Be No's. You have to learn to say no to things inside of you and actually let it be a no. Scripture teaches that to when you say no to something inside, let it be a no. Don't argue with yourself. Don't persuade yourself of the opposite. Don't think you have to imagine what you don't want to imagine. If his premise is right, what he's suggesting, that if what I imagine produces evidence in my world, then I have to conclude this world is ultimately imaginary. What else could I conclude? That this world might be an effect and not a cause, a shadow, not a light. I'd have to conclude that. And if that's the case, how do I go about living upon a dream? Essentially, how do I go about living in a dream? What do I do if I need to change the dream? If I need to change the shadow, what do? Do I change the shadow? No, I change the direction of the light. I change what my attention's at if I want to change my imagination. I change what I'm being inside if I want to change what I am. I don't need anybody to support it. I don't need other people to agree with me. I don't even need them to like me. I just need to adjust myself within myself. And as he said, it's a self-persuasion. So how do I persuade myself that I am what I want to be? I need to find a way. If it comes down to belief, how can I get myself to believe that I am what I want to be? He goes on to say he accepts the unseen as real. That's what he does. And I found that that's the way to do it. From my own experience, that's the way to change. I mean, actually change. Actually change to where it starts to affect your reality, where you start to see the effects of yourself in your reality. That's what I mean. You actually start to see the evidence appear in your world. And you know that evidence came from within first. It had no support of your senses. It had no support of the words of people around you, the mouths of people. No support of anyone around you. No one believed in it. No support of your past. And yet you believed in this imaginal act and it came to pass. What would you conclude? So then he goes on to say, he's talking about God. He says, so he creates out of nothing. He calls a thing that is not seen as though it were seen. So he's saying that you don't need anything on the outside. It comes out of nothing. It creates out of nothing. He says, so how does he call it? He calls it by an imaginal construction. He says, what would it be like were it true? And then he rearranges the structure of his mind. Then he looks now at that structure. It implies the fulfillment of his desire, and that structure projects itself on the screen of space. We call the projection reality, and we think it was born of an entirely different way, but it wasn't. So there's always this invisible trace, invisible string that attaches itself, that if you take it all the way back, if you were to pull it, it would lead you towards the cause, which is your imagination. So although the facts might appear as physical realities, if you try to find their cause, you'll find it in something imaginary. So I'm going to end it here on this one. This is going to be part 1. I'm going to do a part 2, maybe a part 3 on this one. It depends on how long it goes. But I just want to thank everybody again for listening. I appreciate you guys, chiming in and giving me your ear and your time, because I do find this stuff fascinating. I can't think of something more interesting to speak about. So welcome back for part 2 of There Is No Fiction from 1968. So I'm going to quote him again. He says, but you can build exactly what you want. You want wealth, you can build it. You want health, you can build it. You want to be known, you want to fulfill a great ambition to be someone important in the eyes of others. You can have it if you are willing to assume that you already are such a person. So he goes back to being such a person. That in spite of the evidence of your senses and your reason that contradict it, if you walk and sleep in that assumption, it will harden into fact. Another way of saying is that if you accept that unseen reality, if you accept the unseen you, if you can accept that, you will become that unseen you. The unseen you will become seen, in spite of the past, in spite of the words of others, in spite of the disagreements, in spite of the disbelief, in spite of any hatred that's come your way, in spite of all of that. If you can accept the unseen person in you, or the unseen you, you will become that. Because you already are accepting some imaginal version of yourself. You are entertaining some imaginal activity inside of you that implies something about you all the time. So next time you find yourself going down paths that you don't like inside of yourself, ask yourself, what does this reveal about me? Who am I being? Not what should I do about it? What do I have to do about this fearful thought? No, it doesn't matter. Who am I being? Am I being powerless? Am I being small as a grasshopper? And all I see is giants in my mind. What am I being? Am I lost? Am I being lost? Am I not feeling found? Did I lose myself? Did I forget what I value? What happened that I'm being, that is otherwise causing these ideas to come into being? Because they're coming from somewhere. It's coming from some dreamer. And if you go into a dream, the dream always shapes itself around the dreamer. It's because it's the dreamer dreaming it. So if he wants to change the dream, he has to change himself. That's the way to do it. And so you have to accept the unseen, imaginal you. Then he goes on to say, for to the degree I'm self-persuaded of what I'm imagining, to that degree a thing works. So the secret is how to imagine to the point of self-persuasion. Can I really believe it? So he speaks about degrees in this case. To the degree I believe I am the thing I want to be, to that degree it comes into my world. So I must really accept and believe that I am what I want to be in order for me to see it, not just a little bit. And you might do that. You might dip your toes in the pool of your unseen self and maybe feel what it feels like to be the imaginal you for a bit. And then you back out. And so to that degree, you're not really convinced yet. You're not really convinced that you haven't persuaded yourself that you're that thing yet. You haven't yet embraced it. And then you try it again and try it again. And that might be why some people have to repeat it. Well, in Neville's case, it seems like he just accepted the unseen. He didn't have to have much more. He just had to accept what was unseen. That was it. And then he goes on to say, but while we're practicing it here, he means prayer, believe that there is no fiction. Do not for one moment think that you can sit down and idly entertain a thought and think, well, now that was just a thought. I believed it when I did it, but after all, it was only a thought. It wasn't based upon fact. And so while you're trying to imagine yourself different, if always you think in the back of your mind, if it's always itching at you to tell you that it's just your imagination, it's not real, you can't be that, then you haven't persuaded yourself enough. And you have to learn to not always scratch every itch. You don't have to answer every doubt. You don't have to answer all your doubts. You don't have to answer yourself. You don't even have to tell yourself anything else other than I've accepted that I am this unseen reality. And I know that the things that I've accepted are unseen become seen. That's all you really have to know. But the practice of it can be a challenge when you think you have to answer every doubt and you think you have to entertain the facts. If you forget that the facts were once created by imagination and you think there's another cause, well then yeah, you're going to think that it was just a thought. Doesn't really matter. Just because I had this thought, I had this imaginal act and I didn't see any of the evidence come into my world immediately, well then this doesn't work. But it always seems to work instantly, just in a ways we don't. It seems to be a seed that we've asked for when we imagine something. It seems to be a seed that we've planted, and then it starts to grow in our worlds, and it grows immediately. It starts to sprout. You'll see the effects if you pay attention and don't try to just dig it out, and you just pay attention to your world after you assume something. You'll see all of a sudden the conversation slightly shift in the direction you've imagined. All of a sudden you find yourself in a different spot. And things start to reflect what you otherwise have moved into, and just accept it. You don't have to get nervous about it. You just have to accept it. Just accept that it's starting to enter your world. Let it be. Let the world be. That's like one of the best advices that Neville gave was leave the world alone and change the conception of yourself. Leave it alone. Even if you feel that you must attack it, leave it alone. You don't have to attack it. The best way to overcome a dire situation is through assuming that you're out of that dire situation. And so then he goes on to speak about how Scripture actually supports permissible lies. So, and he says, isn't an assumption that it's not based upon fact a lie? And he goes on to say that he gives a parable how somebody was going to be charged for a certain amount of money. They owed a certain amount of money, and in Scripture tells you to revise it, actually make it less money. And so permissible lies are actually accepted. And he goes on to say, what is the permissible lie? He says, to look at one who is unwell and represent that once to myself as one who is well, and I never saw them so well, he says that's a permissible lie. Seeing someone who is struggling and you see them succeeding, that's a permissible lie. And you can apply that same method to yourself. Don't condemn yourself. Don't condemn the person just because they're in a bad state. Get them out of that state. Same goes true for yourself. You're allowed to lie in this way. It is a lie, but it's a permissible lie. You're allowed to change yourself. You're allowed to repent. And how is that not a lie? But if you really think about it, if you really feel, if you've ever practiced this material, and I say practice because you can just listen to it and not practice it, but if you've ever practiced it, you know that there is some level of truth in that permissible lie. You feel it, that when you imagine yourself differently, the way you want to be, you know there is some truth in it that you can't ignore. You feel it, and you know it, and you can't doubt it. That's why you can't let go of it. Because on some level, you know it's true. It's just simply unseen, but you know it's true. There is a level of truth that is almost glaring when you look at it. And when you look at it, look at the truth. Ask yourself, why am I wanting to change myself this way? Why do I want to be this? And you'll see some truth in it. And when you see the truth in it, why you want it, why it's important to you, why it matters, then you won't doubt it. You'll accept it. And then when you start to become that, what are you going to conclude about the world? That doesn't matter what others think? That's what Neville says actually in this lecture. He says, if there's evidence for a thing, what does it matter what others think? Does it matter what others say? Does it really matter? The circumstances? Really? Does it? I mean, they might be difficult, but do they matter? Do they matter? The words of others might be harsh, but do they matter? The thoughts that they think about you might not be lovely, but do they matter? Does it stop me from going beyond this realm and assuming something that is otherwise an unseen state? Does it stop me? If not, if it doesn't stop me, and that unseen state starts to produce evidence in my world, then I don't think it matters. So then you're free. You start to become more and more free. You don't condemn yourself anymore. You don't allow yourself to live within the structures and frameworks of the ideas of others, because everyone has their own idea of you. You can't, if you took the accumulation of everyone, what they think about you, and you try to live in that mold, you would never live up to it. It would change tomorrow. It'd be like the clothing that people wear. One minute they wear this, and the next thing you know, something else is in fashion. They tell you to be this thing, and then they tell you to be that thing the next day. So you can't listen to that. So if I can't go outside to trust somebody on what I should be, and I can only go to myself, then how can I persuade myself that I already am that thing? Well, you first have to let go of the labels that you were given. You have to let go of what you otherwise were taught about yourself. It doesn't matter what others think in this case. Once I accept this unseen state, it calls into question everything of my senses, my facts, my doubts. It brings it all to the table, and I must give it up and buy that pearl or buy that state. That's how I buy the state. It says you have to, the price to pay for your state is your worry. The price to pay is your doubt. It's your clinching of what other people have said about you. Can you let this go? That's what it's asking. That's the price to pay. And so he starts to end this lecture and he says, so tonight you sit down and write your glorious tale about yourself and those you love, and believe it as you write it. He says, write it in first person so that you can, you can write it as something that you have accomplished, then actually live in that state, for imagining creates reality. So he's telling you to change your story, essentially. Just change it. Believe in whatever you write it, and believe in what you've written. And then you will learn what it means to believe yourself. You'll learn what that means. And then you won't need to go around trying to find a new master to believe in, trying to find some new leader. You would believe in yourself. And then he sort of goes on to reiterate the point too, that he gives a story about how he grew up with ducks, and this one time he fed these ducks fish, and when they went to go eat the ducks tasted like fish. And he goes on to say, like, we're not ducks. You and I aren't ducks. We're persons, but we feed on ideas. And so it's important that we feed on the ideas that we otherwise want. We're always eating every day. We have 2 meals every day, a physical one and a mental one. Well, what are you eating inside? What ideas are you actually feasting upon? You can radically change them. That's open. Always remember that's open. Don't ever think you can't change it. But what are you eating? And when you see that you might be eating things that otherwise imply a certain way that you don't like, know that you can change that. You can change your mental diet. And the true diet is, what am I being? What am I inside? What am I being inside? That is what I'm eating. That's what I'm feasting upon. And then he gives this sort of, I don't want to say warning, but he shows this importance that you can't be double-minded. Don't go back and forth. As I said, let your no be no in part 1. He says, the double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. And if there's one thing that I relate with the most, it's being double-minded. I know what I want to be. I've believed in it, and yet I go back. It's the most difficult thing in the world when you're double-minded. To be single-minded, to believe in yourself, to be of one mind within yourself. It feels like you have 2, 3, 4, 5 people speaking to you, and you want to silence all of them, and you feel unstable in your ways, in all your ways. But you're told, don't be a double-minded person. He says, don't think that you're going to imagine something and then go back on it. He says, you don't go back and forth. You can't go back and forth. He says, he gives this idea. He says, the minute he turns away from what he sees, he forgets and goes back to his former state. So then he goes on to say, he says, he looks into a mirror and then he sees what he likes to see and then he turns back and forgets what he looked like. So don't do that. Imagine that. Imagine you put on an outfit, a beautiful outfit, and then you looked in the mirror and then you looked away from the mirror and you forgot what you just put on. You forgot what outfit you're wearing. Nobody does that, right? But you can do that within yourself. You can do that internally. You will see yourself. You'll see the unseen you. You'll believe in it 1 minute, and the next minute you go back and you believe in what you formerly were. You forget it completely. Don't forget the unseen you. Don't forget it. That's what I would say. Learn from my mistakes. Learn from the mistakes of people before you. Don't forget it. That is you. You were allowed to believe in it. And so I'm going to end this one here. I think this is just going to be 2 parts. I might go over these again because I know that there's a lot more I can go over as far as different. I'm just kind of reading through and going through certain things I'm highlighting. And I'm sure I could do this again and again and again. There's so much to extract from this. But again, thank you guys for listening. So this lecture comes from 1968, and it's called Imagining Creates Reality. It's pretty obvious in the title there what we're going to speak about. But I actually think that this lecture is quite interesting as far as a lecture that has this kind of title, usually from Neville, will be very practical, and this one is, but he also gets into things that I haven't heard him speak much about in the ending of the lecture. So I'm going to go through a few of these stories that he gives and just simply talk about it, things that I found interesting in it. So he's starting off with the premise, Imagining Creates Reality. He actually has 2 lectures from 68 that are a little bit different, but they're roughly the same. So in the beginning of this lecture, he quotes Edward Douglas Fawcett, which Edward Douglas Fawcett is an interesting read. If you don't know about him, he's been basically went through a lot of philosophies and dismantled them and really figured out that imagination may be the core of our reality. And he quotes him. He says, God the Creator is like pure imagining in ourselves. He works in the very depths of our soul, underlying all of our faculties, including perception, and he streams into our surface mind, least disguised in the form of creative fancy, basically daydreaming. And Neville says that when you catch yourself daydreaming, you catch yourself imagining something, you have caught God in the act of creating. It's really yourself, but he would say that you've caught God creating something. And so while you're going through your daytime and you lose yourself in a certain image or a certain idea, you're creating something. And when you see it that way, you might become more selective on what you're doing on the inside. And we get into that later in the lecture. And so he speaks about finding this name of God, which is I am. And he quotes Exodus and how God says that my name is I am forever. And so that's God. And you would say that when you're imagining something, if I said, who's imagining that? You would say, I am. I'm imagining it. Well, that's God's name. So you're catching God in the creative act, but it's your very self. And so he says to not ever forget his name when you discover it. Don't forget it. You can imagine something, forget his name, and then when you reap your harvest, good, bad, or different, you don't remember. And so you've forgotten who you found. And then he goes on to say that you don't have to be rich to travel. You just have to be imaginative. And I remember that was something that always, when I have a video called No Conditions, and I speak on this because I was somebody who placed many conditions in my life. I thought I had to be a certain way, dress a certain way, act a certain way, be a certain way before I could imagine myself having the fulfillment of what I want. I thought I had to have some condition met first before I could otherwise imagine the fulfillment of it. And in this case, he's saying you don't have to be rich to travel. You just have to be imaginative. And the imaginative person who's traveling would assume that they're already in the place. Regardless of wealth, regardless of money, they would assume that they're already there. And he gives an example here. He gives a story of this woman. He's told the story many times because I understand why. It's a great story. It's about a woman whose father apparently was wealthy, but when she was 16, he passed away, and then they discovered, her and her mother discovered that they didn't have anything left, and that he wasn't, in fact, wealthy as he came off to be. And so they felt they were being ridiculed and laughed at in their environment, so they moved to San Diego. And while they were in San Diego, it was the Christmas time, and she saw these kids buying gifts for their families, and she felt tears swell upon her eyes, and it was raining. And so she ended up putting her face out into the rain and tasted the salt of her tears. And while she was on the streetcar, she said to herself, within herself, this is not a streetcar, this is a ship. And I'm not tasting my tears, I'm tasting the salt of the sea and the wind. And then she rode home in that mental state, and she was on a ship to Samoa. And then about 2 weeks later, she received a letter that her aunt gave her $3,000 that was in her deposit if she were to die. And she ended up using that money to take a trip to Samoa, and she was on a ship sailing to it. And I love this story because it's in that time when you feel you're being ridiculed or you're being laughed at, or you feel, as he said in The Art of Dying, the pressures are coming upon you and you feel like you need to have some type of change. And this woman didn't wait at all. She did it in the moment. Really, it's something to admire that somebody would take what is otherwise, not discard themselves, but change the vessel that they're imagining, right? Has probably every reason to tear up and cry, and she decided to change this image into something more beautiful for herself. She did it for herself, and it worked. It worked for her when she allowed it to be different within herself. And then he goes on to say that imagination is spiritual sensation. What he means by that is that this woman took her senses with her into her imagination, and she changed where she was at. She changed what the salt, what it meant. She changed the feeling of the wind, and she made it mean that she was on a ship. And many people would just simply say, well, it's a coincidence that her aunt in the interval of time happened to pass away and just so happened to give her the money to go there. It's just a coincidence. But when you test this over and over and over again, there's only so many times you can conclude coincidence, or you just, you think of someone and then all of a sudden they appear in your life randomly. Somebody you haven't thought of in 10 years, they just appear. And that happens so many times where you start to question reality and you don't just keep going to coincidence. And I used to say that too, what a coincidence. And I didn't know what I was saying at the time, but really what I was saying was I was just imagining this and now it's here, and I'm calling that coincidence. I'm not giving it any other explanatory power. I'm not going to say or explain any further. I'm just going to label it a coincidence, and it doesn't need any further investigation. And it happened way too many times for it not to be a coincidence anymore. And he actually says that. Neville says, I could repeat this 1,000 times, and at a certain point, it's not a coincidence to me anymore. And he says, but man won't believe that. They'll believe a coincidence before they believe imagining creates reality. They will accept this before they'll ever accept that what they're doing within themselves actually affects their life. And so that story was interesting. I think it's something to dwell upon as well for yourself, to think about that story, because we've all been there. We've all been in that spot where it can be difficult to ever assume something, and that's the moment when she did, and it worked. And then he goes on to give another story about, he gives an example. Suppose you're in business and your boss said to you, you're not doing what you ought to do. And basically saying to you, like, you need to pick it up or else I'm going to let you go. And he says that you can take that outside information, dwell upon it, and then form that image upon yourself of what he said, right? So you can take what someone says about you and then in your imagination, accept that to be true, and then make an image of yourself based upon that, on what he said. Or you could not discard yourself and forgive yourself and forgive those words and change them. That's what I mean by forgiveness. You can change and reshape that image, reshape the image of yourself, and have him describe you in the manner that you wanted to be described as. And accept that in place of what happened on the outside. So you actually rearranged what the employer in this case said about you. And he says this. He goes, and this describes it perfectly right here. He says, what do you want the world to see you as? How do you want them to describe you? He goes, answer that and then start to describe yourself in that manner. Start to see yourself in that light and believe it and walk in that assumption that it's true. And so if you want the world, I do this all the time. I mean, without even knowing it, before I even knew about Neville, I was doing this in my head. I really practice often. I don't know why I started to practice this. I can't tell you why. I just remember years ago, I started to imagine in the ways of eavesdropping. I would just simply hear people speak about me. I would have them describe me the way I wanted to be described as. I believed in it. Sometimes I didn't believe in it. Other times I did. And the times I did believe in it, it shaped me. And I can't tell you exactly why I was doing that all the time or why that developed, but it started to develop in me. And then when I heard him speak about it, it was like, it was a coincidence. But it really showed me that there's other people who are doing this as well. They're actively using their imagination, not simply passively using it. They're not just sitting as a bystander in their mind, just watching their thoughts go by. There are people who are actually being proactive and not just reactive, but taking action inside themselves, eavesdropping, changing the words that they're hearing, rearranging the mind in the ways that they want, into the images that they want. They don't just take life on the basis of facts alone. They see facts are created by the imagination. And then he goes on to speak about a friend that he knows that imagined for his barber. This barber of his loved to cut hair, and he ended up seeing him have a trophy in his barber shop. And they ended up winning 4 out of the 9 prizes. And then eventually there stood a 7-foot-tall trophy in this man's barbershop. And Neville said that his friend of his, he didn't burst a blood vessel to make it so. He simply saw in his mind's eye a trophy implying that they won first prize. And so he didn't, Neville speaks about how it's not something that you have to try really hard. Oftentimes I hear people, as Neville said, I try so hard and yet it doesn't work. And you don't have to burst a blood vessel. You just have to imagine the implication of it. What does it imply? And then you accept that implication. You accept what it implies about you. It doesn't matter what it is. What does it imply? What are you imagining? What is the implication of what you're imagining about you? And this man who imagined for his barber, Neville says he imagined for what seems like another, but really there is no other. He imagined for himself. In the end, we're just really this one being here. Because you can't divide I am. You can try to divide I am, but you can't divide I am. You can put us in different labels, but the I am always remains one. It always remains the same. And so he says you can take someone, whatever, you have to see them as a state, whatever state they're in, take somebody and lift them out of that state. Imagine them and represent them as you would want them to be. And don't ask for help at all. Just see them implying that they're already healthy or wealthy or kinder, whatever it is what image that you see that's lovelier, just see it. You don't have to burst a blood vessel to make this happen. You just need to have the implication of it happening. That is the most important part. What does it imply? Does he see a trophy? Then I'm looking at who's creating. I am, and I'm looking at a trophy, which implies some prize must have been won. That's what it implies, and I just accept it. I don't do anything beyond it. I just accept it. And you can do that with really anybody in this world. And so I'm gonna end this one right here. This is gonna be part 1. This might be 3 parts. I kind of have this set up for 3 parts because they go into there's different themes, it feels like, in this lecture. That it seems that the first theme is just mainly about these people who are imagining, and it seems to work. And he gives 2 different examples. One is for oneself, and the other one is imagining for another. And in this next one, he kind of gives more of this idea of the drama that's being unfolded within us. And then in the end, he actually gets into more of dreams and visions. So I want to kind of do a 3-part on this one. But again, thank you guys for listening. Okay, so welcome back for part 2. This is Imagining Creates Reality by Neville from 1968. And so I'm just going to continue. He basically speaks about how when you come back to yourself, which is in this case, I am, and it's revealed to you that you are this state of the Father, you will recognize that you've played every part, every state in this world. And so you have to forgive everything. It's not something that you work your way to do it. It just sort of happens. You realize that you've been the thief, you've been the murderer, you've been the one being murdered. You played every state here because the I am is behind every state, whether it's good or bad. It doesn't really matter. Every state has been played by the same actor. And so you eventually will forgive it all because you're essentially forgiving yourself. And so you're the author. He says you're the author of the whole play and you're playing every part in the world. Now, he's saying that on a broader level, not on this realm, on this level here, we again, as I said, that and I read in the Egyptian Book of the Dead that we're walking past each other without recognizing each other, that we're the same being. But on this level, on this level here, it feels that we're different. But on a different level, we're really the same being playing every single role here. And it's a drama that eventually when it ends, you'll see yourself as that being that is playing all the parts, not just this little, but on this level, it feels like you're this smaller being that you're just sort of walking through life. You don't know anything. You feel like everything's sort of hidden from you. You're trying to figure everything out, but you're only seen in part in the moment. But he says, while you're here and before you even recognize who you are, you can take upon this idea of imagining creates reality, and you can still rework yourself into a new self-concept, into a new idea of yourself while you're here. If you know that you're playing the parts, if you know that you are the I am that's in states, you can move from states that you want to be in. If you recognize yourself in a state, if you see it as something else, if you see it as a superstition, or you see it as some thing that is holding you back that you can't let go of, or you see that you put your faith in some cards or something outside of yourself, if you don't see it as a state, well, then you're going to remain stuck in it. But you are just in a state. If you have to see it as simple as that it's the I am, or the imagination finds itself in states in this world. And when someone comes to you, and so he gives an example that someone writes him a letter and they're sort of telling him what's going wrong. He goes, if I just put the thing down, the letter, and just like move on with my day, then nothing happens. I have to act upon it. And so the same can be said for us when we get a phone call or we get a text message. In our time, we don't really do letters anymore, but it's the same idea. Or you read something on Reddit, or you read some news, and you don't imagine it, you just leave it the way it is, then it remains that way. But he says it has to produce some type of motor element within you. So he gives examples of like picking up the phone and hearing a phone call, something that makes him move inside. You hear the good news, you're listening, you make it alive and active, and you participate in this imaginal activity. You don't just leave it alone. And many times we do that, right? It's no one's fault. We at times hear news and we think, well, nothing can be done, so I'm just not going to imagine anything. It doesn't matter, or we'll think it doesn't matter. And so we live our life thinking that nothing we do matters. And let's say we don't believe imagining creates reality, then we're definitely not going to do anything. It's like when someone comes to you in a certain state of mind, giving them $20 isn't going to fix it. You have to imagine them out of it. That's really taking the action. That's what Neville says is true action, is imagining themselves in a different state. That's true action. Now, on this level, it feels like that's doing nothing. On a physical level, it feels like we've moved at nothing, because when I close my eyes, imagine a new state, or see someone else in a new state, the moment I open them, it feels like nothing has happened. No movement has taken place. But the real movement that has taken place is inside of ourselves. Again, I can give them $20, but what good is that? It'll go away. They'll ask for it tomorrow. What good is it if I give them a few dollars? It's not enough to really change. You know that if you've ever been around somebody who you love and they're in a state that you don't like, giving them money isn't going to change it. You want them in a different state of mind. You want yourself in a different state of mind. I'm not saying you don't need money or want money. You can have that. I'm saying that simply throwing objects or physical things at a person doesn't necessarily change them. You want them in a different state. And to do that is you have to assume that they're different. Assume it by imagining themselves telling you that they're different. See them differently. Actually accept this reality within you that's unseen. And then you've moved inside. You've actually made a movement in reality, because reality is taking place really inside of ourselves, not really on the outside of ourselves. As much as we want to think it is happening outside, it's actually all happening within ourselves. And actually, he quotes Douglas Fawcett again. He says, the secret of imagining is the greatest of all problems, to the solution of which every mystic aspires. For supreme power, supreme wisdom, and supreme delight lie in the solution of this far-off mystery. So it's a mystery. I would say imagination is a mystery. And some people have said it's stupid, the idea of imagining creates reality. This sounds stupid. I do see it as a mystery, that if I imagine something, I've had this happen to where it happens identical to what I imagined. I don't know how it works. I just know it does. It feels like a mystery to me. It also feels quite stupid sometimes, that the idea that I have to, even though I have no idea how this could happen, someone tells me they want to be married, I have to imagine them being married. It sounds stupid, but that's exactly what you would do. And when you take it back and you go, if you remember your childhood, you remember you did this to a level. You were imagining yourself without a condition. You'll see children playing doctor. You'll see children playing the chef. You'll see them just playing really without any conditions in their minds. They have no, maybe they don't have obviously the credentials yet, but they have no problem putting themselves in that position at all. They don't doubt themselves. And so we all have some level where we've done this before. We remember it on some level, but it is a mystery. I don't try to figure this out. I just know that it works in practice if I accept it. Really just accept it without any kind of reasoning attached to it or logic. I don't wonder how they're going to get married. I just imagine them being married. Even though it might go against all my odds and what I know, it's not really about what I know. It's not really about my little ideas. I go beyond my own reason. I go beyond my own logic of what I know, and I imagine it. If I see it, I hear it, well then how can I deny it? If I go within myself and I hear the person tell me the good news that they just told me bad news, but I hear them tell me good news, and I accept it, then I believe it will come to pass. I do. Now, I don't know how. I don't figure that out. I don't know when. I just partake and participate in what I'm imagining. And that produces within me a change. And so I move them from one state to another state. And I do the same for myself. And then he goes on again to explain how he seems to really be against media. Neville seems to, maybe I should say, let me say that again. He's not against media. It seems that he's against how our system uses media. And he goes on to say how, like, you have to produce some type of fear in the title, or you have to produce some type of worry in the person for them to buy the paper. They won't buy it. If it says, oh, everything's all wonderful and dandy and everything's roses, then they're not going to buy the paper. They're just going to move on like it's, why would you pick that up? You just need to read it and that's it. But if you can invoke in the person some type of anger, some type of fear, some type of worry, well, then they're going to start reading the paper. They're going to wonder why. Why should they, if they should remain in that state of mind, or how they should act upon that fear. And he goes, yeah, they're always trying to scare you to attract your attention. And he goes, if tomorrow you read a headline, you'll read a headline that someone's dead or someone's murdered, and then you just, it causes reactions within you and you start to act upon it. But if you read that things are all right, you're just going to go blind. You're going to be blind to the news if it always was wonderful, right? But if they have to grab your attention, they're going to want to spark fear within you. They're going to tell you about the horrors of everything that's happening. Even if they're lies, it doesn't really matter. They're going to tell you just so you can become afraid inside. But if imagining creates reality, you don't have to become worried. He said this in, I think it was the first lecture of this playlist. You can listen to that. And he also speaks about how these horrors that they tell us and these ideas that the media is telling us, it can put you in a really stupid state. So many stupid states exist here. And he actually says that stupid negative states, and they exist, but try to imagine people out of that and imagine yourself out of it. You don't need to force anyone to be different. Just imagine them differently. See them differently. And you might say within yourself, well, that's impossible, but just do it. Go beyond what you think is impossible. Go beyond what you think is possible. Go beyond your own reason for a little bit. Try to live above your reason. Try to live on a different plane of vision. I understand. I remember I used to feel afraid to let go of my reasoning until I realized I'm never letting go of it. I'm just simply moving above it. I always saw it as if I started to see life from this angle where things are fulfilled, I would become afraid that I would lose my reasoning. And yet I didn't lose it at all. I just simply am starting to live life and see life from a perspective that is unseen, and I accept what is unseen. But what is unseen contradicts my reason and my logic. It contradicts it. I don't know how, but I see it done. I hear it done. Well, I don't question anymore. I just accept it now. And so you don't really ever lose your reasoning. You just simply aren't listening to it as much anymore. You're simply accepting something else in its place. You don't really lose it. Okay, so this lecture comes from 1968, and it's called Imagination, the Real Man. And he speaks about how Scripture is addressing the imagination, which is the real man, not this outwardly man. It's the eternal body is what he's saying it's addressing. And I think this title alone, it's something I've been trying to get across in a lot of my videos, especially in the earlier ones, like the first maybe 100 videos. I've been trying to get across this idea that when we go to change something, we're changing ourselves from within. So I'm not changing the outside person. I'm changing this person that is within me, which is myself. But the way I change myself inside is I give myself new experiences of being, is what I'm saying. And so when Neville says to imagine something, he's saying to partake and experience the being of it. Instead of doubting it or wondering when or how, you just partake. You simply be that thing that you want, and you experience it within your imagination. And so he, in this lecture is really good because he really motivates you to go all out and really believe in your imagination, because that is what your imagination is there for. Your imagination, it's yours, and it's yours to believe in. So when you imagine something, it's yours to believe in that imaginal act. And he quotes this man named George Bernard Shaw, and he says, "Some men see things as they are and say, why? I dream of things that never were and say, why not?" And I actually love that quote, but Neville says that everything is plagiarized by the mind of God. So the wisest thing said here was already said at one point. So we're all sort of, in a sense, plagiarizing each other. But really, we're plagiarizing this wisdom that is really within all of us. And then he goes on to say how really the only sin, the main sin against he calls it the Holy Ghost, sometimes it's the Holy Spirit, but this main sin is thinking that something is impossible. So if you have the attitude towards something within you that is impossible, that is sinning. That is really sin. That's the ultimate sin, is to think something is impossible. And then he gives these three, really, so Scripture really is human symbolism to describe the relationship between God and man. And it uses symbolism to convey this story, this message. And there's three symbols that he gives here. He says it's water, stone, and wine. Well, really it's stone, water, and wine. And how he wants to teach us how to walk on water, which is really to believe that life is psychological first, that the cause of life is mental first. And he speaks a lot about how we can give lip service to this idea, but we may not actually believe that. And so how when the facts of life come to us and it tells us what we are, or it tells us really the senses are showing us something, that's the stone, and that stone must be rolled away. And rolling away that stone is uncovering the eye of the imagination. He says that when you hear the facts of life, it completely blinds the eye of imagination, and how you have to roll away this stone. And when you walk on water, it means to believe that life is mental. You see it from a mental plane first, than it is a physical plane. And really, I don't think I can argue with that. Many times I see people who act in violence, it was already done within their mind before they did it. Before it expressed itself or externalized itself, it was already done within someone's mind. It's taking life and trying to see it from a psychological plane, seeing that it's first done in the psyche before it's done in the physical, before it's expressed in the flesh. And I can't disagree with that. I've seen that in my own life. I've seen that in the lives of others, that they've committed to it already. It's already done inside oneself. Whether it's good or bad, it's already done, and then it externalizes in this world. And so seeing life from that perspective, you are really walking on water. And so he says that if you really live by this principle, then you are walking on water. He says, how can you believe there is fiction if you believe imagining creates reality? How can there be fiction? He says, so you hear something and you don't like what you've heard. Well, somewhere back in time, it was imagined or it couldn't have happened. Well, now revise it. Just stop it right there and revise it. Change it completely and go back and rewrite the script. And you might say inside yourself after you revise it, well, that's impossible. He says, do not sin. He says, remember, sin is missing the mark. He says, nothing is impossible to God, nothing. Can you tell me something that I can't imagine? He says, you can't tell someone something they can't imagine. If you can imagine it, he's like, believe in what you're doing. He's like, you might doubt, you might deny or doubt that it's possible. But if you can just resist that urge and believe in it, it'll come to pass. And so we can give lip service to the idea that all things are possible to God, but we might not actually believe that. And that changes how we look at reality and how it changes how we live upon reality. It's easy to believe that things are impossible, as we often do. It's very simple to take the approach that why act upon, why do anything if it's impossible? Why even believe in anything if it's impossible? But if I just entertain the idea that maybe it could happen, entertain and believe in what, see things that never were and say, why not? It's easier, it's harder to take that approach, but it's very rewarding when you do take that approach. And I've noticed that when you let go of that, as I said, when you yield and you let go of that impossibility within you, that's when it seems to work. It's when you actually have faith in what you've imagined, which is the assurance of things unseen. That's when imagination starts to take action in your life. And Neville in this lecture, he sees it as a challenge. He says faith is an experiment which ends as an experience. So it's an experiment. We're experimenting with our faith. And what's really the challenge? He says that whatsoever you desire, believe you have received them, and you will. That's a challenge. He says, I challenge you to experiment with that. Trust that you have received what you otherwise don't. Trust that you have what you otherwise don't. That's your challenge to yourself. Can I persuade myself that I have what I otherwise think I don't have? And can I walk in that having? Can I sleep in that having? Can I be in that having? And will me, when I do that, will it externalize? And if it starts to externalize, it becomes an experience. Well, then I found him. I found a cause within me, a causal power that is beyond my own visible mortal eyes. Now, this is the part where I think, this is the part that hit me very well. He said, everyone can do it. Do it for a better job. He said, do it for another. I don't care what it is in this world. He said, don't try to analyze it. Don't try to analyze yourself and say, what the devil have I done wrong? Because the minute you start to do that, you start blaming yourself. Because who in this world can honestly look at himself in the face and not find unnumbered things that are unlovely? They might not have externalized yet, but they were a thought within the individual. So no one can tell me he's without sin. We've all sinned. And he says, so no man without guilt, but no one's without guilt, but no one. So don't analyze yourself, because you're going to find something to be guilty about, and you cannot get off that base. So forget what you've done. What you've done will come up, and you'll reap it. The whole thing will come. All things are coming. The good and the bad are coming. The tares and the wheat are coming together. But start planning fresh. I remember when I read that was a huge turn in my understanding, because I've analyzed myself to death, and you always find something. Either if you don't find it, you'll create it as to why you should blame yourself, or what wrong you're going to find. And if you go into the feeling that you already are wrong, you will what you seek in imagination, you will find. If you seek money in imagination, you're going to find it. If you seek wrongness, being wrong, you will find reasons why you're wrong. You'll find reasons why you're good. So it's not really about analyzing that. It's about imagining yourself already having it. That's really what it is. And or being it, whatever it is you want to be. Can you believe that versus analyzing yourself? Are you analyzing, or are you believing in what you otherwise, in the unseen? Are you simply analyzing yourself to see if you're worthy or not enough today? Are you deserving of something today? And when you go down that path, you're always going to find reasons on why you're not deserving of something, or why someone else isn't deserving of something. You will always find reasons. And this is the part in this lecture that really, when I read this years ago, it just really hit, because he says the good and the bad are coming. He says it's all coming, but start planting fresh. Start new now. He's like, start with something lovely, something wonderful, not only for yourself, but for your extended self, the seeming other, who really is not another, it's just yourself pushed out. And so everyone has imagined something in the psychological realm. Everyone has done something otherwise wrong in the psychological manner. He says you can steal someone's good name by speaking ill of them, right? It could be a lie, and yet you're stealing their good name. That's psychological theft. We've all done this. Everyone's done this, but start now. Start fresh now. Forget what you've done. It doesn't really matter what you've done. Just forget it and start planting fresh. The harvest is coming no matter what. It's always going to arrive. You're always going to have to reap. That's really what the world we're in. We're in a world, psychological world, where we are constantly reaping what we sow. Regardless whether we want to or not. It's just like imagining. Regardless if you want to imagine or not, you have to partake in this game. You have to imagine. You might think the game is stupid. We might not want to play the game, but you have to be a part of it. And so start now to plant fresh. Don't wonder if you're a good or a bad person. Just forget that for a moment and start imagining something lovely for yourself and for another. There's really no time to waste on analyzing yourself to bits and finding all the shame within you. You'll find it, but you'll also will find the good. You'll also find the poverty and the wealth within you. You'll also find the fortunate and the unfortunate things within you, but start planting fresh. You don't have to search for it to see if it's there to try to dismantle it and remove it. It will remain there. They're just states within you, but start to plant new states now. And so I'm going to end that one here. This is going to be part 1. I'm not sure how many parts this is going to be, but yeah, there will be a part 2 on this lecture. I really like this lecture. It really pushes that word when Neville says dare to assume. It really focuses in on that word dare, which it really is a dare. You have to really do it. Cast your bed upon the waters. Just do it. Don't question as to why you're doing a silly thing. Just do it. Just believe in it. Be the fool for God. If some people call you a fool for believing in your imagination, then be a fool for the imagination. It doesn't matter. Just believe in it. Don't doubt it. So welcome back for part 2. This is Imagination, the Real Man from 1968. So just to pick up where we ended, it was that the good and the bad are coming. The tares and the wheat are coming. They're going to be harvested. So, but you can start planning fresh. You start planning now, brand new, as if you didn't plant those things in the past, which we all have. Everyone has. You're not alone in that. Everyone has planted things. We have all reaped and sowed things that we otherwise didn't want to reap or sow. But we do reap and sow. And that's really the game. So we have to play this game. And the way to start is to start fresh. Start planting new lovely things now. And just let go. If you've been planting a lot of things that you don't like, just let go of it. Don't worry about it. Just go plant new stuff now. And so then he goes on to say the literal facts. The whole vast world really is a flood of facts, and it blinds the eye of imagination. So it completely blinds it. These facts completely blind it. But then Christ comes to heal the blind. We are the blind. I am the blind. When I believe in the facts, I am the blind. I've become blind to my eye of imagination, which sees beyond the facts. So the moment I don't forgive it or I don't see beyond it, I'm living in blindness. That's the true blindness of life. So when you and I think of someone blind, I typically go to clearly someone who's physically blind, but that's not the blindness that Scripture's speaking about. The true blindness is blinding the mind's eye. When you no longer see with it and you only see the literal facts. So someone comes to you and they're complaining about their life and you want to see something good for them, but you just accept their complaint. You just accept where they're at. That is being blind. You're blind in your eye of imagination. I come to you with something that I'm in need of something. Don't just, you can't physically give me it in the moment. Well, imagine I have it. If you don't imagine I have it, you haven't really acted. You haven't done anything, technically. You've just been blind. You've been looking just simply with, as we said, with single vision in the video of the lecture of levels of vision. You're simply seeing me as I am instead of seeing me as I'm telling you how I ought to be, how I want to be. And if you don't see me that way, then neither of us have acted. We're simply remaining in the same spot. So again, true movement is happening within our imaginations. True seeing is happening within our imaginations. So he says we have to remove the stone of facts that blinds the eye of imagination and draw water out, which is to draw water out, which he says how water can take any shape. So we want to take the shapes that have fulfillment within our imagination. We want to see that shape. That's what we want to see. He says, don't fail one day of practicing it. And that is easier said than done from my own experience. He says, don't fail in one day of practicing this. Every time you use your imagination lovingly on behalf of another, you're actually mediating God, which is your own marvelous human imagination, to the seeming other. You're actually doing that. But he says you can use this for evil. You can believe in curses. You can believe in superstitions. You can curse people. People have done this. You do that. You've seen this when someone feels that they've been slighted in life. Well, they will curse that person. You'll see it all the time. And people imagine all sorts of things that aren't necessarily lovely, and we will reap them. That's just that's the life we're in. But again, start now and start imagining something. Start to forgive yourself and imagine something better now for yourself. And I meet people like this all the time that believe in family curses. They believe in certain stones that they can't be around because certain stones have certain bad energies. You see this all the time. They believe in certain superstitions. They believe in. I just recently saw one that was the. I don't even know what they're called. They're like these two rods that people hold in their hands, and they speak to spirits, and the rods will move out or in to the as a yes or a no. I mean, you see these superstitious beliefs all the time, and instead of using their own imagination to access whatever thing they want or to ask it of anything, they go to these superstitions. And if you go to one superstition after another, one medium telling you something after another, you're going to get so many different answers. Really, what you're trying to do is find your own answer within yourself. And so I'm of the opinion that a cleansed mind doesn't have superstitions. A cleansed mind doesn't doubt. A mind that actually always sees fulfillment. That's really what a cleansed mind is like. And then he actually says there's a lot of people believe in curses more than they do in their own prayers. And I've noticed that in my own life with speaking with people. They do. Many people believe curses way more than they believe in their own prayers. They would rather believe in some invisible curse. But it says that in Scripture that we've been brought to the land of blessings and cursings. Choose life. We can choose cursings, but choose life, choose blessings. Choose that. It's an active choice. And I think the way to say don't fail in the practice of it, I think what he's really getting at is that it's an active choice every day to utilize your imagination. It is. We are the operant power. Remember when he says that? You are the operant power. What he means by that is it doesn't operate itself. So unless I act, it really just stays still. Unless I change, I don't really move. Unless I hear something, nothing's really heard. It's essentially what he's saying. If I just remain blind, well, then I just remain blind to whatever facts someone just told me. And then we don't really move beyond it. And it doesn't have, you don't have to burst a blood vessel, as we said. We don't have to burst a blood vessel, but we can certainly, but then I need to imagine effectively. Well, how do I imagine effectively? He says it has to have some type of movement inside. There has to be some type of movement. So in that case, the man saw his barber with a trophy. Somebody heard the good news. I think in this lecture, he speaks about a woman who was having difficulty finding a partner. She had a very negative view of people. And this man decided to imagine her with the most marvelous man. And then she came back and was still saying the same things. And he imagined it again. And then she came back and said the same things. He imagined it again. And then eventually she came back and said that she met a marvelous man. And so in that case, he revised what she said multiple times. You know how we said in Neville would just imagine it once. So I think there is leeway here. So don't feel like you can't, there's this strict rule, but know that it's imagining. If you just know that imagining creates reality, you will imagine, you will practice it. It's when we forget the name of I am. We start talking about he is and she is and they are. And we forget the name, that we forget the cause. We find him one moment, then we forget him the next moment. And we can forget that imagining creates reality. I mean, Neville admitted to himself that he did that. I've done that. You know, you get caught up in a lot of isms. The next thing you know, you're arguing all this meaningless stuff that you don't even really believe in. But you argue because you think you have to argue or something, but you don't have to argue it, right? And he says, you don't need to ask anyone because it's all yours for the appropriation. You appropriate it. You simply completely appropriate this state. And the whole thing becomes yours. So, I mean, that cannot be said more simply. It's all yours for the appropriation. If you don't know what appropriation is, try to really understand what that word means. It means for yours for the taking. You take the state. You don't try to figure out when the state is going to arrive or how it's going to arrive. You take the state within you. It's a state of consciousness. See it as it's an imaginal state there for your imaginal taking. Take it in imagination. You, the real man of imagination, take it in imagination. Take that state upon yourself. Don't worry about how it could come about. It goes beyond your limitation here in the physical. It goes beyond the physical. We're in a different realm now. We're in a realm of imagination. We're no longer in the realm of earth. We're in a realm of imagination, and in this world, you are a different state. Believe in it, and it becomes your reality. Credit it with reality, as Carl Jung did. You credit it with reality, and it starts to become your reality. That's what happens here. And really go all out and believe in it. Really go all out, completely yield to your belief in it. And you'll experience that. And now I'm going to quote Neville here. He says, but tonight, treat this seriously. You know what you want tonight? Well, then construct a scene that if it were true, it would imply the fulfillment of your desire. Just construct a scene. Bring it into your mind's eye and try to the best of your ability to see it as clearly as you would were it true. Then try to feel the naturalness of it. Try to feel that it is true. That's the experiment. So it's really like an experiment of self-persuasion. Can you lose yourself in it? Can you forget it's an imaginal act? Can you forget you're dreaming? Can you forget? Just the same way you forget when you're dreaming at nighttime. Can you forget and be there? That's, he says, now to the degree that you completely believe it, well then, and it will end as an experience. You will experience it as true. Don't stop there. Just keep on doing it and share what you did with others. So he says to feel the naturalness of it. So it's partaking in it in the same way you would partake in it in this world. How do you live naturally in this world? You experience things in the flesh. So you try to mimic the flesh within yourself. That is what you're doing. And he says, take this seriously. And if tomorrow you have something that confronts you that is not pleasant, do not accept the fact. That blinds the eye of imagination. Just simply remove the blinders. And then he says, now what would it be like? Now what would you like in the place of what it seems to be true? Well, then conjure it and revel in it as fact. Persuade yourself that it is, and then it will become real within your world. That is what we're doing. We're calling the unseen as though it were seen. And so I'm going to end that one. This is part 2 of this one. I'm thinking I'm going to do a part 3 on this one, just because there's more that he said in this that doesn't really have to do fully with just imagining, oneself to be different. So again, thank you guys for listening. So this lecture is from 1968. It's called Imagining Creates Reality. And as you know, I already made 2 videos on this lecture, but this lecture is the October one. The other one was the one from June. They're they're very similar, but there's a few things that are differently that I really want to focus on. There's a main quote that I want to focus on. But he basically starts off by saying that you can't pass the buck to anybody. You can't pass it to something in this world as causation. You have to take responsibility for your own imagination and what you're doing on the inside. And he says, it doesn't really matter where you start off. You can start off poor, you can start off in a palace, regardless what you imagine has to produce in your life. And so he says, if you know this principle, you can ignore the facts and actually go all out and believe in your own imagination. Then he goes on to say how, which he said in the first one, that we must, has to produce some motor element in us. So if I become combative on the inside and I start reacting to something, some argument I'm doing, he goes, that will produce something in my life because it moved me on the inside. He's like, a thought that really doesn't get felt, it doesn't produce much. And so it has to have some motor element, which is true as well as for the good. If I start imagining being congratulated, that would also have to produce in my life as well. And I've seen this work in my life too, where I've had the same repetitive arguments in my head and they externalized in my life. And I've also had the same congratulatory things and those produced in my life. And so he says that if you don't change anything, you will continue to reproduce. If it's an unpleasant environment, you will continue to reproduce that unpleasant environment over and over and over again until you start to practice this principle. And the principle would be to ignore, simply not accept the facts of life and imagine yourself differently. That would be the practice of this. And then he goes on to give a little example of how he doesn't pass the buck to anything, meaning that he doesn't give causation to something else. So he said that he was living like the devil. I don't know what that means. But he's like, I was living like the devil. I felt like the devil. And he's like, I mean, physically in the last couple of months. He goes, he said that he went to the doctor and the doctor basically told him, well, we have a dilemma here because one test says something else about your blood and the other one says the complete opposite. So it's a dilemma. And Neville said that this was an outpicturing. This was an event outpicturing what he was doing within himself. He said that he didn't want to pass the buck to anybody. He didn't want to blame anyone for that. He didn't want to blame an organ for that. He didn't want to blame anything. He just wanted to assume the responsibility of what he was doing on the inside. He became aware of what he was doing on the inside. So he changed his way of being, and he said that this whole dilemma solved itself on the outside. So he really didn't want to blame any external factors. He was really big on that in this lecture. Now, I kind of briefly went over that. I would recommend you read it as well, but this is the part I really wanted to get to, which is he says he's basically saying that imagining oneself to be different or imagining another to be different is a form of forgiveness. And he says, and you can also say that forgiveness creates reality. That would be another way of saying the same thing, because that's essentially what he's equating imagining with forgiveness. But then he says this, he says, forgiveness tests the individual's ability to enter into and partake the nature of the opposite. Now, when I heard that quote, that's what freed me in a lot of ways, because I think I knew intuitively, I knew what I wanted to imagine. I knew what I didn't like to imagine. I knew what I was imagining. I became aware of what I was doing on the inside. I became aware of what I was producing and creating on the inside. I became aware of what I was planting on the inside. But I didn't have maybe the courage. Maybe the courage is the right word. Maybe I wasn't brave enough to partake in the nature of the opposite, even though I necessarily wanted to. I knew what I wanted to think. I knew what I wanted to feel about myself. I knew what I wanted to imagine. But I wasn't bold enough at that time. I didn't dare to assume it. And at times that I did, things changed because it produced some motor element in me. Something actually changed and shifted within me. But it only shifted until I actually accepted and started to partake in the nature of the opposite. So when I heard that, I said, it's the individual's ability to partake or accept and enter into the nature of the opposite. So you imagine, you're right now imagining something that maybe you dislike. Let's say it's unpleasant. Can you entertain the nature of the opposite, which would be something pleasant, something more freeing? That's the question. Can you do this? Can you partake? That's forgiveness. And when I saw that, it was like, I guess wrapping it up into seeing that it's a form of forgiveness allowed me to see it as a loving act upon myself, to redeem myself. That it really is one being here. So if I want forgiveness, if I feel sorry for something, I want to be forgiven, I imagine that I am forgiven. I partake in the nature of this opposite. Or if I hold myself in some sense of shame, can I feel myself to be proud of something? Can I partake in the nature? It's not really asking me to force myself. It's more asking, can you just do this? Can you try it? It's always that when it comes to Neville. It's like, can you just test this and try it? You're imagining the fearful thing right now, but can you, although it's scary and you know it's scary, can you forgive that and test your ability to entertain the nature of the opposite of what you're imagining? Can you imagine some sense of safety, some sense of security, some sense of wealth, some sense of health? Can you entertain that nature? Because when I saw it as entertaining natures as well, which is the same thing as entertaining states, but these states have certain natures. They're not all lovely states. In the last lecture, he said that they're stupid states. And there's a lot of stupid things in the world, but can you entertain the nature of something opposite? I used to wonder, well, what does it feel? What does an intelligent state feel like? What does intelligence feel like? What does feeling brilliant feel like? I just would try to test that. And the best I could, I would try to reach for these things within myself. Even if they felt far away, I would ask myself, what does it feel like to me? And at times I would get a faint heartbeat towards those ideas. It would be very faint, but at a certain moment I would catch a little glimmer of it and I would feel it and I would know, oh, that's what it feels like. I know that's what it feels like. And the next thing you know, I start to partake more and more into that nature of that opposite. And I saw that I'm interacting with natures here. So if I'm interacting with or you could say energies, I'm interacting with an unforgiving nature here, or I'm interacting with something that is holding me in some type of bondage, some type of the nature that is keeping me imprisoned on the inside. Can I entertain the nature of being free from this thing? It doesn't matter what the thing is. It's asking, can I entertain the nature of the opposite of this thing? That's the question. And then he gives an example of how you have to completely rub out who you were before and accept the nature of your opposite. So it's really, now it's going to come down to yourself. Can you accept a different nature of yourself? You've been unlovely, you've been unkind. Can you accept yourself being kind and lovely? Don't abandon yourself. Don't leave yourself in the same position, but redeem yourself, save yourself. It's the same being. You're just simply rearranging it. So he says how you see yourself as one state and then you leave that state, and that former state is going to vanish and leave. I had dreams before where I've had people from my past in my dreams try to hold me back in the dream. I could feel them trying to hold me back and keeping me there, and I wanted to leave. And so at times these former states can feel like they're convincing you and pressuring you to stay into that former position that you were just in, that you actually wanted to leave. But until you let it vanish and actually go, you don't actually move into a new state. The former has to leave and the new has to become your new way of being, your new nature. That is essentially what's happening here. It's almost like until the point you completely forget you even were that old thing. That's almost, even though you might have been that thing for many, many years, you almost move as if you never were that thing to begin with. That's how it almost feels. It's a complete redemption. It's complete forgiveness. That's why I love the word forgiveness in this. Forgiveness tests the individual's ability to enter into and partake the nature of the opposite. The nature of the opposite. This is just such a freeing, I don't even want to say a quote, but just a truth that I heard from Neville. This really was the moment where it just hit me one day. It dawned on me that I'm always trying to figure out why I'm thinking what I'm thinking. I'm always trying to figure out why I'm doing what I'm doing, or why do I keep going back to a certain position, or why do I not let myself just leave? All these questions, but I never really entertain the nature of the opposite. Can I just entertain the nature of its opposite? Do I have to figure this all out, or could I just imagine myself differently? Can I imagine myself the way I want to be? I'm in an undesirable position. Can I imagine the desirable as if it was the case right now? Can I do that? Can I just entertain it? Now, this quote, in another quote, he said forgiveness is the ability to entertain the nature of its opposite. Now, he doesn't say entertain in this one, in this lecture, but he said entertain in another quote that's very similar to this one. But the word entertain got to me as well, because it's like you're just playing with it. You're toying with it. You're entertaining yourself with this idea of being different. Can you just play with it? Don't pressure yourself so much. Just play with the idea of being a bit different. Be a different character on the inside. Be something you want to be. It's a part of you. Remember, I am is in states, and these states are different facets of the same I am. So you can think of it as your imagination is in states right now. So if you imagine yourself differently, that's a state. You might doubt the state. You might see yourself differently in the state, but it's still a state, meaning that the state is never superior to, it's always subordinate to the I am, to the thing that brings it life, that expresses that state. Can't really have a state expressing itself from nothing. It expresses through man, which is the expressor of states. But the man chooses what states his imagination is going to be in. So I'm going to end that one here. I think this will be part one. I think I'll do a part two. I'm going to call it Forgiveness Creates Reality, just because I don't want it to mix in with the other one, which is the same title, which is Imagining Creates Reality, just to give more clarity on it, which one's which. But I hope that this kind of motivated you to not just see imagination or imagining as almost, sometimes it can almost feel like there's no human element to it. It almost feels distant and cold, but you can see it as an act of forgiveness towards oneself, which is a more loving way of seeing it. And it's actually just as true, if not more true, to oneself when you see it this way. But thank you guys for listening. So welcome back for part two. This is Imagining Creates Reality from Neville from 1968. Now I'm calling it Forgiveness Creates Reality because I need to separate the two, because he made two lectures in this year, one in October and the other one in June. So this is the October version. The other one was the June version. So I'm just going to continue. As I want to just do a brief overview of what we said in the last video, which was forgiveness is entertaining and partaking in the nature of its opposite, which is a very freeing thing, right? Because, and this is going to tie in, I'm just going to tie it into what we're going to say now, which is you don't need anything on the outside to do this, to perform this action of forgiveness, of entertaining the nature of its opposite. You don't need a certain mediator between you and your imagination. You don't need that. That doesn't even make sense if you think of it that way, that you would need someone in between to get you to imagine something you want to imagine. Like you decide this regardless, whether or not there is someone on the outside or not. And that's why he says, when you found this truth, the price to pay for this truth is all your isms. It's all your outside gods. It's all the false gods that you've created. All these ideas, it goes above any organization, any religion, any isms, as I said. And that can be quite a hefty price, because many people in the world will believe in a God on the outside, praying to one. Really, when many people pray, even who practice this work, they might feel in the depths, they might claim something on the inside, but in the depths of their being, they really hope and feel that some outside God is going to give it to them. And that's not how we pray. That's not how this works. The way it works is by appropriation, by taking it, by accepting it, by partaking into the nature of its opposite. That is how we appropriate things. You don't really ask anyone. You're not really pleading with anything on the inside. You're not going within yourself and then asking something, hey, can I have this thought? Am I allowed to have that state? What must I do to get this state? There's no qualification. The only qualification is your faith in that state, your faith that you are that state. That's the only way around it. You don't need any other outside qualification. You take nothing from the outside. And I want to stress that. When I spoke about yielding, there are many things I've studied in life. I can be quite knowledgeable in certain subjects, but that doesn't matter to me. I don't take any of my ideas that I know about the world or how anything works. I simply imagine it regardless. So when I go within myself, because at times I've noticed that certain topics I've studied can almost come off as bondages on the inside in me, because while I'm imagining, I will think about what I learned from certain people or certain ideas from a topic that sort of place an impossibility on what I'm imagining. And sort of I'll take that into account and give it sort of authority over what I'm imagining. And so I never really believe in it. I sort of hold that reserve. Well, I did learn that this wouldn't work, or this is how things work here. And you ever hear like when people say, like, that's life. That's how life is. This is just how life works. I grew up always hearing, well, that's life. And it was something bad would happen. They would just say, well, that's life. And I just never liked that answer. I could never follow along with that answer. I just could never do it. There's an old song called That's Life. He says, you're riding high in April and then you're shot down in May. And he says, but I know I got to change that tune. And I really like that because, again, it's what tune am I singing inside? What am I saying inside? I have to change what I'm doing, or else I'll continue to reproduce the same. And you want to just say the inner environment, right? Producing the same inner environment over and over and over again until I decide to move inside to a new inner environment. That's why I like to view it as like move inside first. And what I mean by that is like the same way you would do that physically, try to do that mentally. You literally move into a new space of mind where one is more fulfilled. One that is, seeing the fulfillment of what you want and entertaining yourself with that opposite. No, he says this. He says, so here I may tell you, you have within yourself the power to create anything in this world. Let things be as they are. Let people be what they want to be, but you have your own goals. It doesn't matter what has happened in your world. It doesn't matter what the world tells you or where you started. Start where you are now. And then he goes on to say the power in you is called Jesus Christ. And he says, come and test yourselves and see. Do you not realize that Jesus Christ is in you? And then he says that this isn't what he was taught as a child. When he went to his school, I think he went to a Christian school. He said, I wasn't taught this. I wasn't taught this either. I was always taught that it was something outside of me, that some saving power is outside of me. It's not found within me. But if you're listening to this and you've accepted this to a degree, you have accepted that this Savior is within you. It's not that things are not happening outside of you. And let me just quote him here. He says, so I had found him, and I found that he is creative, and he creates in me, and my life is simply the fulfillment of my own imaginal acts. I haven't always been wise in my choice of what I would imagine. I have imagined the most unlovely things in this world and have reaped them. I became the fulfillment of what I was imagining, for imagining is always fulfilling its imaginal state, always. And so he has a moment of honesty with himself that, we've all imagined unlovely things. We've all reached unlovely things. We haven't always been wise in what we do inside of ourselves. I know I haven't. But I can't really see everyone's been wise. Some have been wiser than others, of course, but not everybody's been perfectly wise in what they do inside themselves. And I really like the part where he says, just let people have their own goals, but you focus on your own goals. You imagine those fulfilled. Let everything kind of be the way it is. Leave the world alone and change the conceptions of yourself, because you'll find so many times where you'll hear conversations of people trying to tear each other down or tear other people's, work down. And you don't have to tear anything down. You don't have to be jealous of anyone. You don't have to tear anybody down. You just keep imagining yourself being fulfilled. Do you imagine from your own premise that you are fulfilled? Do you live from that premise? You change your inner environment from a place of desire to a place of fulfillment. And you live from that. You don't just do it one time. You do it. This is a way of living. And I simply like to just say it's the imaginative way. It's just you're living life from an imaginative perspective instead of one that's just focused on the facts of life. And he gives an example. He speaks about a man who made a lot of money. And a lot of people basically told him that he shouldn't have that much money. He's short, or he's this and he's that. And he's like, it's all this envy. He's like, but the person had a dream and they realized their own dream. He's like, so just let that go. Remove the judgments that you placed upon him or her. And that's also the judgment you've placed upon yourself. So let that go, because you're really just restricting your own self when you do that. And Allow yourself to not have a certain condition in place. You don't have to, again, be the most of something. You don't have to be enough of something. You just start now to plant new seeds. That's all you do. You just simply start now to plant something new. Now, this is where I think it gets a bit more, serious, where he says, so I ask you to take it seriously and don't limit yourself by anything that is happening in your world now, no matter what it is. You want to be this? Well, it's what you want, not what the other thinks you should want. You want this in the world? Well, conceive of a scene that would imply that you have it. Persuade yourself that you are it, and walk blindly in that assumption that as though it were true. And may I tell you, it will come to pass. It will not fail you. And so, again, that's a good way of saying that don't simply try to mold yourself into what you think others should want for you, what you think others want you to be. You need to decide for yourself what you want to imagine. Remember, it's your own imagination and it's your responsibility on what you decide to put in it and what you decide to believe in it. You can doubt things inside your own self, but you can also believe things inside of your own self. And so you'll find all these states inside of you, and it's your decision to believe in them, to make them come true. That is what you do. And don't limit yourself to what you think you're allowed to have or what others think you should have. That's another thing. Not only do people want to tell you what you should be, they also tell you what you should have. And then you live your life based on what you think. You limit yourself based on their ideas. And really what you're doing, you're limiting your own imagination. You're limiting a power inside of you that appears to me to be unlimited. It appears to put you in states of consciousness that are unseen by the mortal eye. They haven't yet been realized, but they also haven't been believed in. And so they don't realize themselves in man, because man is the expressor of these states. And so don't try to live your life trying to satisfy everyone around you and leave yourself empty. You need to find what you want to imagine and start to imagine from the premise of having it. Because what will happen is if you start to imagine based upon the thoughts of other people want you to imagine, you're going to live a life, you're going to find yourself living a life you never want to live. But if you catch yourself simply limiting yourself to what other people have called you, what they have said you should want, or what you should be, you can start now to change that. Don't let the circumstances otherwise tell you that you're stuck in what you're imagining. You can't be stuck in what you're imagining. Only if you believe you're stuck in what you're imagining, you are. So you really are as free as you want to be inside of your own imagination. It truly is up to you. And I just want to go to just give an overview in all of these, just to give a refresher on everything we've talked about, which is, so we start off with our real beliefs are what we live by, that if we really believe in imagining creates reality, we will live by this premise in our life. We will become imaginative rather than striving to be some type of anything other than that, which would be perfection or enough or something, where some insecurity that the world gives you that you have to somehow follow by and fix. You don't have to fix the world's insecurities. You just need to start to become an imaginative for yourself. And then we spoke about Esau and Jacob and how these are real states of consciousness that we fall into when it's a drama that we practice when we imagine. And when we start to imagine and exercise the inner man of imagination, we start to exercise Jacob. And then we talked about counting the cost, which ties together with the Pearl of Great Price. We can almost put those two together. And the Pearl of Great Price, which is really what it's talking about. The counting the cost, to me, you can kind of shape that towards a state of mind where if I'm going to move into a state of consciousness, I would have to let go of the state of consciousness I'm in, which is causing me whatever stresses and pressures and worries. I have to let all this go to pay the price for my new state. Now, the Pearl of Great Price is from a more foundational standpoint that there is no other cause other than my own imagination. Now, that is from if in a sense, one's addressing a state and the other is addressing God or the cause. And you have to buy the pearl. The pearl is God in this case. You have to buy the Pearl of Great. You have to give up all your beliefs and see that the foundational phenomena of life is your imagination. And we spoke about the art of dying, which I would say that ties into what I just said about moving into one state of consciousness is really, he says it as a way of death. You almost let go entirely of your own ideas of what you think you are. You completely cease to be those things. You no longer are those things and you imagine yourself the way you want to be. And then in the Holy One, he spoke about how he used this law to get out of the army and how this was an illustration of how when you are in Egypt, when you feel enclosed and you want to be freed, you are in Egypt at that point. It's just a metaphor. And Pharaoh has said no to letting yourself go, to letting yourself be free, and you basically have to go to God. He went to his own I amness instead of going to some person in authority. He made, in that case, this was a story to make his own I amness become his own authority instead of going to some power on the outside, some man on the outside. And then we talked about the levels of vision, how there's single-fold, double-fold, a threefold, and fourth-fold vision, and how these, one represents just the plain view of a tree as a tree, or fire as a fire, a candle as a candle. And then the second vision is to see those things as symbolic representations of one's life. And the third would be to take certain states of consciousness or these symbols and create a narrative in the story that represents and implies a change about you. And then fourth vision is basically you've actually moved your consciousness into a different place. Meaning that, let's say you have a dream, you are actually there. You're completely conscious in that dream. You are there, you're in another place, and you are interacting in that world. But really all you really needed was threefold vision here to rearrange certain states and weave them together to create some image, and that image implies something about you. And then in the Vision of the Night lecture, we spoke about how Carl Jung had this vision, and he decided to credit it reality, and it became real to him. And so that is what we must do when we imagine something. We have to credit. We have the power, or the operant power, to grant reality to states within us. We might have states within us that we don't believe, we doubt them, but they are within us regardless, and we have to believe in them. Credit them reality to make them a reality. And then in the game of life, we spoke about how you can think the game is stupid to imagine that we make ourselves out of our own imagination, and it can feel unfair at times. But if one knows this principle, they can get out of the position they're in. And really, to play the game effectively, you'd have to start becoming imaginative and not really rely solely upon your own intelligence and, your own knowledge. You would have to go beyond these things and imagine yourself the way you want to be, above your knowledge, you're above your reason, above your doubt. You go above all of these things that you otherwise see from your perspective, and you get in. So your imagination puts you in touch with different states of consciousness that you might doubt. Your senses doubt it, that's for sure, and your reason doubts it, and you might doubt it as well. But it puts you in touch with these states of consciousness that you otherwise have to believe in, and become imaginative and grant reality to these things that play this game effectively. And we spoke about how there is no fiction. That if the premise is true that imagining creates reality, then there can't be fiction. And so when you go within yourself and you see yourself the way you want to be, that's not a fictional you. It's not just imaginary. Don't ever think it's just imaginary. It puts you in touch with a certain state of consciousness. It puts you in touch with a certain version of you that you otherwise can believe or not believe. But to believe it is to become aware that you already are that thing. That's the way to move inside, is to see that it's not fiction. You already are that, and that's how you move. And so we move effectively through assumption on the inside. We move effectively through different states of being on the inside through assumption, through assuming we already are. And then we spoke about imagining creates reality, and how the girl did not leave herself in a state of crying when she was in distress in the rain. She decided to change her tears into the salt, and she decided the salt of the ocean, and she changed her she changed her circumstance in imagination to being in Samoa, even though she wasn't necessarily there in the moment. She was actually in a pretty distressful position, but she imagined beyond her reality. She put third level vision she put these symbolic representations into a narrative and created that narrative for herself. And then she received the money to go. And so you can see how she used second and third vision in that story to create this narrative that implied that she was in Samoa the way she wanted to be. And then in The Real Man, we spoke about how we're here to change the imaginal you. The one in imagination is the one that you have. That's where you move inside. That's actually who you are. And that's more core to you than simply the flesh and bones that we wear. That what I'm imagining, what I'm doing on the inside is more me than it is this flesh and bone. And what I do on the inside, I'm creating myself out of my own imagination. What I'm believing in my own imagination, that is what I'm creating myself out of. And in this lecture, he quotes George Bernard Shaw, and he says, some men see things as they are and say, why? I dream of things that never were and say, why not? And he relates this to the story of Christ, that Neville says, I just believe in the story of Christ. If that's the pattern to save me, then I'm going to believe in it. I say, why not? But he also relates that to, on this level, he relates that to, again, changing and moving in the inside, that you imagine yourself the way you want to be and say, why not? Why doubt it? Why doubt the dream? Why doubt a dream? Dreams are not meant to be doubted. They're meant to be believed in. And you're just like Carl Jung, you credit it reality. And then to move on, I'm just kind of going through this quickly. We talked about, I really changed the title of this one, which is Forgiveness Creates Reality, but he really equates imagining in this case to forgiveness, which is, can you partake in the nature of its opposite? Forgiveness is and the individual's ability to partake in the nature of its opposite. And so you see how all of this, remember, the nature of its opposite isn't a fiction. The nature of its opposite is the way you play the game, is to entertain yourself with it. The nature of its opposite is using third level vision. You're crediting it reality, the nature of its opposite. You're counting the costs, which requires you to let go of what you otherwise are thinking and entertain yourself with the nature of its opposite. If you do practice this, then you are living by this belief. You are exercising Jacob. You can see how all of it starts to link together. It's really just, it's saying the same thing, just differently, but for me, that has always helped me. Saying something really simple in a one quote fashion just never did it for me. I had a lot of questions and I needed a lot of answers. And so for me, this really paints a beautiful story of what I'm supposed to do, because certain scenarios feel different than others, but in reality, it's the same practice. It's the same discipline. And you can see how all of what he's saying, and really to me, what it's coming down to is, again, it's yielding. It's the real practice for me. You can call it forgiveness. You can call it imagining. I always see it as a form of surrender, a form of yielding. That is what I've always seen this. I've seen it work as. Crediting reality is a form of, to me, yielding to it. When I say that, when Carl Jung credited reality, he started to follow the man in his imagination. He was, in a sense, surrendering to his imagination. Like, he was going to allow it. He was going to entertain itself. And in this case, he entertained the opposite, right? Because at first he called it a fantasy. He called it an apparition. But then he decided to entertain it for a moment. What's the nature of this opposite? What would be, you'd have to say it's reality. And so he entertained it as reality. And so there are other people who decide in their moments in life to credit their own imagination as reality. Even if you don't know this work, people do this all the time. They decide to just do it one day. They just cast their bread upon water. They just do it. They just entertain the nature of its opposite. They say, oh, this is a fantasy within me, but I'm just going to allow it for the moment to be a reality. And so the way I practice it too is like, before you fall asleep, feel after something. Feel after some type of brilliance or some type of beauty or some type of wonder inside of you. Don't try to solve a problem. Just feel it. Credit it reality as well. Or dream it or imagine it. And just entertain the nature of that opposite, which is, in this case, fantasy or reality. If you see it as fantasy, try to entertain it as a reality within you. And you'll see that you'll start to follow that man in a sense. You start to follow the dream. So I just wanted to give a brief overview on this just to kind of, it's good to have this kind of overview where you see how it's all kind of linked up. And I'm not picking these lectures on purpose to do this. It's more that I've just noticed a pattern in a lot of his lectures, and I try to just bring that thread and weave some type of image together. And I'm noticing that there's always a correlation, but he says it differently in different lectures that really spark clarity to me. So yeah, I hope that this kind of helped give an overview, and that if for those who are following along, and if you haven't followed along too well, I mean, this will kind of just jumpstart and help you understand what's really happening in these lectures. Again, thank you guys for listening. So this lecture is called Eternal States, and it was done in 1968. Now this lecture is turning into one of my favorites, and I've read this in the past, but I read it again recently, and it just triggered this dream that I have. I completely forgot about this dream I had in the past that really correlates with what Neville is saying here. So what I love about this lecture is that it's mystical. It's very mystical, but then it's also very practical. And so he starts off by saying that you'll find this teaching to be the most practical in the world of Caesar. He's like, it may not make sense, but I only ask you to try it. So he's basically stating that, of course, the idea of imagining might not make sense to you because it goes against the facts and the reasons and the doubts and all of that of the time that we're in. But he says that just test it. And here's the premise that he starts off with. He quotes Blake. He says, man is all imagination, and God is man, and exists in us, and we in him. The eternal body of man is the imagination, and that is God himself. Now, he says he's going to go into eternal states, but he first wants to define what a state is. He says a state is a body of beliefs. He's like, you sit quietly with yourself and you ask yourself some very permanent questions. He says, who am I? You may be wrong in the answer, but who am I? Where am I? What am I? And all these questions you ask self, they form a body of beliefs. He goes, you don't see them, you believe in them, but you don't see them. And he's like, you also don't see them the way a mystic would see them. He's like basically saying a mystic sees things as personified. The mystic sees states as personified. And an example of that would be wisdom. You take the idea of wisdom, this thing that is inside of man. It's not a person, but the mystic will see it as a personified being. So in scripture, you'll see in Proverbs, wisdom is a woman speaking out to the men of the world that basically that they should be with her because she's wisdom. And so the mystic will see states as persons. And so, but that's not the full important thing here. He's just sort of mentioning that in the passing. But then he quotes Blake again. He says, eternity exists in all things in eternity, independent of creation, which is an act of mercy. So he says creation. He says this eternity exists, and creation is an act of mercy. So he's basically stating, and I'll just quote Neville here. He says, so when he says eternity exists and all things in eternity independent of creation, which is an act of mercy, he meant that everything that you see in this world is a part of the eternal structure of the universe. And I want to share a dream that I had. And this is when I read this, I remember it triggered this dream, and it correlates so directly with what he's saying that I want to share. So I had a dream about 4 years ago that really shook me out of my sleep, and I remember it clearly. And I found myself in a garden, and it was this, in a sense, an empty land. It was just basically just green grass, and there was nothing really growing. But I knew it was a garden, and it was a really bright sun. I remember the sun being overly bright in this dream, and yet in the middle of this land there was one flower that was being grown here, and I could feel that this garden was like the foundation of love itself. I could feel that this was a symbol of love, and I saw one flower that was growing in the middle of it. And so I went to this flower, and it looked gorgeous. It was a gorgeous little flower. And I stared at it, and I cupped my hand underneath the petals, and I could feel that this flower was forgiveness. And then it said, I just knew that forgiveness is the first flower that blossoms in the garden of love. That's what I felt in the dream. And then all of a sudden, I heard a voice within me. It felt like it was within me and also outside of me. So I heard it in both directions, and it said, forgiveness is an act of mercy. And then I heard, life is conquered by forgiveness. And it was not exactly my voice, but I knew it was almost my voice, but it had more authority to it. And then I started having sort of a thought, and then next thing you know, I would feel this almost intensity in my body. The sun would brighten, and then I'd feel this intense energy in my body. It felt great, but it was this building. So it'd be a thought, and then it would get brighter, and then I would feel this almost vibration in my body building even more. And then another thought would come, and then I'd feel it even more. And this is essentially what it was saying. So it would say, what is forgiveness if it's not forgiving the unforgivable? And then it would get brighter, and then the feeling would build even more. And then it would say, it is an act of mercy because you have the power to destroy yourself, but out of mercy you show forgiveness to yourself. And then it got brighter and brighter again, and then it said, forgiveness is giving yourself exactly what you love, regardless whether you think they or you deserve it. And then it got brighter and brighter and more intense feeling. And then it said, once you forgive, you no longer see what once was, but you see what is, and what is what you love. And then it got brighter and brighter. And I can barely see anything at this point. The feeling was overwhelming me. And the voice got so loud, and it said, life is conquered by forgiveness, and forgiveness is an act of mercy. It is the first flower grown in the garden of love. And at this point, all I could see was just light. That's all it was at this point. And I felt within myself like, I'm about to die. This is it. Like, I'm about to explode. And the moment right before I was about to explode, I woke up. And the next thing you know, I felt my body just vibrating as I woke up. And I had to really think about this dream. I started to think about what Blake said, what he just said right here. It's an act of mercy. And this dream really changed my attitude on this idea of imagining. As I stated in the last video, I said forgiveness creates reality, or this idea of forgiveness, which is imagining oneself to be different. I knew in a sense why, I had all the reasons why I shouldn't imagine myself, all the reasons why I shouldn't forgive myself, all the reasons why I didn't deserve it. But it's an act of mercy. I can hold myself in this bondage. That's how I took the dream. I could hold myself in a bondage my entire life. And I know I can, because I have. And yet out of mercy, I can give mercy to myself and release myself from this judgment, release myself from whatever is really keeping me in that bondage. I remember this game I used to play when I was a kid, and you'd basically put your fingers in each other's hands, and then you would you would flip your arms, you put palms up, and then you would press against each other, and it would pull on the muscles of your forearms, and it would hurt. And whoever would say mercy would would otherwise, in a sense, lose, but you would let go of the person, whoever said mercy first, the game would stop. But that's what it reminded me of, was this, it's an act of mercy. I can hold myself in a bondage my whole life. I can come up with every reason why I'm not allowed to imagine something, why I'm not allowed to be something. But I must show forgiveness as an act of mercy to myself. And so I'm going to quote myself here. I said, you want to feel free, but you're not allowing yourself to feel the feeling because of all these reasons you can think of. Show yourself mercy and forgive yourself entirely to the feeling of freedom. If you're feeling after the things you dislike, show mercy and forgiveness and give yourself up to the feeling that you want in full. You have the power to stop yourself from receiving beautiful things, but I urge you to show mercy towards yourself and forgive. Forgiveness means you give yourself entirely to the feeling and the thoughts you desire. You don't look back. You forget entirely what you just forgave. That's what I mean. You almost move on as if you forgave. But really that's what forgiveness means. It's in our culture, we have this idea of forgiveness, which is just saying that it's okay. Even if it is, you can still hold yourself, even if you say it's okay to yourself, you still hold yourself in a bondage, then you haven't really forgave it yet. And another way of saying you haven't yet yielded to the new idea of yourself. You haven't fully forgave it. It's a complete act of mercy. It's, you feel deep within you that you have all the reasons why you shouldn't forgive yourself, all the reasons why you shouldn't imagine this or imagine that. But it's an act of mercy. You do it regardless, whether you think you deserve it or not. It's the first flower that's grown in the garden of love. So if you start to build this garden within you, in the garden of love, the first flower you start with is forgiveness. The first acts you start doing is forgiveness, and it's an act of mercy. So whenever you think you don't deserve to forgive yourself, you're not understanding what forgiveness is. It's an act of mercy. And you start to grow this in this garden, this first flower. And eventually you're going to have this beautiful, magnificent garden of love that is really within all of us. But the first flower that's grown is forgiveness. And it starts with an act of mercy, seeing it as an act of mercy. And so you never hold yourself in bondage. Remember there's a video I wrote, Never Bar Self, and Neville speaks about how he didn't bar himself. And that is forgiveness. He didn't hold himself to some little idea that the world gave him why he couldn't have something. Well, he wasn't educated enough. He wasn't smart enough. He wasn't this. He wasn't tall enough. And you can give all your reasons why you're not enough. But regardless, you never bar self. It's an act of mercy. You can hold yourself in bondage for your entire life, but you decide not to. And that's the first flower that's grown in your garden. And so you can see why I am heavily attached to this work, because I've never had a work. I've studied many bodies of work, but I've never had these bodies of work where I get these very intense, almost visions, because they're not like dreams. I've had dreams. Dreams can be very much like you're a passenger, and it's just sort of, I heard a joke where you just like you're fixing a go-kart with your landlord. Those kind of dreams. But this is not those kind of dreams. This is it's coherent. It's life-changing. It gives me more intense feelings than really anything in this world. And it's vivid. So I can't say it's simply a dream. It feels more than a dream. And I would just call that a vision. But it's practical. Even though it's a symbolic representation of love and forgiveness, it's very practical to my life. And it's very practical to anyone's life, because who doesn't need forgiveness? Who doesn't need to forgive themselves? Neville said it in the other lecture. Like, who can look at themselves in the mirror and say that they've never thought anything unlovely in their life? They never thought of anything hateful, anything evil in their life. Everyone's done it. We're put in a land of good and evil. Everyone's entertained evil. But regardless, you forgive yourself. And if you don't forgive yourself, you don't know that forgiveness is an act of mercy. And so I'm going to do obviously more parts on this lecture, because he gets more into the law and practicing it as well. But this is what I took from this part. This is just the first page of the lecture that I'm reading. So a lot more to come on this one. But I'm going to end this one here. I do hope that my dream sort of also freed you, and you could see how impactful that would be to the dreamer himself, which was me. It was very impactful to me, and so I hope it was impactful to you as well. But again, thank you guys for listening. So welcome back for part 2. I'm actually going to stick on this first page real quick still, where he speaks about The important questions you ask yourself is who am I? Where am I? What am I? And he does say that even if you have these answers wrong, you're always going to come to this conclusion that you are. You might not know who you are, where you are. You might have amnesia, but you can't let go of your own I amness. You can never outgrow that. You can fall into a state of dementia, fall into a state of insanity and forget who you are, but you can never forget that you are. That's the one thing you can never let go of, and that is who Neville calls God. Now, these are states while we're here. This I am can fall into states while we're here. You can trip. If you've ever tripped in life, I just had a memory of when I tripped in front of all these people. This is a symbolic representation of what can happen with states. You can trip into a state you don't want, an unlovely state. You can fall into these things. At times we trip physically, but you can trip mentally as well. And you might be in a certain state of mind that you enjoy, and then all of a sudden you trip into, you overhear something and you believe in it, or you start doubting yourself. You trip, and the next thing you know, you're sort of going on a different path, or you take a route that you don't really want to take inside. And next thing you know, you're not really imagining what you want. You're imagining what you think you have to imagine. And that's not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to imagine what we want to imagine. And you believe in what you want. You believe in that dream. Because it's all dream anyways. If we start with the premise that man is all imagination, if man is all imagination, then where am I in imagination? What am I doing in imagination? That is the premise that we're starting with. That's who I am. And then he quotes Blake. He says, nature is barren where man is not. So nature is barren where man is not. And he's saying that where imagining is not, everything vanishes. And so he says that if you change, even if you have any modification to the body of your beliefs, that thing will disappear from my world. It will vanish. So if I change myself, then what I once was will start to vanish away, and what I am now will start to come into being. So really we resurrect and we cease to be, we give death to our states. And we start to express in our worlds what we otherwise are giving our attention to, or what we're believing in on the inside, what we're believing ourselves to be. So really in imagination, what I give, it's sort of like a light. Whatever I point my flashlight to, that's what I'll see in my imagination. It's all there. The eternity exists in the minds of man. So if it's all within my imagination, all these states, then whatever I put my flashlight to within myself, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'll give rise to in my world. And so I've always seen it like, almost like nothing disappears in the mind. It's not like poverty goes away just because you find yourself in a state of wealth. Poverty still exists in the minds of men. It's just that you don't give your attention. You don't put yourself in that state inside yourself. But it doesn't disappear. Nothing really disappears. And Neville gives that example of like you're in Chicago and you leave Chicago. It doesn't mean Chicago doesn't exist anymore. It's simply not in your awareness anymore. You just left that spot, but it still exists for you to go back to it. So that's why we can always enter into and fall out of states. We can go back into states. They don't disappear. So that's why it's very important that you say no to the things you don't want inside, because you can go back. You're allowed to go back, but you move out of an act of mercy. You forgive yourself out of an act of mercy. And he speaks about this man who was born from above. And he speaks about how this man in this, I want to say it was almost a vision, where he gave this woman, she needed money, she needed all these things, and he gave it to her without being thanked. And Neville says he really loved that he was thrilled because there was so much compassion and mercy and love in this dream. But then he says, but we're born in the world of Caesar. We're also born in the world of Caesar. So he brings it back onto this level. He says, suppose I'm in New York City, but I want to be in Los Angeles. He goes, what would I do? He goes, if I tell myself I can't afford it, I don't have the time, I don't have the means, but I want to be in Los Angeles, but I'm in New York City. He says, I don't ask myself if I have the means or I have the money or the time. I ignore all of that. He goes, and what I do is in my imagination, if I know this principle, I will sleep in Los Angeles while I sleep in my bed. He goes, so I assume I am sleeping in Los Angeles and I start to see the world from Los Angeles instead of seeing the world from New York. And he says that someone sleeping next to me might see me just sleeping in New York, but I know what I am doing. Remember, he equates his I am with his imagination. So he's saying, in imagination, I'm adjusting myself to that state in Los Angeles. I'm seeing the world from that state. So he's saying that although physically people see me sleeping in a certain spot, I know where I'm actually sleeping. I know what I'm actually doing. So really, when you start to become imaginative, you start to go down this path of being imaginative, instead of just being intellectual or intelligent or whatever in this world. You want to become imaginative. And then it starts to become more important where you sleep, the state of consciousness you sleep in, or where you want to sleep in. in imagination mentally than it is to where you sleep physically. So it doesn't matter to him that he's sleeping in New York, and within himself, he's in Los Angeles, and he knows he's doing that. He says, when I wake up though, if I wake up, I won't find myself in Los Angeles. Tomorrow I will find myself in New York, but I know what I've done. I've set across a series of events that will lead me to that fulfillment, which would be Los Angeles and what I did within myself, because imagination must fulfill itself. So every night for the rest of his life, he could simply sleep in New York if he wants to. But mentally, he decided to sleep in Los Angeles, and that will create a bridge of incidences that will lead him towards Los Angeles. And this is for anything in the world. You sleep at a different state of consciousness, and you will start to resurrect it in your life. And then he says that he doesn't do it lightly anymore because it worked. He goes, I did it lightly in the past, and it worked, and it wasn't what I wanted. So we can imagine all sorts of things we don't necessarily want, even if we know this principle. So he says that now he's more selective on what he imagines. He goes, when I stumbled upon this principle of imagining creates reality, Neville thought it was stupid. He said, imagining creates reality? He's like, you mean I actually believe a thing that has no external support? Nothing in the world to support it. All the reasons to deny it. And I'm supposed to believe my imaginal act will produce and project it on the screen of space. He goes, I didn't believe it, but I tried it and it worked. He said, I just did it as an experiment. So he says, so I warn you, I equate you with what I know about this principle of imagining and leave you to that choice and its risks. And for there are risks. You may not want it after you get it, but it's entirely up to you. Don't select idly. So he's really telling you not to just, I personally don't see anything wrong with being a little bit general. William Blake said that you're stupid if you think in generalities. You should be very specific. And I've noticed that when you start to become specific, you give more reality to it. So at times I think general can be okay, but I do find that the more you start to give a little bit more details to your imaginal act for your own self, not to be perfect. The intention is to simply adjust yourself into the mental image that you want. So in that case, he wants to be in Los Angeles. Well, you give the detail of seeing the world from Los Angeles. You feel that New York is far away from you. You feel it's on the other side of the country. You see you feel the heat of Los Angeles. Because New York can be very, very chilly. And so you start to add these little details that implies where you're at. And I actually love that Neville, thought it was a stupid idea. I actually didn't think it was stupid. Maybe because I had some experience with imagining even when I was younger. I've always been interested in imagining. And so I didn't think it was stupid, but it's funny to me that Neville thought it was stupid, but he tested it. And the way he tested it was, I'm assuming he's speaking about the Barbados story. I could be wrong. Maybe there's one before that I'm unaware of. But yeah, you can start off thinking that this is stupid, and you start to prove it to yourself. But I want you to catch something. He said that you can sleep in Los Angeles mentally, even though you're physically in New York. But tomorrow morning, you will wake up in New York. But you've set a change of events in your life. So he trusts in what he has done. You see the difference between I have to be perfect, I have to perfectly imagine myself all day long. No, he just trusts in the internal action he did. I slept there mentally, so I will be there physically. It will start to form in my life. Now, he could probably do it again, but of course Neville was very persuaded and convicted of his one-time imaginal act. And again, he's saying this imaginal act, it already has no support. It has no support in the world, and all reason denies it. So you don't have to try to get your reason to accept it. You don't have to try to get your world to support it. It's unsupported. There's no external evidence to this, and yet you still imagine yourself there. You, the imaginal you, place yourself in the imaginal Los Angeles. Remember, it's all imaginary in here. But you sleep in that imaginal bed in a different location within yourself, and you see the world from that location. Then you had to have moved. Mentally, you had to have moved. Now, tomorrow morning, your reason and your senses, when you open your eyes, it will deny what you've done, but you trust it will come to pass. And so it's more of a faith in what you've done, a complete acceptance in what you've done, or a trusting or a knowing in what you've done. And you're persuaded by what you've done. And you don't let tomorrow's, morning, the senses dictate what you've done. You don't let it, you don't remove it from yourself and say, well, it didn't work. You trust it. And you'll start to notice that I've had this happen with me, where all of a sudden you get a phone call or you just things naturally lead to that direction. And so you really don't know imagining creates reality until you actually move or change. Because once reality starts to move and change in that direction, then you're going to know it does. And you lived your whole life, many years in a certain state of mind, and it feels like life's the exact same way. But until you change, it will remain that way. But again, thank you guys for listening. So as an ending announcement, I do hope you enjoyed listening to that and hope that you got some more clarity from that. And, I just want to thank Agape Leuther Syke, who was the person who edited this whole compilation. So I want to thank them for taking their efforts and their time to put this together for all of us to listen to. But again, I just want to announce that if you do want to purchase my book, it's in the description. I do one-on-ones and live streams. It's all there if you want to join. But again, thank you guys for listening. Thank you for giving me your time.